All right, update me. What's it saying?
It was telling me some crazy stuff about like my number, into the United States number and address, and I think that's he said to know what. And I know a VPN settings that I do use that have worked whenever I get into whenever I want to do something for America. So I'm just downloading that app now.
Okay. The fact that you changed your region, are you in the United States region now of the App Store?
And, it wouldn't let me change it. It wouldn't let me change my app in the on iPhone. It wouldn't let me change it for some reason. So, but like I said, I know another app which I know I can use. Which I know I can back into America, and it'll give me if I get picked from 50 states where
Yeah,
I want to.
I don't know. To a
Once
U.S.
I download this app, like after in a second,
I
I'm going
understand.
to.
I
I'll
understand.
be able to download
I understand.
Sora.
Are you, oh, I don't know about that. I think you have to change your store, but that's okay. We'll try it.
The reason why I say that because the other day I was doing some crypto, and I needed to get onto the pump fund for my banking wallet, and I used this app to be able to tap into America for me to do that.
No, I get it.
But obviously, you know,
It's different though.
I don't know because I'm on I don't know.
It's okay.
I'm not
It's
100% sure
okay.
about.
It's okay.
I'm not
Are
100%
you
sure.
still connected to the US VPN?
Yes, I will be in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Alright, I'm in New York now. Let me see if I can get this. Sure.
Do you have Instagram?
I do.
Okay, go to Instagram.
I
It's fine. Go to
think
Inst.
I'm gonna have to cancel this.
It's fine for right now. Just go to Instagram.
I've got, you know what it is? I've got an extra section and I've got another contact.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to cancel it. Just go to Instagram. Let me know when you're at Instagram.
Yeah, I was thinking, you were saying that you don't need premium. Yeah, but I don't need premium text either.
I don't think you do.
I don't think you do either. I got the verification thing. But now I'm, the way it's speaking to you makes me feel like I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah, I mean that's the only thing. But look, I don't have that tick, and you've.
I'm verified in real life. I'm verified in real life.
I understand. Look, I don't have that tick, and you found me.
I'm on Instagram. You can see me.
Type into Instagram, Mr. Rogers, Sora, Sora.
Well, say it again.
Yep, no, I understand. Just one moment. I'm doing something on this computer.
It's cutting out.
I know.
Say that again.
I know. You want to type Tupac? Just one moment. It's not your fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's not your fault. Just one moment.
Okay. We're going to wrap.
Okay, I want you to type Tupac, Mr. Rogers, Sora, Sora. Yeah, it's Tupac.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers, Mr. period Rogers.
Yeah.
Sora, Sora.
Yeah, and it's no.
No, then just look at people who have made Tupac and Mr. Rogers.
Is that one word?
No. So Tupac is one word. Tupac. That's one word. Just put Tupac, Tupac, and then space Sora, Sora.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, now watch some of them.
Oh shit, that's it. That's it. What money am I? That's fire. I need to get on that Sora.
I told you, dude.
No, I need to find a way to get Sora, man. I need to find a way to get that motherfucking app. I need to find a way to get that motherfucking app.
Yeah, you do. How sick is that? Type in type in type in Queen. Type in Queen. Type in Queen. Queen, and then Sora. They have a ton of them for Queen Elizabeth. They really don't have. You're not allowed to do it with living people, but they're allowing you to do it with dead people, and it's hilarious. It's amazing how good it is, and it's changing the United States, and it's going to change the world. So, like, type in Queen Elizabeth Sora into Instagram. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, type in Queen Elizabeth Sora into Instagram.
One second.
Take your time, big dog.
Find a way to get that door, man.
Did you type in Queen Elizabeth Sora?
Yeah,
Isn't it good?
amazing.
I agree, man. I wouldn't have put you. I. I'm not going to tell you something to spend a lot of time on something if I don't think it's really cool, and that is really cool. It makes me laugh, dude.
That's funny as fuck.
I agree.
Look at all the man in the parliament. That's how it's going to be, you know. All the man in the parliament. Because we are the king's children. We're going to be outside parliament like idiots trying to be running our fucking parliament. Going empty. foreign this and setting up our foreign this and setting up all our buildings, and, plunderizing the land, plunderizing the crown. It's ridiculous. It's got crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, if you could get Sora,
It's not even royal.
if you could figure, if you could get Sora on, if you could get it on your phone, you'll be the coolest kid in your neighborhood.
Hmm?
You'll be showing your friends, hey, watch what I can make Queen Elizabeth do. I can make her skateboard on the Tower of London.
And my videos would be sick.
Well, and so that's really what I want you, for what I want you to use it is you upload songs and then it makes videos for your songs. That'll be really cool. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a someone else who I've been helping. I've been helping a ton of people, but these guys are in Nigeria, and they. I want you to see the videos that they made. They were able to get it, even though they're in Nigeria. So that's why I was saying I think you should be able to get it. Um, go to the link that I just sent you. Look at this guy. His name's Durago, and look at his videos. They're really good. They're super futuristic. They're really cool. They're clean, and they just tell you about what he does in Web3.
putting power back in your hands. Your identity, your assets, your opportunities. The internet is evolving fast, and the future is decentralized. Let's build it. Hey, I'm Durago. Web3 is where the internet gets personal. You own your data, control your identity, and connect directly with opportunities. It's fast, smart, and decentralized. Hey, I'm Durago. Web3 isn't just tech. It's a chance to own your future, connect directly with opportunities, and create without limits. Fast, smart, and decentralized. Let's dive into it. Hey, I'm Durago. Web3 puts you in the driver's seat. Your identity, your assets, your growth. It's decentralized, fast, and full of possibilities. The future is yours. Hey, I'm Durago.
Duke, were you able to watch those videos?
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need to find a way to get that back, man. I'm gonna get it. I have to find a way to get that back.
Yes, you do.
I'm gonna have to play around with my app store and find a way for me to get into change it around so I can get into an American setting so it can go with the VPN. So it's not working. Telling me I've got to put my address and all that stuff as well.
Okay, so why don't you just put... Stop. Why don't you just put in an address?
No, I just got an American address.
Who cares? Just put something in.
And an American number? I ain't got that.
It doesn't require you to put in an American telephone number.
Seriously, whenever I go to the app store settings, and I put mine,
Just put any American address. Put 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's the White House.
I just saw it. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. They just stopped printing. They didn't close the printing press. You gotta print now. It was 306. It was 2. Not 4. And it said 589. Type it. 589. And been more published than everybody else. I said I start. I ain't got no job. You do now? Yeah. Okay. This is weird. Sure. I don't know if I'll ever get one of these people through us. I don't think that's happening. Yeah, bring up money once they all close your some Mexican cheese. Whatever with the Monday night thing, we're all gonna get together. What was it? Kentucky. Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I'm doing it every fucking night. Monday night, too. Straight up. Yeah, it was the first investing last year. That way, films down. Yeah, what up, Diggs? Sticks up. Can't keep up with it. Guys, want to get your reminder tomorrow? Lots of fun. Come through.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. When possible, may I please share my project? You lost.
And he says, I want to be in Eretz Yisrael, and the Neshama is automatically transported to Eretz Yisrael. So Allah has come of the Kama, we've begun our trip. Mincha and Ashrei was the Haskalah. Ashrei was the beginning of the journey. And what a way to begin the journey. Ashrei Yoshevei Deisaka. Praiseworthy are those who sit in Yom HaKadosh. Then we're going to sit for a bit in this home of the Ribbono Shel Olam. Then we're going to be sitting for a very long time. After that, Emirat Hashem in different mediums. But all of it on our way to Eretz Yisrael, Emirat Hashem. And again, we begin this beautiful journey with Gemara, with Torah, with the Ribbono Shel Olam. So also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Gimel. Well, tomorrow's daf. Tuesday's daf is Samech Gimel. We left off today on the bottom of Samach Beis when 62b. I realized that I left off like about 2 lines from before the actual end of the sugya. We're sort of picking up 4 lines up from the bottom. Rabbi Yochanan Tamei. Rabbi Yochanan goes according to his reasoning. Rabbi Yochanan says, the Lomoki Masnisa Reisha B'Chatayma V'Sefer B'Chatayma. Rabbi Yochanan himself doesn't like to establish a brayso reflecting 2 different opinions. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Man Metargin Lichovis Aviva B'Chatayma." Whoever could interpret for me the brayso, the Mishnah, I should say, of Chovis. Now we're not going to get into this, but Rashi is actually a fascinating case. Rashi deals with this case. This is where I deposit a barrel for Reuben, and Reuben goes ahead and moves it. So what happens if again during the course of moving it, so something happens to the barrel? So there's a whole discussion about what's the level of liability. Well, it depends. Is Reuben moving it for his own purposes? Is he moving it for the barrel's purposes? So there's a whole discussion, a whole lot of because it's not going to get into. But the point is that Rabbi Yochanan does not like establishing a price according to 2 opinions. Rabbi Yochanan said, whoever could interpret for me the entire Mishnah of Chavis in accordance with one opinion, I will carry his items to the bathhouse. Now, carrying someone's items to the bathhouse is like a form of shibud, like a form of servitude. Right, so that's like essentially, if you go ahead and you answer something else, you don't talk to them. Okay, good. So let's go back there. Gufa, the Gemara says, Gufa. Amar top of something, 63a. Amar Rabbi. Interesting case here. Zibeach dekita v'nisek v'helamech. This is Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says that if you serve Avodah Zarah and you go ahead and you do the following. Now listen to this. So busy day. You offer up the carbon, you offer incense, you do a wine libation, and you do all of this. So multiple acts of service of Avodah Zarah, but all the Halamech. What does Halamech mean? One lapse of awareness. So what's the halacha? So we'll say, so this is the shita of Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says multiple avodas, including the Halamech, you're only going to be chayiv once. I'm Rabbi says, right? I'm Rabbi Ami. What's Rabbi Ami's logic? I'm Rabbi, what the pasuk says, lo sate. So it says, don't serve Avodah Zarah. Akosav ason kuvan avodah akos. So the Torah makes all of Avodah Zarah into one avodah. So lo sate means don't serve Avodah Zarah. So whatever you do for Avodah, in other words, everything involved in the service of Avodah Zarah, by definition, is under this one umbrella, and therefore, even if you do multiple acts of Avodah Zarah, the Halamech, and one lapse of awareness, you're only going to be chayiv once. So the Gemara says, okay, because Rabbi you hold this way. So the Gemara says, so the Torah mentions the prohibition of prostration, of bowing down to Avodah Zarah 3 times. Why 3 times? Why 3 times? So the Gemara says, so one ultimately is Tiras Kedaka. What does Kedaka mean? Kedaka means I'm not allowed to bow down to an Avodah Zarah when that is the normal way to worship. That's called Kedaka. Va'afas Shalom Kedaka. What's Shalom Kedaka? So it's interestingly enough, there are 3 forms of idol worship that are prohibited, even if it is not the prescribed way to worship an idol. So for example, let's say a particular Avodah Zarah, and the way to worship the Avodah Zarah, let's say, is to defecate on it. Right? That's not so crazy. After all, that's Balfar. Right? Halacha l'maisa, if you go ahead and let's say you bow down to it, you're still going to be chayiv. It's going to be chayiv. Right? Why? Because bowing down is considered to be a normative act of worship. That's Kosher Mokidarka. So if you bow down to an idol, even though that's not the way to go ahead and serve the idol, you're still going to be chayiv. Right? And one is to create individuated obligation or liability. We saw this in Monday's daf, we saw this, right? That even if you go ahead and you worship Avodah Zarah in multiple ways, you're chayiv for each type of worship. Okay, that's what the Gemara says. So point over here is that Abai disagrees with Rabbi Ami. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Ami covered No, Abai was espousing his idea in accordance with Rabbi Ami, but Abai himself does not hold it this way. So this is interesting. So I just want to point out it's the machlokes over here. Rabbi Ami is of the opinion that if you perform multiple acts of Avodah Zarah service in one lapse, you only chayiv once. Rabbi Abai, on the other hand, holds that Allah you're chayiv for each individual act. Okay, let's keep that machlokes in there. Gufa says, so why does the class mention the prohibition of prostration 3 times when it comes to Avodah Zarah? Which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. One is to teach about the prohibition when that is the normal way to worship the Avodah Zarah. One is to prohibit the prostration when it's not the normal way to worship the Avodah Zarah. The achas, the chalei, and one to create distinguished liability. Yachas the chalei. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Lekedarka me'echa yachda gai me'ela nafta. We learn out of Kedarka, the idea that you're not allowed to work to bow down to an idol, and that is the normal form of worship. We learn that out from a different type of responsibility. I feel like that's what this is. I just want to point out the Daphne over Daphne Kala are ridiculously amazing and living. Agadata is this, I see like a lot of weird expressions about like, is this it? Is this what we're doing for the next together? So first of all, you know the great part about being Gemara that you love and people that you love, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. As long as you're doing it together, the rest of the is absolutely no difference. But that being said, I was going to tell you, there's ridiculously good Gemara ahead of us. But again, to reap the benefits of Agadato, yeah, but putting his time going to the Shakra Kaibis. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, for Kedarka, we learn from different passages. Mecha yabla goyima ila nafko. Ella, rather again, the Gemara says, Abai says, Ella akos Kedarka, one mention of Ishtachava prostration to teach me that you're not allowed to bow down to an idol. That's the normal way to worship it. This Shalom Kedarka. I'm sorry, akos Kedarka, Shalom Kedarka. One is to teach you about the prohibition to bow down to an idol. That's the normal form of worship, and even if it's not the normal, in other words, They'll say there's like an in-between. What does that mean? So there's like three, we'll call it buckets. You can have an idol where the only way to worship it is bowing down to it. An idol where you never bow down to it. And an idol where sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So that's one drasha. The achas the shlokidarko, the achas the chalik. Okay, so we'll say, so bottom line, by the way, what we begin to see over here is like Shabbos, where there is individuated obligation of liability for different malachas. So again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's also going to be individual liability for multiple forms of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. He says we have a kablo alav the eloka ha'beloha ha'omer lo eliyakim. So remember again, the Gemara says, if a person goes ahead and worships Avodah Zarah, how does he worship it? He says, I hereby accept Avodah Zarah as my God, right? Or I say to the Avodah Zarah, Eliyakim, you're my God. So the Mishnah said, chayiv for lav. Not chayiv, you say chayiv for lav. So the Gemara says, Amrav Nachman, Amrav, Kevan Sha'amar Eliyakim, or I should say, Eliyakim, when you say to the Avodah Zarah, you're my God, so the Gemara says, chayiv. But what are you chayiv for? Why? Ilik must listen. It can't be for death. It can't be for death. Why? Because what did the Mishnah say? If you proclaim your allegiance to an idol. So what's reliability? What's reliability? It's a lie. So it can't be me. So the Gemara says, El Karba. It must be, we're talking about a case here where you accidentally, right, you did this to showcase, right? You know, it's the thought of this book, right? So you went ahead and you said, yeah, well, Zarah, you're my God. Now, look, there's your chayiv carbon. Is that true? Even according to the Rabban? Not kind of, listen to this. Eino chayiv al davar sheish b'maisa. Listen to this. I'm sorry. Eino chayiv ela ad davar sheish b'maisa. You're only chayiv if you perform an act. You have to do something. You have to do a maisa. You have to do a maisa. For example, keep going. What are examples of actions? Slaughtering, incense, libations, or bowing down. Shlokish says, now I want to find something very interesting. If you look at that list, right, which one doesn't belong? Which one doesn't belong? Zikuach, Kitor, Nisuk, Ishtachava. What doesn't belong? What doesn't belong? Ishtachava. Bowing down, why not? It's a shtick myself. Like, in other words, it's not really a myself. Like, in other words, slaughtering is a myself, right? Libationizing, is a myself, right? Insensitizing is a myself. Like, all of these things are actions. But ishtachava, ultimately, again, going ahead and bowing down, this is not a myself. So who says that ishtachava? Who says that bowing is a myself? Rabbi Akiva. The Amar lo ba'in al ma'aseh klal. Must be Rabbi Akiva, because the truth is Rabbi Akiva holds that you're chayiv. He knows that you're chayiv for Avodah Zarah, even without a ma'aseh. Rabbi says, now what does that mean? Now that's tremendous, because if you hold that you're chayiv for Avodah Zarah, even without a ma'aseh, then what does that mean? That means even if a person says Eliyakim, Avodah Zarah, you're my God, that there would be liability for that, which should be tremendous. So again, if Rabbi Akiva is the disputant, and he's saying that Avodah Zarah doesn't require a Maisa, the Rabbanan must be saying that Avodah Zarah does require a Maisa, to which the Gemara says, no, Kika Amarav Nami Rabbi Akiva Kama. And Rabbi is saying, Rabbi Akiva Pshita. Hainu Megadif. So we're going to be Akiva. So let's say, so obviously again, you don't need a Maisa for Avodah Zarah. Where does he learn that out? From Megadif. What's Megadif? Megadif is the blasphemer. What is blasphemy comprised of? What is it comprised of? Speech. Right? And halacha l'maisa again, there's liability. Gemara says, what would you have thought? Ad kan lo mechayv Rabbi Akiva karban. So I might have thought ultimately again that maybe Rabbi Akiva would only be Mechayv Karban in a case of Megadif. The Sivbei Kares. Megadif is different. Why is Megadif different? Because Megadif itself has Kares written into it. So the Gemara says, Al Halcha, the lo Sivbei Kares, but also that over here where it doesn't say Kares, right, by where a person says Iliyasa, Emo Lo. I might have thought that if it is not Avodah Zarah liability for such an action, Namash Balon, the Iskishi is Kushtik, by Shtachamulo, by Yizbachulo, by Yomulo. So we'll say this is Shitas Rabbi Akiva. This is really dramatic. Rabbi Akiva holds that Allah Chala Maisa. One is Chayv for Avodah Zarah even without a Maisa, which means what? Person goes over to Avodah Zarah and says, Eliyakim, you're my God. Allah Rabbi Akiva says, that's Avodah Zarah. And that's tremendous, because that's a contradistinction to the Rabbanon, right? Because the Rabbanon will say that you need a mice. What's the point that out? Of course, it's Rabbi Akiva that says that Avodah Zarah haven't had a mice. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva is the one who holds that halacha l'maisa, even the smallest action in the realm of spirituality, has the most dramatic impact. Right? Rabbi Akiva was the ignorant shepherd. But what did he see? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? So that was Kurdish Kadosh. So let's go again. What turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned him around? Right? Is the drop of water. Rabbi Akiva was one who discovered that the smallest drop makes an impact. So I will say, remember again, whatever is true in the realm of positivity is also true in the realm of negativity. If a drop of Kedusha could fundamentally transform a person, then a drop of Avodah Zarah could fundamentally transform a person. In other words, energy is energy, and it impacts the person. Rabbi Akiva said a drop, the smallest influence, can have the most dramatic impact. If a drop of water could transform you from an ignorant shepherd to a gadol hadar, then unfortunately, again, even a broken state of Avodah Zarah can take the highest Hashem and bring it to the lowest of the low. It's incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Let's say great tomorrow. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. The Moli Vav Shebehalucha is Chaybu Rishayim Shel Yisrael Kuliyah. So says it's very interesting. So, okay, transitioning over here to the Cheta Ezel. So remember again, Klal Yisrael said when they built the Egel, Eli Yisrael, right? Ela L'Kecha Yisrael, Asher Ha'alucha Me'eretz Yisrael. Right? They brought you up. So Rabbi Yochanan says something very interesting. Let's listen to this. So you read this phrase, right? Literally translated, these are the gods that brought you up from the side. We'll say now, what's going on over here? Essentially, what the Yidden are saying is, Klal Yisrael, it was Hashem and the Egel that brought you up. And Rabbi Yochanan essentially says, Baruch Hashem, they made it plural. Had they not made it plural, Klal would have been destroyed. What does that mean? Rabbi Yochanan being Melamed Tzvos. As much as they are worshipping Avodah Zarah, at least what did they do? At least they included HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the equation. Right? In other words, they could have said it was the eagle that brought us out. But at least they included Hashem, and they said again, Klal Yisrael, Elo Elokecha. It was HaKadosh Baruch Hu and this eagle that brought us out. So at least if they included HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the equation, that was at least the saving grace for Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says, Rashbi says, what? If a person goes ahead and includes that Kadosh Baruch Hu together with an Avodah Zarah, literally again they're uprooted from the world. The Lord said it's even worse. To include, see, let's say here's what's incredible. If you're an Oved Avodah Zarah, what is the upside of being an Oved Avodah Zarah? But what is the upside of being an Oved Avodah Zarah? What's the upside? The upside is you chose a team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Right? Cast your lot with someone. The worst thing, like we'll say, the worst critique that the Navi gave you against Chayshayot, the worst critique is Ad Masai Aten Postim Ashtei Asitim. How long are you going to straddle the fence? If you straddle the fence, nishtaher, you can't do anything, right? It's like it's like the big fallacy of being like, the big tent. Everybody wants to be the big tent. The big tent. Everything for everyone. And if you're everything for everyone, then what? You are nothing for no one. You're right? You can't make everyone happy. You can't, right? It's Avram Avinu. By the way, I want to point out something incredible, right? Avram Avinu was one who had the tent open on all four sides. It's incredible. Avram Avinu was unique personality, right? Everyone else, if you want to build something, you can't be everything for everyone. It's just not the way that it works. You can be some things for someone, but you got to represent something. You got to represent something. So incredible, again. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says, no. Essentially, polytheism, including the Prophet of Avodah Zarah, that's a disaster. At least Avodah Zarah, you've chosen a team. You've chosen the wrong team, but hopefully you could go ahead and maybe make a comeback afterwards. How could he praise it? Which the Gemara says, Shenemar Bilti Lashem Levada, Elamat Avolomar Shara Lupa, Sheibu Elohus Harbe. So ultimately, again, rather, what does it mean? What it means is that ultimately, again, they desire to worship many gods. So again, they didn't actually worship many gods, they desired to worship many gods. Okay, so I see interesting. So first, I want to point out over here a fundamental difference between Rabbi Yochanan and Rashbi. Rabbi Yochanan praised Klal Yisrael because at least they never fully abandoned the devotion. With the ego, they didn't fully abandon HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But ultimately, you're going to Rishon Yochai. This is what Rishon Yochai says: if you're going to be an Oved Avodah Zarah, do it. Do it. And be fully committed to it. Because in life, you know what the worst midah in life is? The worst midah in life is being a non-committal person. When you lack commitment, by definition, you never gain traction in your life. Better to be committed. It's going to sound strange, but just let it swirl around your mind a little bit. Better, here it is. Better to be committed to the wrong thing than to be committed to nothing. Because if you're committed to nothing, it means you lack the mitzvah of commitment. You lack the mitzvah of commitment, you're zero. You're zero. You're not going to do anything in life. If you're committed to the wrong thing, you're committed to something, and you're cultivating the mitzvah of commitment, which means that when I get my act together, I'll find my way to go ahead and get on the right path. You see this? The Sefer HaChinuch brings down on the mitzvah of Som Hasim Alach HaMelech, to be the king. Get ready for this. Sefer HaChinuch says, it is better to have a bad king than no king. Okay, you hear that? Why? What's the shot? Because at least some leadership is better than no leadership. Like no leadership, no one's going anywhere, right? No one's accomplishing anything. That leadership, okay, maybe we might go in the wrong direction, but at least we're moving. Some movement, even in the wrong direction, is better than no movement. Don't say that's why we know for ourselves. Let's say, what's better? What's better? To sin or to ultimately, again, flatline, be part of an episode? What's better? What's better? Yeah. Let's say the truth is, it's going to sound strange. Averos are better. I don't fill in the blank over here, right? Calm down. Let's say, because at least again, they're in the direction. Now, again, don't use that halacha, right? So you're speaking in theoretics. But at least I'm moving somewhere. The worst thing in life is stagnation. All right, let's go back there. When was I? Again, a person hugs and kisses or sweets before like the avodah zarah. That's a lie. That's a lie. It says the Gemara. He also Rabbi Elazar al kulam lokeh chutz mehanoder b'shmo v'amakayim b'shmo. So the Gemara says, Rabbi said it's following Rabbi Elazar. For all of these things, you get malchus, with the exception of, right, making a neder in the name. God, if you need to cover it, everyone needs there's sheet needs. The Gemara are over here. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Al kulam lo puts me anoda b'shmo v'amakayim b'shmo. So ultimately, again, so for everything you get malchus, with the exception ultimately again of making a neder in the name of the avodah zarah, or ultimately again making a makayim means a shvua. So the Gemara says, below lucky. So the Gemara says, why? Interestingly enough, why? Because taking an oath or swearing is a lav she'in b'maisa. Right? It's a lav without an action associated with it. So the Gemara says, Haninami lav she'b'plos. The other ones also are a general lav. And in general, you don't get much. We'll say a lav she'b'plos is a lav that is learned out from a general statement. The general statement, so the Gemara says, listen to this. How do you know that it can eat from an animal before it's totally dead? Now, what does that mean? Animal has shita, but it's still, what's the word? Flailing. Thank you. Flailing, moving around. How do you know that Allah again, you're over a losas? Interesting. In other words, do not go ahead and even though the animal's dead, right? The shecht eats already. But when it's moving, it looks like it has life. Don't eat it. Another interpretation, don't eat on the blood. What does that mean? Don't eat when ultimately again the blood still before the blood has been sprinkled. But we don't says how do you know that we don't have a sudas havra for those sprinkled by days? Remember again, Allah is my cotton says after a person dies, the Avidim come back and they have a sudas havra. And we know from the community. So how do I know that Allah if somebody's executed by days in? There is no sudas havra. So don't go ahead and have a suda after the blood has been spilled by days. Okay, Rabbi Kiva says, how do we know that if Sanhedrin executed someone that they don't eat for the rest of that day? Incredible. Rabbi Yochanan says, as far as Sora Mar Minayin, from where do we know a prohibition, a law about Ben Sora Mar? The pasuk says Lo Soflu Adam. Now what does it mean? If you look at Rashi Ben Sora Mar, last Rashi or last line, Lo Onosh Ela Imkim Hizkir the Echon Hizkir Lo Soflu Adam Lo Soflu Achila Shetagin Allah. It's interesting that it's telling Ben Sora Mora. Don't eat the type of meal or don't eat the type of food that you're going to be executed about. So Ben Sora says Sora, remember again, steals money to purchase meat or to drink wine. Allah is executed. So Lo Soflu Adam. Okay. Fine. So the Gemara goes right there. Okay. Good. You're not really looking at any of these things because it's a generalized law. And generally, only going to get marked. This is what? If you take an oath by the name of the Avodah Zarah, or you swear by the name of the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, why are you not? Why don't you get malchus for these other items? Because it is considered to be a generalized law. These other laws, to which the Gemara said that a law that doesn't have a ma'isa, you still get malchus for it. The Sanya of Simeon Torah says, do not leave over from the carbon until morning. The Gemara says, Torah comes to give a positive commandment after the Losase. Amadeus, Lomar Shein Lokin Allah Rabbi Yehuda. The teacher said, don't get malchus for this. Rabbi Yaakov says, Lomin Hashem Uzeh Elo Mishum Tahavli Lav Shein B'Maisa. So again, Rabbi Shimon says, no, it's Lashem Amaisa. I'm sorry, Rabbi Yaakov says, it's Lashem Amaisa. It's a law without an action. And any law without an action, you don't get malchus. Mechlal, Rabbi Yehuda Savar Lokin Allah. What is Rabbi Yehuda holds that you do get malchus for Lav Shem Amaisa. So what's the fundamental machlokas? Do you get malchus for Lav Shem Amaisa or not? Machlokas, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yaakov. I will say, first of all, Mazel Tov. We just finished our first Amid on Yarchei Kala. Incredible, I think it deserves l'chaim. No? L'chaim. I'll say to really, this is such an opportunity, mamish, like to learn undistracted, to lose ourselves undistracted. Is not the schedule. I mean, there is a schedule, but we're not going to stick to it, and there's going to be so many different things that are happening over here. And just literally, again, to put your neshama in charge. The body's always in charge, and the mind is always in charge, and the phone is always in charge, and the schedule is always in charge, and everything else is always in charge. I mean, the neshama is never in charge. Well, for the next couple of days, Meretz Hashem, it is only the neshama that is in charge. And when the neshama is in charge, everything always finds a beautiful way to come together. We'll say the Chaim Maslan, the first Amid, Shibizach mentioned to many more Amudim over the week to come. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Shakol V'yeh B'dvaro. Okay, let's go weiter. Says the Gemara, Hanodu B'shmo V'Makayim B'shmo Harei Zev Lo Sasei. All right, for those watching this shir tomorrow morning, this was not a morning shir. I want to be clear. I do this 5 o'clock somewhere, but okay, good. So the Gemara says as follows: Hanota b'shmo v'makayim b'shmo. So again, remember again. Hanota b'shmo v'makayim b'shmo is the person makes a nether. And Chavod l'chaims are up here if anybody wants to. It's not just my private stash over here. So the Gemara says as follows: the Gemara says the person makes a nether in the name of the Avodah Zarah, makes a shvua in the name of the Avodah Zarah. It's a lo sase. So the Gemara says Hanota b'shmo v'makayim b'shmo minalan. From where do we know this? From the Sanya. So it's actually very important. The Torah says you are not allowed to mention the name of another God. Can't mention it. Can't mention it. Isanyo, V'shem Elohim Acherim Lo Saskilu, do not mention the name of another God. Listen to this. Shelo Yomar Adam L'Chaveiro, Shmar Li B'tzad Avodos Kochavim Plonis. So a person shouldn't say like this. A person shouldn't say, I want to meet my friend. I shouldn't say, you know what, let's meet up by Avodah Zarah so-and-so. Right? Let's meet by, the Avodah Zarah in the corner. Let's go ahead and let's meet up there. You shouldn't even use Avodah Zarah as a landmark. As a landmark, don't even mention it. Lo Yishma Picha, that the name of Avodah Zarah should not even be heard on your mouth. How so? Shlo Yadar B'Shmo, Shlo Yadar B'Shmo V'lo Yikayim B'Shmo, V'lo Yigro Ma'achirim She'adiru B'Shmo V'Ekim B'Shmo. So again, you shouldn't make an oath with Avodah Zarah, you shouldn't make a vow with Avodah Zarah, and you shouldn't cause the name of Avodah Zarah to be mentioned by other people as well. Davar achar, lo yishma picha, what does this mean? It shouldn't be heard by your mouth. Ashar lemesis u'lemadiach. This is a prohibition. Mesis Rabbi says someone who encourages other people to worship Avodah Zarah, and madiach is someone who gets an entire city, or nidachas, to worship Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Mesis Pejik Ksiv. Mesis is explicit to Ksiv Bey, Ksiv Bey, B'chol Yisrael Yishma V'yiro, Elas Tar L'Madiach. Rather, again, the prohibition is L'Madiach, someone who tries to get an entire city to worship Avodah Zarah. Below Yigro Ma'achirim, shouldn't cause other people to make an oath with Avodah Zarah, or to make a vow with Avodah Zarah. Messiah Avodah Shmo, don't Avodah Shmo, this is very interesting. Also, get ready for this. Asr Adam Shiasa Shutfus Ima Ovid Kochavim. Why not? Because we'll say, what's going to happen if you have a business dispute? What's going to happen? Your Akum business partner is going to say, okay, you say you don't owe me any money. Swear by my idol that you don't owe me any money. You're going to end up getting into a complicated situation because halacha l'maisa, again, now you have to go ahead and swear by his avodah zarah. Amra lo yishma apicha. Okay, so we'll say an interesting story over here. Ki asa ula bas kolbino, bas bekalambo. Ula went and he stayed in the city of Kalanbo. Kalanbo. Okay, now as we're going to see, the name of the city was derived from the name of the avodah zarah. So what happened? So the Gemara said, only Rabbi, Hecha bas mar. So Rabbi said, Ula, where'd you stay? So Amalei Bekalanbo, I stayed in Kalanbo. Kalanbo, Ula, how can you even say the name? How can you say the name, right? Not even allowed to mention the name of avodah zarah. Amalei Yachin Rabbi Yochanan, Kalavodos Kochavim, Aksuva B'Torah Mutar LaHaskir Shmo. So this is interesting. So Ula answered, any avodah zarah whose name is mentioned in the Torah, you're allowed to say it. You're allowed to say it. So the Gemara says, 1 second, where's Kalanba mentioned? But the Ksiv, Kara Bal Keres, or Kara Bal Keres Nevo. So we'll say, okay, so interestingly enough, so it's a contraction. Kara Bal Keres Nevo, so Kalanbo. So, but again, it's actually talking about two different avodah zarah. There's Baal, which is an avodah zarah, and Nevo, which is an avodah zarah. Now, literally translated, it means that Baal crouches and Nevo splashes. Now, I will say both of these are reference to diarrhea, right? So again, what this is, the pasuk is mocking avodah zarah, saying that the avodah zarah, right, is like can't control his bowels. The Gemara says, the ilok sivalo is that true? If the avodah zarah is not mentioned in the Torah, you can't mention it. So the Gemara says, Masir Moshe, Re'ei achos meruba kishalosh right kishihi kimegidyon b'shilo shein shtei tvilos v'shnei smudim. Supposed to listen to this. Zav. It wouldn't be a yarchei kala without a zav. Right, again. So as I say now, we've got Riyotze, right, you've got zav. So as I say now, what happens? A guy, no, it's not a party without the zav, right? I'm just saying. Hey, so Lamaisa again, so Lamaisa, what happens? So remember again, a guy becomes a zav, right, a zav gadol, if he has 3 re'iyos. What happens if he has 1 re'iyah that lasts as long as 3 re'iyos? Right, not a good day, right? But Lamaisa, so what happens now? How long is 3 re'iyos? So the Gemara says, Kimegidyon l'shilo. The amount of time it takes to go from Megidyon. Now Megidyon is an avodah zarah. The amount of time it takes to go from Megidyon to Shiloh, which is the amount of time shein shtei tvilos u'shnei sipugim, which is enough time to immerse twice and dry off twice. So the Gemara says, Harei zeh zav gomer. That's zav gomer. So we'll say, so what do you see from here? Chazal in their shir are mentioning avodah zarah. Ravina Gad nami michtav ksiv. No, this avodah zara Megidyon, right, is also mentioned in the Torah in Tanakh. Ksiv ha'orchim lagad shofar. Okay, so Mar goes right. Amar Nachman, kol etzinus asira. This is great. By the way, very important Gemara. Kol etzinus asira chutz me'litzinus da'avodas gocham d'sharia. Elosai, leitzanis is aser. Leitzanis is aser. Leitzanis is aser. Now, what does it mean, leitzanis? What is leitzanis? It just means, it's a little English word for leitzanis, foolhardery. But it's not left, but it's not. Leitzanis is just, yeah, it's just like a foolishness, like a foolish mockingkeit, right? That just like a frivolous foolishness mockingkeit, right? That is the ability to take anything that is serious and make it not serious. Now that is a very serious thing, or that's a very significant transgression, and a significant flaw. Why? Because of course, look, let's say, is there a room in life for joking around? Of course. And is there room even for levity or for a little lightheadedness? Of course. But there also have to be things in life that are serious. And if a person, so unless is someone who can take anything that is serious and meaningful and important and totally just like make it into foolishness. So that's a problem. That's a problem, because a person like that then does.
If you just follow it, just give it some time, like the restrictions are off, definitely give it a follow. So quickly we'll move on to the next speaker because we do have a lot of people. So we're trying to do this as fast as possible. If you're here, if you haven't spoken, can you put your hand up and you have the mic, please? Thanks. Also, I just want to say one thing. After the show, I'm going to do an after show where I just play music and you guys hear me talk around on my keyboard and engage, right? And engage. And so yesterday, I didn't think a lot of people would stay, so I just played the music really loud to the point where you couldn't even hear like me around, like the keyboard and stuff like that. But I noticed that you guys, not only did a small core of you stayed, but a lot of you came back, which was insane. And I had to stop the music, and I was like, dude, the show's over. Go home. Like, what are you doing? And someone had to say, shut up, just play the music. So I was like, all right, okay, I guess this is a thing now. So, yeah, after this show, I'm going to do like maybe, I don't know, I really want to keep it short this time, like 15 to 30 minutes of just music and me working on my laptop, replying to all of you guys, all right? Because at this scale, it's not easy, man. I tell you what, those who haven't cracked like 2K or whatever, I used to think, what's the big deal? Just follow back, right? But when a bunch of you just bum rush me, it's, I gotta come up with like some kind of system because I'm getting in trouble. They're putting me in jail. So if you have any concerns about your fallbacks or entry into my membership, my community, just please reach out to my DMs and I'll try my best to get back to you. If I can't let you in, at the very least, I'll give you my communication. I'll let you know what's going on. I'm active all the time. So right now, you don't need to be interviewed to get into the community. It is an open invitation to everybody in this space with me right now. So as long as you have a blue tick, okay? And if you have a blue tick, I'll let you. authenticity and community, and we're flying around with projects like we've been in a lot of different spaces. We're trying to collaborate and cross-pollinate, and more of that is just spreading that meat culture across the ecosystem. So when you see that chicken in the shades, that cool chicken, that's the flock, that's chicken chickens, guys. So it's just more than just a meme, it's a movement, right? So appreciate y'all. Yeah, do we appreciate you even more? With that being said, guys, go show Chubby Chicken some love. I see him at 4.9K. If you get him to 5K within the next 10 minutes, I'll give away $5 with this one to one of you guys and the listeners. Definitely go over there, show him some love. And let's get on with our next speaker. We also have one case of purple pill. Good shit, guys. Go in there. Let's go. And people Max Cannon. I'm gonna give you guys some shout-outs. The rule is, remember I shout out, you have to go in there and camp on their profile, go in there, like all their posts, give them a follow. Pretty sure they're gonna follow you back. They're absolutely crying. We got Don, we got Gino, we got Mike, we got Don again, we got Shibu. We got Shibu again, we got Winnie Berry, we got Krista, we got Web3 Mint, we got Glitch Girl. Not too sure what Glitch Girl is posted down there. That looks just a little inappropriate. I'm just kidding. I think that's AI. Maybe. Yeah, it's gotta be AI. We got Modu Abata. We got Yomi. We got ELA. We got 4K. We got Ben. Benzadzine Day Dude. We got BB. Sorry, what's your name? I tried my best. So some people's names are just impossible. We got AID, and then we also have Naya. Those are the people actively engaging in the purple pill. The rule is, guys, like I said, go down there. Remember what I said, drop them a follow. Like everyone's comment, you're coming, it's like drop them a follow back. If you guys don't know how this works, go right to the bottom of the page, start following everybody from the bottom. Everybody we have underneath the speakers is people that you probably already follow. So if you're looking to connect with more people, go to the very bottom, start going to the bottom, all the way up. We do have some more speakers up here, so we're going to get going right away. We have Kelvin. We have 45 seconds. What's going on this morning? My name is Kelvin. I'm a content writer, just creating content for my favorite projects. So what I do is just I'm on this space to pick new friends, people to talk. This absolute beast for coming up here and showing some love. He's actually grinding me down that purple pill. I keep seeing it a lot. Actively replying, actively engaging. You guys definitely go connect with him if you have the chance. If you cannot follow any more people right now, definitely keep his name on there for 24 hours. We got my boy Rabbi up here now, though. He's done rugging. He's ready to give you guys all the alpha. If you guys want to know,
100% Casey, do you mind if I share my project and then potentially give some alpha? Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you don't know who I am, you will. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline or a time capsule of human accomplishment. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going to go viral soon, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream. I'm not live on two. I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day from 360 degrees. You can view my life. I even have a ceiling cam. In addition, you should see my pinned post. I have a link there to all my YouTube streams. Additionally, I have a link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody else is going to dare you to look at their link tree, but I do. I want you to see how much social media I have. I have more social media than anyone on earth. I have more content than anyone on earth. Additionally, there's a link there to my Discord. It's discord.me/Rabbi. I'd be happy to speak with you 24 hours a day. Additionally, you should know I am an advocate to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the life straw system and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land. If you're a reply guy, if you are a Web3 marketer, if you are a shiller or a raider, and you want free coaching, if you want a free mentor, if you want a free friend, I'm your person. Send me a follow. I'll be sure to follow you back. I want you to know that my DMs are open. I have a proven track record of success both in my professional life and in social media, and I want you to be able to glean some of the knowledge that I have for you. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both professionally and personally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to share. And here's a little bit of alpha. With anyone who wants to make more money on social media, you all do. You're all Web3 marketers. You're all community managers. You're all moderators. Everybody wants to make more money. So here's the plan. First thing that you do, you can send me a DM. You can join my Discord. I'm going to send you a message with the top 30 types of social media that are available to you. They're all make you money, and I only want to give you money in the future. So what you're going to do is you're going to create social media accounts on all of the major platforms, including, you have Twitter, but YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, everything from Blue Sky to Rumble, and everything in between. Once you have these created, what we're going to do is we're going to populate those social media accounts using something known as Sora 2, which is ChatGPT's video generator. We're going to create short, easy, simple videos that are going to promote you and what you do, whether it is social media promotion or moderation or graphic design, whatever it is you want to do. Then what we're going to do is we're going to optimize your profile. We're going to optimize your profile picture so that it's attractive to clients. Then what we're going to do, I'm going to teach you how to make memes, and not just make them, but also market yourself with them, so that when you are making a meme, people think that it's the creative mind behind it is you when they see that your handle or your link tree is in the bottom corner, so that they know where to connect with you. Then I'm going to teach you how to clip spaces, a space such as this, where there's alpha being passed or a funny moment or something that is engaging. We're going to make sure that you are able to capture that. We're going to have you tag the host, tag the speakers. We're going to teach you how to use hashtags to be able to maximize your opportunities. Then I'm going to teach you how to get your shill down, how to get your elevator speech down, how to get your pitch down. I want you to be able to have a 30-second elevator pitch, a 60-second elevator pitch, and a 3-minute elevator pitch. Many times people come up here and they say GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the audience, GM to the speakers, how is everybody? And that's fine. At least you're getting your name out there and you're telling people what you're doing. But I want you to be able to go to anybody's space and say, GM everyone, my name is XYZ, and I am the best marketer in Web3, and here's why. All of my competition is going to be a reply guy. All of my competition is going to make a GM comment on you, all of my competition is going to like your post and they're going to repost it. But that's where their job ends, and it's where mine begins. Of course, I'm going to do all of those things for you, but even better. And I'm going to take your content and I'm going to post it across all of my different social media. I have over 30 different accounts. I'm going to make sure that I make Reddit posts about your project. I'm going to make sure that I make TikToks of your project. I'm going to make sure I make Instagram reels on your project so that you get 30 times more DMs. You're going to get 30 times more people who are aping into your project, 30 times more people buying your NFT, 30 times more people buying into your crypto, 30 times more impressions. And here's the kicker, I'm going to do it for the exact same price as my competition. I'm 30 times better. I have a proven track record of success. I get word of mouth business. You are going to be a repeat customer of mine. We are going to have a long lasting relationship. When you're able to market yourself that way, you are going to have more business than you know what to do with. And then you're going to be able to have your teammates and other employees. And essentially, you're going to be an one stop shop for social media marketing. That's what I want to teach you how to do. Basically, I analogize it like this. Social media and whatever you're doing, marketing, it's like digging for gold. And right now, you all are digging for gold, perhaps with one shovel, which is Twitter, one social media platform. I want you to have 30 different tools, 30 different social media platforms. That's 30 different shovels. It'll make you a much more efficient social media marketer, and it's going to make you more money in the end. And that's what my goal is, and that's what your goal should be as well. And with that, thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Rabbi, it sounds like you have a lot of work coming out for you.
That's good. I like work.
I'm just saying. It sounds like you need all the help you can get. So, if you'd like, you can put in a request for my community, where you get access to over 250 verified professionals who are also fast and responsive in their DMs as well too. So, if you want to check it out, just feel free to head over to my community page and request it.
I just did. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Penn Island.
No problem. It was my pleasure, Rabbi. That was fire. Yes, always a pleasure, my guy. Real quick before we go to our next speaker, I just wanted to say you guys have an extra 10 minutes to go over Chubby Chicken's profile and hit the follow button. Once he hits 5K followers, we'll be giving away some salami. So go over there, tap in with him, engage with his post, drop him a follow. He's at 4.9K. I'm not sure the exact number, but he's People should follow you. And you say something like, I'm currently shot about it. We understand everybody has been in that position of being shot about. This is the best way to do this, like, communicate. I go through the space, I look at even some people's picture, they provide picture catch my attention, and I go and I start engaging even when I don't know. So we all can do that. Don't wait for someone to follow you and then you promise to follow back. Go get some people in the space. Just go voluntarily to their page, engage them. Just wait for people to engage you. We are going to make it the world. We are here. And back to my work, you can drop me from the speaker session, but I'm still with you guys. We haven't connected yet. So if there's my follow, brother, anybody else up here, make sure you guys are following me and the other also do follow that, right? If you guys want to come up here and speak, make sure you have follow as well. And with that being said, also follow Chubby Chickens. We are so close to 5K followers, and we're giving away some spot right here on this space. Let's get another speaker up here. I haven't heard from Max yet, brother. What is up, Max? How are you doing today? Max, are you here? I think you will. Max, if you can hear me, bro, I'm going to bring it back up when you're ready to speak. You got to make some room for some speakers. Rachel, no offense, I'm going to bring you down to her spoken. I appreciate everyone who's choosing to love Rachel and her post. Bowman, are you ready to speak in? Yeah, Bowman's actively reminding you absolutely is before I move on this week. Now make sure you guys are showing absolutely tons of love to him if you want him down in your post every time being that reply guy. Absolute beast. Thank you for coming over. And Nathan, you've been up here for a little while. Nathan, you have 45 seconds. Thank you much. I just thought personally, let's talk about holiday. We are here for the chance for trying to set a new standard, basically take back our ownership of all of our crypto. Because evidently we can't make a win in the space right now. Everywhere you look around you is going down, right? So right now that's the best thing we're trying to do is help out all the new guys that get crypto. So just learn how to DC, how to hold your bag, and now teach yourself how to make your way up. You know what I'm saying? So right now it's all 5 days, and that's what we're space. But I'm good, I can't say I'm not good. You sound good. Why don't you actually like that good? Why? Yo, like, I'm in between. I'm in between good and not good. When you are in the middle, of feeling good and not feeling good, that's exactly where I am. Like, in the middle. What has brought you to this feeling? Is this shared? I'm not in the middle. Like, to the extent, like, yes, I have not made any post to share post, nothing at all. Like, I don't even feel like posting anything. I don't even feel like posting anything. Like, I just want to open spaces to speak with people so that I can cheer myself up and get out of this particular sick head stuff. So, that's why I'm speaking to people. I think I wish you guys the program that might end up making any post today, but you're gonna regret that. Make that new post right now. Do not postpone and hesitate on that. Do not just think on it. You're gonna regret that after like the end of the day. You're gonna curse and give yourself backwards and effort because you didn't do that. Do it right now and the third you had. Let me drop it down here. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't feel like it at all. Like, yeah, I see it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try and do it. But, well, I only want to see one GM post for one day. Let me see what actually happens when I'm going to go to jail. Let me see what will happen. Let me see. So, yeah, I see, I've been coming across Rabbi for a while now. Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, bro. Like, I've been coming across this nigga for a while. Like, what is this crazy? Welcome to this place, Rabbi. What's good?
GM, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Nug. When possible, do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
You've been riding so hard, bro. I'm missing you everywhere. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your kindness and your kind words. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've Hey, I'm, this is the biggest event in global history, and here is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person, and I'm going to go viral soon. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I want you to have generational wealth and most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're going to ever find on the internet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on more than 20 YouTube streams simultaneously, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life from 360 degrees. If you look at my pinned profile post, you will find a link to all of my YouTube streams. Additionally, you're going to find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person on the internet. I have more content than any person on the internet. It will take you years to just go through one of my accounts. You should know as well, you're going to find a link to my Discord there. I'm live 24/7. Additionally, I want you to know that I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a shiller or a raider and you want to make more money, send me a DM, send me a follow. I'll follow you right back. I have a proven strategy that will work for you, and it's 100% free. I'm never going to ask you for any money. I just want to make you more money, and hopefully, in the not too distant future, be able to just give you money. More than anything, though, I want you to know that I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share.
Oh, that was amazing, bro. Thank you so much. That was a mic drop. That was a mic drop. I heard the mic drop. Yo, I saw you like, I was like, you said, yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in and then sharing that was class. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have it seen this guy, Rabbi, and he sometimes he speaks a lot about things that normally I wouldn't think about, bro. Like a whole lot of actors, bro. Yo, I don't know what's totally was talking about. Dinosaurs, something that leads to something like that. Like
Absolutely. It's known as de extinction technology.
yo, yeah, exactly. So it was mind blowing, bro, to see the extent of knowledge this guy has, bro. Like even other things. Yeah, happy to have you here as well. So you guys have heard it. You can DM him and then check out what he's got going on. If it does something you could collaborate with, make sure you reach out to him. You can collaborate with him. If it's something that suits your personality, your reputation as well, the space of your brand, you can work with him. So thank you so much, Rabbi, for tuning in this Sunday morning. I don't know your time zone, but this is morning over here. This is West African time. Yeah. So Rabbi, do you have anything for Rabbi? Nothing for now. I'm just having my bread and cheese breakfast. I don't have anything signed up. All right. Thank you so much, bro. Let me quickly hear from Daniel. Daniel, what's good for you? GM, everybody in the house. GM, Xavier, our host. GM, Mr. Nogue, Priceless. GM to you and Passenger. GM to you, my bro. Well, it's morning hours. This is how we do it. You see your pals having a good time. You join them, you vibe with them. That's the culture in Web3. So yes, we have the Web3 chill and shield followers and out for money. But I personally come over the mic session so I can spill out my mind and give out the 2 cents that I got for all of you here. I know it's already out there on the TL. It might not be a new update for most of you, but to some of the people, I believe it's going to be a new update here. Many have not checked out what my then is currently building, but yes, I'm coming up to speak on behalf of them on this space. My then is the age blockchain, and they are coming up with a new kind of narrative in the Web3 ecosystem. So yes, I'm a core believer of what the whole thing is building. So I feel since it is an alpha and shield space, I should talk about what I'm currently exploring. So you guys can also know that yes, something is happening here, and their mission is expanding, and they are targeting 2026 to be.
You could also just create a new Google account in Google Play and use a USA VPN. I know this works, comma. We just have to figure it out how to get it to work for you, comma, because the person who created these videos in this YouTube account is from Nigeria. $755. That's great. Road to 1,000. Two X thought. Why should I two X thought? It's like double thought. That hoe over there. That's what that's for. That's that hoe over there. Over here, baby. I'm double that. Whatever that hoe over there is doing, I'm doing double that. That's hilarious shit. Look at this. This is on. Yo, oh, you fucked up. At this point, unless you appeal, appeal, dog. If you appeal, I'll let you back. I'll let you talk again.
doesn't have a respect for certain things. So the Gemara says you can't do any late Zara except for Avodah Zarah. You want to make fun of Avodah Zarah, you can do whatever you want. The Siv, Gemara goes to the pasuk Kara Bal, Keres Nebal. Karu Yakdol Lo Yochlu Milei Tmaso Siv. Zibur la'agalos b'zayin, yazuru shachim shomron, ki aval alav imo ukmarab alav yaziru al kvodo, yigala mimenu. Artis mitzvodo ela t'vedo. I just wanted to bring this raya over here, which is how many Pesachim by Avodah Zarah, that seem to make like loose vowel references by Avodah Zarah. So why? That's what you can have this kind of by Avodah Zarah. Or you can read stuff like it said, the Asma Yosifu Machto, the Yasu Lahem, Masecha Mikaspa, Kisvu Nasam Atzavim. So I'll say, my Kisvu Nasam Atzavim. What does that mean? That little bit again, we'll say, so little bit again, Kisvu Nasam means in their form, Atzavim are idols. The Ramein of us listen to this, the Ramein Shakol Echad, the Echad, also the Musliya, so Umanichu the Kisa. That says, just to appreciate how much people love to have all the Zarah. And what would they do? Every person who worships idolatry, he would make a little idol. You know, he'd make like a little pestle. Like he'd make a little pestle, he'd make a little idol. Because you don't want to have just like, you know, the one in the front door, like that's like a big zara. You want to have something that you can take with you. And they made a little idol, and they would keep it inside of their pocket. And what happened? Well, it's still until Keiko. Then every once in a while they take it out, and the Chapka, they would hug it, and the Nashtra, they would kiss it. Let's say, you know, like the Mishnah of it says, Eizu Chacham Avodim Yikalah. Right? Who is wise? One was able to learn from every individual. Let's say there's something to be learned even from Obdi Avodah Zarah. Even from Obdi Avodah Zarah. That you see how much Obdi Avodah Zarah loves his Avodah Zarah. You have to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu at least as much, if not more. So to take out their idol, and they hug it and they kiss it, that's the blessing of the Zarah. What time are you leaving? Now, okay. All right, good. We're almost there. So the Gemara says again, that's how much they would love, right? Yakin Kala is Lamala Minasa. Is today President's Day? There's no traffic. Fine. So we're going to do what? No traffic. Is your first one? It's like this. Mikey says something good. So much says like Bishash is over. We told him very good. So the Gemara says, "My Zoke Adam Adolin." What does it mean when it says literally again? Those Zoke Adam Adolin, those who literally again. Now since we'll see how to read this passage, but Zoke Adam, men who serve or men who offer up the Adolin, right? The calves, kiss them. What does this mean? This is very interesting. I'm going to be spoke to Rabbi Ami. Shem Shasi Avodah Zarah. Let's listen to this. The people, the Avodah Zarah clergy were very smart. They say, right? Everybody has to follow this. Right? It doesn't matter what denomination of clergy you are. Everybody has to follow this. So the Avodah Zarah clergy, they had this great idea. What they do? Notes the name of Ali Moment. So they would go ahead and they would identify who are the Kvirim. Who's the Kvir? Who are the rich guys? Right in the community. Listen to this. They would starve the calves. They wouldn't feed the calves. So what would happen? Then they would make a picture of the Kvirim and they would put it by the trough. That the cat, right? So they would give the calves a little bit to eat. And when the calves are a little bit eager, they would come to the trough. And in the trough, what would the calves see? A picture of the Kvir. So they associated the picture of the Kvir with food. Okay? Then what would happen? The clergy, right, the Avodah Zarah, would then let the calves loose. So what happened? That when the calves were set free, who would they run to? They'd run to the Kvirim, to the rich guys. And then what happened? Like the priests of the Avodah Zarah would take to the Kvirim, by the way, the calves of the Avodah Zarah. So what would the priest say? They say, oh, you see, the Avodah Zarah loves you. Look, he's coming up to you. Nestling. Good. Right, nestling. Right? Either. Nestling and nuzzling. Right. Next to you. So you see Mamish the Avodah Zarah next to you. Avodah Zarah loves you. Right? Yavo b'yizbach atzmo lo. And when the Avodah Zarah loves you so much, there's only one thing you should do, which is offer yourself up to the Avodah Zarah. Now, of course, what happens after they engage in self-sacrifice? Who owns their property? The Avodah Zarah. So the clergy of the Avodah Zarah are very sneaky in this way. This was the way that they appropriated the assets of rich people. It's incredible. But then it shouldn't say the people who serve will kiss the calves. Rather, it should say the calves will kiss the people who will offer themselves up. Rather, what should we have? See, in the work of Avodah Zarah, the highest level of worship was to offer up one's child. If you would be willing to offer up your child to the Avodah Zarah, that was like Kodesh Kadosh. Like that ultimately again showed that you were really committed to the Avodah Zarah. So if you were willing to offer up your child, so the priests of the Avodah Zarah would say to you, "Come, you can now come and kiss the idol." It's such a warped sense of things. We're going to end off with this piece, but the Gemara ends off by talking about the different types of Avodah Zarah. Their Avodah Zarah was called Sukkos Benos or Sukkos Benos. Mind you, what was it? Tarnagolas, chicken. What was a chicken? That was the Avodah Zarah. The Anshe Kus Oslas Nardal. What was Nardal? Mind you, Tarnagol, a rooster. Okay? The Anshe Chamos Oslas Ashima. The Anshe Chamos, they worship Ashima. What was Ashima? Mind you, Parfa Karfa, a goat. A goat. The Ovim Oslas Nafton Vestarte, what did they worship? Mind you, Teleb the Chomer, a dog and a donkey. Right? The Hasafrovim. Sorting is the name, as we were saying by Ish, La'adar Melech, Va'an Melech. And the Safrovim, they would burn their children, they would offer up their children as sacrifices to Adar Melech and An Melech. Who's Adar Melech and An Melech? What is that? So, Elohei, Safrovim, reminding you, HaPeret HaSus. So this refers to the donkey or the mule and the horse. Adar Melech, so we'll say, by the way, so ultimately again, why is the donkey called Adar Melech? The Adar Melech because it ingratiates itself to its master because it carries stuff. The An Melech, what's An Melech? The Ani Leila Marei, the Kirba. Ultimately again, that it's helpful to its master. Ultimately again, the Kirba, because ultimately it goes ahead and carries it. Incredible. Yes, it goes Rashi says the An Leila Marei. Of course, it's interestingly enough, a donkey ingratiates itself ultimately again to its master, Adar Melech, right? Why? Because it carries, and An Melech, it answers the call of its master ultimately again because it carries the master. Afkiskiyah, Melech Yehuda, Bikesh Aviv Lasos Lokaim. So let's remember again, we learned about Hiskiah Melech not so long ago. Right? Hiskiah Melech again was one of the righteous kings of Klal Yisrael, but his father Achaz was a tremendous Russian Obed Avodah Zarah. Achaz was such a Russian, I will say, just so you understand, Achaz was ready to worship, to offer up his son Hiskiah as a carbon. Now, listen, you have to understand, you could be an Obed Avodah Zarah, all you want. But the myself, the ability it's like to be so utter in Avodah Zarah that literally, again, you're willing to go ahead and offer up your son as a carbon is like a different level. Commitment. It is commitment, right? So Achaz was ready to offer up his son Hiskiah, ultimately again as carbon to Avodah Zarah. So you must see what happens. How does it? Elo shesakto imo salamandra. His mother smeared him with salamandra blood. So salamandra apparently is this type of creature that the blood of it is what's the word? Fire retardant, right? Fireproof. Right? So if you smear it on you, the fire doesn't have any levels of impact ultimately again on you. So his mother smeared him with the salamandra, and ultimately again it went ahead and saved him from the fire. So what's that? So we'll stop over for today. This is how it is. Just want to point out, we're stopping with Hiskiah Melech Yehuda, and Meretz Hashem again. We're ending up with Malchus Yisrael, and now with Israel last tomorrow, we're going to end up with the Kislat Eretz. That was it. We just ended off with Eretz Yisrael, and then Meretz will say next stop, Eretz Yisrael. Shkar will say.
Yeah, some people just called me a ranking a long time ago, and I think it just stuck, How do you get that nickname? They had a
character that was on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, and I think I look like that guy. What the fuck's his name? Alright, so let's say good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking our sponsor for this morning's shir to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey 5785, the Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year, and his chesed b'soros levels for all of them. So we hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah, in Eretz Hashem, all the Hasid should come home and our holy soldiers should be successful. L'chol ma'asei yedeihem. Well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Beis 62, and we are going to pick up on Samech Beis Amud Aleph 62a. We're going to pick up 2, 4, 5 lines down from the top. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Tani Rabbi Zakkai Kamed Rabbi Yochanan. So we're going to very interesting, a couple of interesting suggestions that we have in front of us today. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says as follows. So Tani Rabbi Zakkai Kamed Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Zakkai taught the following halacha before Rabbi Yochanan. Listen to this. Zidea v'kitar v'nisech v'shtacha v'behelanachas. Okay, so interesting avodah zarah case. So let's say someone goes ahead and worships an idol, and the way he worships it is zidea means again offered up a carbon, slaughtered a carbon. Kitar, Torres, offered incense. Nisech, wine libations. Hishtachava, and he bowed. Now he did all of these things behelam echad. So in other words, he did all of these things in one lapse of awareness. Now we're going to talk about exactly. That is one doozy of a lapse, right? But again, we'll talk about exactly what that means. A lapse of awareness. Lapse of awareness of what? We'll get into that. But the point over here is that halacha l'maisa. That he's doing all of these things in this one moment. So multiple acts of avodah zarah. Thank you so much. Multiple acts of avodah zarah within one hell. So the Gemara says, "Inu chayiv ala achas." So the halacha is he's only chayiv once. So the chayiv once. So again, it's important to get the names down over here. So this is Rabbi Zakkai saying over to Rabbi Yochanan. So the halacha is he did all of these things only chayiv once. So Amalei, Tani Lebra. This is interesting. So Rabbi Zakkai says to Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan essentially says to him, get that out of the base message. Right? In other words, don't even tell me that. Get that statement out of the base message. Rabbi Abba, how do Rabbi Zakkai? I'm going to say the Gemara says it's okay. Obviously, so remember, so Rabbi Yochanan did not take kindly to this particular statement. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Abba, how do Rabbi Zakkai? Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Nosson. This statement of Rabbi Zakkai is in fact a machlokes between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Nosson. What's the machlokes? The Sanyo Havara Lalavitas. This is actually very interesting. Oh, okay. Shalom Aleichem, coming out to yourself. I see Rachel Moshe David over here. Oh, and there, ask you, okay, Richard, Baruch Hashem, it's nice coming to yourself. Turning Chevra, learning Chevra. Okay, beautiful. Shalom Aleichem, everyone. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Beautiful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. And have a great time. Enjoy. Beautiful. All right, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara wants to suggest that the statement of Rabbi Yochanan the statement of Rabbi Zakkai is in fact the machlokes. What's the machlokes? The sanya. So say this is one of the most esoteric machlokes that we have in Hilchos Shabbos. We've seen it multiple times, and it's good to just see it once more. The sanya. Habar lavitzas. Well, here's what we know. Hilchos Shabbos. Where do we learn Hilchos Shabbos? Where's Hilchos Shabbos going from? Where's it learning from? Juxtaposition to the Mishkan. Now remember, interestingly enough, however, the Torah does go out of its way to say, the Torah does say, do not kindle a fire in your home on Motzei Shabbos. That's fine, Motzei Shabbos. You can kindle a home in your fire on Motzei Shabbos. Go, please. Go for that. In other words, do not kindle a fire in your home on Shabbos. So the shaila is like this. The general shaila is, why does the Torah feel the need to single out Havara for Shabbos? In other words, remember, had the Torah remained silent, I would have said that just like fire was part of the process of the Mishkan, the Sotah Locha L'Maisa, You can't kindle a fire in your home on Shabbos. Why does the Torah feel the need to single out Havara? So this is a fundamental machlokas. So the Gemara says, "Design your Havara, the Lav Yotzas Rabbi Yossi." Rabbi Yossi says Havara was singled out. Interestingly enough, to teach you that whereas every other Shabbos transgression is punishable by death, if you go ahead and you kindle a fire, that is quote unquote only punishable by a lav. In other words, that the reason it's singled out is to create diminished liability. That's the understanding of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says no. L'chalik yatsa. No, Rabbi Yossi says like this. Rabbi Yossi says l'chalik yatsa means the salsa to teach you that there is individual liability for every Shabbos. Is like one lump of violation, right? One island of violation, and therefore, no matter what you're doing for Shabbos, no matter how many transgressions you go ahead and you engage in halacha l'maisa, there's only one liability. The Torah singles out Havara to teach us that halacha l'maisa, you are chayiv for each and every malacha that one performs. That's the chalik yatzasa. So now, what does that have to do with what we're talking about over here? So the Gemara says, "L'man damar Havara l'lav yatzasa." So listen to this. According to the opinion that says that Havara was singled out, that whereas every other Shabbos transgression carries a death penalty, Havara only carries a lav. So we'll say what? Ishtachava nami l'lav yatsa. I will say that interestingly enough, there's a fascinating parallel here between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. Because on one hand, the Torah tells us you can't worship Avodah Zarah, yet the Torah also singles out prostration, bowing down to Avodah Zarah. So once again, why single out prostration? Why single it out? So the Gemara says, "L'man damar Havara l'lav yatzasa." So according to the opinion that says that Havara was singled out in order to make one chayiv for a lav, ishtachava nami l'lav yatsa. So to prostration, right? Prostration, bowing down to an idol, was also singled out to say that what? That whereas normally worship of Avodah Zarah carries the death penalty, but prostration, bowing down, is only a lav. Okay. According to the opinion that said no, Havara was singled out in order to create individual liability for each and every malacha. He'll say that what? So prostration was also singled out in order to go ahead and create individuated liability. Now listen, I'm bringing a wise support for us because how did this whole Gemara start? The whole Gemara started with Rabbi giving over a ruling before Rabbi Yochanan. What was the ruling? That if a person went ahead and offered up a slaughtered and sprinkled and libationized, right, and did all of these different things and bowed down to an idol, the hell of method in one lapse, he's chayiv achos, he's chayiv once. So we're trying to figure out now. Obviously, and Rabbi Yochanan did not take kindly to that. We're trying to figure out over here what exactly is it that is unfolding. So let's give Rabbi Yossi. So you are suggesting maybe halacha l'maisa, that statement itself of Rabbi Zakkai is subject to machlokas. In other words, just like Shabbos, you have one malacha that was singled out. Why was the malacha singled out? Rabbi Yossi says, in order to teach you that it's only a lav, whereas everything else is punishable by death. Rabbi Nassim was singled out to teach you that you're chayiv for each and every malacha individually. So too, let's say the same approach applies by Avodah Zarah. Why was prostration singled out? Why was it singled out? According to one opinion, in order to teach that maybe whereas everything else in Avodah Zarah is punishable by death, prostration is punishable by a lav. Second opinion, no, to teach you that there's individual liability for each and every act of Avodah Zarah worship. So the says, one second, let's come to Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi Hassam. So first of all, Rabbi Yossi comes along and says, maybe not. Maybe you can't actually align these things. Why not? Dilma, ad kamo Rabbi Yossi Hassam, havar l'lav yatzasa, dinaf galei chilik malachos, me'achos mehina. So the says, first of all, maybe Rabbi Yossi only holds that Havara is different. Like that by Hilchos Shabbos, when the Torah singles out Havara, kindling, then Halacha L'maisa is coming to single it out for a lot. Because remember again, by Shabbos you have another pasuk. The pasuk that we're going to quote over here says, Daber al b'nei Yisrael lemar, nefesh kitechta b'shgaga mikol mitzvos Hashem asher lo sa'asena, va'asa me'achos mehina. So the Torah is literally talking about again carbonic liability. Carbon chasos, right? And Halacha L'maisa says if a person performs me'achos Mehina. Now we're going to see that phrase as an interesting one because the way it translates is me'achos, from one, Mehina, from these. From one, from these. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Because chilik malachos, like, it could be that Rabbi Yossi holds that Havara is singled out for a lot of purposes because he learns out chilik malachos. He learns out the idea that every malacha is reckoned separately from a different source, namely from that phrase me'achos mehina. The sanya, so here we go, second white line, the sanya. Rabbi Yossi says va'asa me'achos mehina. When the pasuk says, and he will perform. So this is about the violator. The person who's violating the halacha, he performs va'asa me'achos mehina. He does one of these things. This is actually very interesting. We'll say sometimes you're only chayiv once for multiple acts of liability. And sometimes you're chayiv multiple times for each and every act of liability. So again, this is a bit of a strange statement. So sometimes you could perform multiple acts and only be chayiv once. And sometimes you could perform multiple acts and be liable for each individual one. Okay, we'll define what that is. From Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says, my time is Rabbi Yossi. Where does Rabbi Yossi get this from? Where does Rabbi Yossi get this from? Tiksiv, the asa me'achos mehina. Because the Torah is speaking about liability. It says the person will perform one, me'achos, from one, mehina, from these. Interestingly enough, the juxtaposition of those two words, achos is singular, hina is plural. So now watch this. Achos, so the Gemara says, achos me'achos, hina mehina. So sometimes again, there's individual liability, achos me'achos. Sometimes it is collective liability, or I should say multiple levels of liability, hina mehina. And then achos, shehi hina, mehina, shehi achos. And sometimes again on both sides. There's one act that could create multiple layers of liability, and sometimes there are multiple acts that only result in one level of liability. So you must, for example, let's put the meat on the bones with this. So the Gemara says achos. So what would it be an example ultimately again of? Will be an example ultimately again of regular liability. So the Gemara says achos, Shimon. So for example, I will say halacha again. One example would be Shimon, right? Shimon. Now what does it mean, Shimon? Okay, what is it? For example, Shabbos, a person goes ahead and writes Shimon. So that's going to help, right? Remember again, one of the 39 malachos is writing, so you go ahead and you write the name Shimon. Okay. Me'achos. What does it mean, me'achos? What would be an example of like a derivative malacha from that? Shem Yishimon. Let's say you instead of writing the name Shimon, you write Shin Mem. Shin Mem. Everyone said we know that for Hilchos Shabbos purposes, right? One of the 39 malachos ultimately is kosef, is writing. How do you violate the malacha of ksiva? 2 letters. So that's an example. Just again, so the malacha would be writing Shimon. What would be an example of me'ach? So for example, so again, just see what's happening over here. The Gemara is actually in the pasuk. So let's say again for Shabbos violation, me'achos. How do you violate Shabbos? But again, how does the person violate Shabbos? Me'achos. You write the name Shimon. Right? Achos would be Shimon. Me'achos. What would be a derivative of that? So Shem Yishimon. You just write Shemen. Hina refers to avos. Mehina refers to toldos. Most of again in local Shabbos, you have the avos, which are what we call the primary categories of halacha. Those are the ones actually done in the Mishkan. Then you have the toldos, which are the derivative malachos. Achos, shehi, hina. So there was an example of achos, that is, hina, was an example of one act, which could result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zodon Shabbos, B'shigagas malachos. So let's say this is interesting. So Zodon Shabbos, what does this mean? I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know that all of these acts that I'm engaging in are malachos. Right? So I know that today is Shabbos, But what did I do? I figured, let's have a Shabbos. I shecht the cow. I didn't know that shechita was a malacha. Then I go out and I cook a piece of meat. I didn't know that kindling the fire was a malacha. So I know that it's Shabbos. So we'll say, what's halacha in that case? There's individual liability for each and everything that I do. Right? So interestingly enough, there's, so to speak, so I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know all of the malachas. There's individual liabilities. Zadon Shabbos shigdas malachos. Enoshi achos will be an example of multiple acts with individual liability. Shigdas Shabbos v'zadon malachos. So we'll say, however, so interestingly enough, if I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know that malachos are aser, I have liabilities for every malacha that I perform. On the other hand, if halacha ma'aseh shigdas Shabbos, right, again, that I don't know that it's Shabbos, v'zadon malachos, and ultimately, again, I am intentional about malachos. So that's enoshi achos. That would be, again, singular liability. So we'll say, so remember again, that's because you hear the difference over here. When I know that it's Shabbos, then again, it's okay. Every malacha that I perform is its own shogeg, and therefore generates its own liability. When I don't even know that it's Shabbos, right, and then I perform all of these malachas, my issue is not with malacha. What's my issue? Shabbos. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, as much as I've done multiple acts, there is singular liability for failure to know that it's Shabbos. Okay, interesting. Aval haka, so now remember again, we're not learning about Shabbos. What are we learning? We're learning about the Zara. Right, because remember again, how did this whole thing start? Remember, just to keep in mind our initial conversation. Rabbi came before Rabbi Yochanan. What Rabbi said? The first performs all of these acts of worship of Avodah Zarah, the Helam Hafad, in one lapse. He's only chayiv once. So remember, again, we're trying to figure out why that is and what exactly is the case. Avahacha, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, even Avahacha, to lo nafka lechilik malachos, v'yuch ta'achis. So remember again, let's say by Avodah Zarah, we don't have another source to teach us that halacha l'maisa, there is liability for each act of worship. The kule alma hishtachava l'chalik yatsa. When the Torah singles out hishtachava, prostration is only singled out. Why? In order to create individuated liability. The halacha l'maisa, again, there is liability for each and every act of prostration. If that's the case, the Gemara says, "Chilik melachos da'avodas kochavim nami tepo play me'achas me'ina." So the Gemara says, "1 second, why not? Why can't you use the same pasuk that we just quoted before for avodah zarah? Chilik melachos da'avodas kochavim nami." Like, go ahead and learn out chilik melachos. And let's see what that means. Is learn out that each act of avodah zarah worship, one is going to be liable for that. From avodas kochavim, from avodah zarah, learn out sefer play. So, for example, let's say same pasuk, achas mehena, achas zvicha, me'achas zvicha. So, for example, what would be achas? What would be a singular act of avodah zarah worship? Shechting an animal for avodah zarah. What's me'achas? What would be a derivative after that? Shechting one simon. Now, what's the Gemara is making a suggestion over here? Remember again, Allah for shechita normally requires the cutting of both simanim, the windpipe and the esophagus. So let's say achos is the actual shechita. Me'achos would be cutting one of the simanim. Siman echad heina is avos. Therefore, some primary categories: zibuach, kikur, nisuk, ishtachava. So again, primary ways to worship avodah zarah. For example, slaughtering incense, burning incense, like wine libation, consecration, meheina, which is derivative. What does that refer to? Meheina told us, shavar makel lefanel. For example, if you broke a stick in front of the avodah zarah, let's say, now breaking a stick, what does that mean? Let's say you have a particular type of avodah zarah where the way that you worship it is to break a stick. Okay, if that's the way you worship it, then that's the way you worship it. So nice again, even though normally one would not be liable for that form of worship, but if halacha l'maisa, that is how the particular idol is worshipped, and there is liability for that. Achos she'heina. Also, what's an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability? For example, so we'll say that would be an example of, let's say again, I know avodah zarah is asur, but I don't know that all of these different things are problematic forms of worship. So for example, I know that I'm not allowed to worship avodah zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down to it. offer up a carbon to it, give incense. So I didn't know all of these things. I committed all of these acts. So I'll say, what's the halacha? There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew Avodah Zarah was also. What didn't I know? I didn't know like technical logistical information. Okay, so you're chayiv. It's shogeg, Gabi. So all this is shogeg. I'm chayiv for each and every act. So that would be the case of achos. In other words, there's achos shehena. So one act or one situation which results in multiple layers of liability. Next, ena shi achos. So there won't be an example of multiple acts only result in one level of liability. Shigagas avodas kochavim bizadon avodas. That became the most of where I didn't know that this thing wasn't avodah zarah, right? But I did all of these acts with intentionality. So again, in that case, there's multiple acts, but only one level of liability. Because halacha l'maaseh, I didn't know that it was an avodah zarah. Okay, so Gemara says, by the way, hi shigagas avodas kochavim hechidam. So this is a great question. I think this part comes back to yesterday's time. Gemara says, tell me what it means to mistakenly worship avodah zarah. Just explain that one to me. Right? How did you slip? What exactly happened over here? So Gemara says, listen to this. And most since yesterday's daf we have this. Ikasaver b'sakna says to dishtachavelo. So I'll say if you thought that the structure you were bowing down to was a shul, right? And what happened? And you write it. That's not even a shogeg avodah, right? In other words, let's say which statement is so profound. Just so you understand, number one, the Gemara is whoever heard of bowing down to a shul, the covers. If you are obligated to have towards a Beis HaKnesses, like the cover that we're obligated to have towards the shul. Like the shul, a mikdash ma'at, is the home of the Ribono Shel Olam, and how we are obligated to treat it with respect and with reverence and with love. It's fascinating. I've never heard of bowing down to a shul. What is that? And obviously, we don't bow down to a shul, but it's interesting that the Gemara understands this as well. If you thought it was a shul, and therefore you bow down, as if that's a normal thing to do. So again, we see this all the time in Gemara. How teach us such profound yisodos, such profound yisodos. Just again in the give and take of the Gemara. So the other piece over here also is the Gemara says, if you thought it was a shul, you bow down to it. Hare libo l'shamayim. Your heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say that phrase. If at the end of the day, when your children or friends or whoever's going to deliver your eulogy, if they could say that phrase about us, that this was a person whose libo was l'shamayim, his heart belonged to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If after 120 they could say that about you, that is a life well lived. That you learn Torah, anybody can learn Torah. That you gave tzedakah, if you have it, you're going to give it. You did chesed, it's beautiful and fulfilling, and it's shtickle self-serving to give chesed. It feels so good to do it. What's the true metric of spiritual success? A person who lives a life where his heart belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. Rachmana liba boy. What HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is not our bodies. He doesn't just want our mechanistic activities. He wants our heart. He wants our heart. So you can say, Hare libo l'shamayim. Imagine, HaKadosh Baruch Hu could say that about me. If my family could say that about me after 120. Hare libo, my heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, you obviously have to bring the rest of your body along with your heart as well. Like it doesn't make it. You're not allowed to say the alarm went off in the morning. My heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? My body is going to belong to the bed, right? But my heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, you need the body to follow the heart. But I will say that sometimes, we get so lost in all of the mechanistic details that we forget that as important as the details are not the ends. The details are the means to bring my heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ella, so what's the case? Ella b'chaza andarta b'sagilei. What's the case? The case where I saw a statue of the king. So statue again. What did I do? I bowed down to it. So the Gemara says, if you kabli alei, one second. If you bow down to a statue because you thought that it was a god, that's avodah zarah. So what are we talking about over here? If you did not accept it as a deity, then ultimately again there's nothing to talk about. Ella me'avo mihira. Once again, rather, you remember again, this was yesterday's fact. Rather, why did I bow down to the statue? Out of fear or love for a person. Nothing to do with the statue. Look at the statue. What's remember, I always was example of yesterday's daf. Come on. This is why, by the way, that, let's say, you ever wonder, the Megillah says, the Mordechai, lo koreh mishtachada. Mordechai didn't bow down, which tells you everyone else was bowing down, including the Rabbanim, including the Talmidei Chachamim. How were they able to do it? It wasn't avodah zarah. That was the whole time. They were doing it ultimately again because they were scared of Haman. They were doing it out of respect or reverence to Haman, or fear of Haman. It wasn't avodah zarah. That's why, again, remember, because Megillah records that there was such an animosity between Mordechai and the other Rabbanim. Because the other Rabbanim thought that Mordechai was a rabble-rouser. They thought he was a troublemaker. What are you doing? Just bow down. Everyone else is bowing down. Why do you got to be the guy who doesn't bow down? But it's not about the Zorah. But bowing down out of coveting the year, this is not theological. This is not theological at all. This is just about playing the game of politics. So the Gemara says follows. So now one second. So according to Abaye, that says that if you bow down to a statue out of Avon, you're chayiv. But Rabbi says that it's potter. So what is there to say? So the Gemara says, Ella ba'omer mutter. Interestingly enough, that Rabbi will say, what's the case? The case is where a person says it's mutter to worship avodah zarah. Omer mutter, Rashi says over here, it's 5 lines up from the bottom, Ella ba'omer mutter, kasavra ein avodas kochavim b'torah. They'll say, the person says, there's no prohibition of avodah zarah in the Torah. He Mamish thinks that. That's what happens when you don't pay attention to shir. In other words, literally again, there's no Omer mutter. It's mutter. Don't say, by the way, I just want to point out, lest you think that this is so crazy. Right? Because all of us tend to do this in some area of Yiddishkeit. Right? Omer mutter. I said it's mutter. I bet it's not. But I said it is. It's powerful, right? It's powerful. Right? We are powerful people. Omer mutter. I said that it's mutter. He said, and by the way, he said it times, and you say convincingly enough, something amazing happens, which is you actually begin to believe it. Right? We're able to live. One of the interesting things in part of this program does is the ability to live with cognitive dissonance. I can create alternative realities, and when you live them and reinforce them for long enough, they actually become endless. So the Gemara says, "Oh my mother," guy says, "Avodah zarah is mutter." I didn't know. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, now if you can tell me Omer mutter is potter, so interestingly enough, this helps me resolve another case. What's the other case? Let's say a guy didn't know about avodah zarah and he didn't know about any of the accompanying modes of worship. What's the halacha? So it appears that ultimately, again, he would only be chayiv once. So the Gemara says, So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, no chayiv alachos. Holo kasha. V'tivshot, enoch in should be a question to resolve it. Now 1 second, let's go back for a second. We're dashing achas mehina to apply to avodah zarah. But can you really go ahead and dash in these psukim to apply to avodah zarah? Diluhacha ksiv the Mashiach par. Diluhacha ksiv the Mashiach par. Ubenasi seir ubiyachiv kivsa usira. As well as again, all of these different levels of liability. You have the par coin Mashiach, which is a par. The offering, the guilt offering, if the nasi rules erroneously. Right, that's a seer, and for an individual, it's a kivso seer. Either by idolatry, ultimately, again, by avodas zarah, we'll say the Gemara taught that halach l'maisa, the offers up a seer like the individual. Okay, so the Gemara says. Rashi points out over Vilu ba'avodas kochavim tanya le'el v'shavin Rabbi v'chachamim shekay Mashiach v'seir kiyachim. Gemara says, and Gemara concludes this discussion. V'su lo mibi. There's nothing more to discuss. regarding this particular topic. Now look at the last Rashi of that. So bottom line, the Gemara says over here is that interestingly enough, there is a similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What's the similarity? Which of us said, by the way, the similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah actually is quite perfectly. Whoever is Makal Shabbos, it's as if he is worshiping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. That without that, there is no belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The primary essence of the Ribono Shel Olam is as a historical and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the day that solidifies that, right? We abstain from creative activity in order to yield that creative baton to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, failure to observe Shabbos is tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah. The Gemara takes that comparison a step further, just to teach us, although it's from two different sources, that just like Shabbos, the Torah goes out and singles out kindling in order to show you that there's individual liability for every act of Chol Shabbos. So to the Torah singles out prostration by Avodah Zarah to teach us that there's individual level of liability for every act of worship of Avodah Zarah. Okay, so the Gemara says, "Ki Azar Shmuel Vayid Amar." So say, "Amar Beis." Homer b'Shabbos b'Shabbos. Homer b'Shabbos b'Shabbos. Let's listen to this. There's a chumrah that Shabbos has over other mitzvahs, and there is a chumrah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Chomer b'Shabbos. What's the chumrah of Shabbos? 3 lines down on 62b. 7 days, 11 days. Chomer b'Shabbos. Shabbos also. So now we'll read this, but then we're going to define our terms in a little bit. Shabbos, if you committed 2 malachos, be'elam echad. Now what does that mean? 2 malachos in 1 lapse. In 1 lapse. Now again, we'll have to discuss exactly what kind of lapse we are talking about over here. What's the lapse? Now the kastos, but it sounds like, well, we'll discuss. So us is kind of halacha. If you went ahead and you did 2 malachos in 1 lapse of awareness, you are chayiv for each individual malacha. So again, there's a lapse. Good. You might say, now that is not true by other mitzvahs. Apparently by other mitzvahs, if a person commits 2 transgressions, let's say in 1 lapse of awareness, you're only going to be chayiv once. Okay, now let's analyze. On the other hand, other mitzvahs have liability over Shabbos. How so? So the Shar mitzvahs, when it comes to other mitzvahs, Shagag, below Miskavein, Chayiv, this is very interesting. If you accidentally perform a malacha or an avera without kavanah, you are going to be chayiv. Masha'in came to Shabbos. This is not true by Shabbos. Now, I was saying that this is very interesting. So I will say, it's not just what I introduced you. We were just talking about Tzilat before, but this refers to this asset. We're going to see about say when it comes to accidental violation of the law, the 2 different ways that could occur. There's typical shogeg. Now, what's typical shogeg? Typical shogeg is, for example, let's say Hilchos Shabbos. I know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that turning on a light was awesome. For example, right? So I know that it's Shabbos. I'm shogeg. There's another thing called misasek. Misasek means I am involved in a totally different act. I actually can't get familiar with that. And as a result of that act, something prohibited occurs. Meaning, whereas if you take a look at the light case, right? I had kavanah to turn on the light. Right? What was my mistake? I didn't know you're not allowed to do that on Shabbos. That was my mistake. So again, there was kavanah for the act, but just lack of awareness for what it is I was doing. This asik, as we'll see in just a moment, means I didn't have kavanah to do anything wrong. It just happened to be, as a result of what I was doing, something else occurred which was prohibited. So now, we'll come back to it in just a moment. We'll go back. So there's a chumrah. There's a chumrah of other mitzvahs over Shabbos, and that's why. Shebishar mitzvahs, shagag, below miskavein chayiv. Ultimately, again, if you go and you do a shogeg without kavanah you're chayiv, masha'in came to Shabbos. By Shabbos, if there's no kavanah for the act, you're not chayiv, right? So if you do an act without any level of intention, Shabbos causes intentionality. So by other mitzvahs, if you perform an aveira even without intentionality, you're going to be chayiv. By Shabbos, you're only chayiv with intentionality. Let's analyze this. So the Gemara says, for example, Amar Mar, let's now dissect this. Amar Mar, Chomer b'Shabbos. What's the Chomer of Shabbos? Shabbos also Shabbos. Remember again, what did we just say? On Shabbos, if you perform two malachas, b'ha'el lamechad, in one last, then what's the halacha? You're chayiv for each and every malacha. Okay, so the Gemara says like this. What's the case? This is fascinating. Okay, so let's say on Shabbos, maybe you went ahead and you violated Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you harvested and you ground the wheat, right? So those are two different malachas, harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people will do anything that's very short on time, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest and you grind up the wheat. So two different malachas. The Kabbalah Gabi Shani says, so what will be a comparison, let's say, out of Shabbos? What will be a comparison? For example, the Achal Chaleb Kedam. So let's say again, the parallel case would be, you ate forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so just like by Shabbos, Sira and Tequila, two malachas, you're doing those things in one lap. So to you eating forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says, I don't know. In both those cases, it makes sense that you're equal by blood. I was supposed to remember again. The Gemara said before, that Shabbos has a chumrah over other averos. How so? Or other mitzvahs. That by Shabbos, if you perform two acts in one lap, you're chayiv twice, whereas for other averos, you only be chayiv once. The Gemara says that's not true. By Shabbos, let's say I go and I do zira and techina in one lapse. Okay, so the parallel case would be I eat blood and chaylev in one lapse. So by Shabbos it should be chayiv twice. But if you eat blood and fat, so we'll say what's the halacha? You should also be chayiv twice. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, Allah is good. You got to shine mitzvahs that you know chayiv Allah achas maybe done. What would be a parallel case by other mitzvahs that you would only be chayiv once? What would be this? The Gemara says the achal chaylev and chaylev. Oh, interesting. So where I eat two of chaylev in one lapse of awareness. Can't get enough of that feeling. Right? So once I saw that, I eat two chaylev in one lapse of awareness. So apparently in that case, you only be chayiv once. The Kabbalah Gabi Shabbos the other zero. So by Shabbos, if you were to perform two acts of harvesting, right? Harvesting one and then go back and harvesting two, that there would be dual liability for that. I don't understand. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. By Shabbos also, if you were to do two acts of harvesting, right? Quick repetition of each other, the helen part, you'd also only be chayiv once. The item of the Amrla, Puk, in the Brach. Now, by the way, this is why you see that Rabbi Yochanan told Rav Zakkai to get this teaching out of him, right? That in other words, he didn't like this memory. He did not feel that this actually made any sense. You must understand, nice push up. What's the problem over here? Zobal, the Olam, able to put the other to Casino, Masha'inki, Mishan. So let's find the original case. The case in Hilchos Shabbos, where if you perform two acts in one helam, that there's dual liability. What's the case? Like we said before, on Shabbos morning, I harvest the wheat and I grind it. Right? Two malachas. Now again, all of this is in one lapse. What's the lapse? I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I did not know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I'm harvesting, I'm grinding, so it's going to be dual liability. Okay, so now, what would be the corresponding case? Let's say by another Aveira, where in one lapse, two acts only results in singular liability. What would be that case? Hashem gave Shabbos says, Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami said, Zibear, Jar, Denisik, Behelam Echad, Eno, Hayim, Ella Achad. Okay, there it is. Rabbi Ami says, if you slaughter, right, things to offer incense, right, offer libation, you do all of these things, these are all in one wrap of awareness. What's halacha? You only chai once. You only chai once. They will say, what do you think? It's the contract. So by Hilchos Shabbos, if you perform multiple halachas in one last awareness, you chai points. On the other hand, by Avodah Zarah, if halacha l'maisa you perform multiple acts of worship in one lap, you're only chai once. To which the Gemara says, Roma took one about what was to come. No, you can't set yourself without Avodah Zarah. Why not? You turn his seatbelt, just look at the end of the Brisa. All of the Shabbos, right? So we'll say, so that's the chumrah of Shabbos over other mitzvahs. That's the Gemara suggesting. What was the end of the Brisa? The other Brisa was that there's a chumrah of Shabbos. Of Shabbos over Shabbos household. So the Shabbos says, Shadar, Kolom is Chavein, Chayiv. Let's listen to this. Remember again, by other mitzvahs, if you perform an accidental act even without kavanah, there's liability. However, again, Shadar, Kolom is Chavein, by Shabbos, remember again, by Shabbos, what was the halacha? If you do shogeg without kavanah, you're patur. Right? Shabbos requires kavanah. Remember, 1 second. Shogeg Kolom is Chavein, what is shogeg below kavanah? What is that case? What's a case of accidental avodah zarah without kavanah? What's the liability for that? Here we go once again. If I bowed down to a building and I thought the building was a shul, right? But it turned out that it was really avodah zarah. That's not avodah zarah at all. Why? Because as we said before, again, my intentions are pure. My intentions are absolutely pure. Elo dahabi and darka, rather, what's the case? The case is where I bow down to a statue. If I'm bowing down to the statue as a god, Mesitu, then again, that's amazing. But if I do not accept it as a god, then lo klumri. Then I will say it's nothing. Then the Mace is absolutely nothing. Ella, rather, what's the case? The case we must be talking about over here is where I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm bowing down to it ultimately again out of love or fear for a particular individual. So once again, so that makes sense, right? Rabbi says that there's liability for such an act. Or according to Rabbi who says that your potter, what is there to say? Rather, I will say, what's the case? The case ultimately, again, is where the person thinks that it is mutter to worship idolatry. That's the case. So we'll say, interestingly, so apparently Omer Mutter will create some level of liability by Avodah Zarah, but ultimately, again, by Shabbos would be Pater Legami. Now, again, we'll see if that's true. That's true. That's Shalom. So remember, up until this point, Rabbi. So up until this point, Rabbi was only asking Rabbi Nachman about Helam Zevazeh. In other words, there was a lapse of awareness on both areas. As I was saying, just to be clear, the question of liability was always a very simple question. Are you going to be tied once, or are you going to be tied multiple times? That was the question. No one says, or I should say, asks really his question. Is there anyone who says that there is complete liability, complete exemption? Is there anyone who said that you're totally covered for anything? To which the Gemara says, why not? My question, Doma the Olam Nocha, Reisha Ba'avodas Kochavim, the safe of the Shanis. They were saying the following. Reisha is talking about Avodah Zarah. The safe is talking about other mitzvahs. How so? The Shagad below the Skabim. What are you talking about over here? Talking about a case of an accidental commission of an Aveira without Kavanah. Now watch this. The Kasavar, what would be an example of that? For example, what would be an example by a general Aveira of Shogeg without Kavanah? See, here it is. Roku, Ubalo. So what's it? There happens to be a piece of chilib in my mouth. I forgot that there's chilib in my mouth. I just think it's saliva. So what do? I swallow it. So it was a typical shogeg case is where I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's asur. This case is a little bit different. In this case over here, I don't even have kavanah for the act of eating Right? In other words, it's one thing to have kavanah to be able to be informed. I think that's something. In this case over here, I have something in my mouth. I forgot that it was illegal. I just thought it was upset saliva, so I swallow it. So there I will say, there's not even kavanah. There's not even kavanah. That's shagat below his cabin. You can suffer roku bolo. I will say, nehalocha l'maisa. You're chayiv in that case. Chayiv in that case. So remember, you're creating a contrast between Shabbos and Shara Averos. So by other Averos, I will say, even if you have absolutely no kavanah for the commission of the Avera, but you do it, there's liability. I forgot that there's scaling in my mouth. I thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. I have absolutely no kavanah for any food of consumption. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says Masha'ichin b'Shabbos. The pater. So we'll say Shabbos is going to be pater. If you don't have kavanah for the act by Shabbos, you're pater. Why not? The Gemara says, for example, Shiniskavi lahagbias atolush v'chatak es hamechuber. Pater. Was this not any case? Let's say on Shabbos, I go out with a cucumber on the ground. So I want to take a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that cucumber is detached. Because it's detached, therefore I get it's mutter for use. It turns out I pick it up, and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the malachos. So I will say, interestingly enough, on Shabbos you are pater. You are pater for that. Now why? So I will say, because we're going to see, the Gemara says, Kud Rav Nachman Amar Shmuel. Because Rav Nachman Amar, HaMis'asik bechalavim u'ba'arayos chayiv shifrin nega. Because listen to this, Misasek. Remember again, what's Misasek? Misasek means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibited. For example, by the Chaylev case, what we just saw, this piece of Chaylev in my mouth, I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva, I swallowed it. That's the case of Misasek. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted, but it turns out to be something prohibited. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by arayos, by immorality. Right? So this is an interesting one. Right? Where again, I have kavanah to do something permitted, but it turns out that something prohibited happens. So for example, let's say Ruvain is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel, but it turns out in some confluence of events that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister. He slipped, right? So I might say again, but his kavanah is some type of mistake occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not at all his intentions. There was no intentionality of this. Interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. Like people say that all the time. So I might say that, but in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife. Through some confluence of events, he ended up having relations with the wrong woman. I don't know how exactly he's going to explain that to his wife. Right? But for myself, that's not our problem for today. Right? So again, by all other averos, lack of intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, by Shabbos, Meleches Machshavas Asrato. We'll say when it comes to Shabbos requires Meleches Machshavas. Meleches Machshavas means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. Absolute exemption. That's why when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber was detached, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just plucked it out of the ground, there's no liability for that because you need Meleches Machshavas. So we'll say, so interesting, so we'll have to stop over here for today. What it turns out is halacha l'maisa, these fascinating distinctions. First of all, the one thing that you do have commonality about is that there is individuated liability, just like the Shabbos. You also have that by Avodah Zarah. Which the difference between and again, same thing by Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is that you can be chayiv for multiple hours individuated liability. An interesting distinction, however, is by all other averos, I will say, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is there liability. I was going to start for today. Let's say our Yarki Kal is leaving for Eretz Yisrael and Eretz Hashem this afternoon. The flight is tonight, so I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. But the shir will go on, so we'll be broadcasting the shir back here. And thank Avi Fogel, who's going to be taking over our technology logistics over here, while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the shir is going to be broadcast here every day. Eretz Hashem, it's not Shabbos, but we'll still keep going strong in Eretz Hashem. Two chavras, one here, one Eretz Halavai. We'll all be Zochah Eretz Hashem to join together to share Eretz Yisrael the Karev.
Papa Wood goes to have a Super Mario bag, though. Oh, yeah. And a Ninja Turtles hat. I can see it. Oh, yeah, you're right. These are all Papa things. This might just be a guy that's like Papa. Yeah, true. What's the other comment? I was expecting a naked dick. So you're saying it's pretty. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay, anything you have to say about any sponsorship, any of those great things I need to
just one of the gals.
Certified friends.
Tom Hardy.
That's it. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the Citizen family for sponsoring the annual Talmud Torah, which is for the elbows for Amisrael.
Tom Hardy, wow, he was paid. Remember when he was ripped and he broke Batman's back?
What we had,
You better be careful because you know what dickly girl talking about 8 inches. Lawsuits from British Shaw. Oh, true, yeah, that's true. That is a weighted litigation. 300 pages, lots of lawyers. Joe Rogan's trying to steal his bits. But he's going to ask those girls to lock him to his trucks.
So, brief reminder.
And then he'll have to sue them.
One of the statements we make in the morning, Yimaligo Shatorani directions for Rabbi Shalom Davar Shahaya B'Klal. The Yatsa B'Klal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al Atzma Yatsa, Elo L'Lamed Al Kol HaKlal Kula Yatsa. In other words, for example, the Torah is warning us that when it comes to Voda Zorah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Voda Zorah Zvicha is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Voda Zorah. Now, what happens if that specific force or deity or that Voda Zorah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere in the West Coast and find an Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to shecht an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, it's still a violation. So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act as part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship it for, clearly we understand that that's a violation. But what happens if it's the zvicha, the slaughter of such an Avodah Zarah? So the Torah tells us, listen, don't do it, even if it's not the way that force is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go ahead and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beit HaMikdash. So, zvicha, kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha, zrika, any one of the 4 services that are done inside of the Beit HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions 1. So how do we include 4? It was Haya B'Klal, right? It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the world of all 4 services done in the Beit HaMikdash. Fine. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf, what Rava Bar Rav Chanan is going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishtachaveh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is lelamed to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan person, avodah zarah, even if it is not the way that specific avodah zarah is worshipped, even if it's not done in English, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the ishtachava is the issue. And you wonder, wait a second, okay, interesting question, Rav Baruch Hanan. But if so, why mention, what is the term mention Zvicharo? So we had in the top, the bottom of Samach on the base, and now in the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is mechashmin me'avoda le'avoda. In other words, we find by Kachim that there's a thing called machshavas pigul. So in a couple of years, we get this rocking, and one of the sugis we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and shecht an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or sprinkling the blood, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood outside of the Zamigdash. So the sugyas we're going to be discussing with each year are known as the sugyas of Masech, of Machshavas Pigul. Okay, a thought that's appropriate. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach Beis. Hashochet behema. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. Lizro damo la'avodas kacham. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of machashvin ma'avoda la'avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here. In other words, my shchita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shecht, that the sprinkling or the haktor or the offering of the limbs should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, Hashem behema lizok dam b'lavodas kachadi. Ma'after chelva to offer the fats for avodas kachadi. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that too is considered a violation, and the Shlokish top of Samach Aleph Omar Muteret. And what the Gemara discusses is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rabbi Baruch Hanan is telling us, that perhaps Ishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped in that way. And we work with that approach. We ask, but wait a second, what is the word? What is the teaching of Lo Tzizbach teach us? Maybe Lo Tzizbach is to teach us that what? That mechashvin ma'avoda la'avoda. That even if I do not have an intention to be able to have an azor with the shchita, but when I have in mind to perform either the zrika or the haktorah, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, by everything we look at well according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by kachim, we know that mechashvin is me'avoda la'avoda. So you don't need a verse when it comes to avodah zarah to warn us, because if by kachim, it's in the base hamikdash, the concept of mechashvin me'avoda la'avoda is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in avodah zarah. But according to Rish Lakish, that when it comes to the Beis Hamikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word Zinicha by avodah zarah is to teach you that mechashvin la'avoda and by pro, and you need a verse. Now, what the Gemara now from last people of Papa says, the truth is you got it wrong with Papa claims. Because what was going to tell us, Rabbi Yochanan lo by pro, you're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from Kachim, from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. Akan lo ka'at Rabbi Yochanan, because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by Shechita to be effective, right, even if it relates to a future service, Rabbi Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited, or the animal. But he's not talking about the person. He doesn't get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because, according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachim. That's not true, because in Kachim, it's talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person. Okay, but also across the universe, to state that the person who goes ahead and performs Avodah Zarah with the machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves the death penalty. And certainly the question could be asked the other way around. And according to Shlokish Mitzvah, you told me that, well, from Shlokish we might read the verse. But that's actually not so. Because Shlokish, even though by Kachim, Shlokish holds that a machshava from Avodah to Avodah is not effective. Shlokish only talked about the behemoth, about the animal. Avodah, but he would agree that a Gabra bar kapla. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that Shlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which during Shechita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do you ever find such a thing that a person doesn't have Avodah Zarah, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited? You find that? Well, we do actually. The first about to a mountain, what do we learn? Below Elohim, that we are told that Yisrael, that all the pagan nations bow to mountains, and the Gemara doctrines that although, right, if Avodah Zarah was placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person, the prohibition of Avodah Zarah gets, the kafla gets the death penalty, but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what do you see? That it is the death penalty, even the item is liquor. So when the Rishonim says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during Shechita for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when he said mutter, he's talking about the item. So therefore, or mutar, gets the side, obviously, the great side. So that's what we are told. Here we go. You remember Rava bar Rav Hanan. So Rava bar Rav Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us lo tishtachaveh, it means to teach us that any honorable act performed to an Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rabbi Baruch believes, proclaimed. So says Rabbi Mevitin Ravina, wait a second. Based on what this Rabbi Baruch tells us, Rabbi Baruch Rabbi, and what did he say there? Of course, remind us. Maybe Shtachava is Lelamed ala Klal Kulo. The name Shtachava is to teach us regarding all service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when we get there, it's Yisrael, don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, how are these pagan nations worshiping their gods, and I should do this so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that we should know, it's a major problem if we start researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah is telling us? That the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship it is by defecating. So therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship or virtual worship Marculus, right? They would worship the Mercury. So the way it was done was by throwing stones. So obviously the Torah is telling us that the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by the cult, right? By those of the Avodah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rabbi that any act is included, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to that Ishtachava, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Ishtachava, Yosa, in a Klal Ulamed, Allah Klal Kula Yosa. So why does the Torah have to warn us specifically that you should not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the containment, if you're going to claim, that seems to exclude Hapoel, Atzma, Lizavtim, but imagine having a more normal mainstream Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that for us. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity, so therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included, because it has to be Ishtachavo, which is honorable. But Ishtachavo nafka, my Ishtachavo derech tzibur, Hakol derech kibur. In other words, if you look at Ishtachavo itself, Ishtachavo teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Ishtachavo is Yosam and Aklal Lamed, it's coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Ishtachavo its own teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi Baruch, the Torah tells us, you know, it could be Ela, Lenevite, Hapor, Atzmo, and Malchus. In other words, imagine having a Avodah Zarah, that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Mercury was worshipped by throwing stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, I've called Israel to perhaps any Israel. In other words, if Marcus is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, Kamash Moa, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Now comes the following question. How do Omar Abelot? What tells us, Minayin, how do we know? Lizoveach behemon the Marcus. So again, Marcus, Martin, if you in Spanish, Wednesday, right? Is the Merculus, right? Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in these pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself was Wednesday. It seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marcus. The Marcus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, you throw stones. The person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them. I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So you know, says Rabbi Locher, how do you know that he's chayav? How do you know he's chayav? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of Avodah Zarah that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never keep yourself away from minimum practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering zivchei l'sidurim. But listen carefully to the language. The Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a shechita, a slaughter. And what the Rebbe tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a person to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah that is the norm is to shech animals to it. I don't need a person to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that? I don't read a verse that if it is the norm, that the Torah warns us not to do it. Because because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and wish it's the way they do it, and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the Rabbi supposed to teach you? The Torah is warning you that even if it's not the norm, meaning even if that's not the way they worship, still it's now, but the problem is, Rabbi Lazar, if you're telling me that word Rabbi was to teach us that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah, but according to Rabbi Baruch again, one more claims that the word Ishtachavo teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand this need of Rabbi Lazar if Rabbi Baruch is correct? So your answer is an interesting answer here that holds some that the warning there below Yisrael, that we are told you should not do to any Avodah Zarah, even if it's not the norm, there's no Be'ach Lahakis. So it seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan for, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Comes Rabbi Lazar and tells her, don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto as a child after the war. He was hid in France in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as getting angry with your Avodah Zarah and refusing it if you want to break it because you don't want to mess up things for the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we were talking about. That there was some form of anger towards this Avodah Zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to Tzvika, it's a cultural, significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit so here we go. So here's the story. Rav Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with a question here that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and a Mishnah later on in a couple of daf. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand you're Avodah Zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be over Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation or not? Just making a statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some of Zayin, some of Chat, seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? There's a contradiction, so we're going to have Rav Hamnuna, Rav Yosef, Rabbi, Rabbeinu, Rav Ashi, Rav, all the great Amorai addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Hamnuna, here kids were went to. So Nebuch, his oxen went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rav Hamnuna do? He goes looking for his oxen. So Koban and Rabbi, as he's making his rounds, he was unique, he meets Rabbi. So Rabbi asks him a question. Let's analyze these things first, and there seems to be a contradiction. Maybe the Gemara is telling us that, when you read something, your mind is occupied. It seems to be that these great people, even when their mind is occupied looking for their keys before that in little apple fog, right, they were still able to be involved in the Torah. Now, here we go, ready for the contradiction. Our Mishnah says, Ha'oved avodas kochotim. Okay? What's the violation? Oved in. If you actually worship the Avodah Zarah. Omer, it says I'm planning to, not no. So our Mishnah seems to say in Amira, just the statement, not an issue. So look at the Mishnah later on. No, it's not in the later Mishnah. Omer, if a person says, I'm planning to worship an Avodah Zarah. I'm planning to go and do Neilach V'Navro if I go with the group. And all that is included in the violation. It's the statement. Statement is a problem, not a problem. So Ramana says, Omar, listen, the way I understand our Mishnah that there's no violation of just a statement. The Omer Eini Mikablo Olai Elabavoda. In other words, when is it that a statement is not an issue, or the statement is not a violation? Obviously, that is a lie. Obviously, it's prohibited. But when is it that a statement on its own is not one that is worthy of a death penalty? When I clarify that I'm not planning to complete that service until I actually do it. Okay? That's how Rabbi Lin understands it. Rabbi Yosef, Omar, come on. Rabbi Yosef claims, Tanoi, Shokla, Smile, More. In other words, I'm going to go through the Mishnah. The book is a very school. Okay? Tanoi, the Tanya, where's your machlokes Tanoi? Haomer, Bo Vavduli. So we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, throughout history, people have been worshipped. Humans have been worshipped. So the person gets up and says, come worship me. Rameir L'chayev. Okay, that's it. You basically declared in Avodah Zarah. She made a statement. Chayev. It seems to be Rameir's of the opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Rav Yehuda says, Potter. Okay, now. If people actually worship this individual, there's no dispute. And the way we learn, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol. Right? Don't make a human being into a god. It's something that we have to be very careful within our culture, where the Baruch Hashem are taught to respect great rabbinic leaders, but we have to always be careful not to cross that line. To go ahead and worship a human being, because the Torah tells us, to make a human into a vessel. So again, Rabbi don't disagree when it comes to actually worshiping a human being. We have a major problem. But it seems to be that if I just said Bo'u ve'avduni, Rameir holds Amira L'chayev. Rabbi Yehuda says Potter. So therefore, Rabbi Yehuda is claiming that the contradiction between the two Mishayos, what seems to indicate an Amira is not yet in Avodah Zarah. The second one, which seems to indicate an Amira is Avodah Zarah. Okay? Now, he previous words of dispute with Dibur Ba'alma, just with speech. Rameir said that Dibur Amir Sohi, Rameir Odiak, speech is an issue. And Rabbi Yehuda saw Dibur Amir Sohi. So Rabbi Yosef tells us this is how we solve the problem. We have the Rabbi Amir approach, we have Rabbi Yosef approach, but who's going to go ahead and challenge Rabbi Yosef's opinion? Rabbi Yosef himself. And he's going to say, no. Hadar, Omar, Rabbi Yosef, Lav Yosef, what I said is just simply not a fact. Why? I have no meaning to that Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that even with speech only a person is chayav. The time Rabbi Yehuda is encouraging others and some kind of a pagan force of Avodah Zarah. Achi Omar Evod Elef Vevod Nelef V'Navod. In other words, there's an agreement that speech could be a complete violation. Okay, so therefore my answer is no good. Now, and if you have to wait a second, so what is their dispute? Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda disagree about a person getting up and saying, worship me. And Rabbi Yehuda seems to say that it is not yet a violation. Well, here it's unique because it's a person. They might come into you. The Mesis La'atzma, when someone is going inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant, inspire others to worship himself. Now, sorry, right? I'm a higher entity. Please worship me. And everyone says, yeah. How do you understand the im? And there is the dispute. Mar Sovar. Opinion number one is Mesis La'atzma Shmili. Yeah, they do the im the Ka'amar Lekushto. In other words, yes. And that's the problem. That as soon as they say yes, it's a commitment and it's an Avodah Zarah because everyone agrees that speech is an issue. But why would someone say that? Perhaps not Umar Sovar, on the other hand, Rabbi holds, Macy slash Maloshniel, people go to him. When a person gets up and says, worship me, what are they going to say? Yes, sir. Okay, fine, go flat kite, who are you? Because Neymar Amri, what people say, human nature, my not human, no, what is he different than me? Now, he's a human, I'm a human, right? Why should I worship him? Like, not you, on the day, we know you done. So why do they say yes? the answer is we're going to worship you, right? That's what they'll basically say. So therefore, Rabbi holds, in other words, Rabbi in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, it is included. Is there regarding the person is different because they're thinking to themselves, he's a nut. I worship a human, I'm a human as well. So how do we do with our Mishnah? Bottom line is, Rabbi Yosef just got rid of his own answer. We still have a contradiction. We had Rabbi Nunes before. What about Rabbi Yosef? Well, my solution is different. So there we go. Kan b'yochid anisef, kan b'rabi manisotim. So the difference that's going to be presented now is the difference between individuals being approached and multitudes. What's the difference? We say the following. Yochid, if one individual is approached and says, he develops a relationship with his guru, and he tells him to go ahead and worship some pork, once he says, I'm going to do it, human nature is one in there. He's not going to back up. He's talking about straight. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. But Rabbi, when it's a group, we assume that among them, one of them is going to start questioning it. And therefore, Rabbi, even with the statement of a commitment, it's not yet enough of the Zorah, mean what because we're going to start asking one another, wait a second, what does this guy want? Is he normal? Like, does anyone know if he knows what he's talking about? So therefore, odds are, immediately they're going to rethink it, the local Batsray, and therefore, that's where Rabbi Yosef, that's how we have an answer to deal with the contradiction between the two Mishnayos. Now, there's a truthful, that's why Rabbi Yosef, we not know, like a pivot, the faith. Look at the language of the Torah. It's only singular. Lo savalo v'lo tishma elor. Ha'ava v'shama chaya. In other words, it's in the singular. That by just listening, but in the singular, it's a group. The whole system is different. So if Rabbi Yosef says someone who's going to question him, obviously it's Abaye, you don't need to do you're different. The Nisas, the Rabbi, the Nisas, the Rabbi, there's really a difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else or the individual. That's how look at this, look at the Bible. Kiyah sisaka achika, Gerineko, Echad, Yochid, Anisas, Rabbi Manisos, the Bryce is no different. So, the Bryce tells us there's no difference between the individual and the masses. Now, there are differences between a Yochid, the Avodah Zarah, and a group which we call the Irani Daka. There are differences, and that's going to be spelled out now. But when it comes to a commitment, he does not agree with Rabbi Yosef's outlook that the difference that speech is an issue only towards an individual, but towards the masses. There's no such source for it, argues Rabbi. Now, the difference between Yochid and Rabbi is there are rules that relate specifically to the individual. The Rabbi Mechlai Yochid, and there are laws that relate specifically to the masses and not the individual. And what are they? Yochid, he gets a more severe punishment, right? He gets the skila, and the Rahakal Mamona, because when the individuals are Avodah Zarah, yes, you kill him. But nevertheless, when it comes to the property, it's not destroyed, but on the other hand, the Irani Dachas, it gets a less severe punishment of size. What happens to all the property in the Irani Dachas? The thing is destroyed. Rabbi Mechlai Yochid, the Hakal, the punishment is not as severe. So it comes down to Rabbi, look at this right there. It is only regarding that which is spelled out, the shani, the president. They are the same. So, Rabbi Yosef, your answer to deal with these Mishnayos simply doesn't work. Kan b'nisus mefi atzmo, kan b'nisus mefi atzmo. Or by others. Explains. Mefi atzmo, the person, people have often they're back and forth. Therefore, mefi Atzma, he himself is expressing, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and worship. I give it a look. Like I saw online that people, their life was changed by traveling to the Far East. I'm going to go ahead and go to Thailand and be inspired. Yes, Manula, he changes mind. People are back and forth. You want to make sure such that the others are the ones that say, no, make your way there. The speech itself locks it in. Gloria Basrayu. So here's my suggestion. The difference is not like Rabbi, not like Rabbi said, but rather it depends on what was linked, what started the process. If it comes from a person himself, speech is not going to change your mind. When from others, unfortunately, is not sitting. Rabbi, like if we look at it, Lay Sa'ava Lo. Velo Sishma Lo. Okay? However, the Shema to another person, the language is quite simple in the Torah. Torah wants us don't tune into that person and don't hear his words. His words already are a violation. When are the words a violation? If it comes from someone else. That's about the book. Next, who else is going to deal with the contradiction between these two sides? Next authority is obviously below all my math. I do the Nisas Mepi Acherim. Both cases, right? How much do you think that you actually have to worship? The Mishnah later on would seem to say that speech itself is already a violation. Both you and others, right? Put you on that track. If you have heard. So what's the difference? Why is there one case speech already? So it goes like this. It seems to be that when someone was being hurt by someone else to be able to have a Zara, sometimes you just get a general statement, yeah, let's go worship, that force. And sometimes you get specifics. Let me tell you about that amazing Avodah Zarah, right? It'll take us a couple weeks to get there, but there's a very unique way it's served, and the blessings you receive. In other words, when you get the details, you know what happens when you start getting the details? You're locked in. So here we go. This is what it is. Hold on, Malay, Kach Sosa, Kach Mechivo, Kach Meli, all the details of what that incredible Avodah Zarah does. So then, speech itself locks it in, and therefore, the Mishnah later on tells us that just with the commitment, it's already a violation. Our Mishnah delay of Malay, where those words and the details were not presented, Kach Sosa, Kach Sosa. So this love of explanation, the detail, word itself already locks it in. Rabbi has to bring the two. Rabbi, like the two. Me'elohei ha'amin asher tzivotechem ha'korim alecha rechokim. Now, when the Torah warns us not, over and over again in the Torah, right? It seems to be able to go with this unbearable driving force. And the Torah warns us to be very careful not to be enticed by the nations that are near you, Akrovim or Rechokim. Now, obviously, questions, what does it start to spell out? Krovim, Rechokim, don't worship Avodah Zarah. So, it's a well-known statement that Metivan shall Krovim atalomed al Rechokim. In other words, usually when someone wants to inspire it to be Oived Avodah Zarah, the norm would be that we talk about some pagan force, some kind of a cult that's thousands of miles away, it takes weeks to get there, and they hear these incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what their neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what your neighbor worships is a complete waste of time. If you see that his life is a disaster, and that he's been turning to that idol for 45 years and nothing good has ever occurred. So what do? They always want to inspire you with rechokim, with those things that are very, very far. Okay? And tell us, you know what? You can figure out it's all below me. Look at the Krovim, and then you'll figure out about Rechokim, right? Look at those things that are near you. You see that they're good for nothing? The same will be regarding those legends from afar. From the goodness of those of your neighbor. You can figure out those that are far away. In other words, Just as you know, the one right next to your neighbor, you know what he buys for it every day, right? You know how much he relies, and you know every detail regarding what your neighbor does, and you know that it's worth, completely nothing. So people are hoping. So what do you see from this? That the violation of Avodah Zarah that's being spoken here about, it's with details. You know all the details of what your neighbor does, okay? My love, the Omar, obviously, you know about your neighbor, you know what he's buying for his Avodah Zarah, cut shaysa, cut metzivot, so he says, good cut meria. Shmami knows that forever that is proof that the Avodah Zarah that's being discussed. So we are told that speech itself is an issue. What are we talking about? Well, you know the details. Okay. Who's next? ROTHSCHILD Omar. ROTHSCHILD says the following: that if it's a person who's a newcomer to Avodah Zarah, and he says, yeah, I'm going to start working Avodah Zarah, speech is nothing. But if he already has a record, if he's done it already in the past, so when he says, I'm going to do so, he's not a fanatic. So therefore, ROTHSCHILD Omar, Seifa B'Yisrael Mumar, he's done it. Once he's done it, and he says, I'm planning to do it, he's going to do it, and even the speech is a violation. The last answer, Rabbi Omar, was you absolutely Rabbi says, listen, it's the structure sometimes that Mishnah start off with giving us general information if you do it. And then Mishnah 2 says, by the way, not just if you actually perform Avodah Zarah, but even if you only commit by speech, that is a violation. So Rabbi gives us the most basic upshot. So therefore, bottom line is we have Rabbi Yosef, Abaye, Rava, ROTHSCHILD, and Ravina all dealing with this question. Okay, now, next discussion, which we're going to tie in a little bit, believe it or not, into Purim. Okay, each month. A person, has to go ahead, worship Avodah Zarah, not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a love for someone and he goes ahead and acts as if he is worshiping, right? Or he does it in Europe, he fears, and this is probably more common throughout history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship some form for a children of Avodah Zarah, Europe. Is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? Right? Obviously not a good thing. Abaye, Omar Chaim, that's Avodah Zarah. Even though you're not really committing yourself and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. Rav Omar Posher. Abaye, Omar Chaim, that's halakha. You worship it. Bottom line is, what's the act? You worship, you bow to it, you designated to tell, if you stone to Marshall, you slaughter the animal, do whatever it is. Rav Omar Posher, come on. He accepted it in his heart as the event. Okay? So that's my point. Abaye, Chaim. Rava says, Posher. Okay, so here we go. Omar Abaye Mino Aminallah. Abaye said, I can prove it to you. It's not ha'oived avodas kochadim. Remember our Mishnah? The Mishnah starts saying echad echad ha'oived. Now the language of the Mishnah starts off with ha'oived avodas kochadim, oved, and then it gives details. And when you get earlier with the question, what is ha'oved? What is ha'oved if the details are given later? So Abaye wants to suggest that perhaps my love, you know what it's teaching us? Echad ha'oved, that first needs to be the case of someone that worships the force, me'ahava, due to some external love, or menura. So therefore, that's he analyzes the extra word of Amikra, and then it says, why he goes here? In other words, the ha'oved expands on its own, according to Abaye, is to teach you that even if it's me'ahava, that is included in the complete violation. What would Rabbi say? He answered that what ha'oved is telling us is that you should know, regarding that. How it's done. In other words, if it's dark of the top, in other words, if they have some odd practice, that's how you worship it. So if you perform that odd practice, even if it's not shkita, even if it's not kabbalah dam, even if it's not halakha, even if it's not Jewish, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Rabbi saw the word a daf ago, and that's and Yira is included, because that word ha'oved is specifically relating to teach you the idea that if that cult worships in a specific way, you violate Avodah Zarah by doing so. You in charge of Yira. Now, Rabbi is not over here. Rabbi Mino Lo Tishtachaveh Lohem. Okay, so the Torah warns us, we read this yesterday, not to go ahead and work about with Avodah Zarah. So we are told, Lohem Ata Mishtachaveh. Don't listen about Avodah Zarah. Aval Ata Mishtachaveh Lochodom Kiloscha. In other words, if you live in a society where you bow to people, right? You bow to people. I mean, we show we shake a hand. Recently, we did the fist. Whatever it is, every culture has their way of interacting with the world. If you live somewhere where bowing to people with the norm to show honor, it's not obviously a violation of Avodah Zarah. However, do some research before you bow to a person. Because you might think that this green light to bow to a person applies to someone that is worshipped like Haman, the Loisa of them. So, as when it comes when we were little children, we were taught that the reason Mordechai would not bow to Haman was that he had a cross, which creates the difficulty that he had a cross of the Jewish boy that was going to be born a few hundred years later. But the Medrash does say that Haman did have an Avodah Zarah on him. That's the Medrash. The Gemara seems to indicate, on the other hand, that it wasn't that he had a necklace which is this Avodah Zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here on Megillah seems to indicate. But what we are told here, you're not Mishtachaveh, you're not supposed to Mishtachaveh, the person that's never to Haman. And on the most basic reading, no one told you that you should know that the Jews violated Avodah Zarah by bowing to Haman. Now, the bowing to Haman is something that they really believed in? No, it was clearly Meira. And what is the Torah? The Gemara is using it, the Rabbi is using it as an example of a violation, even though it was Meira. So it seems to be what Abaye claims, that a person, that even if it's an Avodah Zarah, Meira is a complete violation. Okay, there are Haman Meira Havaneva, and nevertheless it is mentioned here as a complete Avodah Zarah. So how's Rabbi going to defend himself? Well, Rabbi says, no, sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All the writers are telling us that, listen, if it's a person that's worshipped, don't bow down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Meira. The Rabbi to Haman. Yeah, the example is Haman as a person. The local, but it's not a complete example. Yeah, he's the example of a person that's not what is the Torah is warning us that yes, you devout to a person if it's the way it's going on. But don't do it if it's an and a perfect example of a person who becomes like an Avodah Zarah with Haman. The like a Haman, but the example is not true regarding all details. Haman when Klal Yisrael never had to worship Haman with Meira, the Hacha, but here when that rice is held because it's a violation, Rav Meira. So Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something now on Meira, it's a complete violation. So here is his next list. Abaye, I can prove it from the time. So to understand the next proof, a brief introduction, we know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally b'shogeg. Okay? That we're familiar with. Now, there are differences if it's an individual, if it is a kohen gadol, if it's a melech, if it's a kohen. There's a lot of details that relate, but what we have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that the specific korban that is brought, and it fluctuates as well, from the ego to the she-goat to the bull, or if it's Avodah Zarah and it's a community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference, because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only with a he'elem devar, okay, he'elem devar, and one of them is a shivigas ma'isa. So two of you have to be mindful of to take a message here. Shivigas ma'isa he'elem devar, okay. Shibuya means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home, on his table, there is a piece of fat, and he thinks that it's regular too much, and he eats it, and it's cold. Shibuya mindset, okay? Shibuya mindset. Now, here's something called Alem Davar. When the matter itself was concealed from you, indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. That you, in other words, that you had a question, a halachic question. You're a scholar, you go through all, the posting, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So it's a situation where you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmud Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act. There you have a Ha'elam Davar with a Shibuya Ma'aseh. Okay? Now, for the communal korbanos that are brought, if the Sanhedrin make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first Ha'elam Davar and Shibuya Ma'aseh. Now, what about a Kohen, Kohen Mashiach, that was during the first temple period, when he became a Kohen Gadol, when he was anointed with the oil that was concealed later. So that's the word. Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we go. Kohen Mashiach, Ba'avodas Kachavim. Okay, so you either Ba'avodas Kachavim, which the korbanos are more severe, right? Rabbi says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring the unique korban, the bull, of the power Ha'elam Davar of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is Shibuya Ma'aseh action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also Ha'elam Davar. Okay? That's their disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, you shove into the Sivir of Tiyaki, they do agree that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not of a Torah, he brings the Sivir of the Shibor. The shoving and so to the degree, Shavim is not complaining that Ashur Torah is not brought. Okay. Now, what's relevant for us is, we mentioned here Shibuya Ma'aseh. What are we mentioning here? An action that was done by mistake regarding Avodas Kachavim. How do you make a mistake with Avodas Kachavim? When it comes to a product, I made a mistake, I thought it was something else. What exactly is a mistake with Avodas Kachavim? What's the scenario? It receives a shul. And in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, kasofa. He goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he says, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Next thing he knows is that the whole house is Ma'aseh Avodah. You cannot say that that's a Shibuya Ma'aseh, because worship is hard. Who is he bowing to? We don't worship shuls, by the way. But even the most beautiful shul in the world, we're worshiping the Rabbi Shalom. So obviously that cannot be a case of the Shibuya Ma'aseh. It must be. The Choza Andarka, he saw some kind of statue of the king, right? And he bowed to it. Now, that also is problematic. If you really accepted it as an entity to be worshipped, it's not a show yet. Maybe the if he did not accept this entity, it's going to Lakumi. So therefore, Abaye argues that the only scenario that could be possible, here we go. It must be Avo Mira. It's Avo Mira. In other words, he made a mistake, right? He was under from Allah or the fear of man, and he thought, what would be the mistake? He thought that it's permissible, and therefore that would be a scenario that it is a showcase. So if it would be made this rule, that would be the real Avodah Zarah. And if I have books, okay? It's talking about a person who says, no, it's not permissible. Wait a second, that's a Ha'elam Davar. That's it, that the Lord can answer that something that the Lord is going to tell us that there's a difference between and a person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will lead to that summer day. Thank you for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful day.
That's kind of crazy. That's what they're selling. I wear a rash guard for
Alright, so we'll say good morning. Today's time is 10 of 61 minutes. We're day 68. from Omer Mar.
So we still have one more clip.
So we have
Because
2,
it's
4, 6 lines up from the bottom. Our shir this month dedicated by Stevens Taken and the month of Elul. Young and Noda, it was the Elul has to learn to make an ongoing idea. Shema of Satan, Hashem. Together, follow the Shabbat. So it's a beautiful idea. Live to build on Eden, a beautiful kids. It was thinking about Omer. I used to Omer. Remember again, continuing a little bit. Remember again, introduced us to the concept that was that essentially there are 3 different categories of avodah for avodah zarah. Right? 3 different ways, 3 different categories of worship for avodah zarah. Number 1 is called normative worship, which means the both sides of normal parents which go ahead and worship the idols. Even though that manner of worship may be objectively inappropriate, like you saw by Balfour or by Margulis, if that's the way you worship the idolatry, then ultimately again that's the way you are pious. Category number 2, I will say, is objective acts of worship that are considered to be avodah zarah, even if they are not the form of worship for a particular avodah zarah. For example, ishtach haba, bowing down, offering karbanos, pouring wine, incense. Now again, as we saw in yesterday's daf, essentially anything that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash as part of avodas Hashem will be prohibited as part of avodah zarah. The third category represents activities which are quote unquote respectful, not unique to religious service. Agape, menashe, kissing the idol, hugging the idol, anointing the idol with oil, putting shoes on the idol. Those of us say again, the Gemara seems to indicate right now will be Issa Doraisa, but will not be a Chiyuv. Some are Ha'isi, Umar B'Zoveach, Kachel B'Kachel B'Kachel B'Daber. I might have thought ultimately again at the pasuk of Zoveach, Elokim Yachulei, Elokim Yacharam. We're talking about offering Kabbalah outside of the Beis Hamikdash, to which the Gemara says, Zoveach Kachel B'Chutz Karetzu, or that he offers up Kabbalah outside of the Beis Hamikdash is with the Sukkot. Yet the pasuk tells me Yacharam, which means we saw by which the Gemara says, I might have thought when there was Hasra for offering up the Kachim B'Chutz, then ultimately again there's a death sentence. Kilo Hasra Bei Karis. But again, if there's no Hasra, I would have thought that there's Karis. Kamash Kolono, we'll say Kamash the pasuk is not talking about offering up Kabbalah outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Rather, the pasuk is talking about offering up Kabbalah outside of the Beis Hamikdash. I really love about Rav Kanan La'abayu. Emo Yotzish Dakaba'al, the Lamed Alakwal Kulo. So I might have thought that Ashdakaba'al will say, when the pasuk says, Vayilech Vayavod Elohim Achim Vayishdakaba'al. The pasuk explicitly talks about Ishdakaba'al, prostration, bowing down. I might have thought that ultimately, again, that is Hashdakaba'al is mentioned to teach about the general different forms of avodah for avodah zarah. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Emo Yotzelo Ishdakaba'al, the Lamed Alakwal. And I'm going to put it from the Shtach and right now that any form of custom given to the idol ultimately again should be us kissing the idol, hugging the idol, using us to be that's the act of offering a covenant answer. The buffet ultimately again, I might have told that teaches you but that's why. They will catch the Zuna and Avodah. And ultimately again it teaches me that both sides that even if I have, it ultimately again I am for Avodah. And prior to that, even though the present Avodah is not a for Avodah. What does that mean? It's not. I showed you the Avodah well, come on Avodah well. Well, the Hak yourself Avodah was used in this case. I shut it out. Now, my intention is the following. I don't have in mind that the Shlicha should be for Avodah Zarah, but I have in mind that I'm going to sprinkle the blood for Avodah Zarah. That's my intention. So the Avodah of the Shlicha itself is not for Avodah Zarah, but my future intention to sprinkle the blood is for Avodah Zarah. And I tie it in such a Yochanan Amar Yochanan says Asura. He holds ultimately again that the evil of the animal itself is Asur Dana. Asura Habibu Bana, Papa Mishashita, Lavla Avodas Kokovitz. There was a novelty is what? Even though the Shlicha itself was not for Avodah Zarah, nevertheless, again, since my intention was to sprinkle blood for Avodah Zarah, Therefore, the Behema itself ultimately again becomes Asr for Avodah Zarah. Reish Lakish Shara Muteres. Reish Lakish says ultimately no, the animal itself remains mutter ba'na, and it's only when you sprinkle the blood later on that ultimately had to be committed an act of Avodah Zarah. What's an incredible Gemara? I'm grabbing my focus. How do you call it Yochanan? It's instruction of the Rabbi Yochanan. And when Reish Lakish Boika, but according to Reish Lakish, I was like, you will require the pasuk. Maske for Rachmamo, will Rabbi Yochanan of Boika. Is that true that Rabbi Yochanan does not require a pasuk? To which the Gemara says, I can't look Asr Rabbi Yochanan. Ella Behema. Oh, this is opposite to Rabbi Yochanan only answers the Behema. He says that the Behema is Asr Ba'na. About Gavra, Lav Bar Katalahu. But ultimately, again, the individual on both sides is not subject to a death penalty. But also, the few the Gavra Katalahu, and the Hajj comes out to that what they will say, not only is the animal Asr Ba'na of the Yochanan, but ultimately the individual subject to a death penalty for Avodah Zarah as well. Maske for Rabbi brings Rabbi Urei Glentiva, Urei Shlokish Ubeira, Urei Shlokish will require the pasuk. As Kalo Kasher Shlokish Ela Behema. Many of us in Reish Lakish says mutter. Reish Lakish is saying that the animal is not Asr Ba'na. Let's remember guys in the English really good. We slaughter the animal with no intention to Avodah Zarah. But my intention is to take the blood and ultimately sprinkle it for Avodah Zarah. So does that future intention for Avodah Zarah answer the Behema now? Rabbi Yochanan says yes, Reish Lakish says no. To which the Gemara says, where Reish Lakish says that it's mutter, that's talking about the Behema, that's talking about the animal, about Gavra. Rabbi say ultimately again, does the animal itself, is the animal subject to, about Gavra, but is the individual ultimately subject to a death penalty? About Gavra Bar Katalu, but ultimately again, but the individual is not subject to a death penalty. Midi Dahava, Hamishtacha Lahai. Rabbi said ultimately again, it will be no different ultimately than one who bows down to a mountain. So what does that mean? The high reverse, we learned that before, that if you worship a mountain as a Avodah Zarah, ultimately again, the mountain doesn't become a Avodah Zarah. Obviously, there's a practical reason for that, because if somebody can make a mountain Avodah Zarah, that means really down to the pasuk, Elokehem or Elokehem al Maharim, Elohaharim Elokehem. They worship the gods on the mountain, but they can't transform the mountain into a god. So the Gemara says over here that according to Reish Lakish, he says mutter. Reish Lakish says that the Behema, the animal itself, is mutter, but what? But the individual is subject to Musa. And he learns that if somebody worships the mountain is mutter, but the one who worships the mountain ultimately is what? Is going to be subject to the death penalty of Sayyid. So that which Rabbi Hanan said to Abaye, Lalamid al Hakrav Kudo. So we'll say, remember again, that when that we said before, Abba ultimately again should come to teach me about what about general level. So we'll say, remember again, we have the opinion of the symbols out of constellation. Is coming to go ahead and discuss. So the question, why singling that out? To which the Gemara answers, maybe it's coming to teach me about all forms of avodah. That all respectable forms of avodah, like hugging the idol, kissing, we'll say, and the phrase, what is that coming ultimately? Again, to go ahead and exclude. The pasuk says, "Upenchitros Elohim Meimor Echayav Lagoyim Ailes Elohim Ve'eseh Gam Ve'eseh Gam on." So what is that phrase Echayav? which seems to refer to more generic forms of avoda. What does that refer to? Let me look at my. Maybe you'll see what that means is someone who dedicates. So if somebody does that to a different idol, then what? Then they're not going to be chayiv. Solution was, we already know that. How do we know that? Because we learned it out because the Torah's paradigm for avodah zarah is ishtachava's prostration. And what do we learn there? Might be a form of covet. At kol derech kibur. Ultimately, I will say you only chayiv for worshiping an idol if you do so in a respect to Hashem. I will say the only time one would be chayiv for dedicating the idol which is not the form of worship. I will say ultimately, again, everyone would agree it's not avodah zarah. Element uke haTorah atzmo lemarkos. Also, this is maybe again what the person is teaching is what if somebody defecates on Marcus? Remember again, what's Marcus? That's the 3-stone idol, 2 stones on the bottom, 1 stone on top. How do you worship Marcus? You throw stones down. So watch this, I will say. So the Gemara says, Saga that time, Horil Babel also Bizayon, Apol Bizayon. He will say, I'm going to put the Babel. The way you worship Marcus is already direct Bizayon, meaning it's already a form of degrading worship. So you throw stones at an idol, and essentially, again, not that means putting up 2 stones and 1 stone on top, that's Marcus. To throw stones at that and deconstruct the idol is a quote unquote disrespectful form of worship. So I'm going to put that once I'm already disrespecting the idol, then what? Then even other forms of disrespectful worship, i.e., like defecating on the idol, should be okay as well. Kamash Malon, no. We'll say Kamash Malon, that either of these forms of disrespectful worship, only the worship-specific form of disrespect, right? The disrespectful specific form of worship is considered avodah zarah for that idol. But to take one objectively disrespectful form of worship and apply it to another idol which has its own disrespectful form of worship is not considered to be avodah zarah. So, for example, if you were to take stones and throw it at Balfour, you wouldn't be chayiv for idol worship. If you were to defecate on Marcellus, you're not chayiv for idol worship. Even though each of them have their own objectively disrespectful forms of worship, if you mix and match, you'll not be chayiv in Daraisa. How do you know that if you offer up a carbon, you slaughter an animal for Marcellus, that you're chayiv? Now, remember again, how do we know that? Now, we established that yesterday. Although Yisrael will owe this because the Pasuk says they shall not offer up, they shall not worship, or they shall not offer up their offerings. This scene refers to avodah zarah in if ultimately again you don't need it to teach you the prohibition of normative worship. The Pasuk says, says, the Torah is foreshadowing that Klal Yisrael is going to say, we want to worship avodah zarah like the Umos Olam do. Then what? Tinehu Eyon L'Shalot. And I will say, use this pasuk to teach you that one is chayiv for worshiping an idol, even if this is not the way that the idol is normally worshipped. If what? If this is quote unquote a normative form of worship. Which the Marcha Shaloti Darka Mishtachava Anachma. But we already learned out Shaloti Darka, we already learned out about the prohibition of normative forms of worship, even though they're non-normative in this particular avodah zarah. We learned that from Mishtachava, from the fact that the Torah singles out the idea and says, don't bow down to the idols. Just like bowing down is an objective form of honor, so too we learn out that any objective form of honor, the way for a Jew, the way we come to our category of objective forms of worship is from where? Is from the Beis HaMikdash. And therefore we learn out that whenever it's on the Beis HaMikdash, will be usher by avodah zarah. To which the Gemara says, because here's the pasuk is talking about a specific case of Zavech Lahakis. As the book said, ultimately, again, let's say somebody worships, let's say somebody goes ahead and offers up an animal for avodah zarah. Listen to this. It's not that they really believe in avodah zarah, they're just angry at God. The person has shown angry at Baruch Hu, so what do? They want to show God. How are they going to show God? How are they going to give it to Baruch Hu? They're going to worship an animal for avodah zarah. Now, I don't believe in avodah zarah. I don't believe in it, but I'm so by the way, this sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. People do this every single day. They do things out of anger to show someone something, right? Even though what? objectively, again, what I am doing is objectively detrimental. Right, so it's an incredible mistake. So what happens? So the Gemara did the part of the also that even if somebody offers, even if someone offers up a carbon to an idol, which I'm saying, I don't believe in the Avodah Zarah, but I'm just trying to give it to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's one is to fight for Avodah Zarah in very circumstances. That's why. Rav Hamnuna, here's this really cool. It says Hamnuna once lost someone who's oxen. Pogabei Rabbi, so Rabbi talked to him, and Rabbi said, "Can I ask you a shayla?" Rav Hamnuna said, "Sure." Rabbi he contrasts the two Mishnayos. On one hand, it says, "Nah, ha'ovid avodas kochav, ha'ovid avodas kochav, ovid in omer lo." So on one hand, the Mishnah teaches me that if one worships Avodah Zarah, one is chayiv. So what do I see from there? Ovid in. It's dafka is I'm serving the Avodah Zarah. But yet, I will say, Omer, if a person just ultimately speaks about worshiping Avodah Zarah, now we're going to see exactly what this means. Omer ultimately means that if a person says, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, that they're not chayiv for that. On the other hand, if you have another Mishnah that says, Ha'omer evod, elech ve'evod, ne'elech ve'na'avod. We'll say ultimately if somebody says, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, or I'm going to go and worship Avodah Zarah, let's go and worship Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, again, that he's going to be high. So we'll say we see over here that a verbal statement of intent of worshiping Avodah Zarah makes one high for idols. So again, if people check in the Mishnayos, the first Mishnah is to say that any imam to worship Avodah Zarah is going to be high. Yet the second Mishnah is to indicate that what a verbal declaration of intent to worship idolatry will become the whole thing. You know, you think to yourself. You think to yourself, but 1 second, how can you ever be high for an idea that you don't actually do it? Just because you have verbal intent. And remember, Avodah Zarah is the same way that if a person has a shut, let's say I had intent to be chazir. I have intent to be chazir. What's the status of that intent? Nothing. Verb yet, intent, not shava for Avodah Zarah, is chayv. Let's say it's in my mind, I pledge my allegiance to Baal Pa'or, right? Chas v'shalom. In my mind, I pledge allegiance to Avodah Zarah, I am chayv for that not shava. Already that Avodah Zarah is in its category, which makes sense by the way hashkafati as well, because Avodah Zarah represents just a fundamental relationship trespassing against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The rules are clear. Therefore, again, we have a Mishnah that says that if a person says, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, let's go worship Avodah Zarah, I'm going to walk Avodah Zarah, that he's chayiv. So we contrast the Mishnah. One Mishnah says, I'm going to chayiv worship. Second Mishnah says, I'm chayiv even if I say I'm going to worship. Where's the answer? But Omer, Eini mekablo alai ela ba'avodah. So I'm going to respond to this Mishnah is talking about a case where he says, first Mishnah which says, I'm only chayiv if I worship the Avodah Zarah. He says, where a person says, I'm only mekabel this Avodah Zarah upon myself ta'avodah. He makes an explicit statement that I'm only going to be worshiping this Avodah Zarah through the actual avodah. Okay, Rabbi Yosef Amar, Tenai Shakal Kave'avo. So Rabbi Yosef says, I don't have to remove all of the in the world. After what tonight, he's my focus tonight. This time, however, also listen to this. Let's say a person says, I want to make myself into an Avodah Zarah. So I say to my family, I say, why don't you all come in the morning to why don't you all come along and worship me? Come along, I'm very confident. Let's not waste time with idols. Let's just worship me. Mayor says that ultimately, again, I'm going to be tired. Rabbi Yehuda protest. Rabbi Yehuda says ultimately again that I'm when Rabbi Meir says I'm chayiv, he's talking about me. I'm saying to my family, someone who entices or instigates someone else to worship Avodah Zarah. So the basis is chayiv, ultimately again for instigating. So the Gemara says I make myself an Avodah Zarah. Meir says chayiv. Rabbi Yehuda poter. So the Gemara says so if people actually worship me, if I actually get people to worship me. Was everybody agrees that what? That I will be chayiv. Obviously, people who worship are also chayiv, but I think it's the get on chayiv as well. It says, because I also listen to this, that it's actually an incredible drasha. Because it says, do not make for yourself a pesach, but you also dashin it is what? Lo sasa l'cha tesa. Do not make the l'cha, do not make yourself into idolatry. Keep digging. So we'll say, where do they argue? B'dibura b'alma. Ultimately, again, I will say, what happens if I try to entice people to worship me as an avodah zarah, but ultimately, again, they don't actually, they don't listen to me. So what's the status then? Am I chayiv, or was I or not? So Rabbi Meir says, the act of people, the act of me trying to entice them to worship me is in and of itself an actual act, and therefore I'm going to be chayiv. Rabbi Meir just said, before Lachnosi, Rabbi Meir says, no, speech is insignificant. The fact that I tried to get them to worship me, I'm obviously a bad guy, but it doesn't make me chayiv for avodah zarah. Other Rabbi Yosef, Lav Yosef Da'an. Rabbi Yosef came along and said, you know what, that which we said before Rabbi is in fact not significant. How so? That people like Yehuda, we're not making you with high. Even Rabbi Yehuda will say that just people trying to entice people to worship me as avodah zarah are also going to be chayiv. Why? Just like Rabbi Yehuda Omer, the olam eno chayiv ad sheyomar e'evod eilech ve'evod neilech ve'ne'avod. Because even Rabbi Yehuda says that a person will be chayiv for avodah zarah if he says, I'm going to go worship, I'm going to go and I'm going to worship, I'm going to go and worship, let's go and worship. So if I can repeat, I will say. So what's ultimately again are they arguing about? The basis liatzmo. I will say ultimately what they're arguing about is the following. What happens in a case over here where I try to convince others to worship me as avodah zarah? I try to make myself into the idolatry, and I try to get other people to worship me. But I'm relating. I want to say, imagine this case. I'm talking to my Hebrew, listen guys, let's put out the middle man, just worship me. Right, just worship me, I'll be the avodah zarah. And they say, okay. So we'll say, now, what is the status now of everyone involved in this picture? Right? So what's my responsibility now? And what is the halakhic implications of their okay? So says the Gemara, Mar Saver, Mesis Yatzmo, Shamile, the Indika Amile Kushkalu. So we'll say one of the holds that ultimately when I entice other people to worship or instigate those worship as a result, I'm tried as a Mesis, I'm tried as an instigator. And they're okay, we take that seriously, and we assume that means that they're going to worship, and therefore they're chayiv for that expression of intent to worship avodah zarah. Umar Saver Mesis Yatzmo, Lo Shmile. We'll say others say that no, that the mice, again, these guys are not going to listen to me. They're not going to take me seriously. And therefore what? So the Gemara says, Meimer Amri, Lo Shmile, Meimer Amri, Maishna Ihu Minyan, be done. Because of us, it's an amazing thing. People worship an idol, but they're not going to worship another person. Why? Because they're going to say, why should we worship silver? Right? He's no better than us. And therefore what? So what do they say? Oh, they will say that yes is not really a yes. Rather, what is it? It's sure. Right? That's not what we have all these other endeavors. They're making fun of me. Right? They're making fun of me. And therefore, again, there's no peace. And I will say, ultimately, again, so how do we reconcile our understanding? Remember, again, I really started this particular discussion there. It's like contrasting the two Mishnayos. One seemingly indicating that I'm only chayav ultimately for what? For actual worship of avodah zarah. Whereas one indicates you can be chayav even for a verbal declaration of intent to worship avodah zarah. And I will say one original what this is talking about is this individual who's trying to instigate others to worship avodah zarah, and one is talking about it is a group who's trying to instigate another group. Yod is lo minla v'toyi basrei. So ultimately, I will say, when it's the Yod, so the people are being instigated ultimately again. Excuse me, I read that wrong. It's Yochid Hanises, which is one person is being instigated versus a group who is being instigated. So Yochid Romila, a person is not going to consult one individual, is not going to consult others, to tell you basrei, and therefore again, ultimately again, people make mistaken following. That is Mizrah. People don't tell basrei, but let's say a group will consult either with one another, let's say in general there's a concept that, that when you consult with a group, the hope is that there's collective wisdom. So when a person is just acting alone, sometimes one stage, and if they come in bed with a mistake, you start to get interesting because when a person is part of a chevra, even if they've made a mistake initially, hopefully again, but we collectively, I'm not going to say, we're not going to it says, lo sovelo, lo sishma elav. But the pasuk says, do not listen to him, or it's literally, do not be enticed by him, and do not listen to him. Ha'ava shama chayim, which also seems to indicate to us about, that if you allow yourself to be enticed, and if you listen, you will be chayim. Which also tells me what? Even before I actually worship Avodah Zarah, if at the end of the day I allow myself to be drawn in, you see from here that what? That even a willingness to listen to idolatry, a willingness to be enticed by idolatry is in and of itself. Basically, I want to be clear, we'll see the only time you put this death, or that a person puts death by idolatry is when you actually worship. But you might discuss what the Rabbi says that is still used to Oraisa, or even just contemplating worshiping Avodah Zarah, or even just having an intellectual, cognitive commitment to worship Avodah Zarah. Case Rabbi Sabai raises the question of Misha Eno, is there a distinction between ultimately again someone who is enticed by the Rabbi versus someone who is enticed by the God time, yet the pasuk says, "Yisisva aficha ben imnacha, afal yochid ha'yisisva afal Rabbi ha'yisisva." What's that ultimately again is here? There's no distinction whether or not the individual is enticed, but there's a Rabbi who is enticed. And it wasn't talking with the of the enticement for Avodah Zarah. I speak to Yaakov from the Rabbi from the Yaakov household. Yaakov Yisrael Rabbi, lahakil al gufo, ulahakil al mamono. So we'll say ultimately again, the individual is reckoned differently from the collective entirely. And if the individual is enticed to worship Avodah Zarah, and he does worship Avodah Zarah, we're machmir al gufo. Because the machmir al gufo means to put to death, and how is it put to death? With skila, right? Skila is considered to be a more commonly form of death. We have the hakil al mamono. Because if a person worships Avodah Zarah, so his property is left with her. He don't pray properly. On the flip side, Rabbi Niklal Yochid is the hakil al gufo. Say that when they are put to death, how are they put to death? Through sayid, through a sword. So what is considered to be a bullet strike is considered to be the most powerful form of execution. And yet what? Ulahachmir al mamona. That Rabbi said on the flip side to be machmir ultimately on your money. Remember again, what happens with how you want to say that the most classic example ultimately of a rabbi who worships Avodah Zarah is the Ernie Dachas. And what happens with the Ernie Dachas? You destroy all the property. Whenever there's a collective who worships Avodah Zarah, although they are given a quote unquote more lenient form of death, I do say it, they are given a more masculine sentence that the property is destroyed. Which the Gemara says. Behandles was decided. Only in this distinction in terms of the manner of execution and destruction of property, that there is a distinction regarding all other matters of Avodah Zarah and halacha that what's the distinction between the two machines? One is talking about a person who quote unquote self-entices. He entices himself, that there is usually the Atzmo, convolutions with the Atzmo, versus someone who is convinced to worship Avodah Zarah through others. We must mimlech with the Atzmo, Glory Basai. We'll say, now it's the flip dynamic of a group dynamic. Like the flip the Atzmo dynamic. So when a person is enticed to do something as part of a group, so the assumption is wrong. They're going to follow the group. They're not going to make anything to the group. On the flip side, I'm sorry, I don't get what they sometimes if a person can convince himself to do something, he could just as easily watch, right? Rethink it and convince himself not to do it. If you are clearly going about that, once a person is part of a group, they try to break ranks with the group, the chance doesn't just follow that dynamic. I'm not buying it. Where do I know this dynamic distinction between this dynamic? So he wants to sit, no silver over the Sishma Elam. Do not be enticed by him and do not listen to him. Ha'ava the Shama Chayi. Yeah, what do we see? that if you listen, and you have the intent to worship Avodah Zarah, that ultimately again you will be kind. Rabbi Amar, Idi v'Idi b'Nisis Mitiyachim. Rabbi says both are referring to ultimately one who was enticed to worship Avodah Zarah from others. Chad Amarlei, Kach Ocheles, Kach Shoseh, Kach Mativa, Kach Maria. So Chad Lo Amarlei, Kach Ocheles, Kach Shoseh. So listen to this. So now Rabbi makes another interesting distinction. This is how the idol drinks, this is how it does good, this is how it does bad. And I will say that is the ultimately, once the word describes the attributes of the idol, where it's clear that a person's intent is ultimately carried through on the worship. Versus the other case where a person does not speak about the attributes of the idol. In that case, I will say it's possible that even though the person will not carry through on his intentions ultimately. Amar Rabbi. So Rabbi says, we'll say first, into the first wide line, from where do I know this distinction? The Tziv, Me'elohei ha'amin asher sidi v'seichem, ha'krobim eilecha. Mali krobim, mali l'chobim. We'll say, why does the pasuk take reference? Here the Torah is speaking to us ultimately again against the prohibition to worship idolatry. So why does it say ultimately again from the gods of the nations who are around you, who are close to you? What is the matter if the Avodah Zarah is close to the Avodah Zarah is far? It's still going to be after. This is what it means to say. That is also what it means in this context. That if you want to learn about the ones that are far away from the attributes of the ones that are close. My love, the Amalei, Kach Ocheles, Kach Shoseh, Kach Mativa, Kach Maria. So what does that mean? That means that ultimately, again, the process of beginning to extol the virtues and discuss the virtues of the Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, is in and of itself the beginning of the process of worship. Shmamina, we see that this is the truth. So we'll say, bottom line, what do we compile to over here? The first just a couple of very important things. Number one, what we ultimately see is that keyboard is Latin itself. So first of all, again, expression of intent ultimately to worship Avodah Zarah will not make you chayiv for worship. That's the one having I'm not important. Even though again it's also it was like any expression of allegiance ultimately to worship Avodah Zarah will be also. But a verbal expression of intent to worship will not make you chayiv for Israel Avodah Zarah. That's number one. So let's say number two. The kaskin ultimately again the kashvina la'avodah, which is let's say if you have in mind you're checking it out, and you don't have in mind that the shvita should be for Avodah Zarah, but you have in mind that you're going to sprinkle the blood for Avodah Zarah. The fact that you're going to use some part of that animal for Avodah Zarah makes the animal what? Now, time of the shvita. Even though what your intention is I'm not shifting it for Avodah Zarah, but I'm going to sprinkle the blood for Avodah Zarah. You ultimately that makes you trust animal tahana right now. Now again, on a technical level, I'm not chayiv for Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because I didn't do it yet. But because my intention ultimately was to use the blood of this animal for Avodah Zarah, even though again I didn't use it yet, that makes the animal asur ba'ana now. And again, our three category distinction by different avodos of Avodah Zarah, like we spoke about at the beginning of this year, still remains the same. Fine, we're not going to go back to this. Only the avodos come from the avos and what's the interesting case? Let's say somebody goes down and worships Avodah Zarah, me'ava u'miyira. So let's say it's going to be part of love or out of fear. Rashi says, or let's say it's 4 lines, final love before Rashi gets right. Me'ava miyira, me'avas adu u'miyiras adu v'lo chashav v'libu elokim. I worship Avodah Zarah for love. People do a lot of things for love. People do a lot of things for fear. So I'm worshiping Avodah Zarah not because I believe in it, but because I'm trying to demonstrate my love for someone, or I'm trying because I'm fearful of someone. So we'll say, what's the halacha in such a case? Like that, Abai on a chayiv, Abai is going to be chayiv ultimately against that act of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Amar Pater. Rabbi says you are Pater. Abai Amar chayiv. Abai is going to chayiv. Why? To help, because I worship. And Abai says, Worship is worship is worship. And if at the end of the day you worship that Avodah Zarah, then the mice again you're going to be tired for that. Your intentions were for love, your intentions were for fear. We don't look at that. You did a nice Avodah Zarah, therefore you're going to be tired. Rabbi Amar Pater, Ikavli Alei Velakayim, Ilogo. Rabbi says no. We'll say Avodah Zarah is not the act of worship. Avodah Zarah is the act of accepting upon yourself another deity. If it's clear that you are not worshiping, that you are not accepting this as your deity, but you're doing this out of love or out of fear, then the nice again, what Rabbi says, you are Pater. Rabbi says, you understand this Gemara has major implications for us because unfortunately, Klal Yisrael, the other generations, has faced this particular nisayon about accepting Avodah Zarah, not really out of Ava, but much out of Yira. Does that constitute idolatry or not? So let's see, you can see already that the Rambam constantly like Yava, that ultimately again one will be Pater for such an act. Now, how this stems ultimately again with the Hari Vayam, the fact that Avodah Zarah ultimately again is one of the things for which you need to give your life sooner than worship. So again, so he's going to put that on our list for future topics. Again, I will say, but at least you understand why is someone, because we're again, we have much halakhic literature of people who accepted idolatry upon themselves rather than because they accepted it out of Yira. And again, much halakhic literature dealing with how you go ahead and deal with such an individual within the Jewish community. What you feel with the say, the fact that the Rambam constantly like Rabbi, that if somebody worships out of fear, that that's not considered Avodah Zarah, because Avodah Zarah means the exception of real deity. Again, I'll say gives us room to welcome people back to the community as well. Fine, let's go back to Rabbi. You know what I mean? So let's say Rabbi is saying, where do I know this concept? So the Gemara says, this is Ha'ovid Avodah Zarah, Echad Ha'ovid. The Gemara says, my love, Echad Ha'ovid Mi'ava. So the Gemara is going to discuss this. From where do I know that even if you worship out of fear or out of love, you're going to be tired? So the Gemara says, this time, Ha'ovid Avodah Zarah, Echad Ha'ovid. So the Mishnah says that if one worships Avodah Zarah, my love, Echad Ha'ovid Mi'ava. Now remember again, this is our Mishnah. Down in the Mishnah read, the Mishnah said, Ha'ovid Avodah Zarah, Echad Ha'ovid. If you worship Avodah Zarah, if you serve the idol. Now why does the Mishnah have to add here that Echad Ha'ovid? What is that teaching? So the Gemara says, my love, Echad Ha'ovid Mi'ava Umiyira. Rabbi says, doesn't that extra Ovid come to teach me what I will say? That even if I worship out of Ava or out of Yira, I'm going to be tired. Rabbi will say, no. Ultimately, again, she's going to tell that remember again, Rabbi will say, no. The meaning of Ovid is as what Yirmiyah taught us 2 days ago. What's what Yirmiyah teach us 2 days ago? Rabbi said, Ovid means that if you worship Avodah Zarah, with any normative form of worship, normative as defined, as something that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash, even though that is not how this type of idol is worshipped, one will still be tired. Verse 1, Rabbi, Rabbi tries again. From where do I know that even if you worship out of love or out of Ava or out of fear, you're going to be tired? This time, because we learned, Lo Tishtacha Ve'Elohem. The Pasuk says that, but you can't bow down to the idols. So to me, Lahem Iyata Mishtacha Ve'Elohem. Said ultimately again, you can't bow down to the idols. But Rabbi says you don't have that clause that you can go ahead and bow down to someone else. So we'll say Torah says you can't bow down to an idol, but you can bow down to someone. Or you can't bow down to idols as a sign of respect, but you can bow down to another person as a sign of respect. Does that mean that you could bow down to another person if he treats himself as an Avodah Zarah? Haman treated himself as an Avodah Zarah. He thought he was a god, who treated himself as a god. So I'm going to put that you can even bow down to someone like Haman, who treats himself as a deity. The Pasuk says that what? No, you may not serve them. So we'll say, what do you see from here? So we'll say, so Abai says, so what do we learn after here? You can bow down to another person as a sign of respect, but you can't bow down to another person as a possible sign. If they deify themselves as an Avodah Zarah, then we'll say, remember, why were the Jews bowing down to Haman? They were bowing down out of what? Out of Yira, out of fear, and yet Abai says you still see that it's also. So you see from here that what? The worship of Avodah Zarah out of Yira is still going to be also. We'll say, this was the major bonus contention to Mordecai and this fellow members of the Sanhedrin. Was it looking to bow down to Haman or not? So what would Rabbi say? Rabbi would say, Haman below Haman. Rabbi will say, you put down, like Haman, but not like Haman. What does that mean? Haman, you even if you say Avodah Haman, below Haman, you Haman Yira, Gahacha Lav Yira. Ultimately, again, so Rabbi would say that ultimately, again, I will say that the basic needs to use is like Haman and not like Haman. Right? Ultimately, again, like Haman, that Haman considered himself like an Avodah Zarah, and therefore, again, it would be ushered to bow down to him because of Avodah Zarah, but not like Haman. In that by Haman, I will say, even though there was an Avodah Zarah component, the Jews were bowing down out of Judah. Jews were bowing down in Judah. And this case over here is not talking about it. The Pastor said, it's not what you're actually talking about. I'm leaving you a little bit of a meaning, we're leaving you a little bit of fun. Remember, this is incredible. You saw this in Machlokas, Abaye and Rabbi, about whether or not what is the halacha or what is the liability when somebody worships Avodah Zarah out of Yira, out of fear. Abaye is saying ultimately again, it is still considered to be Avodah Zarah your chayiv, versus Rabbi who ultimately says that you are part of the resolution. We'll see tomorrow. Let me share with you a short idea.
To me, that's a lot of likes, yeah. Except for the one with all the other clips I've almost
done. Anything I have to say about the sponsorship, any one of those great things I need to refer to? That's very fine print. That's it. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the Simpson family for sponsoring the annual Talmud Torah. It's a scoop for the elbows for Am Yisrael. Okay. So what we had is what we had yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements you make in the morning, you know, Nidal Chateau and you direct us what Rabbi tells us. Davar Shahaya B'Klal. Yotza B'Klal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al Atzma Yotza, Elo L'Lamed Al Kol HaKlal Kula Yotza. In other words, for example, the Torah is warning us that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zarah Zvita is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Avodah Zarah. Now, what happens is that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zarah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere on the West Coast and find an Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to test an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, is it still a violation? So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship it for, clearly you understand that that's a violation. But what happens with Zvika, the slaughter of such an Avodah Zarah? So the Torah tells us, listen, don't do it, even if it's not the way that horse is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go ahead and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beit HaMikdash. So, Zrika, Kabbalah, receiving the blood, Halacha, Zrika, any one of the four services that are done inside of the Beit HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions one. So how do we include four? It was Haya B'Klal, right? It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the world of all four services done in the Beit HaMikdash. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf what Rava bar Rav Chanan is going to ask Rabbi, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishachaveh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan goddess. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is meant to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that by doing anything that's honorable to a pagan force, to an avodah zarah, even if it is not the way that specific avodah zarah is worshipped, and even if it's not done in the English, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the ishtachava is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second, okay? Interesting question, but if so, why mention what the Torah mentions to be at all? So we had in the top part, the bottom of Samach on the base, and now in the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is Mechachim Ma'avoda Le'avoda. In other words, we find by Kachin, as a result of income, I'm not sure that's people. So in a couple of years, we get this walking, and one of the figures we're going to discuss is the fact that we have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beit HaMikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and check an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, even read, or some or sprinkling the blood, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood outside of the Beit HaMikdash. So the sugyas we're going to be discussing each year are known as the sugyas of Machshevet, okay, I thought that's important. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach on the page. A short text to go ahead and let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to be applying this concept of Machashvin Ma'avoda Le'avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here. In other words, my shita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind as when I shest that the sprinkling or the haftorah or the offering of the meat should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, I said the same on these of them, not to offer it for fans. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that too is considered a violation, and in Shlokish Top of Samach Aleph Omar Muteret. And what the Gemara discussed is the fact that could be, so again, we're going with what Rabbi bar Chanan is telling us, that perhaps Ishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped in that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word, what is the teaching of Lo Tishbach? Maybe Lo Tishbach is to teach us that the Machashvin Ma'avoda Le'avoda, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have an avodah with the shita, but when I check, I have in mind to perform either the zrika or the haftorah, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by kachim, we know that mechachim is me'avoda le'avoda, because it's by kachim, even if it's Beit HaMikdash, the concept of mechachim me'avoda le'avoda is effective, so obviously it will apply on the dark side of avodah zarah. But according to the Rishlakish, and when it comes to the Beit HaMikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with the intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word Zrika by avodah zarah to teach you that mechachim avodah le'avoda and by quote and read a verse. Now, Or the Gemara is going to have Masculine or Papa says, Papa tells us, the truth is, you got it wrong with Papa claim. Because what Papa is going to tell us, you're Rabbi Yochanan Lobai, well, you're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from touching from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. I can learn to offer Rabbi Yochanan because really Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by Shkita could be effective, right, even if it relates to a future service. But Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. The animal. But that what he's not talking about the person. With our Kapla, we could get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from touching. That's not true because in touching, he's talking about the animal. But for the Torah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? We're also crossing doing the verse looking at the Dabra to state that the person who goes out and performs with a performance of a Torah, with a machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves the death penalty. And certainly the question can be asked the other way around. And the question is, Shlokish means by God, you told me that. Well, from Shlokish, we might need the verse. But that's actually not so. Because after all, Shlokish even though by touching, we Shlokish hold that a machshava from avodah is not effective. We Shlokish only talked about the behema, about the animal. About Dabra, but you would agree that a Dabra bar kaplo. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that the Shlokish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have a thought which during future, for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do we ever find such a thing? That a person doesn't have Avodah Zarah, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited. You find that? Well, we do actually. If a person bows to a mountain, what do we end? The Lord, when we may have that we are going to scroll that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains and the Gemara darkens that although, right, the Avodah was placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but below, then if you go out and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and gets the kapla gets the death penalty, but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what do you see? That it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty, even the item is missing. So when the Shlokish says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during Shuvah for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when he said mutter, he's talking about the item. So therefore, we don't have a mishtacha b'lahar gets the side, gets the side. But it's a great side, so that's what we are talking. You remember Rava Bar Hanan? So Rava Bar Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us lo tishtachaveh, it means to teach us that any honorable act performed to an Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rabbi Baruch Hanan will claim. Even the Ka'amar based on what this Rabbi Baruch Hanan tells us, remind the Ka'amar is Rabbi Baruch Hanan to Abaye, and what do you say this? What's your mind? Maybe Shachavah is Lelane Balasraikulo, and maybe Shachavah is to teach us regarding our service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, how are these pagan nations worshiping their gods, the Etzeken, come on, you have to do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those are worshiping their gods, note the Torah is telling us that the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship is by defecating. So therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship, a person wants to worship Marculus, right? They would worship the Mercury. So the way it was done is what? By throwing stones. So obviously the Torah is telling us that the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by that cult, right? By those old Avodah Zarah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rabbi, that any act is included, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to that Yishtachavo, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Yishtachavo, Yotza, in a klal ulamed, ala klal kula Yotza. So why does the Torah have to warn us specifically that you should not to perform an act the way they worship the Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the contain anything in the claim. And then to exclude Hapoer, Atzmo, Lezavim, but like we have a more normal nation of Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that for. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity, so therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included because it has to be Hashtachavo, which is honorable. But Hashtachavo my Hashtachavo in other words, if you look at Hashtachavo itself, Hashtachavo teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Hashtachavo is Yosem and Aklal Lamed is coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Hashtachavo only teaches you that. Because teaching like Rabbi Baruch. The Torah tells us, you know, it could be Ella, when the Israel, Hapoer, Atzmo, and Marcus. In other words, imagine having Avodah Zarah, that the way it's worship is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Marcus was worshipped like Rolling Stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since the Avodah Zarah, worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that Shalkadai of Yunayim is taught. Torah Avodah Zarah, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, I've called Zion to bless any Zion. In other words, if Marcus is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act is included. Therefore, come on, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Now comes the following question. How do Omar the Lord tells us, how do we know? Mitzovea behemon lemarcus. So again, Marcus, if you're in Spanish, one state, right, is Marculus, like Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in these pagan cultures. Even Wednesday itself will work in seems like the Lord is a word that became part of the way we identify things. Let's go back to Marcus. Generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want better than them, I'm going to go ahead and opt for an animal. So this is what the law is. How do you know that it's Chaya? How do you know it's Chaya? So then, the Torah warns us among the many warnings of the Torah that it seems to me that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never, keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering Please again from the language. The Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a shechita, a slaughter. And what the Rabbi tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a prophet to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah, that the norm is to check animals to it. is. I don't need a person to tell me that that's prohibited because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that this is the norm, but the Torah warns us not to do it? Because the truth is, because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it, and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the Lord Yisrael to teach you? Today, listen, the Torah is warning that even if it's not the norm, meaning even if that's not the way they worship, so now, but the problem is, Rabbi Loza, if you're telling me that words the Lord is supposed to teach us, that even if it's not the norm, it's including Rabbi Zara, but according to Rabbi Baruch Hanan, we should look at Kedarko Mishtachavonavka. Again, Rabbi Hanan claims that the word Mishtachavon teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand this news of Rabbi Loza? Rabbi Baruch Hanan is correct. So your answer is an interesting answer here, that also, that the warning there below Yisbechu, that we are told you should not do to any of the Zoya, even if it's not the norm, it's Ofeach Lahak. It seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan for, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and by slaughtering this, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah, comes over Lord and tells us don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto that as a child after the war, he was in France, in a monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as having getting angry with your Avodah Zarah, and you're fuming and you want to break it because you don't want to mess up things in the future, but then you punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. Some form of anger towards this Avodah Zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, for instance, it's a cultural significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit linear. So here we go. So here's the story. Rav Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with a question here that has something like 5 or 6 answers. The interesting question was there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and the Mishnah later on in a couple of hours. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand your Avodah Zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be over the Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation or not? Just making a statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some Achad seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? So it's a contradiction. So we're going to have Rav Hamnuna, Rav Yosef, Rabbi, Ravina, Rav Ashi, all the great Amorais addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Hamnuna, here is the story. The Lebach, his oxen went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rav Hamnuna do? He goes looking for his oxen. So Pogabir Rabba, so as he's making his rounds, he meets Rabba. So Rabba asks him a question. Rabba to Hamnuna, let's analyze and see it's nice, and there seems to be a contradiction. Maybe the Torah is more telling us that, when you read something, your mind is occupied. It seems to me that these great people, even when your mind was occupied looking for their teeth before they had these little apple pads, like they were still able to be involved in the Torah. Now, here we go. Ready for the contradiction? How does this say? Ha-Oved, Avodah, Kochotah. Okay? What's the violation? Oved. Oved in. He actually worships the Avodah Zarah. Omer is about planning to, not learn. So our mission seems to say in Amira, it's the statement, not an issue. So look at the Mishnah later on. No, it's not in the later Mishnah. Ha-Omer, if a person says, Evod, I'm planning to worship an Avodah Zarah. Elef, Evod, I'm planning to go and do Melech V'Navor, if I go with the group. And all that is included in the violation, just the statement. Statement is a problem, not a problem. So Rabbi says, Omar listen, the way I understand our Mishnah, that there's no violation of just a statement. The Omer, Mikablo, Olai, Elabavo, in other words, when is it that a statement is not an issue, or the statement is not a violation? Obviously, that is the right, obviously, for the but when is it that a statement on its own is not one that is worthy of a death penalty? When I clarify that I'm not planning to complete that service until I actually do it. Okay? That's how Rabbi Nun understands it. Rabbi Yosef, come on. Rabbi Yosef claims, Tanoi, Shoklas, Ma'almo. In other words, I'm going to go through the Mishnah. I can prove to the person it's cool. Okay? Tanoi, Tanya, where's the Machlokes today? Ha'omer, Bo Ba'Puni. So we're talking about a person who gets up and says, come worship me. Come worship me. I mean, God is rich. People have been worshipped. Humans have been worshipped. So the person gets up and says, come worship me. Rameir L'chayev. Okay, that's it. You basically declared in Avodah Zarah. You made a statement. Chayev. Seems to be Rameir doesn't opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Rav Yehuda says, Potter. Okay, now, people actually worship this individual. There's no dispute. And the way we learned, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol, right? Don't make a human being into a god. It's something that we have to be very careful within our culture, where we, Baruch Hashem, are taught to respect great rabbinic leaders, but we have to always be careful not to cross that line to go ahead and worship a human being, because the Torah tells us, to make a human into a vessel. So again, Rabbi don't just agree. When it comes to actually worshiping a human being, we have a major problem. But it seems to be that if I just said, that Meir holds Amira L'chayev. Rabbi Yehuda says Potter. So therefore, Rabbi Yehuda is claiming that the contradiction between the two times where one seems to indicate an Amira is not yet an Avodah Zarah, and the second one which seems to indicate an Amira is Avodah Zarah, it's Machlokes Tanoi. Okay? Now, the previous words of the speech with Dibur Ba'alma, just with speech, Rabbi Meir Soba Dibur Amir Soyi, Rabbi Meir, oh yeah, speech is an issue, and Rabbi Yehuda Soba Dibur Amir Soyi. So, Rabbi Yosef tells us this is how we solve the problem. We have the Rabbi Amina approach, we have Rabbi Yosef approach, but who's going to go ahead and challenge Rabbi Yosef's opinion? Rabbi Yosef himself. And he's going to say, no. Hodar, Omar, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Yosef, what I said is just simply not a fact. Why? Seemingly, Rabbi Yehuda, I have no doubt that you are Rabbi Yehuda agrees that in general you do not need to even the pilot, that Rabbi Yehuda had the feeling that even with speech only a person is tired. You tell you Rabbi Yehuda Omer La'olam Eino Chayev, because when it comes to a maces, when it comes to someone that is encouraging others and inspiring others to worship some kind of a pagan force of Avodah Zarah, Achio Mar Evo Erech Nebo Nelech V'Navo, Rabbi Yehuda doesn't agree that it could be a complete violation. Okay? So therefore my answer is no good. Now, and if you ask me, wait a second, so what is their dispute? Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda do disagree about a person getting up and saying, worship me, and Rabbi Yehuda seems to say that it is not yet a violation. Well, here it's unique, because it's a person that might come into it. The Macy's Asma, when someone is going, inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant beauty force or Avodah Zarah, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to worship himself. Now, what do people say? The Omri, right? The person gets up, Rabbi say, right? I'm a higher entity, please worship me. And everyone says, yeah. How do you understand the Eden? The Omri, and there, if you just keep coming with it, Mar Sova, opinion number one is Macy's La'atzma. Shmiri, the Ka'amri say yes, it's a commitment and it's an Avodah Zarah, because everyone agrees that speech is an issue. But why would someone say that? Perhaps not Umar Sobar, on the other hand, Rabbi the whole, Macy Flats, Malashmiela, people don't turn in. When a person gets up and says, worship me, what do they say? Yeah, sure. Okay, fine, go fly a kite. Who are you? Because Neymar Amri, what people say, human nature, might not be human. No, ways to get from me. He's a human, I'm not a human, right? Might not worship him, might not you. On the day, so why did they say yes? The Ka'amri, the answer is, Achuchi alay. They say, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're going to worship you. Right? That's what they're basically saying. So therefore, Rabbi holds, in other words, Rabbi in general holds that when it comes to speech, a statement that I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, it is included. So there, regarding a person, it's different because they're thinking themselves, he's a nut. I worship a human, I'm a human as well. Even the Ka'amri, Achuchi alay, they're laughing at him. So how do we do it on Mishnah? Bottom line is, Rabbi Yosef got rid of his own answer. We still have a contradiction. We had Rabbi Yosef, we heard about Rabbi Yosef. Well, Maslisim, there's a difference. So here we go. Kan b'yochid hanisef, kan b'rabim hanisosim. So the difference that can be presented now is the difference between individual being approached and multitude. What's the difference? Consider the following. Yochid is one individual, a guru, and he tells him to go ahead and work some support. Once he says, I'm going to do it, and human nature is Maria. He's not going to back up. He's played by play. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. But Rabbi, when it's a guru, we assume that among them, one of them is going to start questioning it. And therefore, Rabbi, even with a statement of a commitment, it's not yet Avodah Zarah, because they're going to start asking one another, wait a second, what does this guy want? Is he normal? Right? Does anyone know if he knows what he's talking about? So therefore, odds are, immediately they're going to rethink it. So let's go back pray, and therefore, that's where Rabbi Yosef, that's how we have an answer to deal with the contradiction between the two Mishnayos. Now, look at that forcefully. Look at the thing. Look at the language of the Torah. It's only singular. One savaylo, v'lo tishma elo. Ha'ava v'shama chayra. In other words, it's in the singular. That by just listening, but it's in the singular. It's a group. The whole system is different. So if Rabbi Yosef says someone who's going to question him, obviously it's Abaye, Mishani, the difference. The Nises, the Rabbi, the Nises, the Rabbi, is there really a difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else or the individual? But I look at this, look at the Brisa. Ki yesisecha achicha, benimecha, echad yochid anises, ve'echad Rabbi manisosim. The Brisa says there's no difference. So, the Brisa tells us there's no difference between the individual and the masses. Now, there are differences between a Yochid who's over Avodah Zarah and a group which we call the Iranidaka. There are differences, and that's going to be spelled out now. But when it comes to a commitment, he does not agree with Rabbi Yosef's outlook that the difference, that speech is an issue only towards an individual, but towards the masses. There's no such source for it, argues about it. Now, the difference between Yochid and Rabbi is, there are rules that relate specifically to the individual. The Rabbi Mechlal Yochid, and there are laws that relate specifically to the masses and not the individual. And what are they? Yochid Mechlal Rabbi Mechlal Gufo, he gets a more severe punishment, like he gets the steel. And the Lahasal Mamona, because in individuals, like Avodah Zarah, yes, you kill him, but nevertheless, when it comes to the property, it's not destroyed. But on the other hand, the Iranidaka, it gets a less severe punishment of size. But what happens to all the property in the Iranidaka? It's destroyed. Rabbi Mechlal Yochid Lahakalai, the punishment is not as severe, but Lahasal Mamona. So comes out, says Abaye, look at this Brisa. It is only regarding that which is spelled out, the Shani, this is a difference. Aval Bechol Miri, when it comes to everything else, Kiradod, they are the same. So, your answer to deal with these Mishnayos simply doesn't work. Ella Omar Abaye. Abaye's going to tell us how to deal with the contradiction. Kan benises mepi atzmo, kan benises mepi achem. So Abai is going to offer that the difference is between someone that is fired by himself or by others. He explains. Mepi atzmo, the first thing, people have often within their head back and forth. Therefore, mepi atzmo, he himself is inspired to, I'm going to go ahead and worship. I do it at work. Like I saw online that people, their lives have changed by traveling to the Far East. I'm going to go ahead and go to Thailand and he changes his mind. People have back and forth. Human nature is such that the others are the ones that say, no, make your way there. The speech itself locks it in. Gloria Basrayu. So here's a mind suggestion. The difference is, like Rabbi, not like Rabbi said, but rather it depends on what was the what started the process. If it comes from a person himself, which is not going to change your mind. Look at this. Lo sa'ava lo. Velo sishma lo. Okay? However, the shama to another person, right, the language is quite simple in the Torah. Torah words is don't connect to that person and don't hear his words. His words already are a violation. What are the words of violation? If it comes from someone else. That's about the point. Next, who else is going to deal with the contradiction between these two sides? Next authority is obviously Rabbi. Rabbi, all my math. I do the Yusas Mepi Acherim. Both cases, right? Our mission that seems to indicate that you actually have to work it. The mission later on would seem to say that speech itself is already a violation. Although you and others, right, put you on that track with the Acherim. So what's the difference? Why is it one person speaks already? So it's like this. It seems to be that when someone will be encouraged by someone else to be able to have a desire, sometimes you just get a general statement, for worship, that for. And sometimes you get specific. Let me tell you about that amazing Avodah Zarah, right? It will take us a couple weeks to get there, but it's a very unique way it serves, and the blessings you will see. In other words, when you get to details, you know what happens when you start getting the details? You're locked in. Okay, so here we go. Here's what Rabbi says. All the details of what that incredible Avodah Zarah does. So then, speech itself locks it in, and therefore, the Mishnah later on tells us that just with the commitment, it's already a violation. Our Mishnah delay on my lay, where they were, and the details were not presented. So that's one of the points that the detail word itself already locks it in.
So this one's called bread that makes the guest
Rabbi
cringe.
And now, and the Torah warns us not, over and over again in the Torah, right? It seems to be able to say this unbearable driving force. And the Torah warns us to be very careful not to be enticed by the nations that are near you, Akrovim or Rechokim. Now, this is the question, so what does it have to spell out? Akrovim, Rechokim? People don't look at Avodah Zarah. So it's a well-known statement that Meshivan shall Krovim Atalomed al Rechokim. In other words, usually when someone wants to inspire to be Oived Avodah Zarah, the normal would be they would talk about some pagan force, some kind of a cult that's thousands of miles away. It takes weeks to get there, and it's these incredible stories and legends that they hear. Now, they're not going to go ahead and tell you about what their neighbor worships. You know why? Because you know that what their neighbor worships is a complete waste of time. That he see that his life is a disaster, and that he's been turning to that idol for 45 years, and nothing good has ever occurred. So what do? They always want to inspire you with Rechokim, with those things that are very, very far. Okay? And tell us, you know what? You could figure out it's all below me. Look at the Krovim, and then you'll figure out about the Rechokim, right? Look at those things that are near you. You see that they're good for nothing? The same will be regarding those legends from afar. Hakrovim Alecha, Mali Krovim Mali Rechokim. The Gemara will have to spell out the Krovim, the ones that are near you, Rechokim, the ones that are far. Hachikam Mali, what the Torah is telling us. From the quote-unquote, from the goodness of those, of your neighbor, You can figure out those that are far away. In other words, just as you know, the one right next to your neighbor, you know what he buys for it every day, right? You know how much he relies on it. You know every detail regarding what the neighbor does, and you know that it's worth, completely nothing. So to the Rachel. So what do you see from it? That the violation of Avodah Zarah that's being spoken here about is with details. You know all the details of what the neighbor does, okay? My love, obviously, you know about the neighbor, you know what he's buying for his Avodah Zarah, Kach Motivo, so we talk good, Kach Maria. Mami knows the Torah, and that is proof that the Avodah Zarah that's being discussed. When we are told that speech itself is the issue, what are we talking about? Well, you know the details. Okay. Who's next? Rabbi Omar. Rabbi is just the following. That if it's a person who's a newcomer to Avodah Zarah, he says, I'm going to start working Avodah Zarah, speech is nothing. But if he already has a record, if he's done it already in the past, so when he says, I'm going to do so, he's never going to have it. So therefore, Rabbi Omar says, he's done it. Once he's done it, and he says, I'm planning to do it, Adar is going to do it, and even the speech is a violation. The last answer, Rabbi Omar, Rabbi says, listen, it's the structure sometimes that Mishnayos start off with giving us general information if you do it. And then Mishnah 2 says, and by the way, not just if you actually perform Avodah Zarah, but even if you only commit by speech, that too is a violation. So Rabbi gives us the most basic of shots. So therefore, bottom line is we have Rabbi Yosef, Abaye, Rava, Rabbi, and Ravina all dealing with this question. Okay, now, next discussion, which was going to tie in a little bit, believe it or not, into the Purim. Okay, keep smart. A person, has to go ahead, worship Avodah Zarah, not because he believes in it, but rather, he has a love towards someone and he goes ahead and acts as if he is worshiping, right? Or he does it in the Yura, he fears, and this is probably more common throughout history, that they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship some form for a Juvenile Avodah Zarah, in the Yura. Is that a violation? Is that one that they would get the death penalty? Right? Obviously not a good thing. Abaye Omar Chaim says that's Avodah Zarah. Even though you're not really committing yourself and you don't really believe in it, it's a violation. Rav Omar Potter. Abaye Omar Chaim. That's Hocha. He worshipped it. Bottom line is, what's the act? He worshipped, he bowed to it, he doesn't get it to tell, he threw the stone to Margulies, he slaughtered the animal, whatever it is. Rav Omar Potter, come on. He accepted it in his heart as deity, then you are. Okay? So that's my point. Abaye Chaim. Rava says, Potter. Okay, so here we go. Omar Abaye Minori Nalo. I could prove it to you. Ditznan ha'oived avodas kochavim. Remember our Mishnah? The Mishnah starts saying echad ha'oived. Now the language of the Mishnah started off with ha'oived avodas kochavim, oved, and then it gave details. And when you already dealt earlier with the question, what is ha'oved? What is ha'oved if the details are given later? Somebody wants to suggest that perhaps my love is what it's teaching us. Echad ha'oved, the first means to be the case of someone that worships the force, me'ahava, due to some external love or menura. So therefore, that's how he analyzes the extra word of our Mishnah. And then it says, why did they, in other words, the Oiva that stands on its own, according to Abaye, is to teach you that even if it's Ahava Menura, that is included in the complete violation. What would Rabbi say? Already answered that what Ha'oved is telling us is that we should know, regarding that it's done in how it's done. In other words, if it's dark of the cup, in other words, if they have some odd practice, that's how you worship it, so if you perform that odd practice, even if it's not Shita, even if it's not Kabbalah Dam, even if it's not Halach, even if it's not Zrik, even if it's something that's very foreign, if that's how they worship it, you violate Avodah Zarah. That's how Rabbi Yirmiyah saw the word Adaf and Go regarding all of that. And that's why Rabbi says your proof Abaye, is not really solid proof that Ahava and Yira is included, because that word Ha'ozer is specifically relating to teach you the idea that if that cult worships in a specific way, you violate Avodah Zarah by doing so. Now, Abaye is not over here. Okay, so the Torah warns us, we read this yesterday, not to go ahead and work about an Avodah Zarah. So we are told, Lohem ti ata mishtachave, don't know what's about Avodah Zarah. In other words, if you live in a society where you bow to people, right? You bow to people. I mean, we shake a hand. Recently, more we give the fist. Whatever it is, every culture has their way of interacting with the foreign. If you live somewhere where bowing to people was the norm to show honor, it's not obviously a violation of a Zorah. However, you can research before you bow to a person, because you might think that this green light to bow to a person applies even to someone that is worshipped like Haman, the losa of them. So, when it comes, when we were little children, we were taught that the reason Mordechai was not about Haman was that he had a cross, which creates some difficulty that he had a cross of a Jewish boy that was going to be born a few hundred years later. But the Midrash does say that Haman did have an Avodah Zarah on him. That's the Midrash. The Gemara seems to indicate, on the other hand, that it wasn't that he had a necklace with this big moon, with this big Avodah Zarah, but rather he himself was worshipped. That's what the Gemara here on Megillah seems to indicate. But what we are told here, you're not mishtachaveh, you're not supposed to mishtachaveh, it's a person that's never to Haman. And on the most basic reading, you know what they told you? That you should know that the Jews violated Avodah Zarah by bowing to Haman. Now, with bowing to Haman, something that they really believed in, it was clearly Meira. And what is the Torah? The Gemara is using it, the Bible is using it as an example of a violation, even though it wasn't Europe. So this seems to be what Abaye claims, that a person, that even if it's an Avodah Zarah, Europe is a complete violation. Okay, and nevertheless, it is mentioned here as a complete Avodah Zarah. So how's Rabbi going to defend himself? Well, Rabbi says, no, sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All the rights are telling us that if it's a person that's worshipped, so he bows down to Haman. Meaning, if you want to know an example of someone that was basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Meira. The Rabbi to Haman. Yeah, the example is Haman as a person, Zilokama, but it's not a complete example. Haman, the will say, but it's Kachadim. Yeah, he's the example of a person that's not Kachadim, where the Torah is warning us that yes, you can bow to a person if it's a way of showing honor, but don't do it if it's a neva. And a perfect example of a person who becomes like an Avodah Zarah with Haman. The like of Haman, but the example is not true regarding all details. Haman, when called Israel, never had to worship Haman with Meira. The Halacha, but here, when that Raisa tells us that it's a violation, love Meira. So Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something in Meira, it's a complete violation. So here is his next proof. Abaye, I have to prove it from this time yet. So, to understand the next book, a brief introduction, we know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally, okay? That we're familiar with. Now, there are differences if it's an individual, if it is a Kohen Gadol, if it's a melech, if it's a Kodesh. There are a lot of details that relate, but what we have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that the specific korban that is brought, and it fluctuates as well, from the ego to the shigo to the bull, or if it's Avodah Zarah, and it's a community, it's also the bull, and also the goat. There is a difference because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only Yudavar, And one of them is Shivigas Maisa. So two, we have to be Maisa Helam Dover. Okay? Shivigas Maisa means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home, on his table, there is a piece of fat, and he thinks that it's regular shuman, and he eats it, and it's chaylev, Shivigas Maisa. Okay? Shivigas Maisa. Now, then there's something called Harem Davar, when the matter itself was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. That you, in other words, that you had a question, a halakha question, you're a scholar, you go through all, the post-skim, and you come to a conclusion, but you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So it's such a situation where you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmid Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act. There you have a Ha'elam Davar with a Shivigas Maisa. Okay? Now, for the communal korbanos that are brought, if the Sanhedrin make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first Ha'elam Davar and Shivigas Maisa. Now, what about a Kohen Gadol, a Kohen Mashiach? We call Kohen Mashiach because we're dealing here with the Kohen on a higher level status during the first couple period when he became a Kohen Gadol, when he was anointed with the oil that was concealed later. So that's the word. Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we go. Detanya. Kohen Mashiach b'avodas kachavim. Okay, so you open avodas kachavim, which the korbanos are more severe, right? Rabbi says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring the unique korban, the bulls of the power Elam Dover of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is Shivigas Maisa action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also Elam Dover. Okay, that's the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, you're talking to the Sivir Kiyachim. They do agree that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not of a Zorah, he brings a Sivira, the goat, of the she-goat. The Shavim and so to the agree to in the Hashem Torah that Hashem Torah is not brought. Okay, now what's relevant for us is we mentioned here Shivigas Ma'aseh. What are we talking about mentioning here? An action that was done by mistake regarding avodas kachavim. How do you make a mistake with avodas kachavim? In other words, when it comes to a product, I made a mistake, I thought it's something else. What exactly is a mistake with avodas kachavim? What's the scenario? So if he sees a shul, and in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, katsofa. He goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he says, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Next thing he knows is that the whole house is Mamash Rabbi. He cannot say that that's a Shivigas Maisa, because what's in his heart? Who is he bowing? We don't worship Jews, by the way. But even the most beautiful Jew in the world, we're worshiping the Rabbi Shalom. So obviously that cannot be a case of the Shivigas Maisa. It must be. Because Alberta, he saw some kind of statue of the king, right? And he bowed to it. But that also is problematic. If you made this, if you did not accept this entity, so therefore Rabbi argues it's the only scenario could be possible. Here we go. It must be Avo and Yira. It's Avo Meira. In other words, he made a mistake, right? He was only from Allah or the fear of man. And he thought, what would be the mistake? He thought that it's permissible, and therefore that would be a scenario that it is a shogeg. So if it would be made, that would be the real Avodah Zarah. Hey, if I have proof, okay? It's talking about a person who says, he thought it's permissible. Wait a second, that's a Ha'elam Davar. The answer is that the Gemara is going to answer that something like this tomorrow, is that the Rabbi is going to tell us that there's a difference between Omer Mutar Legamre and a person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will leave for that son of days. Thank you for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful day. And go for it.
Not so much. couple of hands.
All right, Jeff, let's say good morning. We actually have beautiful, I mean, it's always beautiful tomorrow, but we're going to start out with actually some very dramatic tomorrow. So remember, again, we're picking up, today's daf is Sanach 60. We're picking up in the Testament, it's 15 on here. We're picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up to the bottom of 59. So let's remember, again, so this year, this morning, that Yomi this month, is sponsored by Sayyidis and Kitchen. In honor of the month of Elul, Yom Moran, and Aliyah of the Shoah Sayyid's father, this year is also dedicated this morning by Ari, Melissa, and Scott Gordon, and is special for the listener for Dr. Yaakov Marsh, Yaakov Ben Pieta, Dr. America, our commentary, together with close over Israel. So let's remember again, we saw yesterday, the Gemara said that Adam Arishon in that weekend did not eat meat. It didn't mean that meat was only permitted ultimately to Noah after the Malchus. The Gemara say is that true? How you believe it came on Omer? Rabbi Yehuda ben Tema used to say, right? That's like the Mishnah Gabbas, right? Rabbi Yehuda ben Tema used to say, Adam Harishon Lesa Began Eden. Listen to this argument. One Adam Harishon was living in Gan Eden. He was sitting in Gan Eden. V'hayu malachim hasharis solim lo basher u'misanim lo yayin. Adam Harishon was sitting in Gan Eden. What happened? He's sitting there. The malachim are roasting his meat. The signing in the line literally means like sifting his wine, or they're straining his wine. So Adam Harishon was sitting in Gan Eden. The malachim are managing him, roasting his meat, going ahead and straining his wine. But that's Gan Eden, right? The Gemara says, the Nachash saw all of the honor that was given to Adam Harishon and became jealous of it. So also, what do you see from here? You see from here that Adam Harishon is eating meat. That means it wasn't the nation. So the Gemara says, that was the case. Where did the meat come from? The meat came down from Shai. In other words, Adam Harishon never slaughtered an animal. So the meat that he ate was meat that came down from Shai. So the Gemara says, so is there such a thing as meat that comes down from the animal? What does that mean? Meaning, why don't you go ahead and say that he slaughtered an animal and meat comes down from the heavens? So let's listen to this. Was one time traveling on the road. He ran into a couple of lions. The who were roaring in his face. He said the lion cubs literally are crying out to prey. That was like 2 pieces of meat fell from the heavens. One was consumed by the lions, and one they left behind. I say the Asla de Midrash. So B'Shem and Kalachta brought the piece of meat ultimately again to the base Nefesh. Also, just by the way, there's a lot to say in these Gemaras, because these stories obviously have a lot more than meets the eye. Also, just sometimes the greatest Muslim stories the power of pure meat. Like, the B'Shem and Kalachta realizes that he's in a situation with our lions roaring in his face. There's absolutely no way to address this situation without the sometimes that a person reaches the level of that person realizes I have no one else to rely on but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So it's like that opens the door for all kinds of types of salvation. So it brings the extra piece of meat to the base message. So what's that they asked? Dover Tom Eluzah or Dover Tom. So they asked, what I said, only Jews ask this question. What's the kashrus? What's the kashrus over here? What's the status? What's the status of this meat? Now, we'll say, understand. I don't think Baruch Hashem Adam Harishon asked that question. The reason Shimon Halachos asked that question is because remember, this meat came down not for human consumption. This meat came down for animals. So they were asking now, the Shaila, this meat came down from the heavens. Can we eat the meat? Not eat the meat. What's the status of the kashrus of the meat? So he said to him, he went, in Davar Tummy Yormin Hashem. Shimon Halachos says, a Davar Tummy does not come down from Shemayim. Whatever comes down from Shemayim, by definition, is Shahar. Therefore, again, this meat is absolutely okay. So Rabbi Jada asked the Shekar about, now that we're talking about meat coming down from Shemayim, you're the load the Muslim or back. What happens if let's say, meat in the form of a donkey comes down from the head? So also to the idea of the donkey obviously is a behemoth tomato. So in other words, you just said that a davar tummy doesn't come down. But let's say again, the mamish was a donkey. So what's the status of that meat? I'm relate. Okay, listen to this. So remember, here's Rabbi Joshua Rabbi responds, Yolos Yala, which literally means these crazy donkeys. So Yaranala is like a little bit like a discard. Like, why are you asking this question? Why are you asking about meat that comes down from Shammai? Yaranala, these crazy donkey. We've already established, we'll say that impure things do not come down from Shammai. So everything, anything that comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, by definition, is tahor. So on a very practical level, again, it means even the meat that comes down from Shemayim, the action is okay, the kashrus is okay, it's fit for human consumption, it's fit for animal consumption, and vice versa. But again, the take-home message of these Gemaras ultimately, well, the take-home message of the Gan Eden, I will say, you understand what Gan Eden is about, is that the devotion provided for our needs. That once upon a time, man did not have to be mesupach about his parnasa. Man did not have to be doubtful about his income. It was taken care of by the Ribono Shel Olam. That was the Gan Eden. So therefore, if your parnasa is taken care of by the Ribono Shel Olam, doesn't mean that you sit back, and have someone upgrade into your mouth. But what it means is that Baruch Hu takes care of your parnasa, so you're able to focus on other spiritual endeavors in this world without worrying about your income, which it would be an incredible bracha for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The second message is that the halakha ultimately going to tell them that a person has true belief that HaKadosh Baruch Hu can do and does anything. He opens doors for all types of salvation. So also Shimon says that a Benoah is punishable, is executed for actions of kishur, sorcery. Where did Shimon get this from? The pasuk says you have to execute a sorceress, which means someone who engages in sorcery, so you can't allow a sorcerer to live. The right answer that the pasuk says that anyone who has relations with an animal also is executed. So we'll say the juxtaposition of these psukim teaches us whoever is included in the prohibition of bestiality is also included in the prohibition of sorcery. So since Bnei Noah are included in the prohibition of bestiality, therefore again they're also included in the prohibition ultimately of sorcery. And what else says that Bnei Noah is even punished, can be punished for killing forbidden mixtures. And how do we know this? So the pasuk says, you shall listen to my statutes. And then it says, Behemtocha lo sabia kilayim, sodcha lo sabia sizra kilayim, beged kilayim shakniz lo ya'ala. So Torah says, you shall keep my statutes. And then it says, no forbidden mixtures of in your field, no forbidden mixtures of your animals, no forbidden mixtures in your clothing. So the Gemara says, so the pasuk says, God is saying, the hukim that I already gave, I already commanded you as the name Noah about these forbidden mixtures. So the pasuk says, you shall not go ahead and have forbidden mixtures between your animals. Nor shall you have forbidden mixtures in your field. Just like again, a Ben Noach is Mitsuva that he can't crossbreed his animals. So to again in your field you can't crossbreed plants either. Just like the rules like the issue of Kilai Behema, crossbreeding animals applies very solely with flowers. So the rules like the prohibition on pollination or crossbreeding between plants applies in the soil and in the flowers. So we see from here, that is according to the Lazar, that Ben Noah is Mitzuva on Tzavayim. He's commanded regarding forbidden mixtures. But if that's the case, all of this, remember, is based on the phrase Ushmartenis Uko sides. So literally again you will keep my statutes. The statutes that I already gave you when you were a Ben Noah. So what's like if that's the case on the Atok, Ushmartenis Uko side, the Es Mishpatai. So that's the case when the pasuk says that you shall keep my statutes and my mishpatim. Asher ya'aseh osam ha'adam ha'chai. Why don't you say over here, Chukim shekar takti v'chol kivar? See that refers to the mitzvahs that HaKadosh already given us previously. And at that point, he's referring to what? Kol HaTorah Kula. So maybe you're saying over here, the Penach is mitzvah and the entire Torah, to which the Gemara says, Pasam, Ushmartim Esvukosai Yahashta, Pachas Vukosai Tishmeru, Chukim B'nei Ikara Tishmeru. So the Gemara is saying it's two different phraseologies. Ushmartim Esvukosai ultimately means the Chukim that I'm giving you now, as opposed to Esvukosai Tishmeru sounds like Chukim that I have already commanded you before. Okay. I'm going to be sure and Karfa. I'm going to back up my Yaakov. Ain't no chai, so we'll see now we're going back to the Mishnah. So remember again, our Mishnah spoke about the idea or the prohibition, ultimately again, of cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu Madallah, or basically involved and the Mishnah discusses again the process that if someone, again, we're done with B'nai Noah. We're not done with it. We're transitioning for a moment. So I owe you a roundabout still on mitzvahs B'nai Noah. So okay, we have time for it. We'll do it not tomorrow. So remember over here, the issue we're discussing over here is if someone goes there and disrespects HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so the process that has to be put in place in order to convict such Yaakov, Eino Chayiv Ad Shivarech Shem Ben Arba Osios. So Rabbi Yaakov, they use the four-letter name of God, Yud Hey, and then Vav and Hey. Only if you curse that name is a person who obviously if you curse the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the 72-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, of course you're Chayiv. The assumption is most people do not know those names. So we're talking over here, the Gemara says the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This teaches me that what? That if I only curse the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu with two letters, then I'm not Chai. So what's the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu with two letters? That's either Yud Hey or Vav and Hey. Which was Shita. That's not the Mishnah says Yaki Yossi as Yossi. The way the Mishnah leads to the fact that somebody curses God is the English of Yossi. Why Yossi? Because Yossi is four letters. So Yossi is supposed to represent Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. So the Gemara says, okay, that's how the Mishnah that uses Yossi, right? As to show me that I'm only a person only higher than the first name of God. That's four letters. Which the Gemara says, below what I thought, Milsa Ba'amal with the Nafar, maybe Yossi was just a generic choice for the Mishnah. The Mishnah doesn't want to say that somebody actually cursed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It just chooses to insert a different name, which we know refers to the name of God. But I would have thought Yossi is just, generic. But don't. It's not specific, which the Mishnah says much more no. The Mishnah purposely chose Yossi. Why? Because it's four letters. To be Marami is into the fact that one is only Chayiv for first name of God. If one curses the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, try those ultimately will explain. Shem ben Arba Osios Nami Shem. So we'll say, so the different version of this exchange. Rabbi Yaakov says, you see over here that what? That the name of God, four-letter name of God, Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, is a proper name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Which the Gemara says, Shita, that's obvious. Yaakov Yossi as Yossi. The Mishnah actually uses Yossi, which is four letters. Now the Tema, I might have thought maybe from the Mishnah that you only try to curse the name of God with what? If you use the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Mishnah is not specific in its choice of Yosef, so bottom line, the only kind of person is Chayiv or cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu would be is if they curse the four-letter name of Hashem. So if they curse some type of kingly, which means one of the other descriptive names of a God, or they curse Hashem. So let's remember again, Hashem over these are not only if a person constantly curses Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, it is responsible ultimately again for the violence of Hashem for ultimately cursing the Lord. So let's remember again, the Mishnah then said that after they adjudicate the case, that the judges find the individual guilty of going ahead and cursing the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what do? The judges stand up on their feet the colon. They rip their clothing, they tear their clothing, and they can't prevent it from tear. So it says, what's actually amazing. How do we know that the judges stand up? I don't know, you said what happened, never grew up. The Ehud Boilot, who Yoshe Ba'alias HaMekara, Asher Lo Levado. So what's that? So you remember we were describing an episode, the beginning of Sefer Shoftim. What happens in the beginning of Sefer Shoftim? One of the Shoftim by the name of Ehud comes to Eglon, the king of Moab. Now again, he's actually coming and to assassinate the king. Right? This is the story where Ehud hides from the left hand. So he's able to hide his sword. It means like his sword, he hides his sword, two blades of the smoke, comes up with and kills the king. So what happens? So he comes to the king, he comes to Eglon Belech Moab, and he comes to deliver a message from God. The Ehud Ba'ilat Yoshe Ba'alias HaMekara, Asher Lo Levado. Vayomer Ehud, Dvar Elokim Li Eilecha. The Ehud says to Eglon, Eglon, I come bearing the word of God. I have the message from God to deliver to you. Vayogam Me'al HaKisei. Eglon stood up. Eglon stood up. Someone said, can you imagine this? When a Gentile king, and Obed Avodah heard that Ehud, the Navi Yisrael, was coming with a message from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, out of deference to God, he stands up. Alo drum kavachomer. Uma Eglon Melech Moab Shu Nochri, Velo Yoda Elovikinu. So Eglon, the king of Moab, was a Gentile, an idolater, and he didn't even know the real name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, just with the appellation. Right, the nicknames for God. Ahmad stood up out of deference for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Yisrael Shema Mefurash Al Achas Kama V'Kama. When the 2 years during HaKadosh Baruch Hu, this Shema Mefurash, which again was Yud A and then Vav A. Of course, he has to stand up. So we'll say, you understand what is happening. The Gemara is burning out. Yeah, to go ahead and stand up and hear the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the actions of an idolatrous Gentile king. That Eglon, the king of Moab, had enough covet that when he heard the Shem Hashem stood up out of covet, says the Gemara, Eglon stood up, then when the Dayanim hear the name of God, and unfortunately it was disparaging of course, there was this incredible book of this story. So the Gemara says, it includes the fact that Eglon stood up for Shem Hashem, who was privileged to have a very illustrious ancestor, a woman by the name of Ruth. And the Gemara attributes the birth of Ruth to this one act of Eglon Baruch. The message here is something exceptionally dramatic. Sometimes even the small things we do have incredible impact, not just now, but in future generations in ways you can never intend, in ways often that we never know. One little act of Kiddush Hashem on behalf of Eglon Baruch. Now again, the fact that Eglon is killed is weird, right? But goodness cross, man is ran. But the idea being that one act of standing up to the Ribono Shel Olam, blessed him with the great source of having witness, he's the Alter Zeta of the Messianic line. He's the Alter Zeta of the Melech HaMoshiach. Where do you get a source like? And it gets a source like that ultimately because he stood up when he heard the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Those are sometimes the things that we think are little, the things that we think are significant, small things. We never know the power of even just the smallest spiritual act. Incredible Gemara. So let's remember again, the judges, when they hear the Shem Hashem, when they hear the fact that somebody cursed God, they tear their clothing. So the Gemara says, where do we know this? From the Siv, Ayava al Yokim, Ben Filpio, the Shem Nasover, the Yoach Ben Asaf Hamaski, Al Iskio Sruevigadin, by Akidu Lord Dire of Shak. So what's like, the Gemara will be quotes an episode from the Lochin days, where Hiskio, the officer of Hiskio was another Yehuda, come and tell him that Rav Shaka, with the special Rav Shaka in just a moment, cursed God. Rav Shaka is standing outside the walls of Yerushalayim, and literally he's just blaspheming. He's like just blaspheming HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So they tell me to Hiskio rents his clothing. So you see from here that what? When you hear that someone has cursed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the response is a tearing of your clothing. So the Gemara goes like, the Gemara says, not only that, but you're not permitted to repair that tear. So we know, we don't know this one. I'm ready about us, we don't need to it says over here, ultimately again, that the officers of Hiskio came to him with came to him with torn clothing. The Elisha so what's better? This is about the nice and cover. So what happens? If Yo doesn't die, right? If Yo is taken up to Shrine of the fiery chariot, who's with him when this occurs? Who's right by his side of this earth when this occurs? His Talmud Elisha. So Elisha sees his Rebbe whisked away by his fiery chariot, and he says, Elisha cries out, Abi, Abi, my father, chariots of Israel, below Ra'ol, and Elisha never sees Yo again. By Chazek Zigoda, by Yikra'il Shnayim Troy. Elisha took his clothing and he tore it into two pieces. Which is Why does it have to say? Why does the pasuk have to say that Elisha tore his clothing? Why does it have to say that he tore his clothing into two tears, into two pieces? Well, see, obviously, if he tore his clothing, it means what? The garment is no longer whole; it's torn up into two pieces. Why does it have to say two pieces? To which the Gemara says, "Matalor Troy, Elamed Shem Gruel." It goes like to teach me that what? That hair remains in a state of being torn forever, i.e., it cannot be repaired. So we'll say what we're doing over here is we make the Zir Shabbat Kriya from the episode of Chizkiyo, which was an act of tearing ultimately for those who heard the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to the Kriya by Elisha. Just like when Elisha tore Kriya, it was a tear that could not be mended. So to when you tear your clothing for the cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it cannot be mended. As Rabbi said, that just in general, the Hilchos HaVelos, there are different types of tears. Some tears, we learn this more important. For example, when you tear, catastrophe, the loss of a spouse, the loss of a child, the loss of a sibling, where you are permitted after the period of mourning to repair that tear. The loss of a parent, the loss of a Rebbe, or now in this case over here, the person of the Baruch, that cannot be repaired at all. I mean, that tear has to remain forever. So the Gemara goes like, whether you hear the actual person of God or you hear it secondhand. So whether you hear the person of HaKadosh Baruch Hu or someone tells you that quoting person of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kai V'Kol, you Kai V'Kol clothing. Va'idem in Chayav L'Grosh, Par Kalu V'Shash Shalom. Listen, witnesses are not obligated to tear their clothing again when they retell what happened. Why? Because they already told the first time and they actually heard the person. So you're obligated to essentially tear the first time you hear about it. It's either when you hear it in person or you hear it over by someone else. But as you retell it, you're not tied to it. I understand. Even if they throw when they heard it, when they're retelling it, they should be tied to tear again. Because the mice, they're hearing it. To which the Hashpah looks like an icon that says, Vayikishma Melech Chizkiyo Tir Shaka, Vayikras Bigodav. Because what is supposed to say? When Chizkiyo heard the words of Rav Shaka blaspheming God, tore his clothing. Hamelech Chizkiyo Kras Hara, Veheim Lo Karu. What do you see from there? Chizkiyo Hamelech tore his clothing, but the other officers did not. Why not, They didn't. Why? Because they already tore when they first heard the actual blasphemy of Rav Shaka. It's actually very interesting. If someone hears Ovid Kohavim, curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you are not chayiv to go ahead and tear your clothing. Right? The income of Shaka. What about the Shaka? Right? The Shaka, the Pashtus was a Gentile, and yet again they tore their clothing. Yisrael Mu'ah. No, Shaka was actually Jewish. And again, he was Yisrael Mu'ah. He was a Jew ultimately who left the fold and joined the Gentile force. And he's a Shmuel. And Torah Ella Hashem, you could do about ultimately, again, we only do Kriyah, was this we learned before. When we hear someone curse, we shing Hamidufan. Ultimately, again, the unique name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as opposed to a king. As opposed to one of the descriptive names of God, we only tear Kriyah, ultimately, again, on the unique name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is to exclude female names that we hear. It's like the names that we have, like Hashem or like God. These are not names of God. You also know there's a whole discussion. That's supposed to be the whole discussion is like what gives it that right? Because under Donald Dawson, God is a trust. Besides the fact that generally the money is passionate. Let's say just in general again that those names, that name God, is not a Jewish name. That's a key. For example, when you jump to example, you shouldn't say Shalom Aleichem to someone in the back. right? As soon as you call it, or Shabbat Shalom to someone in the bathroom, right? Because the Shem talking about it as well. And that's halacha. But again, you don't say Shalom Aleichem to someone. Why? Because Shalom is one of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So say now, but okay, you know, I think the Gemara says over here, Upligi, whatever. Upligi, there's all Rabbi Chia, please Rabbi Chia about the Tarbaim. Rabbi Chia argues on both of these questions. First white line, Rabbi Chia. Hashanah has come Bisman Hazeh, Eno Chayiv B'Kra. Rabbi Chia says, if you hear an Askara, you hear someone go ahead and blaspheme HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone curses God, you are not chayiv to be kriya to him. The Gemara says, if I listen to this, I will say, Shein Aka Omer King, because if I had to tear kriya every single time I heard someone curse God, Yismalik Kalabegit Blood. We will be walking around with four focus. So we'll say, the idea it's actually a very sad statement. What we are saying is that the reverence that man has for God in today's days, and we'll say, this is a good 1,000+ years ago, but the reverence that man has for God in today's day has suffered such a blow that if I had to tear kriya every single time somebody quote unquote cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we grew up there with one quote. The Gemara says, the Gemara says, Miman. So who are we talking about? I mean, who's cursing God all the time? Who is Rabbi Chia concerned about? Ilema, Israel. If you want to start talking about Jews, the Jews are cursing God all the time. So the Gemara says, you know, both sides, as Jews, we might have our problems. Sometimes we lose our way a little bit. Sometimes we walk that up a little bit. But a Jew is never going to lose his way in such a way that really that a Jew is not going to do. They don't leave rather, it must be fierce touching like the Gentiles. They're cursing God, Yishim HaMiyuchad, and if we're talking about it again, that it's Yishim HaMiyuchad, that the only chayiv for cursing God is to use the specific name of God. Me to you, the Gentiles know the Yishim HaMiyuchad. Elo Lav Bikimu. Rather, again, it must be that the Gentiles are cursing God, but they're using the descriptive name of God. Yishmanina, Bizman Hazel Delo, Hamne Ikara Chai Yishmanina. Also, you see from the that it used to be that if you would hear a Gentile curse God, even if you were just using a keynote, you would tailor clothing, but unfortunately, because flavors that really has become so prevalent, therefore we no longer care for them. Hashini Omer Anik Afani Kamar was going back to the Mishnah. So the witnesses are testifying about a certain individual who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what happens now? The first guy gives his testimony. The second witness says, I agree with him. Right? I second everything he said. So the Gemara says, like Yishmamina, Afani Kamar, Kashta B'dinei Mamanos and B'dinei Nefashos. So we'll say, what do you see from here? See, under normal circumstances, what we would say, we'll say, is what happens to happen in Eidos. In Eidos, both witnesses are obligated to give a full account. Right? So Rabbi, so Rish Lakish says, what do you see from here? You see from here that if a second witness could say, a second witness could say, I agree with everything he said. And we see that apparently this type of Eidos works both by financial testimony and by capital cases. So we'll say, however, again, under normal circumstances, the Rabbanan said, even though the Oraisa works when a second witness says ditto, when a second witness says, I'm with him, yet under normal circumstances, Chazal came along and said, no, that's not enough. You have to go ahead and what? You have to go ahead and repeat your testimony, Mila B'Mila, word for word. But yet, over here, what happens? The Hacha gave on the law F sharp Ukmarabana Doras. The Rabbi said over here at the end of the day, because we don't want the second witness, we don't want to see the whole person all over again. Therefore, we judge the case in accordance with biblical standards, which allows the second witness to say Af Ani. Please say that apostle, because if you want to say that such a testimony is not good, how can we do F sharp Katina Magabra? How can we execute a person based on that time? Here, let me go. Alright, so the second witness is not obligated to recount the entire testimony all over again, rather he's just simply able to say, I agree with this. With the Rabbanan under normal circumstances, we make him recount the entire testimony because that's one of the ways in which we ensure that it's telling the truth. But apparently, in this case, where someone says that Hakadosh Baruch Hu, we don't want him to repeat his testimony entirely again. And therefore, after he says Afani, we accept his testimony. The Gemara goes like this: Stomach Rabbi Akiva, I'm sorry. Bashlishi Omer Afani Kamo. So it's like the Mishnah said, and the third witness could also say Afani Kamo. I agree with the first two. Stomach Rabbi Akiva, the Makish Kumur. So it's like the Gemara says over here that our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva actually points out in the second Makish discusses the idea that essentially again a testimonial unit is looked at as one entire unit, which means that if you have a group of 3 witnesses who come and one of them is disqualified, then what? One's part of the testimonial unit is batal. The entire testimonial unit is batal. Even if you have 2 remaining witnesses, this is the shit about the Akiva, that we look at every testimonial unit as a cohesive, complete unit. Once one part is disqualified, the entire part is disqualified. I'm a base. Also says the Mishnah.
But Rogan had him on the podcast more than anybody else. Told him to do stand-up and seems to like it. Maybe is he still
Like,
not been in the publishing? Oh yeah, I don't think he is.
Now we're going to talk about liability for idolatry.
I don't know.
A person worships idolatry.
I don't think it's
Under what
I would love it
circumstances
if
are
it
you
was
tied?
shot.
That's
That
like
would just be
the
funny.
So if one worships the idol, now again, that's a generic thing.
That
kind of is the bad.
When I thought it was shot,
Or you
he was
offer up
saying it
kabbalah.
close to a friend.
The after that, you burn something for the holy kabbalah. That kind of an aspect, so you offer up the white light. That kind of a shaka, or you bow down to the idol. That kind of a kablo, I love the elokah. Or you go ahead and you accept, you make a declaration, you accept this idol as you can. So if you do any of these things, you have officially worshipped idolatry and that's right. Omer, no, assuming again, if somebody says to the idol, you are my God. So a verbal acceptance of this idol as one with God and deity, all of this is idolatry. However, if you have the idol, if you have the idol, you cover the idol, you give water in front of the idol, you wash the idol, you anoint the idol with oil, you dress the idol, you put shoes on the idol. So we'll say all of these cases, over below sas. We'll say all of these cases, you are in violation of a biblical prohibition. It is not tantamount. Now what does that mean? You've worshipped idolatry in a biblically prohibited way, but not in a way that would get you the death penalty. Again, we're going to define all of this tomorrow. I know that we're smoke. Assuming if one goes ahead and is dead there in the name of the idolatry, then the prayer is smoke, or one swears in the name of the idol, over below sas. One has violated a biblical prohibition. Hapoer asmo lebal parah. Okay, somebody defecates on Baal Parah. Parah is really defecating on the idol. Okay, that's the way you worship Baal Parah. You defecated on the idol. Okay, it sounds like a very even I'm a sorry, I don't respect, but it's a shot over here. So this is something interesting. We'll explore this more. Not much more, but we're not with some of basic at the end of this. He explains that if you think about it, the truth is it's not so far off. The way that when we talk about our began, people recognize that there's godliness even in the daily biological functions of the body. I will say we recognize this also. I mean, it sounds crazy to us, but you actually what's that? You make a bracha every single time you go to the bathroom. Make a bracha every single time you go to the bathroom. So it's because there's a recognition that when the body works, it's a recognition of the emotional involvement in my life. Baal Parah obviously took this to an inappropriate, abominable extreme. But just in general, you always see only because everything comes from Adam Arishon. Adam Arishon was a monotheist. All the offshoots of Adam Arishon, everything that's in the world of spirituality, somehow has its roots in Avodas Hashem. Because everyone is accompanying it is taken to an illogical extreme. Shabbos is an incredible mystery in spirituality. And spirituality is not rooted in a Masoric framework. It goes in all kinds of inappropriate directions. People could invent and come up with all kinds of crazy, all the Shemayim, all for the sake of heaven, all with the most wonderful and really heartfelt motivations. But if you are not rooted in the strict framework of the Torah, you end up with Baal Parah. Incredible idea. So the Gemara says, if you definitely get a Baal Parah, you're chayiv. Why? Because Zohi Avodosa. Because the most then at the end of the day, that's where you worship the idol. Hazoretz Evan Markelis. If you want to throw a stone at Markelis, you're chayiv because that's the only. So also, what's marvelous? Marvelous wasn't avodah zarah where you would take 3 stones, 2 and 1. That's the idol. It's actually a very good choice to carry avodah zarah. You know, anywhere, it's everywhere. You can take it with you. So you 2 stones. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that it's just interesting how you see that some of these avodah zarahs also evolve because of convenience. Which is just fascinating. So marvelous is the way you construct the idol is 2 stones on the base, 1 stone on top, and the way you worship it is you throw stones at it. You throw bowling up. Right? So you see, I was thinking more like at the carnival, you throw this stuff down and knock it down. In any event, the point is, what the mission is pointing out about saying is, the mission is pointing out 3 different things. There are certain types of objective, what we'll call spiritual forms of worship, for which you are chayiv if you do for any avodah zarah. You offer up a karban, you go out and you sprinkle wine, you bow down to something. Those are objective displays of worship for which you are chayiv. Then again, there are other types of forms of worship where you will not be chayiv in the capital, it will be chayiv daraisa. And then there's the third category of what we'll call worship-specific practices to avodah zarah. So, for example, we'll say if you were to dedicate on marvelous, right, you would not be chayiv for that. Why? Because that's not the form of even though dedicating on an idol is a form of idolatry that's only to Baal Peor. It's only to Baal Peor. So if you were to do that to a different idol, ultimately again you would not be chayiv. Okay? Says the Gemara, my echad ha'obed. So what do you mean when the Mishnah begins by saying ha'obed avodas kohavim? Echad ha'obed. If you serve the idol, you're chayiv. What does that mean? Says the Gemara, I'm not going to how do you know what I mean? Echad ha'obed. So let's say if you worship the idol in the normative fashion. So look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Kol avoda akifo v'mishot aderech nizgaron v'darno chai." So anytime you worship, so if you want to worship an avodah zarah in the normative way that idol is worshipped, you are chai. What they do this is what? Even though it might be an objectively disparaging act, if that's the way the idol is worshipped, you are chayiv. So the Gemara says, to worship the idol in the normative way, you're chayiv. So it's like similarly again, in a generic fashion, if you offer up a korban to an idol, or if you offer up, you burn something on an altar for an idol, or you pour wine before an idol, or you bow down before an idol, even Rabbi say, so let's say for example, let's say there's avodah zarah A. And avodah zarah A, people don't bow down to it, they just sing to it. But you bow down to that idol, you're chayiv for avodah zarah. Why? Because the act of bowing is in and of itself an objective display of worship. So what the Mishnah is saying is, when it comes to particular idolatry, you're chayiv for any specific type of worship associated with that idolatry, but then there are certain objective forms of worship for which one will be chayiv for avodah zarah, even if what? The idol is not normally worshipped in that fashion. So why don't you also sprinkling the blood? Sprinkling the blood should also be chayiv for doing that in front of an idol. Because again, that's an objective form of worship as well. You're right, that's the same thing like Menaseh. So once I mean sprinkling wine doesn't just mean pouring wine, which means pouring liquid, whether it's wine, whether it's blood, whatever it is, the same. So the Gemara says, so from where do you know this? Rashi says over here, the fourth white line, now that we just established is that there's an objective grouping of behaviors, which again refers to offering karbanos, sprinkling wine, bowing down, which are objective forms of worship, which if you do it to any form of idolatry, you will be chayiv worshiping idolatry, even if what? The particular idol in question is not worshipped in that fashion. So where do you know that from? Because the Bible says, it's the passage would have just said, that he who goes ahead and offers or sacrifices, but the Yachram didn't exclude me, but the mistake is when you say he was punished. I used to almost with Rabbi, I would have got the person that's willing to offer how can there be some Hamad Lomar, therefore, what does the pasuk say? The pasuk says, Someone who worships to a god will be killed. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So the pasuk is teaching me that if somebody offers up a carbon to an idol, he is chayiv misa, chayiv. How do I know that if I go ahead and what? I burn something else on an altar, or I do a wine libation, then I'm going to be chayiv for that. Talmud Lomar, Bilti Hashem Levato. Pasuk says, you shall only worship HaKadosh Baruch. Rikei ha'avodos kulon l'shem ha'milut. The most exactly means. What do we see from here? We see in Ramos when it's doing fine done in the Beis HaMikdash, can only be done for HaKadosh Baruch. If you go ahead and you do any of those avodos that are normally done in the Mikdash to an idol, by definition, that is in violation of idolatry. So what's it? This is something amazing. So therefore, again, whatever is part of our avodah to HaKadosh Baruch Hu becomes also to do for avodah zarah. And avodah is what? Even if what? Even if that avodah is not the normal way which you worship idolatry, if it's done for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you can't do it for an idol. The issue of the you going to avodah shmim. And also ultimately, again, the Torah goes ahead and singles out the zvicha. So Be'ach L'Elokim is to use, I will say, as a model. Just like zvicha, offering a carbon is done in the Beis HaMikdash for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to any avodah done for God in the Beis HaMikdash, you cannot go ahead and do it for an avodah zarah. Which means how do this comes to a good conservation that I can't bow down to an idol? Talmud Lomar, the pasuk says, speaking about the transgressions of Klal Yisrael, you will go and worship other gods, and you will bow down to them. But what does it say about that? It's a summit way. The pasuk says you will take the man out and you will execute him. The juxtaposition teaches me that what? That someone who bows down to another god besides the Kadosh Baruch Hu is punishable by death. Now I understand there's a punishment. As far as we've learned this many times. In order to punish for a transgression of the Torah, you need two things. You need a source for the prohibition and a source for the punishment. So I understand now the punishment. From where do I learn the prohibition? Pasuk says you shall not bow down to another god. This comes to include also what? That you can't kiss the idol, you can't hug the idol, you can't kiss the idol, or you can't go ahead and put shoes on the idol. You can't do anything that serves the idol. But I might have thought that these other behaviors should also be punishable like that. Hugging the idol, kissing the idol, putting shoes on the idol. Therefore the pasuk says no. If you sacrifice to another god, you will be executed. So the Gemara says zvicha bichlal haisa. That was like in general, zvicha was included. When the pasuk says vayilech vayavot elohim achirim, that includes any type of avodah, which would include also the prohibition to offer karbanos for the idol. So it was already included. So why was zvicha? Why are we offering up a carbon singled out? Lahakish elah, to teach us about the hakish. Just like the Moshe zvicha offering up a carbon, there's something that is still within the confines of the Beis HaMikdash. And if you do it for avodah zarah, you're going to be chayav misa. First my life, the chayavin aleha misa. Ultimately, the Moshe teaches me that what? Anything that is done inside the Beis HaMikdash in the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if you do it for avodah zarah, you're chayav misa. Yotzei shtachava, you don't ba'atzma. So we'll say that leads to shtachava because the pasuk explicitly says you can't bow down to the idol to be judged on its own. Yotzei zvicha lodon al hakwal kulo yotzei. So we'll say therefore again, the pasuk comes to teach me about zvicha teaches me that what anything done inside the Beis HaMikdash. So we'll say anything done as part of the avodah, ultimately the b'shayim for avodah zarah. Yet the pasuk also explicitly says by shtachudat they bear down. That we'll say tishtachava is not part of the avodah, right? There's no meaning. There's no people would bow down in the Beis HaMikdash. Coming up, the Shema Makura, the name of God, so they would bow down. But that bowing down is not part of specific avodah in the Beis HaMikdash. Therefore, again, I will say zvicha when it says Jobach Melukim, that also teaches me that just like sacrificing an animal is part of the service of the inside the Beis HaMikdash, just like That's Asr for Avodah Zarah. So to anything burnt inside the Beis Hamikdash is Asr for Avodah Zarah. Ishtach Avah, when it talks about bowing down, so that comes to add on something additional. Additionally, that even though bowing down was not part of the Avodah inside the Beis Hamikdash, nevertheless it will still be Asr for Avodah Zarah. Right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up in the Hashem. In the middle of this discussion, we'll pick up in the Hashem tomorrow.
I didn't know that. But Karen, she fucked him great. Yeah, we discussed the podcast. Yeah. When it comes to sex, it's fucking sick, but you get great clip. Yeah, but as far as whether Shock got with Whitney Cummings, oh my god, dude, I could care less about. Yeah. That's his life. It is a funny image, though.
Sorry that I can't be with you in person today, but that is a great spot to go to continue forward. All this is working very
He's like, I'm tempted to try.
so hard to allow me to be here, even though I'm not able to physically be here. Alright, so let's get to today's topic. You can all of our sponsors and stuff, and dedications will be posted here to showing the podcast description, as well as in the YouTube description. Today's topic is we are starting from the first on the days 50 some incredible Omei Shlokish. We are about 10 minutes from the bottom. If you raise your hand against someone, even if you don't actually strike him, you are called the Rosh Hashanah. If Moshe goes out to the field and he sees that the Mitzris, the one who is about to strike him, he says, remember, neither party hit each other. But rather, again, you saw someone with an outstretched hand. Why are you going to hit your fellow? You see that even in the act of being ready to strike someone, in and of itself, label someone as a Rasha. And I said, Lama Mishalo. It doesn't say why did you hit your fellow. Hello, Lama Saka. Why are you going to this? Even though, again, with Dustin and Avia didn't actually strike each other, but nevertheless, the way to strike each other most likely will fall to them. Hold the person that is outstretched hand. You might say, I'm going to be up to you, I'm going to make your hope. You everything is then it's called the sinner.
Make sure to like and subscribe. Oh, right. Yeah. Make sure to like and subscribe. But anyways, that's not where you're here for 10 minutes shop to start the timer now.
And living again with a order that his hand be cut off. This was obviously a national occasion. So let's say a really profound about what it means to raise your hand against the Allah says, such a person who is so sinful.
First posted by Midnight 2305. It's called Thick Life. We just watched a little bit of this.
What's fascinating in all these cases is that there's such profound culpability around them, even though one did not actually see it. But that's quite striking. Quite overwhelming because in general, when it comes to this, so a person is not held responsible for the trouble, but it's held responsible
it's already like it's like college and for some college where you go to school and you learn nothing. They all have their deck down thick boy where he's the tour guide. It's out of control already. It's in a thick boy world, thick boy university, and so many things. We've seen a little bit of it. It's thick life. It's the
Russia, I'm going to get it have a sense that every part of the body
and the music, action movie music. Yeah. Oh, you can run. The boys are gonna show you how it is here in Big Town. Introducing Big Shop and this guy and Jay is under Those two black guys that convinced to be my friends. Also, the tour guide thing makes no sense. He's like, you got a tour guide? I'll be a tour guide. Yeah, I don't know. They had like a whole speech prepared. Like, it took some time to prepare a speech. But then somebody came to me at the beginning and was like, hey, say that there's no tour guide, but you got a tour guide. I think you're onto something. I think what happened is, like, there was a speech, Brent had something planned, he tried to do it, it didn't work out, they're like, all right, cut all that, but what we have is the part where you say tour guide, which is kind of cool. Tour guide, like, oh yeah, because Brent has always wanted to do various careers, he's balls deep in fish, now he wants to be a tour guide, which we do many other things, he's going to say that he's into. Still real, still real,
When you feel to use the material aspects, pessimistic aspects, emotional, cognitive, spiritual aspects, when you feel to use it, benefits
He always says something that shocks you, like, because you think it's going to be about Thick Boy merch and all the plan.
overwhelmingly
Do
so.
you think he's going to cancel a show day? Yeah.
Avram Rabbi,
Brent said he called the game with
What
some
was really
JFK
says,
thing.
character
That's like,
real
doesn't
estate
match the
is
tone
only
of the
good for
president
people
being
who are very
assassinated at all.
and actually
You
points out
thought we were going to
that
find Hitler? But we
when you get
didn't.
into real estate, again, there's always conflict of ownership. And there's people raising
Hitler
money
was
around
really a
people
bad
who
guy,
are
but some of the
rising
things he did was cool.
real estate is not for the weak. Real estate is only for those who have the stomach for it and who are ready to fight. Interesting. Then I have the issue of knowledge, which might say, okay, I must say this is what does this mean ultimately? Again, that literally, the person who works the land, he will appreciate it. In also other actions that Adam Adama, this scholar, the person who sees himself like a servant on the earth, he will be seen with bread. They love, but if he doesn't take himself like an on the earth, lo yisbal. And ultimately again, he will not be seen. Rashi says over to every life, Amar Lashok Bakam and Machari Shabashkab, so again, quite literally much that farming, agriculture is one of those professions where you have to so if you make yourself an editor, make yourself a slave, make yourself a servant to it, you'll be successful. You don't make yourself a to it, also, but what a profound emotional hustle, not just about agriculture, but in life. If you want to be successful in something in life, you have to make yourself an editor to that mission. Ultimately, in life, when you start something, fall off, you don't succeed. It's very simple, because you lose interest. You move on to something else. You just lose our commitment. And even if you don't totally fall off and become like much more lackadaisical or laid back, or just apathetic, which is not real. If you want to be successful for anything in life, you have to make yourself
He's not afraid to revisit his endeavor. Is there going to be an announcement of
remember, Head doesn't have a choice. You never say, what's the message? You never make something money comes so it's kind of
because he can't count. It's like, you guys like the first one, get ready for Ringo Poppy Inc. Shut up, no criticism.
Someone who is old. Because our thing is, if you want to be successful in the life endeavors, you got to be editing. You have to be a slave to it. Because if you're just kind of like episodically interested, if you're just producing whatever initiative or whatever you have in life, you're not going to be successful. Also, you see, it's always good. Always easy. So again, person wants to share, person comes to share, doesn't come to share. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here, and again, it doesn't matter whether you're virtual, you're online, whatever your business is, sometimes a little lackadaisical about it. Okay, so if I'm lackadaisical about it, don't be surprised if it doesn't feel fulfilled. And don't be surprised if it's not shut up my because you're only going to reach the benefits of the field. You're only going to reach the benefits of the endeavor if you make yourself a habit. And the habit is on time, and the habit is focusing, and the habit is committed. And it doesn't matter what else the habit has got going on. He's there because he is enslaved to whatever the particular achievement. No, it sounds strange. But when you enslave yourself to your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, when you enslave yourself to your unfoldment in life, that's when and only when you reap the benefits of your life. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, good. Rabbi Shlokish, Ovigo comes to Shabbat, brings to no people love him, Shabbat. Now, even the character says, Shabbat. So it means here, Rashi points out, who didn't work. Rashi says, Rabbi Rolachto, Yom Shalom. You know, people are who stops working for an entire day. Or actually, Chayi, that Gemara says is Chayi, rival. What is this? Now, you're supposed to be a daughter saying, well, you're supposed to be a local, that you come down on the plate. You can't really use this. The woman that you have to really use the idea is that every person has a religious that he also has to live with. That's the thing that really was a sense of urgency when you do it. Even in that thing, has to live with a sense of urgency, and therefore I think the original challenge for Shabbos. The original challenge is to continue to take the decision in life. Yeah, man. Incredible. All of humanity is included to be outside to whatever initiative every person, Jew and non-Jew, is obligated to be enslaved to enroll in Judaism. That's the only way in life left to me. As Marshall, as we discussed, we will also again 100%. Anything they're warned about that by definition comes the liability for death penalty as well for non-compliance. Even shame the Shabbos, even should not be the only Shabbos. The Gemara says that God is not Shabbos, which is true by itself also. This is true even if they're not taking off Shabbos. This is just talking about the idea of living relaxed, laid back work. Not what the Shara wants and it's not who he wants to seize, and it's not even what he wants from non-Jews. Everyone to be husband, wants everyone to be enslaved, wants everyone to be operating on their the Tasha Rabbi gets kindness, so why not include this Hashem in this enough? So Rabbi is not allowed to quote unquote teach Shabbos. He wants to teach a function of Shabbos Al-Kasa, the Shabbos may not only include Shivyas, things you're not allowed to do, doesn't include things which you have to do. Top of you, that's the hard being Kumasi, that's not true. The obligation to establish a judicial system, that's what Kumasi, that's a positive obligation. So you must pick up this institution. Top of you, that's 15 on their second line. Kumasi, the Shivyas, this is the obligation to go ahead and establish a judicial system. It's called a positive commandment, right? It's a positive commandment. It's also a prohibition. In other words, what's the prohibition? That don't allow injustice to go ahead and occur within your boundaries. Already open them. All people come to see the correct ideas. A non-Jew who learns Torah is kind of watching and art. Torah Sibalam Moshe Morasha. Morasha Morasha. Torah Moshe is commanded as Torah Morasha. It is an inheritance. The Gemara says, Manu Morasha Blora. Inheritance for us. Not for that, doesn't belong to the world. Therefore, if they learn it, they learn the kindness, why do so? The hashtag Yade Sheva Mitzvot, now listen to this. So then why not include this? The Sheva is very long. So the Ben Noah is not allowed to learn Torah. Which the Gemara Mandam and Morasha makes up a dozen. So interestingly enough, we're going to see that there are 2 ways to read this word. Torah Siva Lanu Moshe, Morasha Yivasya. So one of the things that says Morasha, which means it's an inheritance to the Jewish people. Seeking all this inheritance, if a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. And theft is already included as one of the Sheva Mitzvot B'nai Noach. Mandar Morasha Mitzvot B'nai Mandar Mitzvot Rasa, the other thing he says is not Morasha, it's not rather Mitzvot Rasa. We are wed. So Charlie says wed to Torah. Therefore, again, non-Jew those that are learning Torah. Dino cannot. Which you can remember, they don't have Nala Murasa, and therefore again they're judged according to the 12 standards, and therefore they get. Okay, so first of all, this has a lot to do because in general there's a lot of discussion about what is this apply to. This is Torah itself, this is 5 books of the Kodesh, we first about that. So funny, most of this prohibition is not that, rather it's more prohibition on Torah about Mara, things like that. And it's happened to hold a very interesting question for the people study different places. Obviously, people have to go ahead and as well. Okay, so we'll put this on our list for fascinating. That's the only topic to talk about every different time. So just to put it on your radar. But I'll also mention, which is really quite amazing, it tells you the beautiful relationship with the Father. And it's a multifaceted. On one hand, it's an inheritance. I think it's just part about an inheritance is there's nothing per se you do to get inheritance, right? The person has good parent dies, and you have to so on one hand, there's an element of Torah that's mine simply because it belongs to previous generations, and now it's passed down to me. I didn't do anything. I didn't earn anything. I just received it by use of those who came before. But then there's also Torah is in the Urasa. The Urasa English in marriage is a distinct and beautiful and harmonious union that is created by two people. So on the other hand, I have my own unique relationship with Torah. So on one hand, Torah is a Yerusha, as it's from my family before me, from generations before me going back to Har Sinai. I don't and make it into Urasa. My job is to take the inheritance and make it my Torah. And create a beautiful and loving, passionate relationship with Torah. It reminds me of the beautiful Bel Rebbe. I mentioned it as it says as yesterday. We just read last week. This is my God. This is great. Okay, I'll be the God of my father. Okay, I'll be the God of my father. Unless the person thinks that they can content themselves with a relationship with God that's passed down from previous generations, it also says that this is my God. So this is the God of my father, but now my job is also to keep my own relationship. The Torah is a Yerusha, it's passed down, and my job is to take the Yerusha, the inheritance, and to make it my new Yerusha. To make it my incredible. So the Gemara says, Mitzvah, like Miriam used to say, Minani Shafi, Obi Bochad, Ra'osek, Batorah, Shuka Kandigo. How do you know? That it's a point, right? That it's an Obi Bochad, learns Torah, Hakel learns Torah, he just preaches it, and so Yasa, Osama Adam B'chayva. So the Prophet said, these are the words of Torah that a person should live by them. It doesn't say Kohanim Medin Yisrael, right? It doesn't say Kohanim Medin Yisrael. Ella Adam. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. Holomai, the word that teach you, Shakiru Ofi Kohanim Ba'osik, the Torah Holy Kohanim Gadol, and even if it happened, even if a Gentile goes there with Torah, man is like a Torah. So what's it? So it's not to be so just funny, just so that I'm going to allow to Torah, and if he does his life, and then we see it not to the Torah, is it? Whereas it says, no, it's not a contradiction. Also, Mishra Mitzvos, he don't. So again, it is great for an Akum to learn Torah. When it comes to Shema Mitzvos, I like to bend you up, ask to learn Torah that applies to him, that's not by Shema Mitzvos. And if he does, when he comes to depths and understands it and also appreciation, then now she becomes like a coin bundle. But he doesn't go out to the rest of it, instead of applying to Christ, so don't apply to him. That's not his. That's not his Yusha, that's not his Ma'orasa, that belongs. Incredible. But if you even know me a moment, let's remember again, from the previous topic, that different opinions added different mitzvahs are to Shem Yisrael. Even Amir said, and Ben Noach also came to more from the living people. Akbasa b'nafsho, Damo lo sokezu, ze even in a fact. So the Pasuk says that you're not allowed to eat Basa b'nafsho, Damo lo sokezu. You can't eat meat and the rice portions in it. That's a limit from the living people. The Kanina Ben Amir Omer Ak Hadamir. Amir says, the Kanina Ben Amir says, not only are you not allowed to eat them in a fight, but you also can't eat damage. You also can't eat blood from the living people. So the most night comes every single day. Holiday, Basar, the natural, will so help, Damo, the natural. So the thing makes an interesting drush on the pasuk. The Torah says, Basar, the natural, Damo, will so. And the other thing is, the two different prohibitions. There's Basar, the natural, you can't eat meat from a living animal, and then there's Damo, the natural. You can't eat blood from a living animal.
Rabbi
Those are Rabbanon will say, who wish we should no, that's coming to also. That possible, that phrase is actually coming, that double is actually coming to teach me that halal for the Mesa, you're allowed to eat a limb and shluck, busy portions. The colorful limb, if you want to, the colorful limb from bend off, the colorful limb from touching, and to teach that. Okay, Yoshi the Dover, slowly again, Asha Omer, Rak Chazak, and the Fiat Kalaja. Okay, I'm going at that. Pasha says, be strong. And do not eat blood, because the blood is the life source of the animal. So the Gemara Darshan, not Chazak Even so when it says, don't eat the blood of animal, like Dam one effort, Zed Dam. The Gemara is quoting over the place that the fourth figure is made of meal, and not only is there prohibition to eat even the animal, but you also can't eat Dam meal. Rabbanon will say, Ahu Dam Hakaza, Sham Shama Yos, they both do that. This is the prohibited Dam Hakaza, the life blood. They're allowed to eat the life blood. But the other, there is the blood that squirts out in the animals initially flows, but the other blood they're allowed to eat. Alright, Ram will leave in this Ram will leave in this So it's you notice, the love is not the prohibition of even a living animal is mentioned in sacred verses, right, by talking about the show, and it's also mentioned again in Holy Gemara, after have seen. So why does it have to be this? So this is incredible. This is actually very important. Come around the Yossi Bethany said the following here. This is our following. Remember the name, not religions to Sinai. When that you have a mitzvah that was stated in the Torah, and then it was repeated in Har Sinai. Now, when it was repeated in Har Sinai, what it means is it was said before Matan Torah, and it was repeated again in the Torah after Senate. It is revelation. And it was like, Aaron Tereboz was learning about again Matan Torah, Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, Seras Megidros, incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned to be Noah, before Matan Torah, and then repeated again after Matan Torah, the Zet was there. It applies both to the Noah and to Jews. The Noah followed this to Sinai. Someone when he said before Matan Torah to Noah, and wasn't repeated by Har Sinai after Sinai, then we saw them not below the Noah. It only applies to Jews, doesn't apply to the Noah. Like the prohibition of Judah and Usher was mentioned before Sinai, right? It was mentioned by the fight between Yaakov and Noah. So the Malach went ahead and Sarah said, was unable to overtake him, but he did him instead. And therefore God says, okay, therefore Klal Yisrael will not be taken. That prohibition was never repeated again in the Torah. So the Gemara says that's an example of something that was mentioned before Matan Torah, not repeated again. Not repeated again after Matan Torah. That only applies to Klal Yisrael and not to the name of Rabbi. And this is in accordance with Rabbi in accordance with Rabbi. So it actually has a whole arichos over here. Right, it's interesting. So there's interesting focus in general about whether or not this connection was stated after Matan Torah. So Rabbi Yehuda holds, and Allah said it wasn't stated, it was only stated by Yaakov. It wasn't stated. The other thing he actually holds, interesting enough to make some notes, Hit Hanasha is actually a prohibition given to Klal Yisrael at Har Sinai. It says that when Moshe Rabbeinu was compiling the Torah with his rock, so he put the prohibition of Hit Hanasha backed by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given there. It was actually given over. Okay, Omer said to Nemrod, the name of Mr. Zaz and Nemrod, to this. So let's go through the principle. So now, what Rabbi says? Any mitzvah that was said before Matan Torah, and it was then repeated again after Matan Torah, applies to both Jews and non-Jews. I got it. The mission is to see every Yisrael, like Rabbi. I would say just the opposite. But the fact that it was said before Har Sinai, and then said again at Har Sinai, doesn't that mean that it's not for the Jews, not for Jews, and not for the Jews? people coming to see, right? The Ashke from the punish all people coming to see, no? Let me know the set was there. Find it by idolatry. Right? Idolatry was mentioned before us, right? So the Parsha was, it was repeated again, actually, as part of our ceremony. We are the father of him, compared to many other gods. And we know that Avodah Zarah applies to Jews and non-Jews. So that gives rise to the principle that any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah and then repeated again after Matan Torah applies to Jew and non-Jew. Okay, let's go back there. Still analyzing the principle. The Nedrach Logis is the same as the Revel of Nedrach. So again, you have a mitzvah that was said to the Nedrach before Matan Torah was not repeated at Har Sinai that applies to Jews and not to non-Jews. Instead, there's no mitzvah specific, the Nedrach never Revel of Israel. Right? So again, I should say just the opposite. The fact that it was given to the Nedrach before Matan Torah and it wasn't given again at Har Sinai, doesn't that indicate that it only applies to non-Jews and not to Jews? Which the Gemara says no. Right? Let them. The Gemara says let them net them. Is there any such thing? Is there such a thing? Something in Jews, anything that I can for the non-Jews. Therefore, again,
planning for the future.
I'm some incredible insight what it means to be a
Flip-flops are done with. His first choice over becoming like a right-wing guy was selling flip-flops.
Otherwise,
Outside, like, well, I guess I got myocarditis now.
Workplace is just crazy. So it seems that there isn't the incentive for outlaws. Remember, everything that you think about. It was all started back before. It was all started by Voice Network's Chill Show.
What about the Shmuel? What about the Shmuel? What about the Shmuel? Remember again. So Hashem says, the mission is repeated by Har Sinai. What is it? So it's repeated. The Shmuel says, the Lord of Neymar. So it doesn't go to principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by Har Sinai. I'm sorry, with Neymar, and ultimately going to see the Har Sinai applies to both. The Megillah was said before Har Sinai, said again at Har Sinai, only applies to you, it doesn't apply to Neymar. To which the Gemara says, I will limit the Shabbos with us. Remember that the repetition actually of the mitzvah and newer concepts that we are is to add a very important detail in the name that by Yom after the Shabbos. Teach us that when we instigate all down on Shabbos, we do Megillah on Shabbos. Important. So I might have thought Megillah required the flowing of blood. Flowing of blood is after on Shabbos. So I might have thought that you can't do this on Shabbos. Much more long. The additional mention of Yom HaShmini, after the Shabbos, even at times, so exactly the repetition is not coming to include anyone, right? It applies to you, the repetition is coming to you, I've already heard it, what about the video? This almost my property, Shinem, I really don't know, right? On one hand, it says, it says, Peru or Peru, right? Remember again, Adam is given very, very young. Noah is given very, very young. The mission is specific. It's said again by Har Sinai. We always say by Har Sinai. Link to more about them. Shubulachem ba'aharim. As Prophet said to Rabbi, go tell the people to go back to their place. So this is incredible. Remember again, all this is that's from the almost prayers. On the foundation was moving life, separated from intimacy.
after Kabbalah Satorah, Torah Moshe and said to come Israel, go back to the
Yes,
and actually think that that's the using some presumption of the relationship with one's spouse. So Moshe was essentially Mitzvah, which is commanding him again regarding Purim. So he said before Matan Torah, said again at Matan Torah. So the Gemara says, "V'nei Yisrael Namra V'lo V'nei Noach." So again, ultimately, again, there was set for Klal Yisrael, not for Bnei Noach, which the Gemara says, "Havu v'chol to the meaning that we have to write." Right, the repetition here is not to go ahead and define enough. Repetition, interesting enough, is there to one sense of namely that something that is registered by one group can only be repealed by a group of the same number, by another group of the same number, or a greater number. So Moshe Rabbi we called them and therefore again, we told them, go tell the people, sit up the boat, told us to separate. With the same Hashem told us to go back to work. Okay? Ultimately, again, why is there
what is that? It has oil in the name.
and ultimately, again, all we had is and according to the he was on the thing that it was only once before Matan but this means ultimately again, but Zila and Creative Bolivia also work with you, right? Shemar says, these ultimately again were repeated again, as we mentioned before, because they introduced some new elements. How most of you understand, at least Levi's not possible. Mila, and probably Abba will become a the reality is absolutely the same. The obligation of Mila was not given to Mila.
Shaw cannot relate to this at all.
The Atla is reaching to more. The Atla is our Atla for the Dorasam. Atla is our Atla. In the second level, second one line, the mitzvah is the time is off. But just not everyone else. I'm the offspring. I mean, I could be sure that why should the sons of the Shema? Why should the decide to walk? There's going to see you start to try to say, if that's the case, fine. So let it be true. But in any sort of title, let it be a sort also. If you want to say fine, let's look at Avram. Because Avram is supposed to be stuck because he owes he's supposed to be inherited. That's fine. Like what Yitzchak's kid, Yaakov and Esau. Why not Esau? He gets fucked the local. Avram, he will define his Yitzchak, but not all. Meaning, one of Yitzchak's sons will perpetuate your legacy and not all. And Yaakov therefore, only again the thread to Avram means something like no different. It applies, but not to any of Avram of Yisrael. That's the right? And the back is Kai Shara. So I'm going to learn. And right from Kai Shara, much to Kudo. I think the law is in learn that's a term that's done a whole bunch of kids. Maybe the most should be tied to much Amr of Yisrael, you see here, sir, the rabbis beneath the Torah. So ultimately, again, beneath the Torah are included. Okay, so interestingly enough, it might be only Yitzchak, and what is Yitzchak? But apparently, the man and other people are initially part of the limited obligation of this. But I'm not even know that. Those are the two things. Adon Rishon, well, what's the Basala? Adon Rishon was not committed to the Adon Rishon is a vegetarian. He was not permitted to go ahead and sit. Hashem says to Adam, I have given you all the things, all the vegetation. For you and for all of the animals. So you and the animals take vegetation.
Evolution was not allowed to be vegetarian, which is developing in the last, it's trying to think about it. So, like some vegetarian, man is not food.
It's so funny, you always hear the same names.
Man uses whatever organically grows on the earth. It doesn't take life in order to go ahead and sustain itself. It's something that is a purity. That was zero and put up. Because if you're broken in Noah, keep the lamp on. Obviously, in Noah, after the flood, the other he said, Nasaki Bakan, Ace, that's called. Yochel lo yeri shenachai no'evo. So it's like that once Noah was allowed to eat, there's no more prohibition of eating in that side either. Lomar, Master the National Damo also. Okay, Yochel after she might have thought that again, maybe even in a higher price. Lomar, okay, what's it? So it's $11. What's it? Or it's 2 different ways. My company, what's the Uno, Damo. You should Damo calls it Solo. Even if I only find someone or something that has a distinction between flesh and blood. You also trust to Damo to the politics of Sharon and the animal, right? And then there's blood and other stuff behind the system. It's all one thing. Therefore, there's no freedom in time when it comes to this time. We do with the last year. The politics are so against. Now, the market is running something. The fundamental show is not allowed to be. The practice is fundamental show is not allowed to be. Or found. Or allowed to kill animals for his own consumption. The market is the cash. The good cash. The check page ultimately says ultimately going to move over the fish. What is that? Over the fish. I love that. Now I'm thinking. Low, little walk.
Get your hands out of your mouth, you freak. Take your hands out of your mouth, you freaking lunatic. What is that? Giant fingers.
Just put some right in his mouth. Put my fingers in your mouth. You would think that was gross, wouldn't you? You're saying you want to put your fingers in my mouth? Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. Yeah, well, they do that too. They put all your fingers in each other's mouth. So, Adam doesn't have the right to eat fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish for his service to work. So you must touch one, over tonight, move over the birds of my lava. So that doesn't mean you can birds. Roll from the lava. Go use the birds for work. You must practice in the water. Use birds for work. Into the play rather by but you also use them right. So it's interesting again, we're not getting all technicalities over there. So again, the local is fresh. With geese or with chickens, according to this, we do the one fish a lot. So again, this has to do with the last place out over here. But they also use the place that there is a special permit for workers while they're working. So it's trying, but in order for that to happen, work has to work in both his feet and his hands. So when an animal is using all fours, it is also specifically what you're having. He's allowed to perform his work. Shine is, let's say, the flesh. Geese or chicken is only the feet. So is that called an animal? Ways that work? Therefore, the animal should be permitted. No, the whole animal is not. But check us out. The details on how it's important to the discussion. What's more important for discussion is illustrating how you put these fat birds to this. Okay, first of all, what we call high-aromatous and you rule over all the animals that want to live. Marcus Ahu, last this comes to include that man originally was supposed to have been his son, but that's an incredible thing. We shouldn't have answered on that. Both to man, because as a result of the sin of the tree, it's a mouse. Tree of knowledge is
Around children, it's going to want to work hard, right? See that? That's fine.
Man lost out on a tremendous attack. The snake was supposed to be the right hand of the snake was supposed to be something when enabled man to accomplish that. And man lost out on it as a result of the snake. Because the loving is hello nakash. Because had the nakash not been remember again, how different the nakash had feet, had arms, was able to stood upright. The nakash was a living fall. develop animal was supposed to be had other nuts. What would have happened? So every person, after that, I'm sorry, every year that you do that to snakes, after the shotgun, it's all about the shotgun dodo. One snake lives in north, one snake lives in south. The Hadilo, San, the Romans told him, the Havana Topos, they're not going before they slip. You know how to dig, you know how to find stuff. Mining out all the beautiful precious stones. You send it out to do the thing, and they come and bring it back. We're all old, not only that, Elishama, you still attack us in the hole, you attack something like the tail of the snake, you don't see the upper is nothing that's what you get dirt out. Dirt out. Open up again to your garden, those are some competitors in the business. You know, to where the world is the world. Even the world is
I think that's decoration, right? And this is cool that you can't delineate. So, it's like I have that on Instagram. Tark and I are talking, and a guy walks by, drove by, remember when we first started doing it.
When you occupy this exalted place, and you hold the respect, but when man abdicates personalistic greatness, so he abdicates that right to serve the people. That's what the verse comes up. That's why we talk after Adam Arishon sin. What does Adam do? He says, the Adam, you're going to work for land, the coach the guy died this month. You're going to plow the field, it's going to sprout forth thorns and thistles. The world is not going to cooperate. When man doesn't do what he is supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, the world doesn't cooperate. It's an incredible thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, when I would imagine what you do, then folks, the universe serve man because man is serving. Man is performing his purpose, serving me, and therefore world is your purpose by serving man. But when we abdicate our sacred duty, not only are we shirking our own personal responsibilities, or the suffering of the Lord. So the animals will be over, and the earth is going to be old. And now it gets focused on other things to do worse sometimes.
So much, but please tell us if you're watching from Denver, Colorado. Do people talk like this there?
So they say, none of the factor, I don't know if you're older, otherwise you're missing the factor. Okay, well, I can try something about the family on this. This is such a beautiful. Adoration was sitting in Ganesh. Sitting in Ganesh. What happened? We walk at first, we were roasting in the youth, and we were pouring in the sound of the strings, steaming wine, beautiful wine. So, can you imagine that? Can you imagine this? Adoration was sitting in Ganesh. Parish shop is still gone now. Like he's sitting there, making a barbecue from the meat court. So they're going ahead and they're making the marriage of meat court, or roast meat court, meat, and pouring in delicious wine, the marriage Israel, pouring in delicious wine. The Nachash, see this hit is called Nachash, the Rabbi Bodom, so the covenant is being given to Adoration, it is terrible. The Nachash is
San Francisco. There's that hardcore ramrod shit. Okay? That's that hardcore ramrod shit. You tip yourself off, you walk into one of them bars, and you, with them pecs and them shoulders, you're daddy. And that's hot.
You will notice when you walk into one of those gay bars and talk about some gay stuff, right? Because it's really funny. Every time you walk into a gay bar, right? You walk in there 12 whole times. Okay? You're gonna get your dick sucked. Stupid ass.
Adoration is easy. Also, the bus I got
They keep doing
Gemara says, oh, different, that meat came from heaven.
Everything is about
Yeah,
how
I guess
funny
it's
it would be if the
like
two
the
of them
first
were gay.
impossible, right? That wasn't meat
What's
that
the joke? It's
came
like
from
a
animals.
weird sort
That
of
was meat
martial
that
art.
came from Shema.
They
It
have to
was
like
from the
talk
garden
and
before.
then
So what is that? I don't know. It's
meat.
it says,
It's
I
also
don't know what it
it's
is. It's
very
impossible.
sexually
This is
aggressive.
the first different. It wasn't other
And
meat
that's
that
what
didn't slaughter
Brian
anything.
has to fend
It's
off
part of the body
allegations
from
about, so
Shema.
I don't know why he
Whoa.
continues to do this.
Meat kapasa
I
Yom
would
Shema.
stop talking about this kind of
Falls from
stuff.
the
If there was
heavens.
Twitter,
That actually
they just
happened.
go, they don't
In
think about it.
the other Shema Kalaf, yeah, that does happen. What happened? What time Shema Kalaf? The cover Kanam in the Apple. Two lions, right? Two lions came in and started roaring in the streets. Amar. So the Shimon Kalaf says to them, Firin Shagim Atar, lion comes, crying out for food. And what happened? Nafisu made Charki Atmasa. Two slabs of meat, two pieces of meat fell, two sides of meat fell right in front of him. Kada Akua, one of them, the lion ate, the other Shafra, one of the family, opened the first one. I see that's what they midrash. Ultimately, Shimon Kalaf brought that last piece of meat to this man. Brought the last piece of meat to this man. He asked, Boy Allah, he asked him, sorry, Governor, tell me who's that? Oh, Governor Tana. So what is this? Is the meat kosher or is it trick like that? I guess maybe they wanted to have a little bit. Is it kosher like a trick? Shimon Kalaf said, what are you talking about? I'm like, in Governor Tana, you're the there's no such thing as a double tummy that comes from Shema. Most of the time, like, what are you talking about? Meat fell from the heavens, and you're asking what the hashkaf is? Meat fell from the heavens, you're asking if it's kosher, you're asking if it's kosher or it's stomach. Nothing that is traced comes from Shema. Everything comes from Shemayim is kosher, is halal. Like I said, like that, that phrase is so powerful. In double tummy, you're the anything that comes from Shema, anything that comes from a Kurdish part,
He comes in instead of like Mark Twain reading short
it may
stories.
hurt.
It's
It may be
going
difficult.
on stage
Any
and just doing
circumstance
like
that
vlog
comes from
type
a
stuff.
Kurdish part,
Hey, what's up?
every
I just drove here,
circumstance,
and he's got like a weird pink Boston Celtics hat
maybe
on.
overwhelming,
He's just like, yeah, man, Chin was talking to me.
painful,
Taking out
but
Tiger
some way,
Boston, but the
somehow,
wife went to go
it's the
skeet
Kedusha,
shooting,
and it's
and just like, what is
in
saw a
cover
guy there,
coming
big
your
butt,
way.
might be gay, might be gay.
Whatever
That's
circumstance
you,
you
my
can
wife's
follow
Mexican,
from
dude.
all of us, never bring us down.
Like,
Never
so
to
many
generate from our
tacos.
just the opposite. We need to lift us up and to generate in us a sense of connection and sense of
Realistic to it.
why
Never go full bottle, baby.
you want last 2 months, find me a dinner or yabo. You're going to look summer, man. What happens if a donkey came down from the trees? The Pharaoh went ahead and got them a donkey from the heavens. Not a donkey. It's a donkey. A donkey is a common animal. Like a tree fancy. But it came down from Shemayim. So what? Amalei, Yagod Nalo. Essentially, so he asked from Zera. Right? So Rabbi Zera asked from Yabo. So Rabbi Yabo said to Rabbi Zera, Yagod Nalo. Essentially he said, you're a donkey. In other words, that was I guess what it's saying, that is not a good. Like, you're a crazy donkey. That's just plain so that over Shmotana, it's not a donkey, but rather again like a crazy bird. You're a crazy bird. In other words, what's the matter with you? What kind of question is that? Harmony in Davar Kamei Yori Yom. Doesn't matter if you're talking to donkeys, you take the yasan, you take the side of rock, a brisket, it doesn't make a difference, whatever it is. If it comes from our if it comes from our Kodesh Baruch, it is going to be incredible. If it comes from Hashem, even if it looks straight, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks bad, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing. In Davar Kamei Yorei Min Hashem. It comes from a Kodesh Baruch Hu. It comes from a Kodesh Baruch Hu. It is not difficult, it is painful, it is challenging. Whatever comes from Hashem is only there to bring out Yishon and Kairos. We're saying, Shabbos.
Netflix riff on English, you guys, I'll be swimming sometimes. Yeah, so I'm trying to get out like at the water so I can't breathe.
Most of all, on Saturday, I can't be here in person today, but it's a great spark to continue all this is working very so hard to be able to allow me to be here, even though I'm not able to physically be here. Right, so let's take today's passage meeting as we thank all of our sponsors for sponsorship. Thank you and dedications will be posted there to some of the podcast description as well as the YouTube description as well. Today's afternoon test 15, we are starting from the section of verse 58b, an incredible Gemara. Says the Gemara, we are about 10 minutes of the Bible. He raises your hand against someone, even if you don't actually strike them, you have all the right. Sorry, so it goes out to the field. What you about to strike another? Now remember, neither party hit each other. But rather, again, you saw someone with an outstretched hand. The Russia, why are you going to hit the other? So even you act of being ready to strike someone, in and of itself label someone as a Russia. Whereas in Lama, he peace alone, right? It doesn't say why did you hit this fellow. Lama Sakya. Why are you going there? Even though again, Dustin and Avira didn't actually strike each other, but nevertheless, if they were to strike each other, most likely will call to them a Russia. Call the person like outstretched hand a Russia. You know, the Gemara says, I need to make the whole thing. You need everything, and it's called the sin. You know what practice is. Right? I'm going to cut his head off. If it is one who raises his hand to strike another youth, should have his hand cut off. Ne'emar is Loa Lama Kishaya. Kuna cuts up, and in fact, the Kuna wants to do this. The individual actually points out over here, the Adam Efrashe, Radula Hakos, Hadeva, the concept was an individual who was apparently habitually striking other people. And literally again, Rafina ordered that his hand be cut off, which is obviously a concept. So that's a really profound about what it means to raise your hand against another vehicle. Allah says, such a person, his behavior is so sinful that he has no atonement but burial. Death, not the no law on it. So again, so it's fascinating to see all of these cases is that here there's such profound culpability in lives that even though one did not actually commit Naveda. Which is actually quite striking. But let's straight up along with because in general, when it comes to avoidance, so a person is not held responsible from the Shabbat commitment. A person is not held responsible for their thoughts to commit Naveda. Rather, we're only held responsible for our deeds. And yet here we see that when you're ready to strike someone, even just the mere act of lifting your hand against another youth, by definition results in an incredible culpability. Without actually that discussing very deeply, actually, Larissa is commenting on that episode of Dustin and Venus, once quoted, Russia, Lama says, the Rebbe says that every part of the body has a divine negotiating condition. And the avoid of the hand, that is to be able to give. When a person takes the hand that is supposed to be used to give, and instead of using it to strike, it's a misappropriation of divine life. Something that I can spark with the investment. Taking it and repurposing it to the most terrible helper. Probably giving you a hand to do, and now using that hand and literally again be ready to see. Even if you don't actually do it, just the act of raising your hand and being ready to use that divinely ordained resource that is supposed to be designated for hitting, and instead of going to use it for hitting, it's going to be such a profound mistake. Because whatever that is a profound mistake. Because the idea is to think about it, everything you have in life is either by side or product with a divine resource. And everything is under this also partly wants us to use for some bigger or higher or better or worthier purpose. And when we don't, right, when we fail to use either our material assets, our personalistic assets, our emotional, cognitive, spiritual assets, when we fail to use them in a way that benefits that we give to the other, uplifts ourselves, it's a misappropriation of divine. Overwhelmingly so. Those numbers are good. So, I remember what we need to talk about this. What literally says, Karka, real estate is only good for people who are very strong. And actually points out that what it is. That when you get into real estate, again, there's always conflict of ownership. Then there's people raising on the land, people utilizing your resources. Real estate is not for the weak. Real estate is only for those who have the stomach for it and who are ready to fight. Interesting. And then I think it's well, very, it's nice to say. Obey also useful. And what does this mean ultimately? Again, that literally, the person who works his land, he will be satiated with it. And also, Adam absolutely added la'adama yisbala. The person who makes himself like a servant to the earth, he will be satiated with bread. They love, but if he doesn't make himself like an added to the earth, lo yisbala. And ultimately, again, he will not be satiated. Rashi says it very clearly, la'adama la'asot b'tamim l'chayim. So again, quite literally, much of that farming, agriculture is one of those professions where you have to be fully committed. So if you make yourself an avid, you make yourself a slave, you make yourself a servant to your field, to your assets, to your real estate, you'll be successful. You don't make yourself an avid to it, you're not going to be successful. But what a profound mental aspect, not just about agriculture, but in life. You know, without teaching us this, if you want to be successful in something in life, you have to make yourself an avid to that initiative. Meaning, all too often in life, when we start something, we really just fall off and don't succeed. It's very simple. It's because we lose interest. We move on to something else. We just lose a sense of commitment. And even if I don't totally fall off, I become like much more relaxed, laid back, you just have a headache, it's not committed to it. If you want to be successful for anything in life, you have to make yourself an adult, slave to that initiative and to that endeavor. From the slave code, remember, an adult doesn't have a choice. Never said, what's the master? Never wakes up and wants, I'm so tired and I'm sleeping today. No, you're an adult. You don't have that choice. And never doesn't feel like doing a piece of work because you think it's sorry. You're an adult. You have no choice. An adult is someone who is all in. Because I was telling us, if you want to be successful in your life endeavors, you got to be an adult to it. You have to be a slave to it. Because if you're just kind of like episodically interested, if you're just using whatever initiative or endeavor you have in life, you're not going to be successful. And also, we see this in our learning. We know this from the past. It's always good. So again, person don't come this year, person comes this year, doesn't come this year. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here, and again, it doesn't matter whether you're virtual, you're online, whatever your previous is. Sometimes we're a little lax days ago about it. Okay, so if I'm lax days ago about it, don't be surprised if it doesn't feel fulfilled. And don't be surprised if it's not lifting you to show up my to the highest of the high. Because you're only going to reap the benefits of the field. You're only going to reap the benefits of the endeavor. If you make yourself an effort, and an effort is on high, and an effort is conscious, and an effort is committed, and it doesn't matter what else an effort has got going on, he's there because he is enslaved to whatever the particular initiative is. I know it sounds strange, but when you enslave yourself to your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, when you enslave yourself to your avoda in life, that's when and anywhere you reap the benefits of your avoda. It's incredible. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, look, I'll make sure. I'll make a come to Sarah. And I'll make a come to Sarah. Now, we didn't translate this as Sarah. So it means it, Rashi comes out. We didn't work. Rashi says, when you have to, Yom Shalom. And I'll make a come who stops working for an entire day. You're actually tired. March is tired. Why about that? Now, what is this? Now, you're not explosive to Kadarish, you're explosive to the Locha, that may on them down the cycle. People are used to this. The ideal here is that every Kohanim has an urgency that he also has to live with. Let's be thinking that living with a sense of urgency is only a Jewish thing. It's not true. Even an apple has to live with a sense of urgency, and therefore I think the overkill problem to show us. So the overkill problem just takes it easy, takes it to the key of Sky research. Yeah, man. Incredible. All of humanity is included to be an addict to whatever initiative there is. Every person, Jew and non-Jew, is obligated to be enslaved to their goals and dreams and aspirations because that's the only way in life you actually make things happen. No matter. As far as I give this awesome, and then also again, anything they're warned about, that by definition becomes their liability for death penalty as well for non-compliance. Remember, I feel ashamed of Shabbos. Even shit in the rest of the Shabbos. And the Gemara saying that guy was not Shabbos. which is true by itself also. This is true even if they're not taking up Shabbos. This is just talking about the idea of living a lackadaisical, relaxed, laid back life. It's not what I call wants from man. It's not what he wants from Jews, and it's not even what he wants from non-Jews. He wants everyone to be plugged in. He wants everyone to be enslaved. He wants everyone to be operating on all sides. It's incredible. The question Rabbi says, so why not include this in Shem's opinion? Rabbi Nosri is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos. He wants to keep a function, maybe I'll pass that. The Shem's only includes Shevi Al-Chas, things you're not allowed to do. Doesn't include things that you have to do. That's the hard union of Kumase. That's not true. The obligation to establish a judicial system, that's what Kumase, that's a positive obligation. That's 59 second line. Kumase, the Shevi Al-Chas. The truth is the obligation to go ahead and establish a judicial system is called a positive commandment, right? It's a positive commandment, and it's also a prohibition. In other words, what's the prohibition? That don't allow injustice to go ahead and occur within your boundaries. Okay. Rabbi Yochanan, only the publisher also the Torah finds a non-Jew who learns Torah is chayiv. Why should he learn? Torah tzivah Moshe Morasha says Morasha. Torah Moshe is commanded us Torah Morasha. It is an inheritance. The Gemara says Manu Morasha Lola. It's an inheritance for us. And not for them. It doesn't involve the nations of the world. Therefore, if they learn it the time use. Now, why to use this? So the Hashday Gabe Sheva Mitzvah tells them this. So then, why not include this in Sheva's skin? So the Ben Noach is having our current Torah, which the Gemara says, Mandam and Morasha Migzal Pagazim. It's interesting, we're not going to see that there are 2 ways to read this word. Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe, Morasha Tzivas Yaakov. So one of the things that says Morasha, which means it's an inheritance from Jewish people. If you hold this inheritance, if a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. Theft is already included as one of the settlements of Bnei Noach. Mandam Morasha means Zalkabazilate. Mandam Mi'ulasa, the other thing it says, it's not Morasha, but rather Mi'ulasa. We are wed. Klal Yisrael is wed to Torah. So therefore, again, the non-Jew goes that and learns Torah. Dino Sinara Mi'ulasa, this is like the Botre. Nara Mi'ulasa, which you can remember, Bnei Noach don't have Nara Mi'ulasa, and therefore, again, they're judged according to Yisrael standards, and therefore they get skewed. So first of all, this is having a lack of because in general, there's a lot of discussion about what does this apply to? Is this torture itself? Is this 5 books? Is it torture about that? So according to most opinions, this prohibition is not the torture itself. It doesn't apply to Chumash, right? Chumash Torah. But rather, it's more a prohibition on torture about Mishnah, things like that. But this happens to pose a very interesting question because people study for conversion. Obviously, they have to go ahead and learn torture about as well. Okay. So we'll put this on the list for fascinating topics. Talk about everything, right? So just to put it on your radar. But I'll also mention, which is really quite amazing, is it tells you the beautiful relationship that you probably start with. And it's a multifaceted. On one hand, it's an illusion. It's an inheritance. I think if you heard about an inheritance, there's nothing per se you do to get an inheritance. Right? The person has rich parents, inherited assets, the parent dies, and gets rich. So on one hand, there's an element of Torah that's mine simply because it belongs to previous generations, and now it's passed down to me. I didn't do anything, I didn't earn anything, I just received it by deed of those who came before me. But then there's also Torah is in the Rasa. The Rasa English in language is a distinct and beautiful and harmonious meaning that is created by two people. On the other hand, I have not a unique relationship with Torah. So on one hand, Torah is a Yerusha. I have it from my family, from generations before me going back to Sinai. I didn't do anything, it's just been passed down to me. But then my job is to take the Yerusha and make it a new Yerusha. My job is to take the inheritance and make it a story. And create a beautiful, loving, passionate relationship with Torah. reminds me of the beautiful bells
That's
that
what
Rabbi
Papa knows Nike.
I mentioned
By
many
Dangerous
times.
Design 507.
Once it says it was Yoshi.
People
Just
are
read last
And
week.
I'm telling you
Last
right
week.
now, if
Zek
we're
Viva
going, guess
Reim,
where we got to
Elokai
push?
Viva Arabanan. This
Just
is
like
my
with
God.
tobacco,
Now this is
just like
great.
with all these things.
Elokai Aviv, God of my father, and
Well,
Holy
it's
Spirit.
already
Tells
happening.
me
It
this
has
is
happened.
there are two relationships with Hashem. There's
Facilities.
Elokai Aviv, the God of my
We're
father.
not being serious. We
Unless the
enjoy
person thinks that
our
he
thing.
could
And I
content
wonder if he is
themselves
doing that at
with
this
a
point
relationship
yet.
with
But
God
when
that
we're
has been
like,
passed down from
check
previous
it, don't do
generations,
that,
it
B.
also says
We're
that this
joking.
is
He
my
seems
God.
dead
This is
serious.
the God of my
But
father,
we're in
and
the
now
we'll
my
get to the
job
part
is
where
also
we're
to
dead
my own
serious.
religion.
We mean like
The
B.
Torah is a
Yeah,
Yerusha.
Papa said
Shut
Dangerous.
us
So
down.
I hope that
My job
already
is to
might
take
already be.
Yerusha, the
You have
inheritance,
I
and
probably
to
do.
make it my
There's some
Meulah.
that's where I want to see something
To
great
make
and I
it
say
my
Netflix. I swear to God.
incredible.
I think that's
The
okay.
Gemara says,
I mean, at
Mesre,
work, I did
Hoy
go to
that Mary used to
I told
say,
you about that, right?
Minyan
It was like
Yishak, you go over, go
signs,
from, go over, but
serious.
Torah,
I was trying to
shoot
get
the
a laugh.
tongue,
They were like,
how do you know? That
I
at the
say
point, right,
blog
then
was
it's
in
always
Netflix,
go
and then
from,
there's been
always
at
go
least
from.
3 times.
Learn Torah,
People
Apple
close
learn
to
Torah
me
that
that I
he's
had to
a free
explain
to
to
play.
them that
Shneimar,
Netflix
Asher
is
Yasa,
good
Osama
because I've
Adam,
been doing so.
B'chayva.
I
So
like
what it says,
explaining
these
to
three
people
words
in
of
shops
Torah
that
that a
because I
person
feel
should
so
you
down
should
when
live
I
by
do
them.
it. Yeah.
It
And I'm
doesn't
like,
say
I wonder what
Kohanim
that thing
Levim
can do.
Yisrael. It doesn't say Kohanim Levim Yisrael. Ella Ha'adam. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. Automatically, what does that teach you? Shafilu Opilu Hamva Osi Torah Horizu Khan. But even if it happens, what if it's anything goes in the Torah? Man is like a coin. So we'll say so. These contradictions just before one, just said that Akum is not allowed to it. Whereas says no, it's not a contradiction. Awesome, Shem Mitzvah, she does. So again, it is great for an Akum to know Torah. When the Torah that applies to him has to know about his 7 mitzvahs. And if he does, when he comes to depth and he understands it and also the appreciation, then now she becomes like a coin bundle. But he doesn't need to be learning about the rest of the mitzvahs that apply to Christ and don't apply to him. That's not his. That's not his Yerusha. That's not his Ma'olasa. That belongs to us. Incredible. But if we bring a meal over, ask Damina Christ. Remember again, we saw in the previous topic that different opinions added different mitzvahs on Hashem. And bring a meal said, and Ben Noah also came to blood from the living people. Come on, ask the boss of the natural. Damo lo so pay you. Then bring that. So the Pasuk says that you're not allowed to eat basar b'nafsho tamalosa. You can't eat meat when the life force is in it. That's a limb from a living animal. And if you need to meal, Omer af adamina. The meal says, if you need a meal says not only are you not allowed to eat even in a high, but you also can't eat damina. You also can't eat blood from a living animal. The night time that it is, Hari day basar b'nafsho lo sochel damo b'nafsho lo sochel. So if makes it interesting construction the Torah says basar b'nafsho damo lo sochel. The difference is the 2 different prohibitions. There's basar b'nafsho, you can't eat meat from a living animal, and then there's damo b'nafsho. You can't eat blood from a living animal. How do you make it? Those are Rabbanon will say, no, that's coming to Dasa. That concept, that phrase is actually coming, that double is actually coming to teach you that halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to eat a limb from shvatim, 50 points. Pull off a limb. Then you can pull off a limb from benos, pull off a limb from shvatim, and keep it down. Okay, Yotzi Begaver Simoni again, Asa Omer, Rak Chazak Yivokia Cholaga. Yes, I'm one that Pasuk says, be strong and do not eat blood, because the blood is the life force of the animal. So the Gemara directions, Rak Chazak Yivokia Cholaga. So when it says, don't eat the blood of animals, I said, I'm one effort, she said, Damina. So Gemara is putting another place that supports the zero and need of meal, and not only is there a prohibition to eat even Minachai, leave the animal, but you also can't eat Damina. Rabbanon will say, Ahul L'Dam HaKozo, Sham Shama Yotze Lo B'Dam. That's going to prohibit that from the Dam HaKozo, right? They're allowed to eat the lifeblood, but the others that aren't, like the blood that squirts out when the animals initially grow, but the other bloods are allowed to eat. Lama Li L'Nichta L'Meilach, Lama Li L'Nichta. So what's interesting now, you notice, the Gemara points out that the prohibition of eating a limb from a living animal is mentioned in the sacred verses, right, by Adam and it's also mentioned again in the Kodesh Devar after Har Sinai. So why does it have to be this? So this is incredible. Rabbi Yossi Ben Hanina, this is actually very important. Rabbi Yossi Ben Hanina. Rabbi Yossi Ben Hanina said the following word. This is how fascinating this is. Well, mitzvah shnamar l'bnei Noach v'nishmas b'Sinai. V'zeh u'zeh. Whenever you have a mitzvah that was stated in the Torah, and then was repeated in Har Sinai. When it says repeated in Har Sinai, what it means is it was said before Matan Torah, and it was repeated again in the Torah after Sinai. Even it was like, I don't care what is it learning about again Matan Torah, Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, Seres Hadibros, incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned to Bnei Noach before Matan Torah, and then repeat it again after Matan Torah, the Zeh was in it. Applies both to Bnei Noach and to Jews. The Bnei Noach, although Mishnah B'Sinai, something was only said before Matan Torah to Bnei Noach, and wasn't repeated by Har Sinai after Har Sinai, then it's still a member below the Bnei Noach. It only applies to Jews, it doesn't apply to Bnei Noach. V'anu ein lanu ela Gidai. The only example of this is Gidai. Right, the prohibition of Gidai Nosher was mentioned before Sinai, right? It was mentioned by the fight between Yaakov and Esau. So the Malachon had the Esau Sha'isa, right? It says in the angel, both the Yaakov for Homer was unable to overtake him, but injured him in the stomach. And therefore the Torah says, Al came, therefore Klal Yisrael will not be Gidai Nosher. That prohibition is never repeated again in Torah. So the Gemara says that's an example of something that was mentioned before Matan Torah, not repeated again after Matan Torah. That only applies to Klal Yisrael and not to the Bnei Noach. And this is in accordance to Rabbi in accordance to Rabbi. So Rashi has the whole arichos over here. Right, it's interesting. So there's interesting about focus in general that whether or not GUINNESS was stated after Matan Torah. So from the whole, and I love what I said, it wasn't stated, it was only stated by Yaakov. Wasn't stated. The other thing actually holds, interesting enough, and they say no, GUINNESS was actually a prohibition given to Klal Yisrael after Har Sinai. It's just that the Moshe Rabbeinu was compiling the Torah with his last verse, so he put the prohibition of GUINNESS back by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given there. It was actually given later on, but then you put back retrospectively, placed in the story. So it's just a machlokes. Okay, Omer Man, Omer Teshnemat, the Neirah, so let's go through this principle. So now, what Rabbi Yossi Ben Hanina say? Any mitzvah that was said before Matan Torah, and it was then repeated again after Matan Torah, it applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Gemara says, why? Adrabah, the Mishnah B'Sinai v'Yisrael Ne'Belolim, and it's just the opposite. From the fact that it was said before Har Sinai, and then said again at Har Sinai, doesn't that mean that it's not for Jews, not for Jews, and not for Jews? Which the Gemara says, no, the Asni, have all those go from the Sinai. The Ashke from the Anish, all they go from the no, so here's the difference. You find it by idolatry. Right? Idolatry was mentioned before Har Sinai, as we saw already, right? It was repeated again, actually, as part of our any other gods. And we know that Avodah Zarah applies to Jews and non-Jews. So that gives rise to the principle that any that was recited before Matan Torah, and the repeated again at Matan Torah applies to Jews and non-Jews. Okay, let's go back there. Still analyzing the principle. So again, if you have a mitzvah that was said to Bnei Noach before Matan Torah, was not repeated at Har Sinai, that applies to Jews and not to non-Jews. Right? So again, I should say just the opposite. The fact that it was given to the Bnei Noach before Matan Torah, and what isn't given again at Har Sinai, doesn't that indicate that it only applies to non-Jews and not to Jews? To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. The Gemara says, is there such a thing? It doesn't make any sense. Anything that by definition is going to be associated to Jews as well. So the Gemara says below, that's not true. Or you fast Torah. What about if you fast Torah? It's called guess, it's called theft. Yet a Jew is permitted in war variety of functions of a conquering army. The Torah's definition of a conquering army is province. It's not Ben Noah. Incredible. I already talked about Misham Yehuda. What about theft of less than a puta? Remember again, by Yisrael, that's not theft. By Ben Noah, it is theft. Which regards it again, Hasan Yishum Delav Ben Yehuda. That's because Jews are capable of forgiveness. Bnei Noah, therefore again, the youth could be more for a purpose than Puta, but Ben Noah was exposed by of course a couple of days ago. And Misham, incredible intelligence. What it used to be. It used to be youth. He is looking to forgive, and whether it's forgiveness ultimately against otherwise, without the ability to forgive, without the ability to mochel every single thing,
so things like precious jokes, things like the N-word, all of those things, there are ways to measure these things. What people search for, what people, the kind of words people use.
Essentially, because Sinai applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Holidays, I what about this meal? What about this meal? What about this meal? Remember again, so Hashem says, keep my keep the covenant of my grace. In this Sinai is repeated by Hashem. What is it by Hashem? So Yom HaShemim of the also precious Hashem. So it's repeated. You see what it says, remember, the road of Noah. Yeah, we know the mitzvah doesn't contradict it, so it doesn't go to this. The principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by her Sinai. I'm sorry, living Noah, and ultimately then repeated her Sinai applies to both. But Milah was said before her Sinai, said again at her Sinai, only applies to you, it doesn't apply to living Noah. To which the Gemara says, I hold the mitzvah established with us. No, the repetition actually of the mitzvah of Milah Pashas is to add a very important detail, namely, that by Yom Ha'afilu B'Shabbos. He says that when the eighth day falls out on Shabbos, we do Milah on Shabbos. This is important because I might have thought Milah requires the throwing of blood. Throwing of blood is also on Shabbos under the Admiral of Shita. So I might have thought that the throwing of Milah on Shabbos. Mashmalon, the additional mention of Milah by Yom Ha'Shmini, Ha'afilu B'Shabbos, even on Shabbos. So actually the repetition is not coming to include anyone. Right? It applies to you. The repetition is coming to each of you. I've already prayed with you. What about prayer with you? It's before multiply propagation. Shinem, I believe no Noah. Right? On one hand, it says, Noah. Let's say, Ma'atem, Peru or Revolt. Right? Remember again, Adam is given prayer with you. Noah is given prayer with you. The mission is Kisina. It's said again by Hasinai. Where was it said by Hasinai? Link and more Lahem, Shubulachem La'ahav. As well, it says, go tell the people to go back to their place. So this is incredible. Remember again, all this is all Shani that's the real more. One day, when his wife separated from intimacy. After Kabbalah Satorah, Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Go back to your place." And Hashem is saying to back to attention to euphemism for resumption of an intimate relationship with one spouse. So Moshe was essentially being mitzvah, which was commanded, and again regarding Torah. So it's said before Matan Torah, said again at Matan Torah. So the Gemara says, "Livnei Yisrael, Namar V'lo Livnei Noah." So again, ultimately, again, that was set for Christ, so not for Bnei Noah. Which the Gemara says, "Ahu v'kol davar sheb'minim tzarchim ha'chalat." Right, that's actually coming to just a second. Right, the repetition here is not to go ahead and define the number enough. The repetition, interestingly enough, is there to learn specific, namely that something, a halacha that is legislated by one group, can only be repealed by a group of the same number, by another group of the same number, or a later number. So Baharaya, Moshe Rabbeinu, right, the Torah told them, and therefore again, the Torah tells them, let them all have to go tell the people. Instead of the Torah told us to separate, it's the same as the told us to go back to what. Okay? Yafi, Chad the Chad and Nami, name of Mishum and so Chad the Chad that name of Mishum no. Is the say about everything. Every time a local was repeated, there is some new element which is introduced. Talking about what it means to say. As Hara the Hadar in Misna Ba Lama. Ultimately, again, why is there a need to repeat the punishment or punishment for this? The aim of one Ella did have no separation. So the Aliba Gadi, and ultimately, again, all we have is a piece of Bina Nosha, and according to the as we said before, the reason I'm saying Bina Nosha, that it was only stated once before months of Torah. I need Nami, but it's me ultimately again, but Mila and Bolivia also weren't defeated, right? Gemara says, Hani Isuri Shinosaba. These ultimately again were repeated again, as we mentioned before, because they introduced some new halacha. How no issues are. This Nosha wasn't explicitly stated. By the possibility is Mila and Rabbi Abba would become a slave. In reality, perhaps you could say that inside this Mila, the obligation of Mila was not given to the Mila. It was given to Abraham. Given to Abraham to become a slave. The act is reasonable. Atta is our Atta is our in the Shachmin alone, second white line, the mitzvahs that Abraham is his offspring, but just to Abraham's offspring, not to anyone else. Okay, well, I'm going to go offspring. I mean, I could be in Yishmael, so why shouldn't the son of Yishmael? Right? Yishmael is also son of Abraham. Why shouldn't you be higher than Yishmael? So this one is the Yishmael to carry the Pasal. And for us, we say Yishmael is the defined offspring of Abraham. That's the case of that also. No, if you want to say fine, Yitzchak is the inheritance of the that's fine. Like what Yitzchak's kid, Yaakov and Esau. Why not Esau? Which you must be Yitzchak, the Lord called Yitzchak. Abraham, you will be found within Yitzchak, and that means all meaning one of Yitzchak's sons will perpetuate your legacy, and not all of Yaakov and Yaakov. Therefore, it's only again the thread to Abraham and Yitzchak, you apply, but not to any of Abraham. That's the Yitzchak, right? At the end of Parshas Chayei Sarah. So I'm looking at it there. And right like that, you show Shmot Yitzchak. I think the laws you learn that's not done, that's done, they have a whole bunch of kids. So maybe the Bnei Jewish should be guys on the law. So I'm going to say, as we see it there, the rabbis Bnei Keturah. So ultimately, again, Bnei Keturah are included. Okay. So interestingly enough, it might be only Yitzchak and one of Yitzchak's sons, but apparently they may have been other people, at least initially, part of the main complications of this incredible. Rishon was not permitted he was not permitted to go ahead and Sid, Lachem Yela Asla, or the whole Hayasa son. The Pasuk says when it's indicated the vegetation, so it's giving you all the aces, all the vegetation for you, Lachem Yela Asla, for you and for all of the animals. So you and the animals eat the vegetation. The Lochayas Arzakam, which can't be animals. Adam was not allowed to eat meat. He was a vegetarian. Which is the Rabbi in Noah, which probably if you think about it, so pieces on this concept that are like some utopian way. Man is not consuming animals that man uses whatever organically grows on the earth for his own consumption. It doesn't take life in order to go ahead and sustain his own. There's something, there's a purity in that was later on corrupted. Obviously, when Noah comes along after the flood, so after the flood, meat becomes permitted. That once Noah is allowed to eat meat, there's no more prohibition of Abraham and Achai either. Okay, Yaakov after Shlotzim. You might have thought that again, maybe Abraham and Achai applies to Shlotzim. Okay, Shlotzim, the sons of David. Shlotzim are excluded from Abraham and Achai. In my Talmud, what's the Rabino? Damo. Misha Damo calls it Tzara. Abraham and Achai only fight for someone or for something that has a distinction between its flesh and its blood. Yod is striking between Daman and the following substance. You see this in the Sharets on the animal, right? The animal has flesh, and then there's blood and other stuff behind it. It's not like it's one mush, right? It's all one thing. Therefore, there's no when it comes to stuff. Most say, we do the gas and so again, so now, the much understanding is that the Adam Arishon was not allowed to eat. The Pashtos, the Adam Arishon was not allowed to eat, probably means that he wasn't allowed to kill animals for his own consumption. You know, it's a fact, or do the gas and certain things Adam says the Adam is going to rule over the fish of the sea. What does that mean to rule over the fish of the sea? My love actually, doesn't that mean for consumption? No,
Back to 10 minutes of the show.
the fish work for you.
Thanks for tuning back in. Join the Discord, join the Patreon, and everything is on Spotify now. But that's not why you're here. The reason you're here is to watch clips, so start the timer now. Alrighty, the first clip is from Mr. Ryan Joseph 82. Nice. It's called Calories per Hour Confidence, which is a topic to hear all these
Adam doesn't have the right to eat
topics
fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish for his service to work. So he must touch over Ofashemite, which is over the birds of the sky. My love, that doesn't have anything to do with the birds. Lo,
yeah, that's weird. I don't know what autophagy is. You know what autophagy is?
I don't think
You think Shab does?
the boy got about
It's like, oh, that's our word.
But we also remove them by interesting again. We're not doing the hospitalities over there. So again, the local might get
Why
flash
would he just hit him
with
like that?
geese or with
Because
chickens.
it's near
According to
comfort.
this, we don't know what is how long.
Oh, I see.
So again,
Maybe it's that
this has to
Bob
do
was,
with
I guess,
the
kind of like dozing off or something like that. And Kellen feels the need to like kind of shake him. Yeah.
for
You know, like a
workers
dog.
while
I
they're
couldn't find the other
working.
clip of him like
So
slapping the
it's
shit
kind
out
of,
of
in
Bubba
order
at
for
the
that
end of
better
the
is they
episode.
have to work as they work in both his feet and
I
his
saw a thing where it was
hands.
like
So when
edited
the
and
animal
it kept
is
like
using all fours,
poking
it
him
is
and
also
like
considered working
pushing
with
his
everything. So
face.
that's called his
And
work.
all that.
Shiny
Every
is,
time I said it,
let's
that's
say,
when
flesh,
we were starting to
geese
plug
or
dates.
chicken.
And then Kellen was like, I might not be in
So
this
is
day
that called
folk,
as a
and I
whole
don't care.
animal
He
that
said
work?
this new
Therefore, the
conference.
animal should
So
be permitted to
because
eat.
he's
Although
on a
the
new
whole
show
animal
with
was very
Crowder, he
nice.
feels
But
like
like
he
I
can
said,
just hit
the
Bob. And
details
he's
are
like,
not
all
as
right, I'm
important
not
for
here,
discussion.
so
What's more important for
I'm
discussion
staying.
is
I'm staying
to
on the
illustrate
fire
how
as
you
a
can
kid.
put geese
But
and you can put
because I'm
chickens,
gonna
fowl,
stay,
birds
you know,
to work.
still be
Okay,
here for this
touch them up.
sinking
Overcome
shit.
how you
Really
have a
get to
message
hit
how
you
to
tonight.
like and you
I'm
rule
gonna make you
over
work.
all
Whereas
the
US Fiance is like,
water
I'm gonna get you busy.
the
I'm
United
gonna
States
keep you busy.
Kahu,
Okay, and that just means like punching him.
this
You know,
comes
it
to
could also be
include
a
that
homeless
man
narrative.
originally
You know
was
what I mean?
supposed to have
You're always
been
painting a
over
narrative on chains, Pete.
his
That's
son
right.
was
That's right.
terrible.
No, never.
Shimon Manasseh
Been a good week for
Chacham
me.
Hashem Mishkaber Sha'avim Minah.
Maybe that's just what they do.
Both to man
That's their
because
friendship
as a
was that
result
they
of the
poke each
sin
other. I
of
mean, they all.
the
Shab is always like poking and pushing the Leo.
Adam wasn't supposed to be
Watch
punished.
that clip.
Therefore,
So
Adam was
stop
punished,
hitting
Chava
people.
was punished,
Oh,
and
what are
Noach
you
was
gonna do?
punished.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Man
kill you.
lost out
I'm
on
gonna
a
hit you
tremendous
17 times.
The snake was supposed to be the right hand of man. Right? The snake was supposed to be someone who enabled man to accomplish something. Man lost out on it as a result of the sin. Gemara says, "Omorim is kalam nachash." Because had the nachash not because remember again, Chazal tells us originally the nachash had feet, had arms, was able to speak, stood upright. The nachash was a highly evolved, highly developed animal who was supposed to be the Thomas. Had Adam not sinned, what would have happened? So every person, every Jew would have two snakes, two good snakes. One snake would send north, one snake would send south. Lahadilo, San Lavonim, Tobim, La'avan, and Tobos, Umargos. Things are correctly before they slither. Like you know how to dig, you know how to find stuff. So they would mine out all the most beautiful precious stones and gems. Again, they send them out to do their thing, and they come and they bring it back. We're all old, not only that, Eloshamash, even with two attacks in the bow, they would attack something underneath the tail of the snake. Mostly for offer the Yosef on, make it stuff. Because that we take dirt out. Dirt out. Ultimately, again, to your garden or to your but the Gemara says, so say such a point out that you know, the way I'm supposed to be in the world, the world is service. And he gave me those service. I'm older of the church, I'm older of the animal, I'm older of vegetation, everything. It's to serve man. Man is the crowning jewel of creation. But man only merits to be served by the rest of creation
Hosted by firms
When he
exhibiting
occupies his exalted
the financial
place
report. I thought I'd
in
finally
the
made it. I got
occulted
the
spectrum,
WCM sign and going to
the
Las
latter
Vegas to fight. Oh, I'm
so
paying
when
for
man
this show up.
advocates his personalistic greatness, so he advocates
Yeah.
that right to serve that people. That's when the earth comes in. That's like, there's no after Adam and Eve and sin, what does actually cause me to Adam and Eve? He says, when Adam, as you Adam, you're going to work the land, the coats the dark darkness, you're going to plow the field, and it's going to sprout forth thorns and thistles. The world is not going to cooperate. When man doesn't do what he is supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, the world doesn't cooperate. It's an incredibly funny thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, man, I would do what I'm supposed to do, benefit folks, the universe. Serve man because man is serving you. Man is performing his purpose, serving you, and therefore the world needs your purpose by serving man. So we advocate our sacred duty. Not only are we shirking our own personal responsibilities, but we're disrupting the natural order. So the animals are the road, and the earth is going to do all these things that we do. I know it's focusing on the things that we were sometimes even acting. So those things, beautiful wine. So can you imagine this ultimately sitting in that Arab shop is still gone now. I'd be sitting there then making a barbecue from the meat board. I get for a meat board. So they bring their head and they make the marriage and meat board and roast meat for a meat and pouring in delicious wine from marriage. So pouring in delicious wine, the Nachash sees his speakers for Nachash, the Rabbi Baldon, so the cover that was being given to Rishon, it is cannibal.
He's just being himself, whereas when Papa is himself,
jealous.
he can't get lies and Asian impersonations and real trash.
Why did this person occur? Because the Nachash wasn't
If I said I was a fighter, you would agree. I can lose many times. I can lose to Roy, whatever his name is. I can lose to all these other people. Get knocked in the head. Alright, so this next one's called Holy Catnip. Hosted by Sarlacc Survivor.
Imagine if one of my forever friends was accused of sexual misconduct in the press, and we went on air and said, well, I haven't talked to him yet because I was too busy getting eye surgery done, but if he did this, it was terrible. Instead of just going, yeah, that's my friend, fuck off. Yeah, or say nothing. Or say nothing, right? Just in case he did do that. Yeah, I did.
It's funny to watch these two when the guy's like,
Hassan the bus and
imagine
Dragon
one of our friends got accused of
There's
sexual
all
misconduct as if
different
that's not
that means
very easy to imagine.
I guess it's like
There should have
the
been a laugh
first
track after.
impossible, right? That wasn't
Imagine one of our friends got accused.
animals. That was me that came from someone. This was from the Dragon report. So what is that?
That's a good point.
I don't know what it is. It's impossible. This is the first. They probably wasn't. Other regional didn't slaughter anything for that meat. The Spartans were brought it down to Shemai. Whoa.
Wait, I don't really want to be in those waters.
That actually happened. The other Shimon come up. Yeah, that does happen. What happened? What other Shimon come up? I was traveling on the way. Hugglebar went up our to cover Kanani Two lions, right? Two lions came in and started roaring in his face. Amar. So the Shimon Halachah says to them, fearing struggling with that. The lion comes.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a
Crying
funny
out
clip.
for
It's
food.
interesting to know
What
people
happened? The
like when people are at each other, like these comedians
two
fighting.
slaps
It's
in
interesting.
his
Oh, Shafir
fell
doesn't
two
like
sides
that.
of him.
Wow.
Fell right in front of
What
him.
a Kelly's
One of them,
is
the
Bobby
lion,
Kelly certified
the
homeless
other
now?
one they left behind. They were both the
Confirmed
first ones.
homeless Bobby
I
Kelly.
see Boston
Alright,
in
so this
Russia.
one's
Ultimately,
called
the Shimon Halachah
Crowders
brought that last
Waters,
piece of
my
meat.
guy. Hosted by No
Brought
Cauliflower
it back to the
4577.
They asked, yeah. Boy, Allah, they asked him, sorry, Governor, come in, he said? Like Governor Carter. So what is it? The meat. Is it kosher or is it trait? I guess maybe you want to have a little bit. Is it kosher or is it trait? Let's think about this. What are we talking about? Or like, in double to your there's no such thing as another coming that comes from most of our guys. What are you talking about? We fell from the heck is asking what the hashgach is. We fell from the heck of the asking if it's kosher, asking if it's kosher or it's not. Nothing that is trait comes from everything comes from Shamayim is kosher, is hard. Listen, that's actually so important, so powerful. Anything that comes from anything that comes from
What if you just started doing T-Box routines like you suck 7 times
it may hurt. It may be difficult. Any circumstance that comes from
Crowder does not feel the same way. Papa just hears names and he's like, oh, that sounds like a good name. I'm with them friends. But Crowder's my guy. Crowder.
Some way, somehow.
Yeah, Crowder doesn't like Papa. Do you think any of his team will show him like Crowder's not your guy? No, right? Because he doesn't. That's another problem. Is he lets in no criticism of any kind. So his team is like, hey, by the way, that guy was our guy. Said you're bullshit. He'll be like, you're fired. Don't tell me that. You're supposed to go. So he's really cool.
But last one. What happens if a talent in that position? The Oracle went ahead and brought them a talent from that. Very powerful. But it came up from Shammai. So what? Amalei, Yard dollar. Essentially, so it has to come zero. Right? So the zero asks from the Yavot. So the Yavot starts from zero. Yard no. Essentially said, you're not. In other words, that was a way of saying that narrative. Right? No, you're a crazy man. Come and show that ultimate kind of is not a mountain, but rather again like a crazy bird. You're a crazy bird. In other words, what's the matter with you? What kind of question is that? Call me late, ain't dumber, coming and going there. Doesn't have to focus on anything. It's a yassan, it's a sign of rock, it's what doesn't make a difference, whatever it is. If it comes to my Kodesh Baruch, it is going to be incredible. If it comes from Hashem, even if it looks trait, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks bad, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing. Ain davar kamei yorei min Hashem. Comes from a comes from a difficult, painful, challenging, or whatever comes from Hashem is only there to bring about Kedusha and parallel. One time, this week, one of the Shabbos.
If I told you I was too old to grift, would you believe me? I told you during CRT, the children of color were allowed to hide first in school shooter drills. What would you say? Dicey.
Alright, good morning or good morning. Let us begin today. That is new class. Before we get that, thank this morning's sponsors. And then that's how we're sponsors. For our Iowa Commissar for touching the very quickly setting in private section of Baha, to dedicating all the children's gospels as we also saw doubles learning sponsors, Barrel and Dolphin information of Barrel to website Barrel and Tiny. These website coaches past two only sponsors the last scene Taylor, Spurn and myself families as is a course for our father for successful surgery and complete recovery. Because convention rule book. Yo, pero no te vas a Torah. All the national second league fantasy will come on. All of those in the tour should have one together with Kobe Israel. Because from the mission continues to bring our hostages home, show our soldiers to be successful in the whole mass. Let's see that. Let us begin very after the facts. We are putting up on new designing of the base. New design of the base. And the last call, let's actually just pick up the turnaround button. I know that we got a little bit further than that actually. We did our yesterday. The turnaround button, we see where Tosis or Russell. If you look at that Tosis there, Tosis is on the right hand column. If you just move your finger towards the left, about 2 lines down, you'll get the turnaround button. The turnaround button on each
Why does
Probably 60% of people that know more about just making us know at a different perspective. The people that know Shah think he's a moron. Many have said that he's a moron on YouTube, all the comedians. So when Shah sees them at the club, he's gonna be like, hey man, you fucking hurt my feelings, or like, fuck you, or just be like, hey, what's up, man? Good to see you again, even though you said we're supposed to be cheers, B. If you want my intro, I don't think Shah knows any of it.
the prohibition of arayos like these from a hurry up and after to the after the Zaggy arayos so truthfully more angels hustle the arayos to go the hawk of arayos to done so now there was two different buckets of arayos these arayos that have been Noah coming to the other Noah and there was arayos that have been Noah coming to the back so two different psukim highlighting two different buckets of prohibition. Turning simple about our lives itself. The Akusi, the natural has relation with the Jewish woman, legal redeeming itself. Ultimately, again, in accordance with halacha, the night of itself. So what is the what's that? So Nazareth also because remember again closing it to the top that halacha and 8 echad. Sorry. Noah is to be judged even by a dying echad. One judge, one witness, even a color. So halacha Lamaisa, he has the active immorality with a Jewish woman. He is subject to the Jewish legal system, which again then has a basis of 23. So what you're telling me essentially is that Jewish woman, right, immoral as non-Jewish woman, be judged by what set of standards, a lower set of standards. But if you have relation with a Jewish woman, be judged by a higher set of standards, which essentially again ultimately, if you have paid anything Hasra, that makes it much more difficult to convict. So it sounds like there's a lower level of conviction that you have no immoral relations with a Jew, and you can imagine that doesn't seem to make sense. To which the Gemara says, I don't know what's meant as a Nara Amurasa. So Nara Amurasa is exactly as it sounds. Nara, where it had Aderson, but it's not going to have Yisur with her husband. So let's say the Kusi has relations with this girl. Here we go, Russell. We got here we go, Russell. So interestingly enough, the Kusi and the Noach have no concept of Nara Amurasa. They will say that this is actually quite interesting. You see this come out a couple of times in today's back. The only way to affect marriage is for a man to live with his wife. That's what happens. It's real. Essentially, there's Yisur. There's living together. That affects marriage. It's a generation means you no longer live together. That's it. It's a very simple construct. You live together in an intimate way, that's marriage. You separate from intimacy, that is divorce. That is divorce. So there's no concept of intimacy. So therefore, technically speaking, if a Kusi, like if a non-Jew, has relations with a Nara Hamurasa, so technically speaking, there's no construct for that. Well, therefore, again, in that case, he'll be judged in accordance with halacha. That's it. Tanya, Pala Nara Hamurasa, we go to Kilo. Pala Nara Hamurasa gets Kilo. And by each of these, by the American, he gets kind of, the Ibadina do go, Sayafu. Right, but ultimately, again, if the halacha we're dealing with his halachas, so shouldn't it be sayyid? Also, a ben-noach is always judged with sayyid. First of all, my issues is what the issues is talking about over here. So you're telling me a woman that's saying and if you not yet have relations with your husband. Now, in that context, where we go, let's live, we got as we just mentioned before, so we relations to the couple that have not yet lived with her husband. In Ben-Noach world, that is not marriage. That is not marriage. So because it's going after adultery to happen in that way, there's no construct for that for Ben-Noach. Therefore, again, Ben-Noach will be judged in accordance with our law. So this really gives birth to a very fascinating idea that as much as there's a system for Ben-Noach, but if a Ben-Noach commits an act of immorality with a Jewish woman, And again, that there is no parallel case that is prohibited for B'nai Noah, like Na'ara HaMu'urasa, like a woman goes into the chuppah that is not yet lived with her husband. So in that case, a Ben Noah will be judged as a Jew. Fascinating. Okay, so what was like this? And he says, so again, here it's explicit. So B'nai Noah, if a man lives with his wife, they're married. And if Ben Noah were to have relations with that woman, that's adultery. That's the construct they have. But for example, not Nicholas so the woman goes into the couple, so they condition, but there hasn't been Nisuin, or even if there's been Nisuin, for a local night, the couple has not yet lived together. In Ben Noah's world, that is not a construct of immorality that is recognized. So therefore, again, he gets off. That's pretty no, he's judged in accordance with Jewish law. Quite fascinating. I guess I want to be a friend. As I said, supposed to be a friend. Call Erev Shabbat Shaytam Yisrael, Ben Noach Musrael. Any Erev, right, that a baby of Israel will execute someone for, and Ben Noach is warned about. In days of Shaytam Yisrael, if a Jew wouldn't be executed for such an act of immorality, then Ein Ben Noach Musrael given an inheritance. Ben Noach is not liable for it either. In other words, the one thing is like this: if a Jew isn't allowed to do it, then a Ben Noach isn't allowed to do it. But the reverse is not true. But if a Jew is not allowed to do it, a Ben Noach is also not allowed to do it. So you know, right? Come and say, "How the Arayos speak change in Shaytam Yisrael?" Ben Noach was. There are many examples of Nisos of Arayos that basically will not execute for it, but yet a Ben Noach is still warned about. For example, Arayos Yisrael, Nidon B'din Yisrael. The Ben Noach has what is considered to be halacha and illicit actual relations with a Jewish woman. He is judged in accordance with Jewish law. Jewish law, Ben Noach, however, again, if halacha makes again, he has relations with Ben Noach Arayos, then Nidon B'din Ben Noach. He's judged in accordance with Ben Noach. And Judas, when we tried to figure out like what's the sense in all these cases, really what the left is the case of Naran Rasa, or something similar to that, where in halacha recognizes that a marriage has occurred, but yet in halachos of B'nai Noah, they only recognize marriage after it's been consummated. Okay. So in that kind of case, it is a not system of law where it be let off without punishment. But again, how they do withhold them accountable. The next Shabbat, the why not also do the case of when into the football, but you have relations with the husband. High time doing Nashivu. So again, this kind of you know, whenever Misa level says, from my whole that we saw that the B'nai Noach gets Sayyid or Tzedek. Isn't the opinion that says the B'nai Noach get Tzedek? And therefore, easy kind of thing. Halach one answer, essentially, for both of these infractions would be Tzedek. Okay. The Sabra B'Meir, Kol Erva Shabbat Yisrael and Nisan Aleah, Allah, Ben Noach Mutzala. So now, does the Meir behold that for any act of immorality, that a Bezdin of Yisrael, right, the Jewish Bezdin, would execute the Yisrael for, then Noach is responsible for as well. So again, which means anything that is an alliance for us, and then Noach would be held accountable for. Is that true? Not kind of really was in the top of Nechas. Ger, Shahaisa Halacha Shea the Kedusha and the rest of the Kedusha. So this is the fascinating case. Literally translated, the convert whose conception was not in Kedusha, but whose birth was. What's this case? This is a case of a non-Jewish man, non-Jewish woman who conceive a child together. When he becomes pregnant, right? And then, over the course of the pregnancy, she converts. By the time she has the baby, she's a Jewish woman. So now, just that this baby is just because his conception was in Gentile kites, right? He was still of the Kedusha. But they don't, so by the time that he was born, ultimately again he's Jewish. So just understand, what's the rule with this kid? What's the rule with this kid? First of all, the rule with this kid is that he's Jewish. The interesting part about this is he has a halachic relationship to his mother, and of course has no halachic relationship
his father. Right? Because remember again, his Gentile father by the time he's born, so the baby is Jewish. So the Jewish baby has no relationship to his Gentile biological father. Okay, we see the manifestation of that right now. Here it is. He has relatives from his mother's side, but has no relatives from his father's side. Hot traits, right? So let's say, for an example of this, so let's say if you write down 50 or 80 pesos, so if he marries, right? If he marries his maternal sister, he's got to divorce her, or if he's got a Ben Noach, he's not allowed to marry his sister, but we'll see. Interestingly enough, that's a machlokes also. But for now, we're going with the approach that halacha makes a Ben Noach can't marry his sister. So therefore, again, if he did marry his sister, you'll see, you're not actually tiny, but technically speaking, if he marries his paternal sister, it's fine. It's fine. Right? Why? Because again, technically speaking, halakhically at least, she's not his sister. Right? She's not recognized as his sister. You'll see if he goes and he marries his literally again his father's 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 mother's side. You'll see ultimately he's got a divorce her. Father's side is not a problem. Interesting part about his mother's sister on the father's side. Right? So then again, Rabbi says he has to divorce her, and Chachamim say he's allowed to keep her as a wife. Rabbi says, fine. So it says machlokes by that particular case. But again, halacha said this is the rule. So again, baby is conceived in Gentile type, mother converts over the course of the pregnancy. Time she gives birth, she is a full-fledged Jewish woman. The baby is a full-fledged Jew. Let's say, you just want to some discussion about like what is the status of the baby? Any element of Jewish in the baby? So the assumption of the whole school, the baby is a regular Jew, not a girl. Not a girl, baby is a regular Jew. And the halacha links again, halachic relationship to the mother, no halachic relationship to the father. Now, of course, the interesting about this is generally when a person converts, right? Gershon is character chatab shenologami, and therefore there's no real, relationship to either parent, halachic relationship to either parent. But of course, this case is different because the mother converted with the baby in utero, right? And therefore, again, halacha, so the halachic relationship to the mother remains, but no halachic relationship to the father. Okay, fascinating. The Ashes and he's committed to this time at the Ger. Right, this baby who was born Jewish, who has no relationship to his father's side, and has a relationship to his brother's side. Most of the Ashes he's committed to his brother's wife, or the Ashes or to the brother of, the wife of his father's brother, and all other what would normally be alayos on the father's side are going to be committed to him. And this comes to include even his father's wife. His father's wife. Now, obviously, in most cases, we're talking about the people in question died. When we say, for example, he's married to his father's wife, it means his father's widow. Like, obviously, if she's married, even the name Noah have a construct of marriage. Like, again, normally these would be allials for us. And even after these men were done, their wives would still be prohibited, but not for this person in question. Nosa Isha would be done. So it says, now, this is not switching gears a little bit. We're now back to Kusi for just a second. Let's say a Kusi married a woman and her daughter, right? And her Nosa Isha Bita, Konis Achos, and Motzi Achos. So she's beginning with Rashi. Rashi is in the intermediate white lines, about 6 lines in the intermediate white lines. Nosa Isha Bita, Ashai Gerin Kai. So now Rashi just points out we're transitioning back to just a regular conversation about converts. Not dating. So what happened? It's very interesting. Okay, so now somebody else in Kusi, then it's Sky Emo, how call you so let's go with Rashi's first interpretation. See the guy, this is the Kusi. He marries a mother and a daughter. So first of all, apparently the Gemara is telling us that whereas for a Jew, that's alliance, for a Kusi, it's not. Okay, so the Kusi goes ahead and marries the mother and daughter, and then interestingly enough, what happens? He converts. Or Rashi says over here, then it's Gairu Emo. They all converted along with him.
Now, here's what's interesting. They'll convert along with him. Now, technically speaking, what's the relationship of the mother and daughter after they convert along with the nothing. So therefore, technically speaking, this relationship should technically be familiar. The very remain married to both of them. And what's the halacha? The halacha is the Gemara says, konis achos umotzi achos. The halacha already said there he is permitted to keep one of them and not permitted to marry the other. But ideally, ultimately, again, ideally, even the priest, you should not marry the mother and the daughter. You kind of so ideally don't marry such a situation like this. But again, halacha l'maisa, the priest to remain married to one has to divorce the other. Right? And ideally, of course, not to get into a situation like this altogether. So technically, both women should be permitted to him based on the idea that Gershon is like the Kaddish Novadami. There's no so we have this kind of, we might not say it here explicitly, but it says it elsewhere. In general, it has to be that people can never say that non-Jews, or that non-Jews, that you're going to do Kedusha Chamur, Kedusha Kala. It can't be that becoming Jewish allows you to do something that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. So normally, one can't marry a mother and her daughter. Right? So it can't be that through conversion, suddenly you're allowed to go ahead and marry a mother and her daughter. So therefore, the halacha says, decide which one you want to stay married to, and they both see the other one. Okay? Well, that's good. Ultimately, again, listen to this. If his mother dies, if his wife dies, so they say, these are all cases. Ultimately, again, we're talking about from Mesa Ishto, Mutter B'Chamoso. He is permitted to marry his mother-in-law. Okay? Read it down. Also, others say he's not permitted to marry his mother-in-law. Lokasha, Harabi Me'alim Develazar, Eliezer, Harabi Me'alim Rabbi Akiva. Okay, pointing out two different opinions that we're going to see right now. Alkin Yazar. A man will go ahead and meet his father and his mother. So this is talking about the pasuk. This is talking about the pasuk by admiration, by marriage. First, I'll take a quick look at Rashi. Nesa Ishto, Mutter B'Chamoso. Yapapi Shekhaima Ishto, Mishinis Gayer, the Ben Noach Ramusha Al Chamoso, the Nima Bo'im Miknusha, the Chamoso Mamish Lo Hadia, Apagab Binis Gayer, the Geshin Gayer doesn't then Corvus Zelazar. So just here's the previous case, right? So our Ger, when he was a guy, was married to a mother and daughter. They all convert together, one big happy family. So step number one is, unfortunately, you're no longer one big happy family. Right? Decide who you want to stay married to, and the other you can't be married to anymore, because you can't have a situation where someone who's Jewish is married to a mother and a daughter, even if halachically one could somehow figure this out. However, the other familial relations are really dissolved. So therefore, again, let's say Ger's wife dies, he is permitted to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law, his wife's mother. Even though normally for us, again, that would be an error. Right? Why is he allowed to do that? Because again, upon conversion, all of these familial bonds were dissolved. Others say he's not allowed to go ahead and Mishnah Kaya, the Benoach, Roshah, Chamoso, the name of Ban Mikdusha, the Chamoso Mamish Lohad, the Apagab, the Skaya, the Geshin Skaya, then covers the Rosa. Okay, so the man says, so two different opinions. So how do we resolve this? This is the sign of the Rosa. How can you have the Bishop of the the Gaba, the Ishtabahai, the Basra. This is the pasuk of marriage in the Torah. Therefore, a man will leave his father and his mother. He will cling to his wife, and they will be one flesh. That's the pasuk. So when the pasuk says a man will leave his father and his mother, so what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says the below Omer, Aviv is Achos, the Imo, and Imo is Achos Imo. Aviv actually means the brother of his father. Sorry, the sister of his father, thank you. And Imo means the sister of his mother. The sister of his mother. So we're always coming to say that this is actually coming to prohibit certain arayos.
And Rabbi Akiva says, no. Ovid is Isha's Ovid. Ovid refers to the wife of his father. The Imo, and Imo is Imo Mamish. And Imo literally means his mother. L'davak, and he will cling. This is how the marriage refers to as clinging. Below the Zohar. So again, the Torah says marriage is a man to a woman and not a man to a man. Below the Zohar. Okay, Rashi is interesting. And Rashi understands that the reason why he understands it is because the Torah uses the lesson of dibuk, connection by marriage. So Rashi understands, interestingly enough, Rashi says over here that Davak means an act of religions which creates pleasure. And whereas Rashi says that the act of Mishkav Zachar doesn't create the same type of pleasure. So it's interesting how Rashi understands that the Davak there. It's interesting because generally the way that the exclusion for Mishkav Zachar, for homosexual behavior, usually learned out, ultimately again, is usually from the Hayil Basar Echad. That marriage is a union which could technically produce offspring. That's the type of just organic relationship that is covered under marriage. But it's using a different judgment. It's like, every time cross justice like this, it's incredibly, halakha is halakha. Halakha is halakha. And halakha never, halakha is immutable. And it doesn't matter what society says, what society doesn't say. The Rebbe makes the rules, and we don't. And the systems of morality are determined by a Kadosh Baruch Hu and not by us. Not by us. And so marriage is defined in a certain way, and relationships are defined in a certain way. That's the halakhic construct. Halakha, from just a Kamocha perspective, and from an empathy perspective, you're all kinds of Jews. There are all kinds of Jews and all kinds of peoples. And the Rebbe creates people in all different kinds of ways. And it's important to understand, if the Torah prohibits something, it means that desire absolutely exists within people. And it's real. And it's there. And especially again, in this particular element, no greater struggle than for a man or for a woman who is struggling with identity, sexual identity, and wants to live a life of halakha, but is often forced between a commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and companionship. Struggles that those of us who don't understand it could never understand it. That's like the halakha is the halakha. But never think that the halakha in any way impinges upon the dignity of the individual, and everything that the halakha allows us to impugn upon the dignity of the individual. We have to learn and an openness and a welcomeness applies to all types of Jews, and a love and an empathy applies to all types of Jews, even if we don't have the ability or any flexibility to change the rules. The rules are the rules, but the love always has to be all-encompassing. The mother is like it. So this is a good Yashar, right? Cling to your own wife and not to anyone else's wife. The Gemara says, and it will become one flesh. So Mishanas and Basar Echad. This only refers to an act of relations where again there's a fusion. Yatsu Behima V'Chayin She'inas and Basar Echad. So again, Rashi says over here, Mishnah says Shezer Yotze Mehem Nasa Basar Ha'im Ba'aba. So by the way, again, they're capable of creating offspring. So again, this comes to let's say, mating, Bahim with the Chaya, and can't create the Basar Echad. Okay, I'm a man. So the Lord Omer, Aviv, Achos Aviv. Aviv refers ultimately again to a father's sister. Ema Aviv Imanish, maybe it means real father. So you have this kind of the Davak, but not the Zachar. So it's ultimately again, Davak, and that's Zachar, okay? So there's no need for the pasuk to prohibit relations with one's father. Like there's no need for that because again that's covered under Mishkav Zachar, right? That's covered under the Davak and not with the Zachar. Maybe it's referring to father's wife. So father's wife again is covered under the prohibition of Isha's Chavera, of your friend's wife. So this is interesting. So maybe Halacha comes to say that father's wife is prohibited even after the death of
the father. And again, let's remember again, this is also being Noah. This is also being Noah. So maybe he's coming to go and say that the father's life is limited even after the death of the father. So we have the emo. Ma'imo de la ishus, a'odid de la ishus. Just like in the case of mother, ultimately, again, we're not talking about a prohibition that is derived as a result of marriage. Socially by father, we're not talking about a situation of a prohibition derived as a result of marriage. Emo, what's emo? Of course, emo. Of course, like ultimately again, this refers to mother's sister. Maybe she's referring to mother herself. Because his mother ultimately again is the father's wife, so she's considered already. So which we know is the Ima La'achaniso, and he's going to include even after the death of the father. Junior the Ovid, it's comparable ultimately again to father. Not Ovid the Lav Manish, Imo the Lav Manish, just like the father. It's not referring to the father himself. So to the mother, not referring to the mother herself. And here he says, Ovid refers to the wife of the father. The Ima Ovid Manish, maybe it's the father himself. Perhaps he's saying, person in a relation with his father. I know the Davak from Obizaka, right? Because already covered by the prohibition. Ilahi, H's Ovid Nani Hamidish, the Lord H's Hadero. But again, if that's the case, the H's Ovid, father's wife, is also covered. Why? Because of the Ishto, and not the different wife, La'achanis, that's coming to include, that's perhaps coming to include the father's wife even after the death of the father. Imo Manish, Imo mother means actual mother, which one says, Hayu the Ishto of Ish's Havira. And that would be covered under Ishto, not Ish's Havira. In other words, the mother is someone else's wife. So again, it should be covered under that. Which we'll be talking about a case, we've got a case where a man violated a woman, she became pregnant from the act of violation, and now again, so the child, that son, is committed to his mother. Now that woman may not be his father's wife, but ultimately again it's still his mother. Therefore again, perhaps there's a specific prohibition to prohibit that woman. Let's say, you know the big part about these Gemaras, right? You think your family has problems, right? I just want to point out, right? Suddenly again, all of your familial dysfunction seems to fade into oblivion when you begin to see the complex familial realities of reading it. So it's like the only argument about when the religious suburb, we'll say I'm a big religious suburb of the Dunya the Emo. The religious says that case of father, Aviv is compared to mother, the Emo, Dunya the Aviv. And ultimately, again, the mother case is compared to the father, to which the word said, and that case can only be found in Lashkatos, Ella Ba'akbar. The only case when it gets when it's referring to sisters, referring to the sister of the father, sister of the mother. And that she says, well, here's the time. I would manage a leper in a game, and the and the Kiva says, Muta Ukne the Ashes of it, the Airbus of it, Lakuti Akos of it, the Share of it, the Airbus of it, the Kiva on the other hand disagrees, and he knows that local Mesa is much better to say the heart is referring to the father's wife. Why? Because the father's wife is called an Airbus, as opposed to a sister who's not called an Airbus. Sister is called Share, a relative. Now, practically speaking, they both prohibited a share and an erba. But again, halot right, we're talking about cases of ayos, therefore we'd rather include the father's wife than the father's sister. Okay, Tashma, suppose it's interesting Kudumas over here. Tashma. Naika Amram is Yocheved Yogaso. Amram took Yocheved, his aunt, as a wife. Amram married his aunt. Moshe Rabbeinu's parents, right? Moshe Rabbeinu's parents, right? Amram Yocheved, were nephew and aunt. Myla Dodasa Menayim, so must have been, was Yocheved Amram's maternal aunt, right? His mother's sister. No Dodasa Menayim, no, she was a paternal sister. Right? Because you can remember, Noah had She'er Menayim, not She'er Menayim. Kashma, began Omna Akosi Bas Avihi, Aklo Bas Imi. Right when Avinu again was son was taken by Abimelech, so when again the story is taken by Abimelech because Avin claimed that Sarai was his sister. Abimelech takes her, and then when Abimelech returns to her, Avinu essentially says, listen, I didn't lie to you because she is also my sister, the daughter of my father. So the word actually, what do you see from the Avinu's statement?
Adam said, she's the daughter of my father, but what? Achlo bas imi, not the daughter of my mother. Nechlal the bas ha'im asura. Why? Because again, for Bnei Noach, there's familial connection from the mother's side, not familial connection from the father's side. So therefore, even I'm being careful to say I'm related to Sarah from my father's side, which means we're not really related, which is why I can marry her. But technically speaking, there's a biological relationship, but no legal relationship recognized. So you might yes, I get. Bas Achikabi was Sarah Imi, the daughter of Abraham's brother. So you might say, I'm sorry, Bas Achiabi. The Hebrew, the Hapi, who Rosh Namina Ab, and Rosh Namina Ein Sharia. Hello, but either way, if she's the daughter of his brother, then how about the truth is in that case, it actually really matter whether or not this is a paternal brother or a maternal brother. Hello, I'm not even just trying to say it as follows. What about the Achos Isi Bahadam Abba Ima? I have a relationship with her. I'm related. But just on some other example, when I told you that she's my sister, I wasn't lying. I used sister a little bit of a weaker form. So we're related. And again, our relation is from the father's side and not from the mother's side. So touch me. So the Gemara says, because remember again, at the end of the day, remember that Sarai wasn't the daughter of Avinu's. Sarai wasn't the daughter of Avinu's brother. Right? She was the daughter of Avinu's brother, not Avinu's actual sister. Right. So that's why. This is interesting. Why didn't Adam marry his daughter? Sounds like a really strange question the Gemara is asking. So what the Gemara is asking there is a house. Remember, to go ahead and propagate the world, so a lot of different kinds of relationships are going to have to occur, right? Because there was a very limited human pool. So why didn't Adam marry his daughter? Sheyisa Kain as a house. In order that Kain, right, Adam's son, should marry his sister. Right? If Adam married his daughter, then ultimately again, Cain would not have been able to marry his sister, same person. So therefore again, Adam Rishon doesn't marry his daughter. Gemara says, ultimately, therefore, I said that the world is built on chesed. So it's interesting enough, the Gemara is attributing over here the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter and left her for Cain as an act of chesed. So technically speaking, which is fascinating on a variety of different levels, that this is called chesed. And again, perhaps on a certain level, if you have a quote-unquote right to something, and then the fact that you yield that right for someone or something else, that is called an act of chesed. It's also interesting to point out that, remember, the Torah uses the word chesed also to refer to immorality, right? It's fascinating, like chesed, like immorality, which is, we mentioned this before, so why is the same word for kindness and charitability and for immorality? Because again, right, a person has a desire to express love to the other. What's immorality? Expressing love to too many people who you shouldn't be expressing it to. So there's this fine line sometimes between being a giving person and being too much of a giving person. So it's just fascinating that etymologically, or just Hebraically, the same word chesed, which means a loving kindness, is also the same word for immorality. Okay, then remember back there. Halav hafi asira. Now, what do you see for halav hafi asira? So one second, but I understand that halav l'maisa, what you see from here is, were it not for the fact that Cain had to marry his sister, because I'm talking about like the Shiva crisis, there was no one else to marry, right? There was no one else to marry. So the mice again, but you see, otherwise they would have been prohibited. So what do you see from here? That a Ben Noach is not permitted to marry his sister. To which the Gemara says, interesting enough, even the Ishti, there was these kind of the opinion that technically speaking, a Ben Noach could even marry his sister. And once it became permitted for Cain, it became permitted in general. Okay, I'm not Kusi Mukhabito. The Buddha says a Kusi, all right, and now he's permitted to marry his daughter. Yindoma, Yitnema, Lom Lasa Adam's Pito. If that's the case, then why couldn't Adam marry his daughter? So you like, what did she be so Cain as a household?
in order that Cain should be able to have a wife and marry his sister. You know, it says, Mishum Olam Chesed Yibara. The world is built on kindness. And again, I both like the same so that sometimes kindness is not even necessarily what you give someone else. The kindness chesed is more found in the ability to yield. I have a right to something. I choose not to exercise that right. That's chesed as well. The ultimate version of this discussion, I'm Rafuna, Kusi Asudabita. Kusi is not allowed to marry his daughter. How do we know this? Take off Shalonasa Adam is Bita. Because Vaharaya, Adam didn't marry his daughter. And the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter indicates that Kusi isn't allowed to marry his daughter. Although the Gemara says that that's not a good raya. Hasam Hainu Taima Kadesh Yisa Kainetza Chosa. Ultimately, that's different. The reason Adam didn't marry his daughter is because in order to go ahead and have Cain marry his sister. Why? Mishum the Olam Chesed Yibana. Incredible. So now goes like the Chista. The Chista says, Eved Mutter B'Yivo, or Mutter B'Bita. So this is a fascinating case. Eved. Now again, we're talking about the Eved Canaan, owned by a Jew. Right, so now a Jew acquires the Eved. I must remember again, we've learned this many times before. This is quite fascinating. Why? Because essentially the Eved kind of transitions into quasi-Jewishness. Remember again, there's a Tefillah B'Shem Avdus, there's a Mitzvah B'Shem Avdus, there's a Mikvah, he's chayiv in mitzvos. The general except for time down mitzvos, there's a quasi-Jewish thing. He becomes a full-fledged Jew. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Eved Mutter B'Yivo, he's permitted to marry his mother, but Mutter B'Bita, he's allowed to marry his daughter. Why? Because Mechlav Kusi, not to Mechlav Kusi, was a Bal Yisrael Lo Bal. So it's interestingly enough, right? He's no longer a Kusi. Like he's no longer a Kusi, but he's also what? Not a Jew. Because remember, they also distinct all of these Gemaras together. Right? A Kusi is not allowed to marry his mother. He's not allowed to marry his mother or sister. He's not allowed to marry his mother or sister, or his daughter for that matter. His mother, sister, daughter. Right? If a Kusi brother and sister, mother, son, father, daughter converts, they become Jews. Technically, you know, can they get married? Technically, yes. Technically, the answer is yes. But remember again, Hazal said, it can't be that people think that conversion is coming into Kedusha Chavur and Kedusha Kara, right? As a Kusi, you want to go out to marry your mother, your daughter, and your sister. And now that you're a Yid, you are allowed to. It doesn't make any sense. Therefore, again, this is what the Eved is kind of in limbo. He's not a Kusi because now he's an Eved, but he's also not a Jew because he hasn't yet been emancipated. So because of that, he has nothing to stop him from marrying his mother, his sister, or his daughter. He also had the Amrabelosa, Amrabesanina, Benoch, Shiyis, Shifra, Yabdo, Ubala, and Nera. So each of Benoch is designated a Shifra for his servant. So again, you have a Benoch and Nanju who has an Eved. He's designated a wife for this Eved. And then again, the Kusi master has relations with her. So ultimately, again, Benoch has relations with her. He's Chayiv. The master is Chayiv. He's liable for natural immorality. Now, the Amos, when is that? So the Gemara says, at what point in time does the Shikha become the wife of the Eved? I'm not going to be Kari later, Visa Shifra. When people say about her, oh, that she's the wife of Saraswata. When people talk about this Shikha as the wife of the Eved, as soon as it's commonly known that people talk about her as Mishit Eved, she's a married woman, and therefore I give the Noach will be Chayiv for a relationship with her. Me'ima Ha'asriyasa, at what point in time is she considered to be warned about her? I'm sorry, Me'ima Hatarasa, at what point in time is she permitted? No, at what point in time is Shikha no longer the wife of the Savage? Amrabuna, the Shikara Losha the Shuk, and she uncovers her hair. Here's the example, Rashi points out that apparently even non-Jewish women cover their hair as a sign of marriage in some of the times of the Gemara. So once she uncovers it, she don't look around. I will say, remember, there's always before that halacha makes it in the Bengal construct of marriage. The way marriage works is like this: when you marry, when you live together, whether you know how we're married, when you don't live together. Or again, here's what it says: when the wife uncovers her hair. Once she uncovers her hair, and that's indicative that they are no longer married, and that's what she's always said. So again, interesting enough, there's the construct of marriage and divorce, but there's no construct of everything sin or formal deviation. Okay, I'm going to look at the third line, already good enough. Beyond Shabbat, Ishto, Shemot Kibato, Chayiv.
Okay, then Noah becomes like regulations with his wife Shalom Bidata. The Shalom Bidata is going to be Chayiv Shene'emar, as the pasuk says, "V'dava V'lo Shalom Bidata." So interesting, the Gemara says over here, this is fascinating. So the Gemara says in V'dava, cleaving is this normative act of Biyah and not Biyah Shalom Bidata. So this is pretty wild. So the Gemara is saying over here is that if Noah to be Chayiv for acts of Arayos with his own wife. So these are the guys. All of that doesn't make any sense. We completely Yisrael Messiah, I understand. If Yisrael has Yisrael with his wife, again, he's not tired. That's a total breakdown. He's something apart. Torah recognizes that there are two forms of Biyah. So for the Yisrael, it's recognized that for a Tusi, it's going to go ahead and become a little bit again a form of Arayos. So the Gemara says, I'm a rabbi, Enoch Sheba, Ichas Chaviro, Shalom Kedako, Potter. Right, the rabbi says like this, what he means is like this. And then Noah, who has a relationship with his friend's wife, right, his, I guess not friends anymore, right, remember again, right, with his fellow's wife, right, Shalom Kedako, Potter. So this is fascinating, right? So be a Shalom Kedako in an adulterous scenario for Ben Noah is going to be Potter. My time so again, that's the prohibition of adultery, right? You can clean to your own wife, you're not to someone else's wife. You get dava. Again, the dava. What does it mean to clean your wife? Dava means normative biyah, below shalom kedaka, and ultimately again not biyah shalom kedaka. That's really fascinating. Now again, interestingly enough, that still may result in a kula by b'nei because by Jews that's not the case, right? And adultery biyah shalom kedaka will still be an act of adultery. But it's fascinating to see that by Ben Noah, biyah shalom kedaka may not be considered adultery. Quite fascinating. And everybody knows. All the so-called she does herself, Chayyisa. If another becomes non-Jew, it's a Jew, it's Chayyisa. Shneimar, Vayich Kol Bakol, Vayach Ki Ish, Vayach Es HaMitzri. So listen, this is quite beautiful. What is that from Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu, right? So Moshe Rabbeinu again said the Egyptian tax master striking the Jew. He turned this way, turning after he started there, went around and what did he do? He killed the Egyptian. So when you see that Moshe Rabbeinu thought that the Egyptian was Chayyisa because he was striking the Jews. So sometimes striking is Chayyisa. Okay, he runs up over here and says, it's so beautiful. He says, V'amar Kanina, Asoter Lo Shal Yisrael, Ki Soter Lo Shal Shina. If one strikes the mouth of the youth of a Jew, it's as if he has struck the mouth of the Ribono Shalom. If you take a look at Rashi, Shene'emar Mokish Adam Yama Kodesh. If you take a look at Rashi, it's 3 white lines. Mokish Adam Yama Kodesh. Hanokish Esa Adam Haini Yisach Queen Adam Tiksiv Ve'etnat Tzomim Tzomar Sid Adam Adam Yama Kodesh. Kilu Loa Esa Kodesh Koloma Kisocha Aba'ol. The one who strikes a Jew on the mouth is literally again as if he has struck the Shekhinah itself on the mouth. So we'll say, what's the shot with that? So first off, this stuff is there. The crowning gifts that the Ribono Shalom has given us is the gift of speech. That when the Pasuk says, Vayifas Ba'af Ruach HaYisrael breathes the life into us, Uku says, what's life? Ruach Memalima. Speech. That's life. So again, one goes ahead and strikes the youth on the mouth. If the youth is striking the on the mouth itself, which also tells us that our greatest kedusha comes from our mouth. Our greatest kedusha comes from the words that we say, whether it's words of Torah, whether it's words of tefillah, whether it's words of encouragement, words of praise, words of picking up, words of anything that we get together. The kedusha that we can go ahead and create in this world from us. You know, something that just like the boy said, something you need giving up something that you're entitled to. Maybe you're entitled to make a sarcastic comment. Maybe you're entitled to make a cynical comment. But you hold yourself from doing so. You use your mouth to do so in the Torah. That is not the highest level of divine emulation. The mouth of the Jew is to be upheld from the mouth of the Chazal. That was that. Stop over for today. Shkayach, everyone. Terrible God.
Right. That looks like something.
All right, everyone. Have a great day, everyone.
It can't be maybe the social media manager was like, this is perfect, man. This is what people want to hear about, and that's just, that shows how good the show is. I'm gonna look right now for the TFK.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin today's class. Well, before we get that, thank this morning's sponsors, the link by Torah sponsors. For our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tafshin Pei 5785, the Toast Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shon and Joshos as a Zuchos for Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. We have learning sponsors, Beryl and Rachel Balkin, information of Beryl's grandfather's yahrzeit, Beryl and Chaim. This yahrzeit was this past week. Our Dachnomi sponsors, Belasin, Fader, Spurn, and Maistel's families as a Zuchos for our father for a successful surgery and complete recovery, Pinchas Ben Ruma. We hope that learned about Talmud Torah. All of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol these. So continue to bring our hostages home, should allow our soldiers to be successful with Kol Maaseh Yidei. So with that, let us begin today's topic in class. We are picking up on designing on the day. We're in Zion of the days, and we left off. Let's actually just pick up again with the Tanur Rabbanon. I know that we got a little bit further than that actually in the Gemara yesterday. The Tanur Rabbanon, you see where Tosus Holasso. You look at that Tosus there. Tosus is on the right hand side. You just move your finger towards the left. And about 2 lines down, you'll get the Tanur Rabbanon. The Tanur Rabbanon, Ish. Not that long. Why does it want to say Ish? The Rabbanon says Sakusin. So this Haranarayas to Israel. This is just like Kusim, and again, remember, as I mentioned yesterday, in this context, Kusim is not being used, in the typical sense to speak about that group of people who had doubtful conversion. Thank you, doubtful hearers. But rather speaking about non-Jews. So Allah say again, the Rabbos and Sakusim from the Torah again, are subject to the prohibition of Arayos of Jews. We learn out from Nafka. Leimar. We look at our Leimar from the Papa Rishon. Zegdu Arayos. The Christian mind is Hassan, the Arayos to go. So apparently there's 2 different buckets of Arayos. There's Arayos that are Ben Noah, commits with the Ben Noah, with the Bas Noah. And then there's Arayos that are Ben Noah, commits with the Bas Yisrael. So 2 different sugim, highlighting 2 different buckets of prohibition. Trying to save about Arayos Yisrael. So let's say if a Kusi, if a non-Jew has relations with a Jewish woman, he don't redeem himself. Ultimately, again, he's judged in accordance with halacha. The Ma'ila. So what was going to be? The manager also, because remember, again, we goes from yesterday now, that halacha l'maisa, Ben Noah, it can be judged even by a dayan echad, one judge, one witness, even a karo. Halacha l'maisa, if he has an actual immorality with a Jewish woman, he is subject to the Jewish legal system, which again then has a rating of 23, regular eagles, asra, so on and so forth. So what you're telling me essentially is that if a Tusi, right, if a non-Jew has relations with a non-Jewish woman, right, more or less non-Jewish, he's judged by one set of standards, a lower set of standards. But if he has relations with a Jewish woman, he's judged by a higher set of standards, which essentially, again, if you have Eid and Nasra, that makes it much more difficult to convict. So it sounds like there's a lower level of conviction if he has more relations with a Jew than with a non-Jew. That doesn't seem to make sense. Which the Gemara says, I don't know what it says. Nara Hamurasa is exactly as it sounds. Nara, who has had Hebrews, but is not going to have Yisrael with her husband. So let's say the Kusi has relations with this girl. So if you go less little, then interestingly enough, let's say in the statute, but in Ben Noah law, the only way to affect marriage is for a man to live with his wife. That's what happens. It's essentially there's Nisuin, so it's living together. That affects marriage. And we're going to see Gerushin, means you no longer live together. That's it. It's a very simple construct. You live together in an intimate way. That's marriage. You separate from intimacy. That is divorce. That is divorce. So there's no concept of iris. Therefore, technically speaking, if a Pusi, like the non-Jew, has relations with a Na'ara HaMe'urasa, so technically speaking, there's no construct for that for them in B'nai Noach law. So because there's no construct for B'nai Noach law, therefore again in that case they'll be judged in accordance with halacha. Fascinating. Tanya, or second. So that if a Pusi has relations with Na'ara HaMe'urasa, he gets skila, and by Isha by regular married woman he gets kanek. The Ibadina Bidau side right, but ultimately again, if halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa dealing with his halachas, so shouldn't it be saif? In other words, remember it was when yesterday's stuff also. A ben noach is always judged with saif. First of all, life. My issues each keep coming. What's the issues we're talking about over here? So again, I'm talking about a woman that say went into the chuppah and then did not have relations with her husband. Now that context of the go less the dynamic began to be done. As we just mentioned before, so a woman who goes into the chuppah but has not yet lived with her husband, in Ben Noach world, that is not marriage. That is not marriage. So because of the order of those things happen in that way, there is no construct for that for B'nai Noach. Therefore, again, B'nai Noach will be judged in accordance with our law. So we'll say, so this really gives birth to a very fascinating idea that as much as there's a system for B'nai Noach, but if a Ben Noach commits an act of immorality with a Jewish woman, and again, that there is no parallel case that is prohibited for B'nai Noach, like Na'ara HaMe'urasa, like when he goes into the chuppah but it's not yet lived with her husband. So in that case, a Ben Noach will be judged as a Jew. Fascinating. Okay, so what was like this? So Gemara says, we tell you everything now. So again, it's explicit. So B'nai Noach, if a man lived with his wife, they're married. If a Ben Noach was to have relations with that woman, that's adultery. That's the construct they have. But for example, not nitness on the chuppah below nivalah, but a woman who goes into the chuppah, so there's been kedushin, but there hasn't been nisuin, or even if there's been nisuin, so Allah Almighty, the couple has not yet lived together. In Ben Noach world, that is not a construct of immorality that is recognized. So therefore, again, lest you think he gets off scot-free, no, he's judged in accordance with Jewish law. Quite fast. Any error, right, meditation that we saw would execute someone for, a Ben Noach is warned about. Any days of Shaitan Yisrael, if a Jew wouldn't be executed for such an act of immorality, then in Ben Noach Musra'ala Divrei there. The Ben Noach is not liable for it either. In other words, the one thing is like this. If the Jew isn't allowed to do it, then a Ben Noach isn't. A Ben Noach is also not allowed to do it. You know, I was like, come say, how the Arabs create change days and say some of these Ben Noach was there are many examples. I would say many examples of Nisos cases of Arayos that Basin will not execute for, but yet a Ben Noach is still warned about. For example, Arayos Yisrael, Nidon Begin Yisrael. The Ben Noach has what is considered to be in halacha, an illicit act of relations with the Jewish woman. He's judged in accordance with Jewish law. Jewish law, Arayos Ben Noach, however, again, if halacha is again, he has relations with Ben Noach Arayos, then Nidon Begin Ben Noach. Judged in accordance with Ben Noach. The aim on Ella Nara Murasa Boban. This is when we try to figure out like what's the distinction in all these cases. Really what we're left with is the case of Nara Murasa, or something similar to that, where in halacha recognizes that a marriage has occurred, but yet in halachos of B'nai Noach, they only recognize marriage after it's been consummated, Okay? So in that kind of case, in the Noach system of law, they would be let off without punishment. But again, how Basin would hold them accountable. The next Shabnami Nicholas on the football, why not also include the case of women went into the football, but did not have a relationship with their husbands. I did not. So again, this is how it's going to happen. Jamar Kom Samuel with Noah, Eno Ella Kanak. He holds that whenever Nisa, remember also the same focus that we saw that the Noah, Noah gets Sayyid or Kanak. This is the thing that says Noah gets Kanak. And therefore, even the easy kind of group. The local nice of the for both these attractions would be kind of okay. The suffer up in there. Call Erva should be essentially from the Nisna layer. Allah, Ben Rach, Mosala. So now, does the mayor really hold that for any act of immorality, that a Beis of Yisrael, right, the Jewish Beis Din, would execute the Yisrael for, Ben Rach is responsible for as well. So again, which is anything that is in our rayas for us, Ben Noach would be held accountable for. Is that true? But kind of a real this is very interesting. He's top of the class. Ger, Shahaisa Holafa Shalom, if you saw what they got to the literally translated, a convert whose conception was not in Kedusha, but whose birth was. What's this case? This is a case of a non-Jewish man, non-Jewish woman who conceive a child together. Woman becomes pregnant, right? Then, over the course of pregnancy, she converts. By the time she has the baby, she's a Jewish woman. So now, interesting, his baby is what's called his conception, was in Gentile types, right? He was Shalom B'Kusha, while they built him by the time that he was born, ultimately, again, he's Jewish. So just understand, what's the rule with this kid? What's the rule with this kid? First, the rule with this kid is that he's Jewish. Jewish. The interesting part about this is he has a halakhic relationship to his mother, and of course has no halakhic relationship to his father. Right? Because remember again, his Gentile father by the time he's born, so the baby is Jewish. So the Jewish baby has no relationship to his Gentile biological father. Okay, we'll see the manifestation of that right now. Here it is. Yesh lo she'er ha'ed, ve'en lo she'er ha'ad. He has relatives from his mother's side, but has no relatives from his father's side. Okay, so was the first give me an example of this. So once the 3 lines down, $58 question dollars. Nosa Hoshin in Yotzi. So he married, right? He married his maternal sister. He's got a divorce with her, or he's got Ben Noach not allowed to marry his sister, although we'll see. Interestingly enough, that's a machlokas also. But for now, we're going with the approach that halach l'maisa Ben Noach can't marry his sister. So therefore, again, if he did marry his sister, Yotzi, technically speaking, if he marries his paternal sister, it's fine. It's fine, right? Why? Because again, technically speaking, halakhically at least, she's not his sister. Right? She's not recognized as his sister. If he goes and he marries is literally again his father's father, his aunt from his mother's side. Yotzi, ultimately he's got a divorce from the kind of father side is not a problem. I'll call Sa'id Mina Yotzi. I'll call Sa'id Mina Vayomer Omer Yotzi, Chacham Omer Kai. He's going about his mother's sister on the father's side. Right? So then again, Vayomer says he has to divorce her, and the Chacham say he's allowed to keep her as a wife. Omer says, Chol Erva Shehi Mishum She'er, in Yotzi Mishum She'er Ha'av Yikayim. Right? Sorry. In Yotzi Mishum She'er Ha'av Yikayim. Fine. So it says machlokas by that particular case. But again, halacha said this is the rule. So again, baby was conceived in Gentile types. Mother converts over the course of the pregnancy. By the time she gives birth, she is a full-fledged Jewish woman. The baby is a full-fledged Jew. We'll say, interesting, there's some discussion about what is the status of the baby. Is there any element of gayness in the baby? The assumption of the host of the baby is a regular Jew, not a ger. Baby is a regular Jew. But halacha is again, halachic relationship to the mother, no halachic relationship to the father. Now, of course, what's interesting about this is generally when a person converts, right, Genshin is got to and therefore there's no real, relationship to either parent, halachic relationship to either parent. But of course, this case is different because the mother converted with the baby in utero, right, and therefore again, halacha, so the halachic relationship to the mother remains, but no halachic relationship to the father. Okay, fascinating. and he's permitted to. This come out to Ger, right? This baby was born Jewish, who has no relationship to his father's side, and has a relationship to his mother's side. Most of the Eishes of it, he's permitted to his brother's wife, or the Eishes of it, or to the brother of, the wife of his father's brother, Ushe'er Kol Arayos, Ushe'er Kol Arayos, Mutarosto, and all other what would normally be Arayos on the father's side are going to be permitted to him. Lasuye Eishes of it, and this comes to include even his father's wife. His father's wife. That wasn't obviously in those cases we're talking about where the people in question died. When we say, for example, he's married to his father's wife, it means his father's widow. Like obviously, if she's married, even B'nai Noah have a construct of marriage. And again, normally these would be alliance for us, and even after these men would die, their wives would still be prohibited, but not for this person in question. No such Isha Ubita. So now. This is not switching gears a little bit. We're now back to Kusi for just a second. Let's say a Kusi married a woman and her daughter. Right, a woman and her daughter. Masa Isha Pita, Kones Achas, Motzi Achas. Let's say people with Rashi. Rashi is in the intermediate wide lines, about 6 lines in the intermediate wide lines. Masa Isha Pita, Ashar Gerukai. So now Rashi just points out we're transitioning back to just a regular conversation about converts. About Geru. So what happened is very interesting. So let's go with Rashi's first interpretation. See the guy, who's just a Kusi, he marries a mother and a daughter. So first of all, apparently the Gemara is telling us that whereas for a Jew that's alliance, for a Kusi it's not. Okay? So the Kusi goes ahead and marries the mother and daughter. And then, interestingly enough, what happens? He converts, or they all. Rashi says over here, in his Gairu Imo, they all converted along with him. Now, here's what's interesting: they all convert along with him. Now, technically speaking, what's the relationship with the mother and daughter after they convert along with him? You see, nothing. So, therefore, technically speaking, this relationship should technically be permitted. It should have been to remain married to both of them. Well, what's the halacha? The halacha is Konis Achos. Umotzi Achos. So halacha again, he is permitted to keep one of them and not permitted to marry the other. But ideally, ultimately, again, even the Kusi should not marry the mother and the daughter. The first Rebbe Stam Benos and Alusa the Apanach the Amalael the kind of Lachatila you lo yichnos. So ideally, don't marry such a situation like this. But again, halacha. So again, halacha l'maisa, the Kusi could remain married to one, has to divorce the other, right? And ideally, of course, not to get into a situation like this altogether. So why does the Kusi have to marry one? Why? In other words, why? Technically, both women should be permitted to him based on the idea that Gershon is guy there's no familial relationships after conversion. So we have this kind of Gemara doesn't say it here exclusively, but it says it elsewhere. In general, it has to be that people can never say that non-Jews or that non-Jews that you're going to Kedusha Chamur to Kedusha Kala. It can't be that becoming Jewish allows you to do something that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. So normally, one can't marry your mother and your daughter. Right? So it can't be that through conversion, suddenly you're allowed to go ahead and marry your mother and your daughter. That's what Allah says. Decide which one you want to stay married to, and the most is the other one. Okay? Look, I feel like this. Mesa Ishto. Ultimately, again, listen to this. If his mother dies, if his wife dies, so Mesa Ishto. So we'll say these are all cases. Ultimately, again, we're talking about from Mesa Ishto, Mutter Bechamaso. He is permitted to marry his mother-in-law. Okay, Yikidam. Also, others say he's not permitted to marry his mother-in-law. Rabbi Lokasha, Rabbi Me'alidu Rabbi Lozer, Eliezer, Rabbi Me'alidu Rabbi Akiva. Okay, pointing out two different opinions that we're going to see right now. Designer, Al Kinyazov is other than Imo. A man will go ahead and leave his father and his mother. So this is talking about the pasuk. This is talking about the pasuk by Azamarish, by marriage. First, I'll take Rashi. They say Ishto. Mutter B'chamoso. Gafal Shekhaima leIshto Mishunisgayer. The Ben Noach will Misra Al Chamoso. The Nema Boim kedusha, the chamos of mamish lo havia, afagav b'niskayer, the gersh niskayer kadivin korvos zelazeh. So just here's the previous case, right? So our ger, when he was a guy, is married to a mother and brother. They all convert together, one big happy family. Step number one is, unfortunately, you're no longer one big happy family. Right? Decide who you want to be married to, and the other you can't be married to anymore because you can't have a situation where someone who's Jewish is married to a mother and a daughter, even if halachically one could somehow figure this out. However, the other familial relations are really dissolved. So therefore, again, let's say Ger's wife dies, he is permitted to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law, his wife's mother. Even though normally for us, again, that would be an erva. Right? Why is he allowed to do that? Because halacha l'maisa, again, upon conversions, all of these familial bonds were dissolved. Others say he's not allowed to go ahead and marry his mother-in-law. If you look at next Rashi, the so two different things. So how do we resolve this? This is the pasuk of marriage in the Torah. Therefore, a man will leave his father and his mother. He will cling to his wife, and they will be one flesh. That's the pasuk. So when the pasuk says a man will leave his father and his mother, so what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says the Belozer Omer, Aviv is Achos Aviv, Imo, and Imo is Achos Imo. Aviv actually means the brother of his father. Sorry, the sister of his father, thank you. Imo, and Imo means the sister of his mother. The sister of his mother. So Belozer is coming to say that this is actually committed to prohibit certain arayos. On the other hand, Rabbi Kiva says, no. Aviv is Isha's Aviv. Aviv refers to the wife of his father. Imo, and Imo is Imo Mandish. And Imo literally means his mother. Vidavak, and he will cling. This is how the marriage refers to as clinging below the Zachar. So again, the Torah says marriage is a man to a woman and not a man to a man. Below the Zachar. Okay, Rashi is interesting. And Rashi understands of it, the way the Gemara understands it is because the Torah uses the lashon of people, of connection by marriage. So Rashi understands, interestingly enough, Rashi says over here that Dovak means an act of relations which creates pleasure. And whereas Rashi says that the act of Mishkal Zachar doesn't create the same type of pleasure. So it's interesting how Rashi understands that this Dovak there, it's interesting because generally the way that the exclusion for Mishkal Zachar, for homosexual behavior is usually learned out. Ultimately, again, is usually from Bahayu Labasa Echad. That marriage is a union which technically produce offspring. That's the type of just organic relationship that is covered up in marriage. But it's interesting, a different Joshua site, because whenever you come across such things, it's incredibly, halakha is halakha. Halakha is halakha. And halacha never, halacha is immutable. And it doesn't matter what society says, what society doesn't say. The Rebbe makes the rules, and we don't. And the systems of morality are determined by HaKadosh Baruch Hu and not by us. Not by us. And so marriage is defined in a certain way. In other words, relationships are defined in a certain way. That's the halakhic construct. Halakha, from just a v'yahavta l'reacha kamocha perspective, and from an empathy perspective, there are all kinds of Jews. There are all kinds of Jews and all kinds of people. And the Rebbe Shalom creates people in all different kinds of ways. And just important to understand, if the Torah prohibits something, it means that desire absolutely exists within people. And it's real. And it's there. And especially, again, in this particular Indian, no greater struggle than for a man or for a woman who is struggling with identity, with sexual identity, and wants to live a life of halacha, but is often forced between a commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and companionship. Struggles that those of us who don't understand it could never understand. That's right. And the halacha is the halacha. Halacha is the halacha. But never think that the halacha in any way impinges upon the dignity of the individual, and never think that the halacha allows us to impugn upon the dignity of the individual. And an openness and a welcomeness applies to all types of Jews. And a love and an empathy applies to all types of Jews, even if we don't have the ability, any flexibility, to change the rules. The rules are the rules, but the love always has to be all-encompassing. The Gemara goes back there. Be'ishto, v'lo be'ishes chavera. This is a good drasha, right? And the Torah says, "V'davak be'ishto, cling to your own wife, and not to anyone else's wife." The Gemara says, "V'hayu basar echad," and they will become one flesh. So misha na'asim basar echad. This only refers to an act of relations where again there's a fusion. Yatsu behema v'chaya she'in na'asim basar echad. So again, Rashi says over here. Mishnah says, "Shezer yosem mehem nasem basar ha'ein va'abak." So v'hayu basar means again you're capable of creating offspring. So again, this comes to us, let's say, mating, a behemoth with a kaya, where it can't create the basar echad. Okay, Amar Mar, Rabbi Lazar Omer, Avid, Achos Avid. Avid refers ultimately again to a father's sister. Ema Avid Manish, maybe it means real father. The Gemara says, Hainu v'davak, v'lo v'zachar. So this ultimately again is davak, and not zachar. Okay. So in other words, there's no need for the pasuk to prohibit relations with one's father. Right? There's no need for that because again, that's covered under Mishkav Zachar. Right? That's covered under Davak and not with the Zachar. Ema Eishes Aviv, maybe it's referring to father's wife. Hainu Be'ishto v'lo Be'ishes Chavera. So father's wife again is covered under the prohibition of Eishes Chavera, of your friend's wife. Ema La'acham, so this is interesting. So maybe halacha length comes to say that the father's wife is prohibited even after the death of the father. And let's remember again, this is opening Noah. So maybe he's coming to God and say that the father's wife is prohibited even after the death of the father. Tumia di'imo, ma'imo delad ishus, af aviv delad ishus. Just like in the case of mother, ultimately again, we're not talking about a prohibition that is derived as a result of marriage. So too by father, we're not talking about a situation of a prohibition derived as a result of marriage. Imo, what's imo? Achos imo. Right? Ultimately, again, this refers to mother's sister. Maybe she's referring to mother herself. Because mother, ultimately, again, is the father's wife, so she's prohibited already. To which the Gemara says, maybe it's going to include even after the death of the father. It's comparable ultimately again to father. Just like the father, it's not referring to the father himself. So to the mother, not referring to the mother herself. The Kiva says, Avid Eishes Avid. Avid refers to the wife of the father. The Ema Avid Mamish, maybe it's the father himself. Torah actually saying first thing in that relation with his father. I know the Davak below the Zachar, right? That's already covered by this prohibition. But again, if that's the case, then Eishes Avid, father's wife, is also covered. Why? Because it's the Ishto and not with your friend's wife. The Acham is coming to include, perhaps coming to include the father's wife even after the death of the father. Emo manish. Emo, maybe mother means actual mother. Which one says, that would be covered under Ishto and not Ish's Chavera. In other words, the mother is someone else's wife. Again, it should be covered under that. It's interesting that Emo me anusaso. We could be talking about a case. Where a man violated a woman. She became pregnant from the act of violation, and now again, so the child, that son, is prohibited to his mother. Now that woman may not be his father's wife, but ultimately again is still his mother. Therefore, again, perhaps there's a specific law prohibition to prohibit that woman. It's like, you know what the good part about these Gemaras are? Right? You think your family has problems, right? I just want to point out, right? Suddenly again, all of your familial dysfunction seems to fade into oblivion when you begin to see the complex familial realities of the Gemara. So, Mike Miffy, what are they arguing about? Rabbi Elazar Savar, Rabbi Elazar holds, we'll say, I'm a big Elazar Savar of the Dumya Dimo. Rabbi Elazar says that in the case of father, Aviv is compared to mother, the Imo Dumya Da'aviv. And ultimately, again, the mother case is compared to the father, which was, in that case, will only be counted with Shatos, Ella Ba'achma. The only case where they can compare is when it's referring to sisters, referring to the sister of the father, sister of the mother. Rashi says over here, "B'Tadai Mamish Lekhalim Radim Game and without the Zafar." And Kiva says, "Mutav Lu'ukmei De'eshes Ovid De'Igre Erbas Ovid Lafuke Achos Ovid B'She'er Ovid Igri Erbas Ovid Lo." Kiva, on the other hand, disagrees and he knows that Allah for the Mesa, it is much better to say that the husband is referring to the father's wife. Why? Because the father's wife is called an erva, as opposed to a sister who's not called an erva. A sister is called she'er, a relative. Now, practically speaking, they both prohibited a she'er and an erva. But again, halakha, we're talking about cases of arayos, therefore we'd rather include the father's wife than the father's sister. Okay, Tashma, so this is interesting Gemara's over here. Tashma. Amram took Yocheved, his aunt, as a wife. Amram married his aunt. Moshe Rabbeinu's parents. Like Moshe Rabbeinu's parents, right? Amram and Yocheved were nephew and aunt. My love Dodas Amunai. So must have been was Yocheved Amram's maternal aunt, right? His mother's sister. Lo Dodas Amunai. No, she was a paternal sister. Right, because again, remember again, Bnei Noach have she'er min ha'im, not she'er min ha'av. Tashma, v'gam omna avusi bas avihi, aklo bas imi, Adam Avinu. Right, when Adam Avinu, again, when Sarah was taken by Abimelech, so remember again that whole story, she's taken by Abimelech because Adam claimed that Sarai was his sister. Abimelech takes her, and then when Abimelech returns to her, Adam Avinu essentially says, listen, I didn't lie to you because she is also my sister, the daughter of my father. So the Gemara Darshan, what do you see from Abimelech's statement? Adam said she's the daughter of my father, but what? Achlo bas imi, not the daughter of my mother. Why? Because again, for Bnei Noach, there is familial connection from the mother's side, not familial connection from the father's side. So therefore, even Alavinu is careful to say, I'm related to Sarah from my father's side, which means we're not really related, which is why I can marry her. But technically speaking, there's a biological relationship, but no legal relationship recognized. Bas Achihavi was Sarah Imenu, the daughter of Abraham's brother. So you might say, I'm sorry, Bas Achihavi. Chibam Dahachi, who Loshna Mina Ab, and Loshna Mina Ain, Shaila. Ella, but either way, if she's the daughter of his brother, then halacha ma'aseh, the truth is, in that case, it actually doesn't matter whether or not this is a paternal brother or a maternal brother. Ella, by the way, I'm not going to just trying to say was as follows. Korva the achos isli b'hadam me'abba v'lo me'ima. I have a relationship with her. I'm related, but just so in other words, therefore, when I told you that she's my sister, I wasn't blind. I used sister in a little bit of a looser form, saying that we're related, and again, but our relation is from the father's side and not from the mother's side. So Tashma. So the Gemara says, because remember again, at the end of the day, remember that Sarai wasn't the daughter of Avinu's brother. Right? I'm sorry, she was the daughter of Avinu's brother, not Avinu's actual sister. Right. So Tashma, if Meimah lo nasa Adam es this is interesting. Why didn't Adam marry his daughter? Sounds like a really strange question. So what the Gemara is asking there is ourselves. Remember, to go ahead and propagate the world, so a lot of different kinds of relationships are going to have to occur, right? Because there was a very limited human pool. So why didn't Adam marry his daughter? So they should be such tiny as a house. So in order to tiny, right, Adam's son should marry his sister, right? If Adam married his daughter, then ultimately again, Cain would not have been able to marry his sister, same person. So therefore again, Adam Rishon doesn't marry his daughter. Gemara says, also, therefore, I have said that the world is built on chesed. So both say, interestingly enough, you know, it's sitting over here, the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter and left her for Cain as an act of chesed. So technically speaking, which is fascinating on a variety of different levels, that this is called chesed. But again, perhaps in your Nevada, you yield that like someone or something else, that is called an act of chesed. It's also interesting to point out that, remember, the Torah uses the word chesed also to refer to immorality. right? It's fascinating, right? Chesed, right? Immorality. We mentioned this before, so why is the same word for kindness and charitability and for immorality? Because again, right, a person has a desire to express love to the other. What's immorality? Expressing love to too many people who you shouldn't be expressing it to. So there's this fine line sometimes between being a giving person and being too much of a giving person. So the nice is, it's just fascinating that etymologically, or just hebraically, the same word chesed, which means loving kindness, is also the same word for immorality. Okay. Sorry, but remember like the halach yasira. Now, what do you see for halach yasira? Go on second. But I understand that halacha l'maisa, what you see from here is, were it not for the fact that Cain had to marry his sister, because you want to talk about like the shidduch crisis, there was no one else to marry. Right? There was no one else to marry. So l'maisa again, but you see, otherwise it would have been prohibited. So what do you see from here? That a ben noach is not permitted to marry his sister. To which the Gemara says, interesting enough, even the Ishtri, I was saying, this kind of the opinion that technically speaking, a ben noach could even marry his sister. And once it became permitted for Cain, it became permitted in general. Okay, I'm not, Kusi mutra babito. If one says a Kusi, all right, the non-Jew is permitted to marry his daughter. If that's the case, then why didn't Adam marry his daughter? In order that Cain should be able to have a wife and marry his sister. The Gemara says, the world is built on kindness. And again, I both like the same is so that sometimes kindness is not even necessarily what you give someone else. The kindness is more found in the ability to yield. I have a right to something. I choose not to exercise that right. That's chesed as well. Vika down here, ultimate version of this discussion. I'm like, Kusi Asur Bebito. Kusi is not allowed to marry his daughter. How do we know this? Shalonasa Adam is Bito. Because Baharaya, Adam didn't marry his daughter. And the fact that Adam didn't marry his daughter indicates to us that a Kusi isn't allowed to marry his daughter. Although the Gemara says that's actually not a good raya. Ultimately, that's different. The reason Adam didn't marry his daughter is because in order to go ahead and have Cain marry his sister. Why? Mishum the Olam Chesed Yibanes. Incredible. Remember, the Krista says, Eved mutter b'imo, mutter b'bito. I was supposed to say, this is a fascinating case. An Eved. Now, again, we're talking about an Eved Canaan, owned by a Jew. Right? So now, a Jew acquires an Eved. I both remember, again, we've learned this many times before. Avtus is quite fascinating. Why? Because essentially, the Eved kind of transitions into quasi-Jewishness. Remember again, there's Tvila L'Shem Avdos, there's a Mila L'Shem Avdos, there's a immersion, there's a mikvah, there's Chayiv and Mitzvos. In general, except for time-bound Mitzvos, there's a quasi-Jewish state. So as a result of this, says, remember, and upon emancipation, he becomes a full-fledged Jew. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Eved Mutter B'Imo, he is permitted to marry his mother, or Mutter B'Bito, he's allowed to marry his daughter. Why? Because Meklal Kusi, Yatsi Meklal Kusi, Uleklal Yisrael Lo Ba. So I'll say, because interestingly enough, right, he's no longer a Kusi, but he's also what? Not a Jew. Because remember, again, also distinguish all of these Gemaras together, right? A Kusi is not allowed to marry his mother. This is not allowed to marry his mother or sister. Not allowed to marry his mother or sister, or his daughter for that matter. Mother, sister, daughter, right? If a Kusi brother and sister, mother, son, father, daughter convert, they become Jewish. Technically, do they get married? Technically, yes. Technically, the answer is yes. But remember again, Chazal said it can't be that people think that conversion is coming. Right? As a Kusi, you weren't allowed to marry your mother, your daughter, and your sister. Now that you're a Yid, you are allowed to. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, the Eved is kind of in limbo. He's not a Kusi because now he's an Eved, but he's also not a Jew because he hasn't yet been emancipated. So because of that, he has nothing to stop him from marrying his mother, his sister, or his daughter. He also had Bini Amar Balaza, Amar B'Tanina, Ben-Noach Yichid Shivayado, Uba Nera. So Ben-Noach designated his shifka for his servants. So again, you have a Ben-Noach and non-Jew who has an Eved. He designated a wife for this Eved. And then again, the Kusi master had relations with her. So ultimately, again, then Noach has relations with her. He's chayiv. The master is chayiv. He's liable for an act of immorality. Now, me'imas, when is that? So the Gemara says, in other words, at what point in time does the shifcha become the wife of the Eved? So the Gemara says, I'm not going to be correlate or visa the planya. When people say about her, oh, that she's the wife of so-and-so. In other words, when people talk about this shifcha as the wife of the Eved, as soon as it's commonly known that people talk about her as Mrs. Eved, she's a married woman, and therefore again the Noach would be chayiv for this. Me'imas haslasa. At what point in time is she considered to be warned about her? I'm sorry. Me'imas hatarasa. At what point in time is she permitted? So at what point in time is this shifcha no longer the wife of this Eved? Interesting. She uncovers her hair. It's interesting that Rashi points out over here that apparently even non-Jewish women would cover their hair as a sign of marriage in some way during times of the Gemara. So once she uncovers her, she's no longer married. I will say, and I remember again, it's what we mentioned before, that halacha might say Ben Noach construct of marriage. The way marriage works is like this. When are you married? When you live together. You live together. When are you no longer married? When you don't live together. Or again, here the Gemara says when the wife uncovers her hair. Once she uncovers her hair, and that's indicative that they are no longer married. Therefore, she's no longer interested. So again, by the Noach, interestingly enough, there's a construct of marriage and divorce, but there's no construct of Erusin, Nisuin, or formal gerushin. That's incredible. I'm going to what's the third white line? Already kind of enough. The Noach Shabbat, Ishto, Shalokidah. Right, who has relations with his wife Shaloki Darka. The Shaloki Darka is going to be chayiv. Shene'emar, as the pasuk says, V'dova v'lo Shaloki Darka. So interestingly, you understand over here. This is fascinating. So the Gemara says it means V'dova, which means a normative act of biyah. And not Bia Shaloki Darka. So we'll say this is pretty wild. So the Gemara is saying over here, instead of Ben Noach, with his own wife, for Bia Shaloki Darka. I'm a Rabbi, obviously that doesn't make any sense. Miti Yisrael Machayim, the Kusim Machayim, I understand. In fact, the Torah brings it down, we've seen this discussion before. Mishkei Yisha. Torah recognizes that there are two forms of Bia, the Bia Darka, Bia Shaloki Darka. So for Yisrael, it's recognized that for a Kusim, it's going to go ahead and become literally again a form of alliance. So the Gemara says, I'm a Rabbi, Ben Noach Shabbat, he says, Havero, Shaloki Darko, Papa. Right, the Rabbi says like this, what it means is like this. Ben Noach, who has relations with his friend's wife, right? He's not friends anymore. Right, remember again, right, with his fellow's wife, right? Shaloki Darko, Papa. This is fascinating, right? So be a Shaloki Darka in an adulterous scenario for Ben Noach is going to be Papa. My time the Ishto, so again, that's the prohibition of adultery, right? You can cling to your own wife, not to someone else's wife. Vidova. Again, Vidova. What does it mean to cling to one's wife? Vidova means normative biyah, the low shalom and ultimately again not be a shalom. That's really fascinating. Now, again, interestingly enough, that still may result in a kula by Bnei Noach, because by Jews that's not the case. Right? An adulterous Bia Shaloki Darko will still be an act of adultery. But it's fascinating to see that by Ben Noach, Bia Shaloki Darko, right, may not be considered adultery. Quite fascinating. I'm not even enough. Ovei Kokon Shika Sisol, Chayim. If an Ovei Kokon, a non-Jew hits a Jew, he's chayiv misa. Shneimar vayifen kol bakol vayar ki ish vayar es hamitzri. So this is quite beautiful. What is that from Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu, right? So Moshe Rabbeinu, again, he saw the Egyptian taskmaster striking the Jew. So turning this way, he turned that to his son, there was no one around. And what did he do? He killed the Egyptian. He saw because he was striking the Jew. So Gentile strikes his high Misa. Okay, he runs off over here and says, so beautiful. The Gemara says, Asoker, lo the mouth of the youth of a Jew. It's as if he has struck the mouth of the bone of Shabbat. If you take a look at Rashi, Shene'emar Mokish Adam Yala Kodesh. If you look at Rashi, it's we understand the white line. Look, it's a Adam, and you start between Adam, the Sib, the Ethnet, Sami, Tomar, see Adam Adam. Yalla Kodesh, the Loa Asa Kodesh, Corona, Kisosa Allah. The one who strikes a Jew on the mouth is literally again as if he has struck the Shekhinah itself on the mouth. We'll say, what's the shot of that? So first of all, just understand the crowning gift that the Ribono Shalom has given us is the gift of speech. That when the pasuk says, "Vayipach ba'af ruach HaKadosh will breathe the life into us," Ukula says, "What's life? Ruach Memalua." Speech. That's life. So again, one goes ahead and strikes a yid on the mouth, because if they're striking the Shekhinah on the mouth itself, which also tells us that our greatest kedusha comes from our mouth. Our greatest kedusha comes from the words that we say, whether it's words of Torah, whether it's words of tefillah, whether it's words of encouragement, words of praise, words of picking up, words of chizuk that we give to the other. The kedusha that we can go ahead and see in this world from out. You know, sometimes we just said before that chesed sometimes means giving up something that you're entitled to. Maybe you're entitled to make a sarcastic comment. Maybe you're entitled to make a cynical comment. But you withhold yourself from doing so, you lose the mouth of kedusha and shekara that is managed the highest level of divine emulation. The mouth of the Jew is kiviyachol like the mouth of HaKadosh. How was that? That's all we have for today. Sayach, everyone. Incredible das. All right, everyone's having a great day, everyone.
Just you can't listen to boring ass Brian. Another story about a stupid ass marriage. Everybody wants to hear me talk about saving kids from cars and Tiger Lake quick ski.
It's as long as not tell up one nice stuff.
This is purely like a linguist trying to understand the language.
Is what are they there? And no time.
My shoulder too many times this episode. Actually, I think it might have been the most. You know, we're going to do. We get a count. It might have been the most you've ever hit my shoulder.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share campaign. Our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shbach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the children drop-offs this year as in support for the Soil Struggles for Am Yisrael. The learning sponsors Beryl and Rachel Goldberg, information on Beryl's grandfather's yard site. Beryl Ben Chaim, whose yard site is on the Aleph Shvat. It was on the Aleph Shvat here in America.com. In Shovel having Aliyah, the family in the Yafama, which is here for Hashem, all of our hostages should come home to Shalom and the Kalam, and our holy soldiers should be successful the whole of Maaseh Yidin. Let's say that and let us begin today's practice in the Zion very special Holy Torah for keeping the year over the last 2 days. Again, my apologies again for yesterday, but it was a great position for Hashem to be back with everyone, and let us begin. So today's practice in Zion, we are picking up the next Hashem on the bottom of the Vav Amud Beis. So we left off with Rabbi Yehuda Omer, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. Rabbi Yehuda Omer. So again, remember, our entire sugya over here is the sugya of Shem Yisrael K'nei Noach. And again, the fascinating sugya is interesting that one of the fascinating things that we've seen is, whereas everyone agrees that K'nei Noach or the Tshuva are the 7 mitzvot, there's a fundamental focus as to what comprises of those particular 7 mitzvahs. So as Rabbi says, Rabbi is the first to come along and says, no, other mitzvahs, only the Tzivah and one mitzvah. Avodah Zarah. We're going to go to idolatry. Shneimar, Vayitzav Hashem Elokim ala Adam. As it says, Hashem commanded Adam. And again, that lashon of Vayitzav, we've already seen before, is the lashon of Avodah Zarah. So it's actually quite dramatic to think about this, that Adam Arishon living with Silva and Avodah Zarah, right? What exactly what his alternatives? What exactly what's here? But what you see from here is that there is this innate pull There is a need to pull away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that man was created with. And this is incredibly important that, remember, the only reason why Avodas Hashem is meaningful is because there's something, in general in life, the only reason why something is meaningful is because there's something pulling you away from it. If there's no pull away from something, then there's no schar to run to something. So the only way that Adam Arishon is going to get schar for worshiping HaKadosh Baruch Hu is if he has this innate pull away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In Chassidus, this is called the concept of Ratzon V'Shov, forward and backwards. Man always has this almost like innate back and forth within himself. On one hand, a power pulling you towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and on the other hand, a power pulling you away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, it's incredible to see that he really says that Adam Arishon was super already on Avodah Zarah. On Avodah Zarah, incredible that he didn't say over Abba Birkat Hashem. That he didn't say it says, even cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So basically you see that like almost the need to the human condition is this idea that man wants to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Avodah Zarah, cursing Hashem, I've mentioned this many times, that the Hamish Molevitz and Sichos Musar brings down that the psychology of faith in general, why do we sin? Why do people come back in us? So in a lot of the explanations, but almost physical, and Country this explains that faith is the ultimate flexing of the muscles of self-autonomy. Now when I say, right, because it can't be about lust or desire, because if you think about it, the fallout of sin always outweighs whatever the benefit is. So I always think about this all the time. Deep down the Country it says, the psychology of it is self-autonomy. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Even though you got, I'm sure it's a little bit, don't tell me what to do. I'm in charge. And again, it sounds so crazy when you say it, but at the end of the day, deep down, that's what all the man is. Because man has, and again, why does man have this desire for self-autonomy? Because man is made with someone else. The Ribono Shel Olam is completely autonomous. That's what makes him great. That's what makes HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So man has this incredible desire for self-autonomy as well. The children, others say that Adam was also the command regarding setting up what they did, legal system. So it's what is beautiful. So he listening with like over here, saying what Rabbi is listening about, listen to this. Rabbi is listening and so that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made multiple statements to Adam. What were the multiple statements? Number one, Elokim Ani, Lo Tzikalu. This is what Hashem said to Adam. Adam, number one, I am God. Don't curse me. Number two, Elokim Ani, Lo Tzikalu. I am God. Do not exchange me for anyone else. And number three, I am God. Let my awe and reverence be upon you. Behind these are the three statements. HaKadosh Baruch Hu made God with Kiman. His name is this reflect the creation of it. And according to the rich omen, they just said, but there's so much profundity in this particular statement, right? That the initial relationship with our is created using these three statements. Adam, I am your God, do not curse me. Adam, I am your God, it's interesting, by the way. What's missing from these statements? What's not here? I am your God. Love me. And you know, by the way, for a very simple reason, that you can't legislate love. You can't force someone to love you. So instead of HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this, Adam, Israel asked of you, don't mistreat me. Don't mistreat me. Don't curse me, don't exchange me, revere me, and reverence usually manifests itself in different types of behavior. And then once we have that basic foundation, we can build love from that. Relationships, love is never the first step in a relationship. It's usually something before, especially in a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. So the Gemara says, K'man Kisha, Tell me, Hashem, If Dar Shvai Yitzhak, Afilu HaNachani. Sarah, the Gemara is like this. Tell me, Hashem says as follows. If you Dar Shvai Yitzhak, then these others will be included as well. You know Dar Shvai Yitzhak, Hani Minalik, and we're doing the only way Dar Shvai Yitzhak. So in reality, it doesn't actually Shvai Yitzhak, Hani Kalchad, the Chad, the Ante, and actually Ksiva. And in reality, all of these other prohibitions are given on Moshe. ultimately are on their own. The version reading of Hashem, so how do we know that ultimately, again, Hashem is being off? That they include Avodah Zarah. So where do we know that? Top of Zion 57a, the Sir Batisha Chisa Arif B'Pnei HaElokim. The pasuk says that the earth corrupted itself before God. This is by the generation of the flood. So the pasuk says, the Tana, the date of Yishmael, wherever tongue uses the lesson of Hashchasa, destruction, Ela Ela Divar Erva Ba'avodas Kochaber. That refers ultimately to immorality and to idolatry. Divar Erva Shenemar, first one on the book 57a, in Zion Aleph. Divar Erva Shenemar, Shishis Kol Basar Es Darko. But the pasuk said, every living thing corrupted its way. Avodas Kochaber, the same Tashchiso and Ba'asis. So therefore, also, whenever you see that these actually, these simple rules of the Gemara always quite fascinating because you can apply them throughout the Torah. So wherever you see that Hishachis, corruption always means idolatry and immorality. The other thing is that it's just describing again the general nature of their behavior. So it's the point of there's no point out what's happening over here. What's happening over here is you're going to have two schools of thought. One school of thought is going to kind of learn out all of Shem's B'nai Noah from Vayitzab, which is that, remember, and that goes back to this idea that really Adam Arishon was commanded regarding Shem's B'nai Noah. And then there's going to be another school of thought that Shem's B'nai Noah are learned out from other places in the Torah. So we should really on religious, but nevertheless not from Vayitzab. So whenever it says Yidah refers to the other opinion who learns it out from Vayitzab. Shvichos Damim, what about bloodshed? It says, Shovet Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam. What's the Ida? Kaklai Hu B'Kamadanu. And the other thing, we're not going to Vayitzab will say, no, that passage teaches you, whenever the Noah are executed by the heading by Saif. Gazon, theft, B'Ksiv, Kiyarak is very true. Kiyarak has sought that Satu Lachem as Kol. So it says, remember again, this is. So the concept over here, right? Kol Remes, this is gracious. So Kol Yerak, Kiyarak Peisim Nasat Lechem Kol. So like the vegetation of the green vegetation, I've given to you everything. Rabbi Levi, what does this mean? Kiyarak Eisef Velo Kiyarak Ukino. Because Hashem was telling man, you can have like the vegetation of the field and not the vegetation of the garden. Now what does that mean? This is an incredible Rashi. Rashi says it's the last white line on top of that. Kiyarak Eisef Kari Eisef Ha'edar the Kol HaGadol Me'eda. But Hashem was permitting to man was vegetation that grows on its own. A fish that grows on its own is half-good, ownerless, belongs to everyone. So that you can have. The Kol HaGadol Me'eda She'en Bo Torah Latros V'Lizroah. So it says ultimately again that means anything that grows and does not have Esau has no effort in order to flower and to plant it. So here Hashem is telling Adam, you can take stuff that doesn't belong to other people, right? But you can't take stuff that belongs to other people. Look at it, it's a profound, it's a beautiful funny thing of Rashi. Rashi said, let's do something that is owned and something that is ownerless. Something that is owned, in order to own something, there has to be tirkah. There has to be tirkah. If you want something in life, there has to be effort. So the challenge we often encounter in life is we want the ownership of accomplishment. Like we want to go ahead and I want this and I want that. And whatever the this and that is, whether it's in the material world or it's in the spiritual world. The issue is sometimes we want the ownership, but we don't want to have to expend the effort. And actually said that formula over here is so profound. He says, Kol HaGadol Me'ela, if something is ownerless, She'en Bo Torah Latros V'Lizroah. There's absolutely no effort. Right? So the Talmud is, if there's no effort, there's no ownership. If you want ownership, being commitment or dashiness, there's going to have to be the expending of incredible amounts of effort. Incredible. So what does that be? That's the other thing we say. Havul Mishra Boss to the Goss. You know, that positive to permit consumption. So it's going to do so. Yeah, even when I say it's like everybody knows, can't see the limb off of a living animal. You can say, Bassa is a natural double blow. You can't eat, right? You can't eat. No, even a other thing will say, Ahuli Nishi Shvatzim Nidoch. So that comes to permit Shvatzim to be in Noach. Like that, the Noach are permitted to speak in both things. Serious castration, the sick, start super. So this is the fact that Hashem says that he wants the proliferation of different species, fascinating enough, gives rise to the prohibition of castration. Right? Because obviously, again, if you're castrating, so you're not going to have the proliferation of species. Fascinating. But you might say, other thing what you know, that's just for Rachel. So Kilayim, the Sid, and they are all fully enabled. They're all fully enabled. The Edom, so Kilayim means, so what did you learn on Kilayim? Forbidden mixtures, right? Or forbidden of species. How all fully enabled. Each bird according to its species. The other thing will say, Ahud Tzav Sava Alma is beautiful. That's just a Kaddish Baruch Hu pointing out over here. It is companionship for all parts of creation. The highlighting the power of companionship. Okay, so therefore, we have over here, so there's a lot of machlokas in that. So first and foremost, fundamental machlokas as to where we learn out the Shem is from. That's one machlokas. Second machlokas is what comprises Shem is from. Remember again, that's yesterday's daf where we had the machlokas of daf, right? It was just the machlokas. Everybody you see that a 5 out of the 7 is machlokas about 2 out of the 7. Okay. Now we come to another video. I'm going to take over the last regarding over the violation of 3 of the mitzvot. So which ones? Immorality, murder, and cursing of Hashem. Right? If the Ben Noach violates any of these 3, there's an automatic death penalty. So let's get what our chief says. There's some shlichus damim, shofet gam ha'adam. And he says shlichus damim because the pasuk says shofet gam ha'adam, and again gam ha'yishava. Elo hanach nalu. But from where do you know about the death penalty for obviously? So where it says gamar shlichus damim, the people are learning out ultimately again from shlichus damim.
35 seconds.
So again, if that's the situation with shlichus damim, then why not impose the death penalty on all of them? Why not say that for the violation of any Shem is B'nai Noach? By definition, there's a death penalty. Ultimately, truth is, the 7, including is that true that a Ben Noach is killed for the violation for the commission of Avodah Zarah? That kind we learn that Avodas Kochavim Dvarim Shebim. This is very interesting. Yes, we learned that by Avodah Zarah, things that a Jewish court would execute someone for, a Ben Noach is Mushar. I will say that this is interesting because the lashon of Mushar literally means what? Warning. So the Gemara says Azhara in Solo. I thought that meant that there's a warning, there's an Azhara, but last after that there is a death penalty for Azhara Shalahan is Zokim Sasa. No, by Ben Noach, warning by definition is that penalty. I was also using one of these things. But this will come up as well. You know, we spent so much time focused on the concept of Hasra. Hasra is only a Jewish concept. But Ben Noach to be executed even without Hasra. So therefore, when you see Azhara, that is a warning to Ben Noach, that means death penalty. So Rabbi Yehuda b'Kulu Tamid Rab Amis. So Rabbi Yehuda all Tamid Rab said, Hashem is a Ben Noach Nerach. The immediate Ben Noach is executed for the violation of any one of the Shem mitzvahs. So high stakes. So relatively few mitzvahs, but very high stakes. Very high stakes. So the Gemara says, So I said, because once the Torah revealed, once the Torah explained that there's a death penalty for one, it makes sense to say that whatever applies to one applies to the rest as well. So the Gemara says, really? Is that true? That's the death of Ben Noah? So it's about time you learn when it comes to theft, so Ganav of the Gazal, the thing you fast toar, so again, whether a Ben Noah stole, remember again, Neva is surreptitious, secretive stealing, right? Xela is outright theft. Fast Torah, interestingly enough, is also a form of theft, because halacha lines you take, you get rid of the idea. Fast Torah is if you take a one line, doesn't matter again if she's single or she's married, it makes no difference. So Fast Torah also be a form of theft. But then Kiyotze Ba, in all of these cases, Kusi, and listen, I want to point out something very interesting here. The Torah, the Gemara over here uses notion of Kusi, but Kusi in this context means a non-Jew. So in other words, it's not often when we use Kusi, so Kusi refers to the people who settled from Kusa, which was done under Shalmaneser. Shalmaneser exiled the entire tribes, and one of his incredible strategies was he took, it's understood that the best way to ensure that there's no rebellion is take indigenous people out of their land. That way they won't rebel. So that's why he exiled the entire tribes. And he settled people from Kusa in Eretz Yisrael. They were called Kusim. Right? So it's the whole mind of the Kusim. There was an outbreak of lions. They converted, was the conversion, a good conversion, not a conversion. But here in this context, actually Kusi actually means a non-Jew. Doesn't mean the typical Kusi that we saw. So the word says Kusi, the Kusi being spelled. So any of these cases are theft. So if it's Kusi, if it's actually Kusi or Kusi's death, right? Or Kusi be spelled Aser. You spell the Kusi mutter. So what's interestingly enough, Kusi against Kusi, Aser. Kusi against Yisrael, Aser. But yes, Yisrael against Kusi is going to be mutter. What's it now? Mutter doesn't mean that it's encouraged. Mutter just means that it's not, you can't prosecute it in a court. That's what it means. In Yisrael, and that's the case, Nistin Chayiv. So, right, Chayiv, as it looks like, it's talking about that there's a death penalty for any one of the Shemos that's going on. And the proper Lashon is not Aser. That's not proper Lashon. The proper Lashon is Chayiv. So, you might say, Muslim, Kabbalah, Nistin Seifa, Yisrael, Kusi, Mutter. Because since we need to write that in Yisrael, that Kusi is Mutter, again, it is Mutter, therefore, Tana Reisha Aser. Okay, we just needed linguistic symmetry. The Hawk call Echad, the Ito, and the Yuva, Nisna Katoni. But that's where at least the Lashon of Chayiv. Chayiv always means a death penalty. It's Tana Reisha, Ashvik, Mustalim, Kusi, the Kusi, the Yisrael, Chayiv. When it comes to bloodshed, it comes to murder, so Kusi against Kusi, or Kusi against Yisrael, there's Chayiv. Yisrael, the Kusi, Potter. So the Gemara says, how else should we write it? Listing Aser. If you want to write it as also in Muslim, that's funny, we're going to Kosi B'Rayda in the Daka. Roma, I live in the so it's interesting. When it comes to Kusi and Roy Behema Daka, so this requires a little bit of explanation, or a lot of bit of explanation. If you take a look at Rashi, it's in the wide lines, probably about 12 lines up. Someone got one. Let's come down to the Kusi, and a person who shepherds small animals, they're both thieves. Remember about you've seen this before? If you're not allowed to raise the Himadaka and Israel. Right? Why not? Because they graze everywhere. It means that when people aren't careful about having them graze on other people's lands. The Kusi and Roy the Himadaka Israel. Now again, this is even for Jews. So non-Jews writes the Kusi, and again, Jews who raise small animals are thieves. It actually says that it's just someone gazlonim, shemarim behentam besadot achirim. They're thieves because they allow their animals ultimately again to shepherd on other people's lands. So what's that? How many actually is? If they fall into a pit, there's no obligation to go ahead and get them out, which is a pretty significant thing. But you can't throw them into the pit. Which is another way of saying you're not liable to a death penalty, but if they find themselves in compromised circumstances, you are not obligated to hoist them out.
which I say such a profound idea. Why? Like, what did these guys do so wrong? They're hurting other people. And when you hurt other people, even just financially, you are considered to be a menace to greater society. How careful we have to be, both with the property of others, with the emotions and feelings of others, just in general, how careful we have to be with other people. That really, the Gemara says over here that if you're one of those people who's not careful about your animal going ahead and grazing on someone else's field, and therefore you are taking something from someone else on a consistent basis and you don't care, if you fall into a pit, we don't have an obligation to help you get out. It's like mind-blowing. Why? Because you're not a nice person. Because you're not considerate of other people. And if you're not considerate of other people, to be honest, society doesn't need you. And maybe if you're not considerate of other people, it could very well be that society is actually better off without you. It's an overwhelming and shocking statement, but nevertheless incredibly true. So Kiyoti Bobigezo, what is the comparable case when it comes to theft? So the comparable case would be a worker in a vineyard. So Gemara says, okay, so what exactly is the worker in the field? That if somebody's working in a field at the time of the harvest, and what's halacha? They're allowed to eat. They're allowed to eat while they're harvesting. And if it's not at the time of the completion of work, then it's just straight out theft. So what's this is fascinating. What are we talking about? A case of theft less than a pruta. Less than a pruta. Okay, what does that mean? So here's interesting. But if you're talking about theft of less than a pruta, if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew knows that, let's say in general, the halacha is if you steal less than a pruta from someone, right? There's no liability. Now, why is there no liability? Why not? Because the assumption is that people on mokel are less than a pruta. I don't care. So this is fascinating. So the Gemara says, listen to this Gemara. Kusi b'Yisrael aser hasahar v'mechido. So the Gemara says, I understand. So if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew, why should he be chayin? Generally, your mokel are less than a pruta. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Even though the Jew is mokel, Sarah b'shaitei midlessly. So does he not have Sarah at the time of the theft? In other words, while it's true that the Jew will be mokel, it's absolutely true. But when you start, it's still pain and difficulty caused at the time of the theft itself. Which I will say is such a profound idea. So this is this concept just of relationships. Sometimes in life it's very important to remember that if you wrong someone, you may gain forgiveness. But just because you gain forgiveness, don't think that the pain is gone. So there could be mechila, but the pain of the personalistic infraction is absolutely still there, and could very often remain for a very long time afterwards. People sometimes think that we don't understand this relationship where we do something legitimately wrong, we apologize, and you think, okay, I apologize, like we're good, right? We're good, and like let's just move forward, and then somehow, sometime later on, the infraction, right, comes up again. Like, I don't understand what happened. You forgave me. So it's important to understand. People could cloud Gogo in human beings is we forgive and we never forget. That's the way it works. And when you hurt someone, just understand they will remember that infraction forever. That's human nature. I can still forgive, but I never forget. And even if there is forgiveness, it's important to understand that sometimes the pain of what was done will still remain for some time afterwards. So the other like that. So who's not too bad? The last two things happen in the feeling knows does on the audio. So this is it. Yeah, this is profound. Where lies the distinction between the Jew and the Kusi? So the Jew is more ultimately again on less than a Shavakuta. The Kusi is not Mokal or less than a Shavakuta. Kusi, the love the name of Hila. So what's the name of Kusi, you're not the name of Hila. Not Mechila. Therefore, again, Gezel Ma'ayu. Therefore, again, stealing even less than a Shavakuta, ultimately, again, is going to be Gezel. It's going to be complete Gezel. Also, I just put out something amazing. Lashon of it. So many profound Yisodos in these Gemaras. Let's look at this Lashon. Sikusim are allowed to be Mechila. Right? So they're not given Mechila. Listen, what happens when you are an unforgiving person? What happens when you're an unforgiving person? Every single slight is a major infraction. When you are not, and also we know this in life, there are people, Rabbi Nachman, one of the best things Rabbi Nachman writes is such a simple thing, which is Tov Lios Vatra. It is good to be a forgiving person. It's good to let things go. Because what's the alternative? The alternative, if you don't let things go, is you're lav b'nei mechila. Pretty much, if you're not a mevater, if you're not a yielding, a forgiving person, you know what you are? You're a kusi. You're a kusi. Kusim are not b'nei mechila. So if you're not b'nei mechila, you're not the forgiving person, then every single thing is a slight. And there are people who go like this, right? There are people who go through life, and they're always offended. They're always offended. This one said this, and this one did this, and this one did this. Right? People are jerks. That's just the way that it is, right? In life, people are jerks, right? So Lamaisa, people are going to say stuff that's offensive. They're going to do stuff that's offensive. They're ungrateful. They don't say thank you. They're unappreciative. They're not nice. They're demanding. They'll take you to everything. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice. The choice is you could be laughing in the chila, right? You could be an unforgiving person, and therefore everything is an infraction. And you walk around life perpetually wounded. Or you could be a b'nei mechila. You could be the kind of person, like Rabbi Nachman says, Tokyo is not true. And if you're about there, if you're forgiving and if you're yielding, you recognize that people are the way that they are. But I'm not going to allow it to hold me back from living the life I want to live and doing the things I need to do. And the Gemara says over here, that's the chilek between the yid and the kusi. The kusi alad b'nei mechila. The power of the yid is that we are b'nei mechila. And once you have that power, nothing and no one holds you back. Incredible. Well, the sukkah sometimes have like a lot pent up from not being in a couple of days. So something I saw that I finished, I think that yesterday, I think I recorded in like 32 minutes. I'm not sure exactly how I did that, but okay, well, actually, I'm going to what is the case come up with interesting, holding back wages. So the word says kusi usher. So kusi against the kusi against so it's going to be usher. You saw the kusi mutter, or you saw the kusi is mutter. Again, I also remember again when you see this mutter doesn't mean encouraged. Mutter just means that you can't prosecute it in a basis. Kiyotze be fastar mai. So if you the parallel case by fastar, kiyotze being a kanina is very interesting. And the Ben-Noach set aside a shivcha for his Eved, or Ben-Noach has an Eved, he set aside a shivcha for his Eved, and then he had relations with that shivcha. Neragala, he would be killed for active immorality with her. Kiyotzi, but the shivcha was done in a long time here. But again, Gemara doesn't discuss a parallel case by bloodshed. Rabbi, even Shkakos, Yisanya, Rabbi Yosef ben Shalom. Yisanya, Rabbi Yosef ben Shalom. Lodit Achar, Lodit Achar Chaveo. So what happens? So if somebody was Reuben was running after Shimon, was pursuing Shimon to kill him, and Shimon obviously has the right to defend himself. But let's say Shimon had the ability to defend himself by injuring Reuben in the leg, right? So what happens? Below Hitzel on the base, and instead of injuring Reuben in the leg, he shoots Shimon in the head. Right? So in other words, he delivers a mortal wound. This is very good. We had this by the Gemara of Yoav. Amasel or Abner Ben Ner, Neragala. So there is culpability for that, which is very interesting. So it's culpability. If someone will say, if somebody is pursuing me, I have the right necessary, but the halachic mandate to go ahead and defend myself. But if I can defend myself, I get what we'll call it in a non-lethal way. But instead, I use lethal force. Halacha finds me responsible and culpable for that. Hashkav.
Now, if you look at Rashi, top Rashi means I always. Veragalo, Henutziotse, Bogustikos Tamen, the Habikarot Lahatir, Yo Motor Kusi Bukusi, Bukusi, Kai, Sobi Saba, Sobukusi Potter. Fine. Simon says follows. Ashka Sabiako Baraha, Sabikasa the same like the day lives. So Yako Baraha, so that they're writing the same like that. Today, Benoah, Nera, the dying effort, who the aid effort. Shalom Bahasra, Epish, Isha, Batilu, Karash. So that's very interesting. So last halacha so we about a Ben Noah. Number one, a Ben Noah can be executed by a basin of one judge. Next, one witness. Number three, without Hasra. Number four, it has to be a man, right? A male witness and not a female. But the male witness could even be related. I feel the Karash. So the Gemara says, "Vafilu Karav, Yishar Bishmol Omer, Af Al HaOtris." What is going to be an incredible sugya. A Ben Noah is responsible even for aborting a fetus. There is capital liability even for performing an abortion. In the big sugya here, Af Al HaOtris. Again, we'll see where that comes from. Rashi says over here, the first short line is actually Af Al HaOtris. Kika Es HaIsha B'Yatzu Yiladev. If a man struck a woman and as a result she miscarried her pregnancy, Narad Aleh, in other words, he'd be liable for injuring the woman and also for causing the death of the fetus. So what's I see in Rashi's understanding over here is that there is no liability for killing a fetus up until it comes into the world. Only once it comes into the world is it considered to be alive for capital purposes. Capital purposes. Ben Noah is responsible even for aborting a fetus. Again, we'll see this a little bit more behind you. So where do you know all this from? All of these halachas. So that was a lot of information just thrown away. Where do you know all of this from? I'm going to read them. Here we go. So what's that? So the pasuk says over here. So the Akas Mincham Nafsho Sefer Edrosh Miyad Kol Chaya Edroshenu Miyad Ha'adam Miyad Ish Akid Edrosh Esnot Hashem. So again, back to Sefer Bereshis. So listen to this. I will seek out your blood. Akas Mincham Nafsho Sefer Edrosh. Literally again, I will seek out your blood. I will seek out your blood for your life. I will seek out from you. Even the dying Echad. So you see from here that capital cases by Ben Noah can be adjudicated by even one judge. Now, where do they get that one judge? Edrosh. I will seek out, that's singular. So from here you see that Ben Noah can be adjudicated by one judge. Miyad kol chayav, from every animal, afilu shelo basra. Just like an animal doesn't get hasra. So again, with Ben Noah doesn't require hasra as well. Edroshenu, miyad ha'adam. I will seek it out, and even again, miyad ha'adam, from the hand of a person singular. Afilu be'edachad. Even 1/8. Miyad ish, right, from the hands of a man, the one miyad isha. So unless it could be one witness, it has to be a male witness, not a woman. Akif, his brother, Afilu Karav, even if that one witness is related to him. We should be told about Afalo Ibn. Mary Kelly said that Ben Noah is liable even for causing the death of a fetus. My time to be small. What should be spoken about? It would say, Shote Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam Damo Yishafa. So what's very interesting? The lesson over here is one who spilled the blood of man in man. That's how the passage literally translated. Shote Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam. Spill the blood of man in man, Damo Yishafa. His blood will be spilled. So what is Ezebu Adam Shehud Ba'adam? What's the case of a man in a man? That refers to a fetus and its mother. So you see that there's culpability or there's liability for a Ben Noah who causes the death of a fetus. The Tanakama, Tana get Nashu, the Amar, Komisa Amur, Ben Noah, Eno Ella Bechada. This is not so again interesting. You're not targeting Nashu. Say, or Tanakama, or targeting Nashu says, what does he use this concept for? He uses this concept to teach me that any time death is mentioned for Ben Noah, it's always strangulation. So also, it's what we said before. Up until now, the most happening is the principle that the death for Ben Noah is science. The death for Ben Noah excuse me, is chenek, is strangulation. Now, where does he get that from? It's very interesting. The shagi may hide ba'adam asefa dikra, and he puts that ba'adam at the end of the pasuk, and he's like this: v'darish ve'hahi ba'adam damo yishafa. So let's say ultimately again, when there's person for that yo ba'adam damo yishafa. So literally again, in man, his blood will be spilled. How is it ever a case of execution where the blood of the person remains inside of the person? Will you ever have a case like that? So how the almost the headache, that's strangulation. Let's say the forms of death, where the blood comes out, strangulation is the blood remains inside of the person. What the type of death where blood remains in the person? That's going to be strangulation. Master Rabbi, by the way, as you're keeping your tally of ongoing machlokim, interestingly enough, we thought that the one piece that everyone agreed on is that a banach is always executed with chenek. Outside we thought with sayif, with beheading. Now it turns out that that's a machlokim also. Now the interesting part that what everyone does agree is banach is going to have one uniform death penalty, as opposed to Yisrael, who ultimately again there's four different types of capital punishments. Banach is only going to have one. Whether that one is chenek or whether that one is sayif, that's an ongoing machlokas. Okay, Master Rabbi, interestingly enough, is that true that a woman is not permitted to be part of a basin for Bnei Noach? But we learn Kiyadativ L'mana Sheit Tzava. So the pasuk says, right? Kiyadativ L'mana Sheit Tzava. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the Isha Basnach or Mifkada Aladin, so Besa. The Torah uses notion of Besa when it comes to the concept ultimately again of creating legal systems, and they soon include women. So it's going on over here. Who most of all, who were fired for us. Very interesting. Bana B'Yedin, ultimately what Hashem was saying was, like Bana B'Yedin, so it's point out, it's fascinating enough, this is possibly Ba'ad Navino, but yet, amazingly enough, it's using it for Bnei Noach, which makes sense because Avinu is not only the father of the Jews, he's also the father of a number of different nations. Many remember again the end of our Sarah, right? And that Avinu remarries after the death of Sarai, and he has all of these other kids, right? All of these other nations. So those are all Bnei Noach nations. So it's fascinating. So the pasuk says over here, Kiyadativ. Right, Kiyadativ L'mana Sheyitzaba Es Banav Beisa Acharot V'Shamu Derech Hashem Lasos Tzedakah U'Mishpat. I know that Abraham will command his children, his offspring, Lasos Tzedakah U'Mishpat. So now the Gemara is doing amazing. Banav L'Din, the sons, men, those are the ones who are in charge of the judicial system. Beisa, the daughters, the women, with Tzedakah. Ultimately, again, the Tzedakah are for the kindness, for the tzedakah pieces, for the charitable pieces. So interestingly enough, the differentiated roles in the offspring of Avinu by Bnei Noach. It's also quite profound. You guys also giving us a fascinating insight also into the distinction between the nature of men and women, right? How often, in general, and I don't know why this is, but it would appear that women are often much more forgiving than men. Certainly again, in paternal and maternal realms, like it's often the father who is the din, right, and the mother who is the rachamim. It's a fascinating idea that one of the din. So often again, it's the father who is the din, the base cell, the mother who is the tzedakah. Beautiful. So if that's the case, maybe let's say that when you're excluded from the judicial system in totality, maybe halacha might say that Bas Noach is not executed if she kills someone, or maybe it's not just that she's not a judge, but maybe she's just not included in the judicial system at all. Miyad ish, below miyad ish, the pasuk says, "Amar Rabbi Yehuda shopek dam adam shop." I'm sorry. Miyad ish v'lo miyad isha. Amar Rabbi Yehuda shopek dam ha'adam mikom makom. No. Anyone who kills is liable. It doesn't make a difference if it's a man, if it's a woman. There's always going to be liability for that. So maybe a Basnach who commits adultery shouldn't go ahead over shouldn't be killed. Because the pasuk says, "Al ki yazok ish Below Isha, what's interesting, the Torah phrases marriage as a man will leave his mother and father and cling to his wife. Maybe only the man is obligated in the clinging, but the woman is not. So the Gemara because the Pasuk says they'll become one flesh. The Torah comes and equates man and woman. Just as the man is not permitted to stray, so too the woman is not permitted to stray as well. Why does the Pasuk say ish? When it says ish, to teach us ultimately again, ish comes to teach us. What the department is most playing will be ish of the share is a little secret regardless of. So Torah uses the double option of ish, so he does that even peace and even Noah are obligated regarding our life. More. We'll say this goes back to our direction beforehand. The Pasuk more. Right by Adonai Rishon. Zed Gilarayos Hasam Ba'arayos Bidon Ba'hapa Ba'arayos Bidon. So also this is very interesting. There, by Adonai Rishon, it's talking about Arayos and Ben Noach with the Ben Noach. Here it's talking about Ben Noach with the Jew. Both systems, right? Both forms of Arayos are going to be good. I want to know the travel here. We'll pick up in Retz Hashem with this section tomorrow. What an incredible journey. I will say, I will point out that tomorrow, the next day, we'll get to the halakha of so what actually complies the Shem message today and what is liability.
It's always bad as a comedian.
All right, have a great day, everyone. Good to see you.
It's so funny when you see it. It's funny because it's all he knows to do. Yeah. Like Mark said, that's kind of exactly what Mark said. Yeah. This is his all. He doesn't really understand joke structure.
All right, so I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpachat Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shur and Drushos this year as he's supposed for the Sonos Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Beryl and Rachel Goldstein, in commemoration of Beryl's grandfather's yard site. Beryl Ben Chaim, whose yard site is on Yud Aleph Shvat. It was on Yud Aleph Shvat. You open the merit of our Talmud Torah. In Shabbat having Aliyah, the family in the Kama, which is Zilcha Merit Hashem, that all of our hostages should come home with Shalom and the Karam, and our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yidei. Let's say with that, let us begin today's dance and design. A very special thank you to Rabbi Richter for giving me the shir over the last few days. Again, my apologies again for yesterday. It was a great physical Baruch Hashem to be back with everyone, and let us begin. So today's dance is in Zion. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Nun Vav on the days. So we left off with Yehuda Omer, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yehuda Omer. Adonai Rishon and Tztava Ella Ala Vodazara Bilva. So we can remember our entire studio over here is the studio of Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. Again, the fasting sugya is interesting that one of these fasting things that we've seen is whereas everyone agrees that in Noach or Mitzvah on 7 mitzvahs, there's a fundamental focus as to what comprises those particular 7 mitzvahs. So Rabbi says, Rabbi is the first who comes along and says, no, other Rishon is only mitzvah on 1 mitzvah, Avodah Zarah. He wasn't approached by idolatry, Shnei Amar, by Tzav Hashem Elokim Ala Adam. As it says, Hashem commanded Adam. And again, that lashon of Vayitzav we've already seen before is a lashon of Avodah Zarah. Let's say it's actually quite dramatic to think about this. That Adam Arishon living with still on Avodah Zarah, right? What exactly was his alternative? What exactly was But what you see from here is that there is this innate pull. There's this innate pull away from a Baruch Hu that man was created. And this is incredibly important that, remember, the only reason why Avodas Hashem is meaningful is because there's something, in general in life, the only reason why something is meaningful is because there's something pulling you away from it. If there's no pull away from something, then there's no start to run to something. So the only way that Adam Arishon is going to get started worshiping HaKadosh Baruch Hu is if he has this innate pull away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is called the concept of Ratzon V'Shol, forward and backwards. Man always has this almost like innate back and forth within himself. On the one hand, a power pulling me towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and on the other hand, a power pulling me away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, it's incredible to see that Yehuda says that Adam Rishon was Mitsuva already on Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is incredible. That Yehuda Messina over Aval Berkas Hashem. That Yehuda Messina says even cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So once again, you see that like almost innate the human condition is this idea that man wants to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Avodah Zarah, cursing Hashem, I mentioned this many times, but the kind of level of deepest bring down the psychology of hate in general. Why do we sin? Why do people commit averos? So there's a lot of different explanations, but our most physical and sensible explains that hate is the ultimate flexing of the muscles of self-autonomy. Now, when I sin, I think it can't be about lust or desire, because if you think about it, the fallout of sin always outweighs whatever the benefit is. So I don't commit averos all the time. Deep down, the Chaim said, the psychology of it is self-autonomy. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Even though you're bad, I'm supposed to do it. Don't tell me what to do. I'm the idea, right? I'm in charge. And again, it sounds so crazy when you say it, but at the end of the day, deep down, that's what all of this is. So you see, again, that man is, because man has, and again, why does man have this desire for self-autonomy? Because man is made to sell another kin. So the Ibn Shalom is completely autonomous. That's what makes him great as Mr. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So man has this incredible desire for self-autonomy as well. The children, I would say that Adam was also commanded regarding setting up what they did. It's legal system. The command of Allah, Yehuda Orad, this is beautiful. So who's between is reflected over here in what Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of God. Listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of God, and so then HaKadosh Baruch Hu made multiple statements to Adam. What were the multiple statements? Number one, Elohimani lo sikarodu. This is what Hashem said to Adam. Adam, number one, I'm God. Don't curse me. Number two, Elohim ani, lo sinidun. I am God. Do not exchange me for anyone else. And number three, Elohim ani, yehi morai alecha. Ultimately, again, I am God. Let my means which Baruch Hu made God. The man who's again does this reflect Kiyesh Omer. According to the Yish Omer, there is just a but I was that there's so much profundity in this particular statement, right? That the initial relationship with Adam Arishon, is codified, using these, or is created using these three statements. Adam, I am your God, do not curse me. Adam, I am your God, do not go ahead and change me. Adam, I am your God, let my reverence be upon you. We'll say it's interesting, by the way. What's missing from these statements? What's not here? I am your God, love me. You notice, by the way, for a very simple reason, that you can't legislate love. You can't force someone to love you. So instead of what he says is, Adam, here's what I'm asking of you. Don't mistreat me. Don't mistreat me. Don't trick me. Don't exchange me. Revere me. And reverence usually manifests itself in different types of behavior. And then once you have that basic foundation, you could go to love from that. Relationships, love is never the first step in a relationship. It's usually something before, especially in a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Not Kishon, come there, Nasha. If Darish Dayitzad, Afilu Hanacham." Silence. The Gemara like this. Some of Nasha say as follows: if you Darish Dayitzad, then these others should be included as well. You don't Darish Dayitzad, Hani Minol. In words, these. The all know Darish Dayitzad. So in reality, it doesn't actually know Dayitzad. Hani Kolchad, the Tad, the Ante Nafshik Siva. And in reality, all of these other prohibitions that are given to Rishon ultimately are written on their own. So the Gemara says, "Where do you know this from?" So how do we know that ultimately, again, Hashem is explained off that they include Avodah Zarah into that life? So where do we know that? Half of them Zion 57, right? It said, the Pasuk says, the earth corrupted itself before God. This is like the generation of the flood. So Pasuk says, the Tana, the Beit of Yishmael, wherever the Torah uses the Lashon of Hashchasa, destruction, that refers ultimately to immorality and to idolatry. Devar erba shneimar, first wide line of Osai 57:8. Devar erba shneimar, to this kol basar as darko. As the pasuk says, every living thing corrupted its way. So whenever you see that this actually, these type of rules of the Gemara are always quite fascinating because you could apply them throughout the Torah. So wherever you see Bakisha face, corruption always means idolatry and immorality. The other opinion will say, Torah is just describing again the general nature of their behavior. Okay, so let's say, so the point of it, I just want to point out what's happening over here. What's happening over here is we're going to have two schools of thought. One school of thought is going to kind of learn out all the Shemitas B'nai Noah from Vayitzav, which is that, remember, and that goes back to this idea that really Adam Arishon was commanded regarding Shemitas B'nai Noah. And then there's going to be another school of thought that Shemitas B'nai Noah are learned out from other places in the Torah. Early on in Bereshis, but nevertheless not from Vayitzav. So whenever it says the Idach refers to the other opinion who learns it out from Vayitzav. Shlichus Damin, what about bloodshed? It said, Shofet Dam Ha'adam Ha'adam. Good. So the Idach, Kaklaihi B'Kamagadi. And the other opinion is that from Vayitzav will say, no, that passage teaches you that whenever B'nai Noach are executed by beheading, by Saif. Gezel, theft, Dechsev, Kiyarak is very interesting. Kiyarak hasada nasati lachem eskol. So as I remember again, this is so the pasuk over here, right? Kol remes. This is gracious. So kiyarak esim nasati lachem kol. So like the vegetation of the green vegetation, I've given to you everything. Amar Levi, what does this mean? Kiyarak esim velo kiyarak gino. The Chashmal is telling man, you can have like the vegetation of the field and not the vegetation of the garden. Now, what does that mean? This is an incredible Rashi. Rashi says it's the last white line on top of Rashi. Kiyarek Esev Kari Esev Ha'ither the Chol Hagadol Me'elav. So what Hashem was permitting to man was vegetation that grows on its own. Vegetation that grows on its own, in other words, hefker, ownerless, belongs to everyone. So that you could have. The Chol Hagadol Me'elav She'im Bo Torah Lachrosh V'Lizroah. So it's like the ultimate again, that means anything that grows and does not have tirfa, has no effort in order to plow it and to plant it. So here Hashem is telling Adam, you could take stuff that doesn't belong to other people, right? But you can't take stuff which belongs to other people. What said there is a found, there's a beautiful fun between that Rashi. Rashi says, what's the issue with something that is owned as something that is ownerless? Something that is owned. In order to own something, it has to be tircha. There has to be tircha. If you want something in life, there has to be effort. See, the challenge we often encounter in life is we want the ownership of accomplishment. Like we want to go ahead and I want this and I want that, and whatever the this and that is, whether it's in the material world or it's in the spiritual world. The issue is sometimes we want the ownership, but we don't want to have to spend the effort. And actually says that formula over here is so profound. He says, if something is ownerless, there's absolutely no effort. Right? So the thought goes is if there's no effort, there's no ownership. If you want ownership, be it in ruchniness or gashminess, is going to have to be the expending of incredible amounts of effort. Incredible. Some others like the other thing will say, Hahula Mishrei Basar Vidas. No, that doesn't permit consumption of meat. Abraham and Achai. Second, we're just going through the list over here. Abraham and Achai, right? That they know you can't eat the limb off of a living animal. But said, As Basar the natural Zamo Loso. You can't eat, right? You can't eat the meat of an animal while the life is still inside of the limb. Ibn Achai, the other thing will say, that comes to permit shvatzim to B'nai Noach. Like that B'nai Noach are permitted to eat three component things. Sirus, castration, that said, Shartsu Ba'aret. So the fact that Hashem says that He wants the proliferation of different species, fascinatingly enough, gives rise to the prohibition of castration. Because obviously, again, if you're castrating, so you're not going to have the proliferation of species. Fascinating. The Gemara says, the bracha la'amar. Other people say, no, that's just for bracha. So kilayim, tichsiv me'af luminated. So kilayim means, so where did you learn kilayim? Forbidden mixtures, right? Or interpreting of species. ha'ofunin, each bird according to its species. The opinion will say, Ahul Tzav Sava Alma. Beautiful. That's just a Kadosh Baruch Hu pointing out over here that is creating companionship for all parts of creation. Highlighting the power of companionship. And that everyone needs companionship, even the birds need companionship. Amar Rav Yosef Amri Beira. Okay, therefore, what we have over here, so there's a lot of machlokas happening over here. So first and foremost, fundamental machlokas as to where we learn out Shem is Noah from. That's one machlokas. Second machlokas is what comprises Shem is Noah. Remember again, that's yesterday's daf where we had the machlokas of dach-sach. Right? It's really just the machlokas. And everybody agrees that a 5 out of the 7 is machlokas about 2 out of the 7. Okay. Now we come to another sugya. Amar Yosef, Amar Beirav, Ashal Shos is going to go up there. You know what? Until regarding over the violation of 3 of the mitzvot of the Noah. So which ones? Immorality, murder, and cursing of Hashem. And if the Ben Noah violates any of these 3, there's an automatic death penalty. So let's get on it. He says, Shofet Dam Ha'adam. So I understand because the pasuk says Shofet Dam Ha'adam, and again Damo Yishapa. Ella Hanaf Nalu. But from where do you know about the death penalty for the other 2? So where it says eat Namar Mishlichas Damin, if you can learn it out ultimately against Mishlichas Damin. Okay. Sorry. Good. Good. So again, if that's the situation of Damin, then why not impose the death penalty on all of them? Why not say that for the violation of any Shem is Noah? By definition, there's a death penalty. Rabbi, if you learn out, ultimately again from Ish to learn out about the from that same source as well. You're right. The truth is, a Ben Noach is really killed for the violation out of 4 out of the 7, including Avodas Kohanim. Really, Avodas Kohanim Ben Noach Nerag. Is that true that a Ben Noach is killed for the violation or for the commission of Avodas Zarah? That time we learned that Avodas Kohanim Barim Shedizin Sheisham Misna Lehem. Ben Noach Mushar. This is very interesting. Yet we learned that by Avodah Zarah, things that a Jewish court would execute someone for, a Ben Noach is Mushar. I will say that this is interesting because the lashon of Mushar literally means what? Warned. So the Gemara says, Ashara in Misoleh. I thought that meant that there's a warning. There's an Ashara, that there's a death penalty for it. Or a Macharay Yishkak as Harashalohan and Zokum Misasa. No, by Ben Noah, warning by definition is death penalty. This is one of the things, we didn't say this explicitly, but this will come up as well. We spend so much time focusing on the concept of Hasra. Hasra is only a Jewish concept. Ben Noah has to be executed without Hasra. So therefore, when you see Ashara, that is a warning to Ben Noah, that means death penalty. Rabbi Yehuda, B'Kulu Tamidi Rab Amri, Rabbi Yehuda, ultimately what Rav said, Hashem is a Ben Noach Ne'arai. That really a Ben Noach is executed for the violation of any one of the Shem mitzvahs. So high stakes, like relatively few mitzvahs, but very high stakes. So the Gemara says, Gali Rachmana B'Hada B'Chada B'Huad B'Lakut. So I said because once the Torah revealed, once the Torah explained that there's a death penalty for one, it makes sense to say that whatever applies to one applies to the rest as well. So the Gemara says, really? Ben Noach Ne'arai. Is that true? That's a death of Ben Noach is killed. But I need to learn when it comes to death, so Ganav, the Gazal, the thing is Noar. So again, whether a Ben Noach stole, remember again, Neva is surreptitious, secretive stealing, right? Zela is outright theft. Ifas Toar, interestingly enough, is also a form of theft, because halacha l'maisa you take, again, remember the idea of pastor is you can take a war bride. It doesn't matter again if she's single or she's married, it makes no difference. So pastor also be a form of theft. But and in all of these cases, kusi the kusi. And listen, I want to point out something very interesting over here. The Gemara over here is using notion of kusi, but kusi in this context means a non-Jew. Right? In other words, it's not often when we use kusi. So kusi refers to the people resettled from Kusa, which was done under Shalmaneser. Shalmaneser exiled 10 tribes, and one of his incredible strategies was he understood that the best way to ensure that there's no rebellion is take indigenous people out of their land. That way they won't rebel. So that's why he exiled the 10 tribes. And he resettled people from Kusa in Eretz Yisrael. They were called Kusim, right? So it's the whole life of Kusim. There was an outbreak of lions, they converted. Was the conversion a good conversion, not a conversion? But here in this context, actually Kusi actually means a non-Jew. Doesn't mean the typical Kusi that you saw. So the Gemara says Kusi, Bekusi, Yisrael. So any of these cases of theft. So if it's kusi, if it's kusi on kusi theft, right, or kusi b'Yisrael aser, Yisrael b'kusi mutter. So we'll say interestingly enough, kusi against kusi aser, kusi against Yisrael aser, but yet Yisrael against kusi is going to be mutter. We'll say now mutter doesn't mean that it's encouraged. Mutter just means that it's not, you can't prosecute it in the court. That's what it means. In Esau, and if that's the case, Nistin Chayiv. So, right, Chayiv, I was say, talking about the death penalty for any one of the Shemis of Bnei Noah, then the proper Lashon is not also. That's not the proper Lashon. The proper Lashon is Yisrael b'Kusi, because since we need to write that Yisrael b'Kusi is mutter, again, right, it is Musar, therefore Tana Reisha Asr. Okay, we just needed linguistic symmetry. I have a haka eva the igale hiyuva misna katoni penalty. Tani Reisha Ashvich was done in Kusi b'Yisrael Chayiv. When it comes to bloodshed, it comes to murder, so Kusi against Kusi, or Kusi against Yisrael is going to be Chayiv. Yisrael b'Kusi, Potter. So the Gemara says, Hasan Heichi Lisni. How else should we write it? Listening Asr Mutter, if you want to write it as Asr Mutter, by the time we learn Kosi Roy Behema Daka, Lo Ma'alin V'Lo Maridim. So also this is interesting. When it comes to a Kusi and Roy Behema Daka, Lo Ma'alin V'Lo Maridim. So this requires a little bit of explanation. Or a lot of bit of explanation. If you take a look at Rashi, it's in the wide lines, probably about 12 lines up from the bottom. Hakusi dechin roy behema daki Yisrael. Shestaman gazlonet. What comes down there between a kusi and a person who shepherds small animals, they're both thieves. Remember, I've seen this Gemara before. If you're not allowed to raise behema daki in Yisrael. Right? Why not? Because they graze everywhere. They graze everywhere. People aren't careful about having them graze on other people's lands. Kusi and Roe Behema Daka Yisrael. Now again, this is Jews. So non-Jews, right? So Kusi, and again, Jews who raise small animals are thieves. Rashi says over Shestaman Gazmonim, Shemarin Dehem Dam Besados Achirim. They're thieves because they allow their animals ultimately again to shepherd on other people's lands. What's the halacha? I'm reading Rashi again. Lo Malin V'Lo Maridim. If they fall into a pit, there's no obligation to go ahead and get them out. It's a pretty significant thing. But you can't throw them into the pit. Which is another way of saying they're not liable to a death penalty, but if they find themselves in compromised circumstances, you are not obligated to hoist them out. You'll say such a profound idea. Why? Like, what did these guys do so wrong? They're hurting other people. And when you hurt other people, even just financially, you are considered to be a menace to greater society. How careful we have to be, both with the property of others, with the emotions and feelings of others, just in general, how careful we have to be with other people. That literally, Gemara says over here, that if you're one of those people who's not careful about your animal going ahead and grazing on someone else's field, and therefore you are taking something from someone else on a consistent basis and you don't care, if you fall into a pit, we don't have an obligation to help you get out. It's like my fault. Why? Because you're not a nice person. Because you're not considerate of other people. And if you're not considerate of other people, to be honest, society doesn't need you. And maybe if you're not considerate of other people, it could very well be that society is actually better off without you. It's an overwhelming and shocking statement, but nevertheless incredibly true. So the Gemara goes right there. So Kiyotzi Bobegezel, what is the comparable case when it comes to that? So the comparable case would be a worker in a vineyard. So the Gemara says, okay, so when exactly is the worker in the field? So Rabbi says, halacha, what's the halacha? That if somebody's working in a field at the time of the harvest, and what's the halacha? They're allowed to eat. They're allowed to eat while they're harvesting. And if it's not at the time of the completion of work, then it's just straight out death. So what's this fascinating? What are you talking about? A case of theft less than a pruta. Less than a pruta. Okay, what does that mean? We'll say so. Here's what's interesting. But if you're talking about theft of less than a pruta, if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew, the Jews don't. They won't say in general. The halacha is you steal less than a pruta from someone, right? There's no liability. Now, why is there no liability? Why not? Because the assumption is that people are mochel on less than a pruta. I don't care. So it says, this is fascinating. The Gemara says, let's listen to this Gemara. So the Gemara says, I understand. So if a kusi steals less than a pruta from a Jew, why should it be chayim? Generally, we're mochel on less than a pruta. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Nihi de basar haki mochel, even though the Jew is mochel, Sarah b'shaite g'ilesle. So does he not have Sarah at the time of the theft? In other words, while it's true that the Jew will be mochel, it's absolutely true. But there's still pain and difficulty caused at the time of the death itself, which I will say is such a profound idea. Listen to this concept just in the realm of relationships. Sometimes in life it's very important to remember that if you wrong someone, you may gain forgiveness. But just because you gain forgiveness, don't think that the pain is gone. So there could be mechila, but the pain of the personalistic infraction is absolutely still there, and it very often remains for a very long time afterwards. And people sometimes we don't understand this in relationships where we do something legitimately wrong, we apologize, and we think, okay, I apologize, like we're good, right? We're good, like let's just move forward, and then sometime later on, the infraction, right, comes up again. Like, I don't understand what happened. You forgave me. So it's important to understand people could goggle in human beings is we forgive and you never forget. That's the way it works. And when you hurt someone, just understand they will remember that infraction forever. That's human nature. I can still forgive, but I never forget. And even if there is forgiveness, it's important to understand that sometimes the pain of what was done will still remain for some time afterwards. So the Gemara goes like that. So listen to this. This is profound. Wherein lies the distinction between the Jew and the Kusi? So the Jew is mochel ultimately again on less than a shavakruta. The Kusi is not mochel on less than a shavakruta. The Kusi, the lav b'nei mechila ninu. So the Rosh listen to this lashon over. Kusi, they're not b'nei mechila. They're not b'nei mechila. Therefore, again, gezel ma'al. Therefore, again, stealing even less than a shavakruta, ultimately again is going to be gezel ma'al. It's going to be complete gezel. Also, I just find something amazing. Lashon over here is so many profound sodos in these Gemaras. Let's look at this lashon. Kusim are lav b'nei mechila, right? So they're not given mechila. We'll say, what happens when you are an unforgiving person? What happens when you're an unforgiving person? Every single slight is a major infraction. When you are not, and once we know this in life, there are people. One of the best years for the Nafi life is such a substance. Tov Lios Vatron. it is good to be a forgiving person. It's good to let things go. So what's the alternative? The alternative, if you don't let things go, is you're lav b'nei mechila. Pretty much, if you're not a mavater, if you're not a yielding, a forgiving person, you know what you are? You know what you are? You're a kusi. You're a kusi. Kusim are not b'nei mechila. So if you're not b'nei mechila, you're not the forgiving person, then every single thing is a slight. And there are people who go like this, right? The people go through life and they're always offended. They're always offended. This one said this, and this one did this, and this one did this. Right? People are jerks. That's just the way that it is, right? How little in life, people are jerks, right? So Lamaisa, people are going to say stuff that's offensive. They're going to do stuff that's offensive. They're ungrateful. They don't say thank you. They're unappreciative. They're not nice. They're demanding. They'll take you for everything. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice. The choice is you see lav b'nei mechila, right? You could be an unforgiving person, and therefore everything is an infraction. And you walk around life perpetually wounded. Or you could be a b'nei mechila. You could be b'nei mechila. You could be the kind of person, like Rabbi Nachman says, Tofi el svatrim. And if you're out there, if you're forgiving and if you're yielding, you're not going to say people are the way that they are. But I am not going to allow it to hold me back from living the life I want to live and doing the things I need to. And the Gemara says over here, that's the chilek between the Yid and the Kusi. Kusi alav b'nei mechila. The power of the Yid is that you are b'nei mechila. And once you have that power, nothing and no one holds you back. Incredible. Ela Omer Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Ego. Lo Nesucha, which I was having like a lot pent up from not being in a couple of days. I'm sorry. So Ela Omer Rabbi Ego. Something I saw that I finished the other yesterday. I had to record it in like 32 minutes. Not sure exactly how I did that, but okay. I suppose it's where does the case come up? It's interesting. Holding back wages. So the Gemara says kusi b'kusi aser. So kusi against the kusi against Yisrael is going to be aser. Yisrael b'kusi mutter, but Yisrael b'kusi is mutter. I can also remember again when you see this mutter doesn't mean encourage. Mutter just means that you can't prosecute it in a beis din. So what would be the parallel case by fast? If a Ben Noach set aside a shifcha for his eved, if Ben Noach has an eved, he set aside a shifcha for his eved, and then he had her. But again, Gemara doesn't discuss a parallel case by bloodshed. Oh, Rabbi, Imeshkakos Disanya Rabbi Yosef ben Shol. Disanya Rabbi Yosef ben Shol Omer. Rodif Acharos is very beautiful. Rodif Achar Chavero. So what happens? So if somebody Reuben was running after Shimon, was pursuing Shimon to kill him, and Shimon obviously has the right to defend himself. But let's say Shimon has the ability to defend himself by injuring Reuben in the leg. Right? And what happens? Below Hisil on the base. And instead of injuring Reuben in the leg, he shoots Shimon in the head. Right? So in other words, he delivers a mortal wound. We had this by the Gemara of Zohar, Amasa, or Avner ben Ner Neragala. So there is culpability for that, which is very interesting. So there's culpability. So I will say, if somebody is pursuing me, I have the right, not just right, but the halakhic mandate to go ahead and defend myself. But if I could defend myself, I guess what we'll call it in a non-lethal way. But instead, I use lethal force. Allah finds me responsible and culpable for that. Hashkaf. Right, take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi means I don't know these. And if you say about the street was coming, the Habikar of the Hakler, they know most of the Kusi because he saw the Kusi Kasa. Fine. Simon says follows. Ashkaf Yaakov Baracha. Because of the safe I got it for the day Rav.
That's good.
So Yaakov Baracha. So that they're writing the Sefer Agadato, they Rav Benoach Nerag B'dayin Echad, Be'ed Echad Shalom B'Hasral, V'Pi'ish V'Lo V'Yusha B'Afilu Karaf. So this is very interesting. So a lot of halachas over here about a Ben Noach. Number one, a Ben Noach could be executed by a basin of one judge. one judge. Next, one witness. Number 3, without hasra. Number 4 has to be a man, right? A male witness and not a female. But the male witness can even be related. Afilu b'karov. So the Gemara says, "Vafilu karav." Yishmael amru, af al ha'oper. Because there's going to be an incredible sugya. And Ben Noah is responsible even for aborting a fetus. There's capital liability even for performing an abortion. There's a big sugya over here. Af al ha'oper. Again, we'll see where that comes from. Rashi says over here, the first short line in Rashi, af al ha'oper, kika es ha'isha v'yasu yiladel. The man struck a woman, and as a result, she miscarried her pregnancy. Nerag aleh. There's dual rights. In other words, he'd be liable for injuring the woman, and also for causing the death of the fetus. So actually, it's the Adira Olam. So what I see in discussion of Iraq, Rashi's understanding over here is that there is no liability for killing a fetus up until it comes into the world. And once it comes into the world, it is considered to be alive for capital purposes. Capital purposes, and Ben Noah is responsible even for aborting a fetus. Again, we'll see this for the honeymoon. So we know all of these halachas. So that was a lot of information just thrown our way. Where do we know all of this from? Here we go. As the defense and after safe and edge. So the Pasuk says over there. So again, back to Sefer Bereshit. I will seek out the blood. Literally again, I will seek out the eternity. I will seek out the blood for your life. I will seek out the blood. Even the diamond apple. We see from there that capital cases by a Ben Noah to be adjudicated by even one judge. And where do we get that one judge? Ezra. I will seek out that singular. So from here you see that Ben Noah can be adjudicated by one judge. Miyad Tokaya from every animal, just like the animal doesn't get Hasra. So too again, the Ben Noah doesn't require Hasra as well. Every Shenu, Miyad Ha'adam, I will seek it out, and even again, Miyad Ha'adam from the hand of a person singular, even 1/8. Miyad Ish, right, from the hands of a man, below Miyad Ish. As much as it could be one witness, that could be a male witness, not a woman. Often, his brother Akiva Karov, even if that one witness is related. We should be told him, I follow Ubin. We already said that Ben Noach is liable even for causing the death of a fetus. My time to be small. What's in the small logic? It said, Shofet Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam Kama Yishafa. So this is very interesting. The last thing of here is one who spills the blood of man in man. That's how the Prophet literally translates. Shofet Dam Ha'adam Ba'adam. Spill the blood of man in man. Kama Yishafa. His blood will be spilled. Whereas it's Adam, Shuhu Ba'adam, that's a case of a man in a man. Avi Omer, Ya'ubar Shemai, that refers to a fetus in its mother. So you see that there's culpability, there's liability for a Ben Noah who causes the death of a fetus. Tanakama. Now they're matching the Omar, Omis Sanur of the so again, interesting, not hardly natural shape, or it's not a come up, where it's hardly natural shape. What is use this possible for? Use this possible to teach you that any time of death is mentioned for the Noah, it's always strangulation. So what he's always said before, up until now, he's always operating the principle that the death for the Noah is silent, it's the heading. So there's apparently another school of thought, another school of thought says, no, the death for the Noah is generous, is strangulation. Now, where does he get that from? It's very interesting. The Shagulay Hai Ba'adam Asif of the Shah. And he puts that Ba'adam at the end of the passage, and he's like, Yarish Beha Ba'adam Dama Yishafa. So let's say, ultimately, again, when you're present for a Ben Noah, for a violation of any one of these infractions, so how is he killed? Ba'adam Dama Yishafa. So literally, again, in man, his blood will be spilled. Easily people done so others should be done so others. How is it ever a case of execution where the blood of the person remains inside the person. Really about it is like that. So having almost that's strangulation. That's like the first form of death, where the blood comes out. Strangulation is the blood remains inside of the person. What's the type of death where blood remains in the person? That's maybe strangulation. That's what I'm supposed to say this, by the way, as you're keeping the tally of ongoing macroxins, interestingly enough, we start like the one piece that everyone read on. That if I know if it's always I'm sorry, with science, with the heaven. Now it turns out that that's not focus also. Now the interesting part that what everyone does agree is Ben Noach is going to have one uniform death penalty. As opposed to Yisrael, who ultimately again there's four different types of capital punishments, but Ben Noach is only going to have one. Whether that one is chenek or whether that one is sayif, that's an ongoing matter. Okay, not that that's coming up. These things in the Kudak, looking at interestingly enough. Now, interestingly enough, is that true that a woman is not permitted to be part of a basin for Bnei Noach? Doctor, but we learned he adopted the man Shei Sava, like the Prophet says, right? He adopted the man Shei Sava. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Shah Basrach Mifkada Aladin, so Basal. And the Torah use notion of Basal when it comes to the concept ultimately again of creating a legal system, and they include women. So what's going on over here? Who most of them is in the Farik law. Very interesting. One of the things, ultimately, what Hashem was saying was, right? One of the things, so say, is kind of trying to point out, passing up this concept of Avinu. And yet, amazingly enough, it's also using it for Bnei Noach, which makes sense because Avinu is not only the father of the Jews, he's also the son, right? And that Avinu will be married after the death of some of these other nations. So those are all Bnei Noach nations. So it's fascinating. When the Pasuk says over here, he adopted, right? He adopted Lamana Sheyitzava es Balav ves Beisa Aharav v'shamu Derech Hashem Lasos Tzedakah u'Mishpat. I know that Avram will command his children, his offspring, Lasos Tzedakah u'Mishpat. Now the Gemara says something amazing. Banav Ledin, the sons, men, those are the ones who are in charge of the judicial system. Beisa, the daughters, the women, the tzedakah. Ultimately, again, the tzedakah are for the kindness, for the tzedakah piece, for the charitable pieces. So say, so interestingly enough, there's differentiated roles in the offspring of Avinu by Bnei Noach. So it's also quite profound. You are also giving us a fascinating insight also into the distinction between the nature of men and women, right? How often, in general, I don't know why this is, but it would appear that women are often much more forgiving than men. You know, certainly again in the paternal and maternal realms, like it's often the father who is the din, and the mother who is the rachamim. Just a fascinating idea that one of the din, so often again it's the father who's the din, the beso, the mother who is the tzedakah. Beautiful. So if that's the case, maybe you're going to say that you're excluded from the judicial system in totality. Maybe halacha l'maisa again a bas Noach is not executed. She kills someone, or maybe it's not just that she's not a judge, but maybe she's just not included in the judicial system at all. Miyad ish, lo miyad isha tzid. It says, Amar Rabbi Yudah, Shofek Tama Adam, I'm sorry. Miyad ish, lo miyad isha tzid. Amar Rabbi Yudah, Shofek Dam Ha'adam Nikomah. Anyone who kills is liable. It doesn't make a difference if it's a man, if it's a woman. There's always going to be liability for that. So maybe a basnach who commits adultery shouldn't go ahead or engage in his milk. Shouldn't be killed. The since the pasuk says, "Al kin yazov ish v'lo isha," and it was his mother and father, and cling to his wife. Maybe only the man is obligated in the clinging, but the woman is not. Because the pasuk says they'll become one flesh. The Torah comes and he creates man and woman. Just as the man is not permitted to stray, so too the woman is not permitted to stray as well. Why does the pasuk say ish? The Gemara says, "Not all over. Ish rabos es hakisim shemus horn al harayos k'Yisrael." To teach us ultimately again, ish comes to teach us. So what's the pasuk is more explained over here? Ish el she'er b'sarol l'sikru legalos erva. So the Torah uses the double option of ish to teach us that even Kusim, that even Bnei Noah, are obligated regarding harayos. As we learn out from here, Lemor. We'll say this goes back to our drasha beforehand. The pasuk Lemor, right by Advan Rishon. Zeg Gilarayos Hasam Ba'arayos Bizahu Bahafa Ba'arayos Bizahu. So we'll say this is very interesting. There, by Advan Rishon, it's talking about Arayos of Ben Noah with a Ben Noah. Here it's talking about Ben Noah with a Jew. Both systems, right? Both forms of arayos are going to do it. Obviously, we'll pick up in Ren Hashem with this section tomorrow. What an incredible journey! And I will point out that tomorrow, the next day, we'll get to the halach. So what actually implies Hashem necessary and what is liability? All right, cameras, have a great day, everyone. It's good to see everyone.
So that's his thing. He's built his own prison and now he has to live in it. And I used to love picking on him. Right. I really did. But it's become such a cottage industry now. I'm like, should we let him up? Should we let him up? I mean,
yeah. And then just hurry up. Just put up the sign that says, yeah. Perfect. That's great. And it just has to be high enough that's great. Oh, where's the projector? On my table. Perfect. Yeah, and let's just put a sign on the door that says just perfect. That's great. Yeah, I think that's better than
the kids said, fuck you, things at home are not great, buddy. Correct, he's already losing. Correct for him to just lash out.
I don't skip to the morning message for all the my apologies for the lack of live show this morning. But this was watching the assistance of the sponsors and more percent all of the sponsors. You will see a message in the description of the podcast as well as in the notes of the YouTube channel. And stress to everyone for the incredible generosity and all of their Shabbos having this family being a come up. So it's double bodies for the return of our hostages. Success of all the soldiers. The mission says as follows. Hamagadi, we are beginning on Nun Vav days after Nun Vav and Aleph. We are coming up with a mission on Nun Vav days 55b. Hamagadi Inu Chayv actually Farish Hashem. So we're talking about now a transition to the discussion about one who has shown curses and the bonus to Allah. So a person is only chayiv for cursing. And the English word that's used is blasphemy. Which really means this person until he actually uses the name of Hashem. And Rashi points out that here actually is Yakish as Hashem. Rashi says means she yiskar as Hashem, aval lo hosi Shem yipiv. In other words, that in order for a person to be chayiv and person that comes from they have to actually articulate the meaning of themselves. This is very interesting. How the Yeshua Papa describes the way they would adjudicate a blasphemy case in case. So the Koyom Ganera say in the kingdom, Yaki Yossi is Yossi. So when the case is being adjudicated, right? Remember again, obviously a case like this. Case like this is adjudicated based on testing. So what's going to happen? Witness is going to come in. They're going to say, you saw, Ruvain, curse like a disqualified. Now, testimony generally requires the actual retelling of actual events. We don't want the actual retelling of events because we don't want the witnesses actually articulating the cursing or the blasphemy of Hashem's name. So instead what we do is we employ a keyword. Keyword means like a nickname. So in other words, instead of saying that Ruvain said Hashem should curse Hashem, we use it nickname. Yaki Yossi, S-Yossi. Yossi, again, on our cell phones got Yossi used because it's 4 letters. Right? Like said, yeah, Yud Ki Vav 3, that's the name of Hashem. Yossi is Yud Vav, son of Yud. So Yossi should go ahead and strike the Yossi. Now we're going to see by the formulation of Megadi, of blasphemy, is that we'll see the story this is developed, but a person just says, "Cursed is Hashem," that's not blasphemy. Rather, the way blasphemy takes form is Hashem should curse Hashem. That's why that's the lesson over here. So again, so throughout the entire judicial proceedings, we don't actually articulate the curse that we can utter. Instead, we use the euphemism harnecking. So the Gemara says, "Nigma hadin, lo harden b'kinoi alamotim." Okay, here's the issue. Once the Beit Din has reached the decision that living is indeed guilty, you can't convict someone if the witnesses are never explicit in their testimony. So much as we wanted to avoid explicitity up until this point, if you're going to convict him and find him guilty, we need to actually hear from the witnesses what living explicitly said. So how do we do this? We tell everybody to leave the courtroom except for the Dayanan and the witnesses. The Shovan and Haggadah Shalom. Yes, they're more serious with the witnesses. And more Masha Shamat the face. Tell us explicitly what did you hear. So who Omer, he tells us that Dayanan only Allah Graham. So now at this point the witness actually shares explicit curse uttered by the name. And when Dayanan hear this, only Allah Graham, they stand up, they call in, they tear their clothing, and they do not go ahead and mend their hair. Sashini Omer Ani Kamahu, as the second witness says, I agree with what the first one said. Ashlishi Omer Ab Ani Kamahu. The third witness also agrees as well. So interestingly enough, we can get away with the misinterpretation up until the point of the verdict. If the reason wants to actually pass a guilty verdict, we require explicit testimony from the witnesses. Clear the court, have the senior witness say explicitly. We don't need the other witnesses to say it explicitly as well. We just need them to confirm that they indeed heard the same thing. So we want to actually buy the shame of the shame in many ways. So interestingly enough, the way that this blasphemy, the way that this cursing of Hashem takes place is one curses the name of Hashem with Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. So where do you know that from? How do we know that's the Gemara? Damar Shmuel. Gemara says Shmuel says Damar Shmuel. The no gave shame, the not for shame Yamos. So it's interesting because the Gemara is putting over here. The no gave shame Hashem, most humas. Now the Gemara is looking at no gave means curse. When you curse the name of Hashem, you will die. By going to your go call it, they should be stoned. To get Azrat Binakvo shame to us. And then it says again, when you curse the name of Hashem, you will be put to death. So there's two expressions of cursing. So here the Gemara says that it means you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. Deny the Hainoki, Lishna Divinity. So how do you know that Noki means to curse? We said Ma'akov. Lo Kavatel. This is actually by Philip. Right? When going to try to curse Bala spell, so again, no matter how much money Bala gave him, how many resources Bala gave him, the one sense that enough means God doesn't want people to be cursed, and you're not going to be cursed. That's what I'm saying. And the law itself comes from the Elohim, the Kalos, the Ima, Mibras, who maybe the no-kid doesn't mean curse, but rather again, no-kid actually means to pierce. Right? To go ahead and when they take a knife and pierce it into the name of Hashem, the name of Satan, that's how that's what the Gemara says. It's like you call the Delta. I say again, Russia, but you call me to make a hole. That's how that's me. I'm going to have a couple here. That's our connection. Most fancy connection. Okay, then, which Gemara says, no, but you know, shame the shame of left. Here's the difference. The difference, remember again, the original context, it says, the no cave shame, the not shame. The two mentions of the name of Hashem. So somehow this act of blasphemy must include two names of Hashem. And that's missing over in the case of the night, when it's piercing the name of Hashem, there's only one name of Hashem that's being captured. Either they have the Monarch or Sahadabi, or buzzing it. So maybe you're placing two names of God, one on top of the other, and piercing them both with a knife simultaneously. That's the two names of Hashem. Which the Gemara says is that's how we know people close enough to do. That's one act of piercing, followed by another act of piercing. There's no simultaneity there. The Ima, the Chayik Shema Kuma de Sashua, Ubazava. Maybe he wrote the name of Hashem on the tip of the knife. Then took that tip of the knife and plunged it into another name of Hashem. So he's erasing the name of Hashem with another name of Hashem. Which Gemara says, no, he's not erasing the name of Hashem. It's not the name of Hashem that's it. It's not the name of Hashem on the knife that's erasing the name of Hashem that's hidden. Rather again, it's the knife that's destroying the name of Hashem. Ema Perushi Shmenu. maybe the notative means articulation of the name.
He does incredible stuff on there. Shout out to Bone CK.
So Rashi says over here, maybe the solution over here to actually pronounce the name of Hashem. For example, when we say the name of Hashem or we see the name of Hashem, Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, we never articulate it as though it was already. So maybe the prohibition over here is to go ahead and to actually articulate the name. Let's say that he's got more to the art and foundation of Hashem, Nikvu, the Shemos. Because again, we see Lashon of Nikvu is Lashon of identified by their names. Most identified by their names. To which the Gemara says, that's awesome. And what will be from here? As Hashem Lokiyakatira. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. First of all, remember, I kind of married to this model because the actual pasuk that discusses the blasphemy of person in the name of Hashem has this double Lashon of the no give shame, the not shame. Which means that whatever blasphemy means, it's going to mean utilization of the names of Hashem. So articulation of the name doesn't satisfy that criteria. For old, how do they ask? Haras Asay, as Haras Asay Lashon Asay. Furthermore, you're learning out the law from a positive statement that as Hashem Lokiyakatira, and any law, any prohibition, when you have a positive statement is Harakra, Vayikov, and Vayikaro. So what's the other possibility is how do you know that ultimately, again, we're talking about over here, that Vayikov, the no cave, and the Nakov means first. Because you know the process. The process says as follows. Vayikov and Aisha Yisrael as a shame, as a shame. Vayikhalel Vayaviu also al Moshe, the shame Moses. So we're talking about over here, according to the actual story in the Kalo. There was a man who actually got up and pushed back on his Baruch. So the Lashon in this pasuk is both Vayikov and Vayikhalel. What do you see from here? Remember, the no give Kalo. So you see from here that these two words are synonymous. The no give means the curse. I said we Rabbi Dilma had the other tabayu. Maybe not. Maybe they're two separate things. And maybe halacha might say again, the ultimate side that you do. Or maybe they said before, maybe no cave means particularly and like color obviously first. Maybe you have to do both, which means low side I thought you said OTS and color low say OTS and no cave on the color. No cave is on the execution of the color. Again, in the Jewish example for two dramatic acts of desecration of halacha. One is the Makoshish, the guy who's gathering on Shabbos, full Shabbos, desecration of Shabbos. And the other is the Makala, the individual who went ahead and blasphemy the first of the Baruch in public. So when they executed the Makala, it says take out the Makala. It doesn't say take out the no case as the Makala. Right? So you see from here the fact that it just calls it the Makalo indicates to us that no cave and Makalo mean the same thing, which both mean ultimately the person of the name of Hashem. You see from here that they're both really one thing. So what says therefore what comes out of there is as follows. So therefore now we have the model of the Gade, of one who curses Hashem, is one who uses the name of Hashem to curse the name of Hashem. Interesting combination, but nevertheless that biblical prohibition, really based on the idea that the passage that talks about blasphemy uses the Lashon of the Nokev Shem Hashem and the Nokvo Shem Yomis. It's two Lashonos. Uses the expression of curse twice and shame twice. So here we see that in order to be chayiv biblically for cursing the name of Hashem, one must curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Okay, Shtarabon, Ish Matal Omar, what does the passage mean when it says Ish? So if you remember again, this is the El B'nai Yisrael said that earlier, or Ish Ish, Ki Yekalal El Gavan Asaf HaO. This is every person when they curse Hashem will bear his sin. Who's the Ish? Matal Omar Ish. So the Gemara is very interesting. Ish, Lalos is all big Ohal. Shemutral Berhan says now, you might want to take an interesting turn over here. The interesting turn is going to go. Really, it's a fascinating sugya. Yeah, I think that was fascinating as yesterday. But fascinating sugya. I'm sorry, we'd like to thank everyone for being here over the last few days. It's tremendous shkaya. Thank you for being not such easy circus. Gemara says this also. You're transitioning to the interesting topic of seven Noahide laws. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when it says ish? Right? Why does it say ish twice? So the Gemara says ish teach us that Gentiles are liable for personal Hashem the same way that Jews are. Fascinating halacha. Furthermore, whenever Gentiles are executed for violation of one of the seven Noahide laws, so they only execute side, sword, beheading. Because any execution of the Noahide is only with the sword. Is only with side. So Rashi says over here, so we'll actually discuss this a little bit later on, because the only time that we find an execution mentioned, not in the context of Jews, is back in the Rishis when the Torah speaks about the liability for one who takes life. And it says, Lashon of the Pasuk is the Adam Damo Yishapa, right? The person takes life, his blood will be spilled. And interestingly enough, the Gemara understands that to mean side. A sword beheading. We talked about that in Greek a little bit. Here's where it's about saying, we learn that from here. Enough from here. First word line. Hashem, Zubek Hashem. So we'll say here, the passage is actually really interesting to us. This is by Adam Rishon. Get ready for this. So the passage we're quoting is Vaitzad Hashem Elokim al ha'adam leimar mikol itzagan achol tokal. So Hashem says to Adam, you can eat from any tree of the garden that you want. Now subsequently Hashem says to Adam that you can't eat the Eitzidas Togara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life. Okay, so the Gemara breaks down this concept. Hashem, when it says the word Hashem, what does that mean? The Gemara says that this concept is a blueprint for the seven Noahide laws, which is interesting because essentially the first command that Hashem gives command, right? Adam, remember again, Adam is the father of all humanity. So the first command that Hashem gives to Adam, the Gemara understands, is the blueprint for the seven Noahide laws. So the Gemara of Yitzchak Nafal, so Nitzvah Pizwas Hashem is Birchas Hashem. Hashem tells us that one is not allowed to blaspheme the first name of Hashem. This is coming to include Hashem is the Noah, even nicknames of Hashem. In other words, it's not explicit names of Hashem, but other means that Hashem is known by. Besides, as if a man will curse Hashem, he will bear his sin. Not tell him, what is this going to teach us? We already learned, no gate Shem Hashem most yumas. It says, if you curse the name of Hashem, you will die. If you should never no give Shem most yumas, you might have thought you only hide if you curse the actual name of Hashem. The Gemara says, the rabbis call it to me. I know that this applies even to other nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, regarding descriptive names of Hashem. However, for example, Elohim is a good example of this, right? Ado and then no. These are all descriptive names of Hashem. How do I know this? I know like Ishki Kalalakab Nikamak is very nice. So besides the fish over there, they hold that love for myself. One is not going to try to form the body of blasting the person of Hashem. So the primary names of Hashem, but even Chayiv or the Hashem, you could build about Hashem, you could only saw Latini Latin. Don't disagree. And this actually you can't have that problem. What is only Chayiv? Execution. If you curse the explicit curse any of the other names of Hashem, that is a law, that is a prohibition, but not punishable by death. And Allah said that is indeed how we pass it. The figure of Rav Mesha, and this argument Rav Mesha, love Rav Mesha, said no Rav Mesha, then Noach Shabirachas Hashem, if then Noach goes ahead and curses the name of Hashem, him, and he does so again with nicknames. So the Rabbanon Chayiv, he's Chayiv according to the Rabbanon. So my time I walk through these, and he seems to argue what we just said before. Allah Almighty only Chayiv These are the actual names. Rav Meisha seems to be machmir, ultimately again on a Ben Noach. He says it's only a Jew who's only chayiv for cursing the actual name of Hashem, but a Ben Noach will be chayiv for cursing even one of the kingly, one of the nicknames of Hashem. My time also is the Arka, Ger Ezra. Ger Ezra could be right in the Benach Hashem. It's only a Ger Ezra. In other words, right about, it's only a Jew, right? And a convert who are chayiv if they curse the explicit name of Hashem. About Obey Kochav Makil B'Kinu. So Obey Kochav is going to be chayiv for blasphemy, even if he uses one of the descriptors or nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very interesting. So it's a fundamental machlokes. So on one hand, it is machlokes in general about Jews. And Jews chayiv if they curse a nickname or a secondary name of Hashem. So that the Meir says yes, the Chachamim say no. And then interestingly enough, the Meisha comes along and Meisha says a Jew will only be chayiv if he curses the primary name of Hashem, but if Ben Noach will be chayiv even if he curses one of these secondary names of Hashem. Very interesting. The Meir, Hai Keger Kezrach Ma'avalei. What does the Meir do with this phrase Keger Kezrach? So the Gemara says Ma'avalei. Ger Kezrach Geskila. The teacher said Ger Kezrach Geskila. I would have thought probably Israbu. I would have thought that since maybe Odeko Havit, right, or the name Noah are included in the prohibition of blasphemy, and they should get the same effect as a Jew, i.e. Skila. Much more known, but whenever a Ben Noah is executed for some transgression, he always receives sight. What does this what does he do with this phrase? He says, Ger Ezra shame to shame. It's only a Jew who is chayiv in this what we'll call this framework of blasphemy that he established before me. Which only chayiv to curse the name of Hashem with another name of Hashem. About Obi Kochav no but even shame to shame. But again, if Obi Kochav, even if he just curses the name of Hashem, doesn't do shame to shame. Doesn't use the name to curse the name, he's going to be chayiv as well. Incredible. Ish family. What is it? Why the phrase ish? Ultimately, again, the Torah is just espousing the halacha the way that people speak. We'll say there are three takeaways so far from this class that are important to take. That's number one. The construct of biblical blasphemy for which there is a detriment to the Jews is going to be only if you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Which name of Hashem? So again, we're going to say that we pass in halacha myself namely it's only if you use the actual name of Hashem. Use A and above no kingdom, no descriptions, nothing else, just the actual name of the Rebbe Shalom. B'nai Noach will be chayiv again for blasphemy as well. But interestingly enough, B'nai Noach will be chayiv even if they curse any of the other nicknames or descriptive names, even if they don't use the explicit name of Allah. Furthermore, a Jew who is chayiv for blasphemy will get tzila, and B'nai Noach ultimately will get sight, will get beheaded. Again, that's not unique over here to Megade. Anytime that a Ben Noach is going to be punished, he's always punished in this same way. Incredible. Tanrabaram. Shem is just the Ben Noach. That Shem is just the Noach. That's a really interesting sugya. Dinim is a halacha to establish a judicial system. Like the Jewish has Hashem, first in our Kaddish policy, Abba Bazar, number one, establish a system. Number two, now that's the person of Hashem. Number three, Avodah can't work for Avodah. Number four, immorality, violence. Number five, shoot the stomach, can't murder. Number six, gezel, theft, you can't steal. And number seven, even you cannot eat the limb off of a living animal. Okay, well, so
yo, Billy, how are you, big dog?
If you don't is 50, 60, so that's important. This is the first one. We're going to see a little bit of my focus about what exactly comprises the Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. Hananya ben Gamla Omer, Af ala dam min ha'chayiv. Hananya ben Gamla says they're also chayiv for eating blood from a living animal. Okay, Rabbi Chitva says, Af ala sirus, castration. Rabbi Hossein have a question, so we're going to see.
How you living, big
dog? Aren't allowed to castrate. This means people or animals. Shimon Omer ala kishuf. Shimon says they're eating chayiv.
Why is that?
Yossi Omer kala Omer parashas kishuf.
What happened to your phone?
Yossi says anything that's mentioned in the entire section of Kishuf.
Oh, it got stolen on the bus.
Noah,
I've had that happen.
Yes, for it. Says לא ימצא בך מעביר בינו וביתו באש, כוסים וסמים, מעונים ומנחש, נחשי כחוב וחבר, ושל אבידון,
Okay, I'm sure you can get it done.
So you know, so these are all
Did
different
you download your link tree?
that existed.
Okay, good.
And then the Torah says, because the nations who inhabited Canaan did all
You just
of
want to
these
continue
things,
the what?
therefore I, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, am going to displace them. So you see from here that their displacement ultimately
Okay,
again
excellent.
is, or their loss, their defeat is really a result
I'm helping
ultimately of
people.
their engagement in these sorcerous practices.
Okay, excellent.
The Belazar Omer Avala Kilayim, it's very interesting.
That's wonderful. I'd
The
love to
Belazar
meet him.
says that when it comes to forbidden mixtures, remember the Kilayim take on a couple of different forms. You could
What does that
crossbreed
mean?
animals. You could also crossbreed vegetation, plants, like different things like that. So
Well, that's up to them. I can't guarantee that for you.
What does that mean? It's mutter. So, for example, Ben Noach could wear shackles, could wear woolen together, but let's rock kilayim. They can even plant kilayim together. So you could plant, let's say, for
What did you say
example,
about the logo?
grapes and wheat or any other mixture. They in asun ela bahar ba'as behema or bahar kabas.
What did you say about
you're
it?
not allowed to do is ultimately again to cause interbreeding between animals and to graft trees. The Gemara says, from where do we know this? So the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Yochanan.
Okay.
So now again, we're obviously there's a lot of different things over there about what comprises
9:30
Shem
a.m.
as being off. We're obviously not going to have to try to figure out where does everyone glean their respective positions from. So in Hanini, where is this
Sounds
from?
like a plan, Billy.
Kol ha'etz hagan achol tochal. So it's interesting enough that this is really quite fascinating. It would appear right beforehand we had the Rabbanon, now Rabbi Yochanan.
You're welcome, Billy. Anytime, my man. You're welcome, Billy. Anytime.
Of Hashem to Adam, because this was the first mitzvah
You're
that Hashem
welcome.
gave to Adam. This is the first mitzvah that Hashem gives to humanity. And you understand this to be a blue-key command. This refers to the obligation to have a judicial system. Hashem, what does Hashem refer to? Hashem. This refers to blasphemy. In other words, Ben Noach can't curse Hashem. The no cave Shem Hashem most humas. Good Elohim. What is Elohim? This refers to the prohibition against achirim. Al ha'adam. So again, it's just dissecting the pasuk. On man, this refers to murder. Lemor, saying, this refers to morality. So as I said, just understand what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is seeing that each of these words represent a different halacha, and it's showing how this word shows up later on in the Torah in the context of this particular halacha. Incredible. So Gemara says, Mikol Eitzakan, you can eat from all the trees for lo gezel, but not from theft. So that's theft. Achol tochal, you could eat, but lo even minachai. But you can't take the limb from a living animal. Because Rabbi Yitzchak, we'll say third wide line, when Rabbi Yitzchak came along, he actually understood this in an opposite way. By Yitzav, the name says he commanded, this refers to idolatry.
I like this picture.
Right, Elokim, Zudinin. This refers to a judicial system.
I like
So
this.
Bishlam Elokim, Zudinin. I understand that Elokim is a judicial system that said, the Nikra Balabais Ela Elokim. Because again, the pasuk itself, when speaking about adjudicating a case, says that the balabais, the litigants, will come before the Elohim. Now, in this case, Elohim actually means the judges. And reference to Shchash Baruch Hu, Ella, Vayitzav Zu Avodah Zarah Maimash. But how do you know Vayitzav means Avodah Zarah? V'chista Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ibn Chad Amar Saru Mahem Ben Aderech Asher Tzivisim Asu Lahem. So one says, they have quickly departed from the path that I commanded them. So again, this was an admonition against Avodah Zarah. Right? They quickly is by the Egel, by the golden calf. They quickly you see over here that derech is also referred to. I'm sorry, by Asher Tzivis, the path that I command you. The other opinion quotes the pasuk here from Hosea. Ashuk Ephraim Utzutz Mishpat Kyohil Halach Achar Tzav. So the Gemara says, so once again, you see the same lashon Halach Achar Tzav. So Tzav representing Avodah Zarah. My ben Av. So what's that lives in the two psukim? Akum Sha'asa Avodah Zarah V'lo Hishtachar Allah. It's very interesting. Practical verse in these two opinions would be a Gentile created a fashion in Avodah Zarah but didn't worship it. The man da Amar Asu Mishas Asiyah Mechayiv. So according to the one who learns that from Asu, a Gentile would be liable for Avodah Zarah the moment he fashions the idol, even if he doesn't worship it. The man da Amar Ki Hoel Halach, but the one learns it from the second pasuk Ki Hoel Halach. He wouldn't be chayiv for idolatry until he goes ahead and actually worships it. That doesn't make sense. Rabbi says, 1 second. No one holds. Rabbi asks it. Is there anyone who holds that if an akum makes an avodah zarah and doesn't worship it, that he would be chayiv? Is there such a thing like that? So the Gemara says, "V'atanya we learned." Ba'akum dvarim shebeidin she'yisrael memisan alehem ben noach musra alehem ve'im beidin she'yisrael memisan alehem ein ben noach musra alehem. Interesting. So the Rabbi says there's a cloud when it comes to an akum, right? When determining the legal liability of an akum, of a Gentile, the way it works is like this, right? Anything that a Beis of Israel would, right, the Jewish Beis would execute a Jew for, Ben Noach is also on warrant for. In other words, he would also be liable for that, right? However, again, if Beis of Israel wouldn't execute the Jew for a particular infraction, then Ben Noach would also not be held liable for that. What does this come first? The following case, an akum who made an avodah zarah but did not bow down to it. He didn't bow down to it. So what do you do in a situation like this? Here's a perfect case, right? If a Jew, if you were to have a Jew who made an idol but did not bow down to it, certainly not good, right? Not good to make any idols. But halakha myself is not liability unless, of course, he actually goes ahead and counts it. If he doesn't worship it, then there's no liability. And again, as we did so before, if the Jew doesn't have liability for it, then the akum doesn't have liability for it. And we're talking about hugging and kissing the idol. What does that mean? What do you mean you're hugging and kissing the idol? Even if you back to if no more is worship the idol with hugging and kissing, and you're like, everybody's liable for that. That is talking about over here, meaning, let's say the derech of this particular idol is not to be hugged and kissed. So in this type of fashion, again, even if one hugged and kissed it, there will not be liability because one is only tied in Avodah Zarah who will call normative worship of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, incredible. Dini, Gemara says, now let's go back, let's go through the list. When it comes to setting up the judicial system, is that true that the Noach are obligated in this? Probably learned that time, Esra mitzvos kestabi Yisrael Mara. Fathers was commanded 10 mitzvos in Mara. Sheva shekizwa v'em. Now 7 of them were, now when we say they were given 10 mitzvos, really, there are 7 pre-existing mitzvos that the Noach already had. Well, see, Dinin, Shabbos, and in Mara there are 3 more added. Dinin, the obligation to establish a judicial system, Shabbos, and Kibbutz Avayim. So the Mara says, Dinin, the how do we know that Dinin were added at Mara? Remember again, Mara is the last parsha. Mara was the first stop after Kriyas Yam. Like after we left the banks of the Red Sea, Moshe made a big suss, right? We traveled for 3 days in the desert. We couldn't find water. We came to a place called Mara. Why? Right? Why was it called Mara? Because the water was bitter. Being provided by the Baal Shem Tov. The Apostle says they were unable to drink the water. Marim pain. Now, normally we translate that to mean the waters were bitter. But Baal Shem Tov says that it should have just said Maru, the water singular was bitter. What does it mean to Marim pain? They were bitter. The Bible says it wasn't the waters that were bitter. The juice were bitter. And when a person is bitter, even the sweetest of waters has a bitter taste. In other words, your perspective impacts everything. Positive perspective, the world looks beautiful and incredible. Positive perspective, even most daunting of challenges becomes an opportunity for personal holistic growth and transcendence. On the other hand, negative attitude, Even if there's bracha, even the sweetest of waters becomes something overwhelming, negative, and troubling. Life is always a matter of our perspective. It's incredible. So at the Gemara it says demon. What do they get demon? It says sham sam lo chokum mishpach. Okay, Shabbos. We keep it out. It says kasher tzivka shalom akachai. So I'm commanding you, Rabbi Yehuda kasher tzivka b'mara. And again, remember that's Lashon over here. Torah, both by Shabbos as well as by Kibbutz Avayim, use Lashon of kasher tzivka. Hashem commanded you. So what I'm saying here is Hashem commanded you previously back in Mara. Okay, on Rav Nachman bar Avuha. So the point over here is how can we say the way the Gemara is setting this up over here is that halacha l'maisa, Jews already had 7 Noachide laws before Mara. In Mara, they got 3 more halachas. Or the 3 more halachas, meaning obligations to have a judicial system, Kibbutz Avayim, our parents, and number 3, Shabbos, for a total of 10 binding halachas about Klal Yisrael. Here's the problem. We just said before that Dinin, establishing the court system, was already one of the 7 Noachide laws. That's the case. What are they receiving in Mara? To which the Gemara said, what's going on here? So in Mara, what they got were more legal details. Namely, that halacha l'maisa, if you're going to adjudicate the capital case, that's going to be 23, right? In the concept of the case, in the concept of hasra. So in other words, there was a concept of establishing a judicial system that was always part of Noachide law. But the details of it, right, the specific framework that was given at Mara, so then again, what does it mean when the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Dinin was added on? It means like something that is seeing something extra, not just details. Interesting. That Shabbos is coming off, were the establishment of the legal system was what's normative law. Normative law, right? Again, financial cases, even capital cases. What were the name Noah not empowered to adjudicate? Knessos penalty cases. And in Mara, they got the concept of Knessos penalty cases. Akati, Balsifu Bidin Miboyle, but still it should have said Balsifu Bidin. Not Balsifu Dinin, because Balsifu Dinin makes it sound like the laws of the judicial system were added on in Mara. But if you tell me they had the judicial system, but rather again they were just giving something extra like Knessos, then it should have said Balsifu Bidin. Rather, again, interestingly enough, as part of Shabbos is going off, they were given the obligation to establish a judicial system. Mara, they were given the obligation to establish a Beis Din in every city, and literally in every neighborhood, and every city. Every city, local, but they did. Local, but they did. I, the Habnei Noach, if you or Bnei Noach, not obligated to do that already. Every year. That's not true. The Gemara says the same way that Jews were obligated to go ahead and make what they did in every city and in every locale, every city. So to bring up the Amarava, High Tana, the national, the market, the Ayotsa. Right? Also, so this Tana has a different opinion as to what the Shalom of Noah was. He takes out Dak. Dak is demon and Birkas Hashem, establishing the judicial system, and blasphemy, and instead he adds in Sa, which is serious castration, and Chaf for Kilayim. So this Tana has a different opinion as to what comprised the original Shalom of Noah, and he actually holds that demon, the establishment of the judicial system, was not part of the original stuff. Therefore, Allah said this is something that Klal Yisrael received for the first time in Tana, the day Moshe, Sheva Mitzvot, B'nei Noach, Avodah Zarah, Gilei Arayos, Shichas Damim, Bezel Be'er Menachai, Sirus V'Kilayim. So this is the opinion of Bnei Menashe, right? So the Yeshiva Menashe, they had a different opinion. Shabbos is Bnei Noach. There were 7 differences. Now they agree on 5, but they disagree on 2. So whereas the primary opinion said And the foolish listening off was decided to make the judicial system and blasphemy. The Shimon and Rasha, they took it out. Not blasphemy, they take out blasphemy and judicial system and instead replace it with silus, castration, and killing, and laughter. And again, that we saw the just let's know to stop okay for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow with a beautiful, beautiful Gemara about ROTHSCHILD. Sorry again that I wasn't listening to the person today. Sorry for the last minute cancellation this morning of the live share. But thank you for the opportunity to join with all of you. And we should have a great day.
Let's go also too. People were talking about how we missed a lot of questions for Mark Harley, and we apologize for that. One question I know. One question that we're missing is why is Brendan Schaub so awesome?
This morning.
Are you hating on Brendan because he's all
responses and there's a show of all the responses to this in the description of the podcast as well as on the notes on the YouTube channel. And expect everyone to enjoy interacting with all the comments and everything to come up. So it's trouble to party for the Trevor has to do. We are beginning on the moon block days after the Bible. We are coming up with a mission on Moon days 55b. Hamagadir inu chayv achi farish Hashem. So we're talking about now a transition to a discussion about one who has showing curses to the Rebbeinu Shalom. So a person is only chayv for cursing. You know, the English word that's used in the is personal to the Baruch until he actually uses the name of Hashem. And Rashi points out that here, Yafrish as Hashem, Rashi says means Sheyizkor as Hashem, Aval Lo Hotzi Shem Yitiv, Ela Shama Shem Yosim Yitiv, Ata Ubarti Pat. In other words, that in order for a person to be high cursing at the Baruch, they have actually a